Okay.
J43R_ was first.
J43R_ easy first. Lazarus, good morning. Good morning. Not first. You know, you gotta be ready. You gotta be ready if you want that first. It's a tough thing to get. Okay, wait, no. We'll start with the earlier matches, which was Monkey Business and It's Reno. All right, there we go. Theater mode for big screen. Lose first because they changed mobile UI? Sure, that must be the reason. Oh, the bingo practice streams. I'll miss watching the bingo journey more than the actual matches. GG's, man. Yo, thank you. I mean, it was all for the actual ones, but here is our final Bingus content. Analyzing the final matches. Not, in this case, not to try to improve myself. That's overdone and dusted. We can worry about improvement when, you know, the next season rolls around. But just as analysis, just to say what in the heck happened. It was definitely some wild games, and we'll just see what we can see about them. Not quite like commentary, but just, you know, analysis. Yo, thanks, definitely not Potter69. The first on the inside that counts, yeah. Bingus or bongus? You know, sometimes you bingus, sometimes you get bongust.
One person practicing Halligtree. Oh, I have the, I got the wrong screen up here, just a second.
Oh, CVD looks tired before we even start. I don't know what, maybe not tired. He was rubbing his eyes or something.
Yes. All the diagonal,
but it's just not really great either. I do like the large.
And to see ADM jumping 8 times in a row, I counted. Except it wasn't actually quite in a row. I lied a little bit, but we'll count ourselves when we get there. We'll count, and you'll see that it was 8. You'll see that it was 8.
Yeah, we got.
And if it was somehow 7 and I miscounted, you know what? Then shame on me. I can never be trusted with anything ever again. We can count it again. Yep. Yeah.
Row 4, we got Renala, Rolana, Godric, Dancing Line, Rykard, Mesmer.
Oh wow, yeah.
Yeah, so starting looking at the board. All right, looking again, I can't analyze the base game like super well just because I don't know it. Aside from, I can look at the base game and see if there's any of the obvious rush squares, and the only square that I feel like I see base game players truly rush is the Mog with 50k. Bloodhound Knight while summoning Blythe is an early one, although I know what's going to happen with that one. Other than that, I don't know. And then as far as DLC players went, we looked at this and we were like, oh, right. We were like, you can either go backside of Shadowkeep for Blow a Finger Tree Sentinel duo, and you get closer access to dupe. Or you can go towards, I guess, Commander Gaius as well. Or you can go southern area and you can do Rolling Giant Lightning Ram, Demi-Human Mariga, Perfumed Oil of Rana, and Double Turt. And so it was kind of a 4 for 4. It was a kind of a Wendy's 4 for 4. You get 4 either way. I thought the southern area seemed a little bit faster, even though the backside technically has more synergy with like everything. It's like, oh, if you go backside, then you've gone through Bonnie, so you're closer to Jails. You're closer to Mesmer. You know, both ways will be equally close to Dancing Lion. Like, you're definitely closer to Consort if you go backside. There's no real, like, downside to going backside. It's just, I figured it was a little slower, so whoever went southern area would get a slight advantage and then could catch back up on backside if they need, potentially. But it was certainly close, either way. Both were, I think, valid options. Would kill for a Wendy's 4 for 4 right now. I swear, I looked on their app on Wendy's, and there was an actual 4 for 4. I want to see if I can actually find it.
At a mausoleum and coffin, so that is like
Not hashtag not sponsored by Wendy's, but like I swear there actually was a 4 for 4, but you had to use their app. Fast food is 4 for 40. Yeah, well. Right, okay, it makes me do all this to start looking at their menu. But I swear if I go to meal deals. Yeah. Look. Whatever. Look at this. Can you guys hold on? Let me go full cam. Focus. Junior cheeseburger 4 for 4 meal. 4 things for $4. Junior cheeseburger, 4-piece chicken McNuggets, the junior natural cut fries, and value diet Dr. Pepper. Now it's like a tiny each thing. It's like 4 tiny things. But there is a 4 for 4. And it's $4. So Wendy's should sponsor Mitch. 4 for 4. The 4 for 4 does exist. It's real. It's real. It is actually real. The mythical Wendy's 4 for 4. The mythical, the magical, mystical. The Wendy's near me has a 4 for 4 deal. They're just kind of closed right now. Oh, okay. Jade Wolf, thank you for the sub. Welcome back to the bunch. And J43R_, thank you for the sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Let's go.
pretty synergistic there for co-op squares too.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was our thought at the start. Was I wanted to go southern area, but before I went southern area, I didn't want to just commit and go straight to perfumed oil like CBD does. Oh, CBD actually goes for Blade of Mercy. Interesting. I skipped Blade of Mercy specifically because I didn't think it would help that much on Mariga, and I didn't think it would help that much on Rolling Lightning Ram, and then you don't need it for Perfumed Oil, and you don't need it for Turtle Talisman. So I figured I would be faster down there and have the advantage on which ones I wanted if we were racing, which we would have been, if I skipped Blade of Mercy. I was totally... also, if I went backside, you literally can't repost Tree Sentinel Duo. Blow a Finger doesn't need it. Double Dupe, I guess, like, technically does, and Gaius eventually does. But, like, I figured that whatever we were doing first, Blade of Mercy wouldn't actually help with. Did I end up grabbing the Grace by it even? No. Yeah, I full skipped it. I full skipped it, whereas CBD fully went for it.
Great horn. That's actually really not bad at all.
Winged Greathorn, that's really not bad at all. You're right, Dom. Too bad we're not allowed to use it. Look at these garbage options in the
And it has a really nice debuff.
in the shop. Look at these garbage options. Who's disputing the existence of a 4 for 4? I thought it was common knowledge, huh? People were like, nah, it's gone now. It's like a 4 for like $12. Which, like, there are deals that they have that are like 4 for $12. But there's also a 4 for 4. Congratulations on 3rd place. Yo, thank you. So the Winged Greathorn. So the reason I'm complaining here, the Winged Greathorn is a Great Axe, which love me a Great Axe moveset. It's got a decent like debuff thing that it can do. It's got okay attack rating. It's not like the best Great Axe, but like it's fine. And I would have used it, but we're literally just not allowed to. Because this is technically a remembrance weapon that is only supposed to be available through remembrances, but due to a bug in the randomizer is available in Round Table Hold. And so I just saw, oh, decent weapon in Round Table Hold. I'll buy it. It's fine. I'll just use this Round Table Hold weapon. But you're just not allowed to. It is against the rules to use a remembrance weapon if it is available in Round Table Hold, because it's not supposed to be there because of a bug. So because of a bug, we as players can just get screwed over and just have one less option in the Round Table Hold than we're supposed to have. And the other things were the Lizard Greatsword, which is like the worst greatsword of all time. Technically, I could have gone for it, I guess. Coated Sword, unusable. A Twin Blade with no bleed, pretty unusable. And then that thing, which... Did it have bleed?
All the other weapons are smithing weapons, so...
Chainlink Flail. It does have bleed. It's a flail. Oh, would have been tough. Would have been tough. I decide instead I'll go check whatever the Great Axe is.
Chainlink Flail is not too bad, but it's a flail at the end of the day, so also not great.
And you can see I'm already a little on tilt because it's like, man, there was one decent option and it's a remembrance weapon. Whose remembrance weapon is it? Moose. I'm pretty sure. Did you buy the Winged Greathorn? I did because I forgot it was a remembrance weapon and then I remembered after. I think I end up talking about it in the match and I'm like, oh, I think it only cost me 1,000. Wait, did it cost me 10,000? And then I look at my runes and I'm like, oh, my runes are, you know, more than 10,000 under what I started with. It must have cost 10,000. No, the armor cost 10,000. The Winged Greathorn cost 1,000. So it basically cost me nothing, but I just wasn't allowed to use it, which was unfortunate.
Sure. Yeah, sadly, this is the
If you don't use flails a ton, it's hard to use them, IMO. I mean, like, every weapon works the same. Like, there's not really any weapon that's like, oh, well, you don't know this weapon, it's gonna... I mean, except for maybe Colossals, because they're, like, way slower than everything else. But there's just kind of good weapons and bad weapons, and flails are just kind of slow for how much damage they do. But it's not like it's hard to use a flail. You walk up to the enemy, and you press R1. And then you press R1 again, and then you dodge them, and then you press R1. That's how every weapon works. Every weapon in this game is functionally identical. Just some do more damage and some do less damage. And flails, they do less damage. It wouldn't be the worst weapon ever just because it has bleed. Honestly, theoretically, maybe could have even been better on this board than what I end up with, but eh. It's all about when to spin your flail. Oh, the Ash of War? Did it even have the Ash of War?
Okay, maybe he is going for loyal twos.
No.
Yeah, there is the Winged Greathorn. That's actually really not bad at all. It is a great
Do I even...
and it has
I do mouse over it at the end. Hold on a sec.
Did grab that.
Yep. And that's pretty much it. There's nothing else at the shop right now. Coated Sword is terrible. All the other weapons are smithing weapons.
I check. Yeah, it does have Spinning Chain. Okay. Yeah, I guess Spinning Chain can be usable. That's potentially fair.
CBD now, and Mitch right behind CBD onto this TLEA Grace pickup. Gonna be grabbing the Skidoo as
I think the average remembrance weapon isn't really even better than non-remembrance. They're all somber but one, so non-infusable two. Oh, the average remembrance weapon is pretty garbage, honestly. Like, the only remembrance weapons I would ever want to use are the great axes, which are still like bad great axes, but at least they're great axes. I don't know that I can think of another one I'd even want to use. Putrescence Cleaver is decent, actually, now that well, that's a great axe. Wait. Aha! It's still great axes. The Remembrance great axes are decent, and... Is there another good Remembrance weapon? Melania's is just a bad katana.
Pike.
I don't know.
And
Also, all high requirements usually, yeah.
we see a rush for Turtle Talisman. We see Aggie going straight to Halictree here. So same for Josh.
Bonnie Cleaver R2 is pure sadness. Yep. Yep, it's bad.
Or they're just setting up a weapon because they're
Morgoth's. Oh, Morgoth's is great. Morgoth's is huge. I forgot about Morgoth's. Yeah, Morgoth's is amazing. Morgoth's is Bloodhound's Fang, but non-greasable, basically. Blasphemous Blade. Blasphemous Blade is solid. You're totally right. Yeah, Blasphemous Blade is solid. Moog Spear. Moog Spear is usable. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, there's a few others. Yeah. So maybe half the remembrance weapons are usable. Maybe that is a higher percentage than a random weapon. Maybe. We got him free from Monster Hunter Wilds now.
Yeah, damage is
You can never be free. They'll always pull you back.
There's been so many games where like a player comes to a boss first or something and just loses based off of worse damage. So that's not a bad idea to get that set up and go.
Yeah, so then because I've checked Roundtable and have decided, oh, those weapons are all terrible, I need to go get whatever great axes in Bonnie Village, CBD has not checked yet and goes straight for Perfumed Oil and Turtle Talisman before setting up. Which I think both of these are valid ways to start. Because I checked Roundtable Hold, I knew I would be behind if I went for those that he went for. But the reason I checked first is because then I would have the advantage on Rolling Giant Lightning Ram, which I could do on the way to these two. And then I would also be set up enough that even if I see him get one or both of these, I can go get Demi-Human Mariga. And now, all of a sudden, I'm set up. He's not, as we both then head towards backside of Shadow Keep to do the rest of them. So that was my thought.
On that drop down here towards that 50K.
Didn't work out because there was nothing good in Roundtable, but that was the theory.
That matters, that little time difference, because Josh...
PK Cleaver seems all right. Yeah, PK Cleaver is definitely all right.
Yeah, I was gonna say losing this.
Oh!
Oh no.
Wait, he popped the money and then lost the money because he died. So there's the mark now from Team Itza Reno. Wow.
So Aggie was actually ahead on the rune? Yeah, Aggie was ahead here. And he gets...
Josh can just hold on to that 50K then.
Yeah, I was gonna say losing...
Immediately killed by the Royal Revenant.
Oh,
Whereas Josh... the Revenant's just over there, so it doesn't even see him.
Wait, he popped the money and then lost the money because he died. So there's the mark now from Team Itza Reno. Wow.
Yeah, and he had to go back and get it. That was super unfortunate for Aggie. I mean, I don't know if that's like a mistake. I don't know if there's like a way to avoid that. Or if that's just super unlucky. I don't know enough about the base game to know. I know that Aggie would have gotten that if not for that shenanigans. Aggie seemed confident in what he was doing, like it works 90% of the time. So, and I think he said, oh, I got memed, like that was an event that he's never seen before, but I do not know. PK Cleaver not having the same charge dart 2 as the butchering knife is criminal. It's literally how PK uses the weapon in the fight. Does it have the regular, like, slam or like, sideways? What does it do? I don't even remember. But the Cleaver R2 sucks, so any great axe that doesn't have it, I'm happy with.
Is pretty brutal.
Yeah. That is very tough.
All right.
Here's why not pivot to a remembrance weapon after getting a remembrance since it sucked, or do a katana check. The reason is because most remembrance weapons also suck, and then you're taking time to check on something that's very likely to suck. The katana check, yes. Katana check would have been reasonable as well once I found it was Bonnie Knife. But honestly, I didn't think Bonnie Knife would be that bad. And honestly, it kind of wasn't until the very end. It only really fell off late. You'll see when I'm fighting things, it does okay. Not great, but it does okay. We knew about Grease, it could have been better. Honestly, yeah, with Grease, I'd probably say it's actually probably a pretty good weapon. Not as great as any of the non-somber ones, but like I'd say it's a just fine weapon if I had just remembered that it was greasable. I just had to buy a bunch of grease, and then it's like every boss would have gone down like 20, 30, maybe even 40% faster with a rot and a freeze. Like, because rot does like 20% of their life over the course of it, and like a freeze does like 10% of their life, plus you get 20% damage. So like, yeah, like 30% of their life just like instantly gone if I knew that grease was available. It's the horizontal slash R2. Okay, I do like that one. So I'm glad that it has it, because like
yeah, map presence is great. It is interesting to see the DLC players going a little bit different paths. Mitch is kind of taking the regular path that we see most often.
Yeah, I only took the regular path that we see most often because I was kind of forced into it.
Interesting to see it. Maybe the 50k here is actually
Skills on hit is kind of nice too. Kind of nice. There was a few times where it was nice. A lot of the time, though, it doesn't really matter because you get hit for 70% of your life. And so, like, you have to chug a heal, otherwise you will die to the next hit. So even if you're, like... So even if you're like, oh, I'm getting some health back, it's like, well, it's not enough to save you from getting two-shot. So in the base game, it would make more of a difference. Or very, very late in the game with more Skidoo, it made a bit more difference.
Is it easier to level?
Josh found Helfensteeple there by luck, I guess, and that made a difference in base game. Where did he find Helfensteeple? This is game 1 that he found it?
So I don't know.
Yeah. Maybe he just likes it.
Or was it game 2?
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see in a sec. We see the end of this match. The commentator curse was insane. You know, we're going to skip over a lot of the end of this match, I think. There's not a whole lot instructive about, okay, the bosses were dumb. But it will inform afterwards. We'll do a tier list maker of all the squares, of every single square in this bingo season. Which ones we liked, which ones we hated, which ones we thought were like the staples, that it's like, this is the reason you have bingo, and which ones are the ones that are like, oh, it's fine, it's filler, and which ones are the ones that are like, it kind of just doesn't work, it just kind of throws off the game, it just kind of makes it weird, or snowballs, or things like that. Tier list. Square tier list will be fun, yeah. And I made a way to instantly make a poll so that you guys can tell me how good is this bingo square. You can instantly just, I can just go, all right, here's a square. How good is it? And you guys can just do that. I just did that with a keybind. I don't have to remake one every time. You have a template for that? I took a screenshot of every single square, made an image out of them, so I can go to the online tier list maker and just upload the entire folder. Midra square is the only S tier. True. Terrible. This bingo square is terrible. I agree.
I wonder if that'll matter later on. Maybe he's got some planned cooking.
Not sure. Josh, you're going for the turtle talisman though, and CBD going for the turtle talisman as well. I think they're just trying to like act.
Yeah, so he went, yeah, perfumed first, turtle talisman after. Like he's doing what I wanted to do. He basically, at this point, Josh and CBD have done everything that we wanted to do. Aggie wanted to win the 50K, and would have if not for getting memed. I wanted to go down there and would have if not for the weapons and roundtable hold being terrible. So at this point, it was like, we made a plan and they got everything that we planned to do. Like, at this point, it was like, well, this is not great for us. Did you miss the third place match? Yes, you did. That was yesterday morning. Love the hitless squares as a viewer. Oh yeah, great squares. Well, we'll get to it. I really like those squares as well, even if they completely screwed me over. They completely screwed me over because I'm bad at the game and didn't practice hitless enough. Because I practice for speed usually, I don't usually practice for hitless.
Similar area, assuming he goes south for that.
Wait, so did CBD check roundtable or? No, he got the turtle talisman. Has he gone to roundtable at all yet? No. He rushed there, but he's not getting the rest of the ones in the southern coast. He's now heading towards Skidoo Altus. That's interesting. Just finished the grand finals VOD. Man, Bingo Brawlers is so awesome. Your match yesterday was intense. Hell of a season. Yo, thank you, thank you. Greatsword check was Golden Order Greatsword in this match. Okay, interesting. Aggie's doing family heads. That's right, the family heads. And then Josh using Uchi, which is obviously a better weapon, but Aggie just wanted anything somber, and it had the slight benefit of not having status so that he could have an easier time with Godskin Noble.
Well, Dom, it doesn't matter for you if you read the square because he didn't do it, so he can't mark it. So.
Yeah, this was definitely a big turning point in the match. Was Josh forgetting about Blythe?
Maybe it's a weapon check or something.
I mean, it is, but like, why would he's gonna?
No,
don't mark it, Josh.
He got Zamor curved sword, and then he's like, ah. Zamor curved sword, is that somber or non-somber? Could he swap to that? Does it do frost by default, or is that only on its Ash of War? Drama. Tease for season 6. I just found Bingo 2 weeks ago, and I've been watching the VODs. I'm ready watching these matches live. Yo, that's awesome. I have no teaser for season 6. I don't know what season 6 will be. Season 6, I don't think is decided yet. Somber, yeah. Okay, so Josh, has he already upgraded his weapon, or could he go Zamor curved sword? Because I think that's a good weapon for base game. I think that's a great weapon. Josh was like, rush it, send it. It's kill Bloodhound Knight, kills. Oh, wait, I need a Blythe too. Yeah, that's super unfortunate. Somber and Frost by default. That's a great weapon. I mean, he should use that, right? Did he upgrade his Uchi at this point? I think he said he stayed Uchi the whole game, but isn't Zamor curved sword just better? Has a weird moveset though. Yeah, but you can use the Ash of War and it does ridiculous damage. Its Ash of War is basically Death's Poker, but like around you instead of in a line in front of you. It is basically Death's Poker. Yeah, the moveset for the actual R1s kind of sucks, but it's usable on the R1s. It's got Frost, and it's got an amazing Ash of War. I've seen a lot of base game players run it the whole time. I think it's a lot harder to use in the DLC because you just literally never have time to use the Ash of War in the DLC. And so the bad moveset makes a bigger difference, but...
They actually are locked out of that diagonal now.
How do you feel about the duos or solos matches? Duos is hard to follow sometimes, but the co-op work is a thing of beauty. I really like the duos. I think the duos is awesome. I think the duos is really, really cool. I think it's when you're in school. I think it's a little dependent. And this is a slight, from a player perspective as opposed to a viewer. I think as a viewer, you could love it or you could hate it, and that's, going to be sort of different. But As a player, I think the duo depends very heavily on who you get paired with. But I think Domo did a great job of pairings this season. But as long as you're paired with somebody who you work well with, I think it takes a lot of the harshness of Bingo, of like, I'm so stressed at this moment and things have gone wrong and I'm so in my own head and I'm thinking about it and I'm, you know, locked in here and I can't even commiserate with chat because I'm not allowed to talk to chat. You know, well, you're allowed to talk, but you're just not allowed to read chat. Like, and turns it into like, hey, at least it's the two of us, and like, when things are going wrong, you've got somebody there to, like, you know, help you out with it, because we're all, at the end of the day, positive people that are gonna, you know, lift each other up and not bring each other down. So I think it's a lot of fun to do the duos. Prefer duo as it's more strategic.
That's pretty much exactly what Josh just didn't do.
Yeah.
Yes.
That happens to me all the time.
Yes, I think that makes sense to me.
Like, oh, this
More strategic.
item does this, and then it actually just does something totally different because I didn't finish reading it.
Bro, when
Yeah,
I cook for
sucks.
HelloFresh, sometimes I don't read
Yeah.
the whole thing, and I'm like, oh, I was supposed to put this in too. Shit, now it's screwed up. All right.
Well.
Yeah, so then I went Bonnie Butchering Knife, immediately upgraded it, obviously. CBD is now catching up on backside progress, which,
That's a crazy.
I mean, makes sense. He knows I didn't follow him, because otherwise I would have gotten something down
I
there.
kind of feel like maybe they were just trying to.
And he just feels like I need backside progress as well. We'll see what ends up happening. By the time that I complete my 2 squares, I think he'll be ahead of me in progress. I think he had just a much better start, where he gets more map progress because he also has the Graces down there. And I think he gets to get further into Shadowkeep by the time I'm done with mine.
It's fine.
So I think the way that CBD played it early was better than the way I played it early. I think I should have done what CBD did, not bet on the round table hold, and just gone for the ones that don't require you to have a weapon. Or, I don't know. Maybe I'm only saying that because I happened to get unlucky. Because if I got a good round table hold weapon, I could have gotten the Rolling Giant Lightning Ram before he got these two. Right? And then we probably don't know that he's going for Perfumed Oil, but we're like, let's go get Turtle Talisman while we still think he can't. I probably beat him to that before he gets the oil and port back. And now all of a sudden I've got 2, he got 1. He's technically more set up for Mariga, but that would only get him back to tying, and then it would be like a race at this point to the backside. So I think I could have come out ahead if the shop had anything good. Solo, you can spiral much easier, yeah. What's next, by the way, since Bingus is over? Curiosity, and then the Night Rain practices. I don't know. We'll see. I'd like to do the French challenge, if I have time.
Yeah, I like this kind of strat. I wonder if Eggy here is thinking...
It's a long challenge, though, so...
I don't think they're going to be trying to go for Crystallian Trio right now, because they're not doing...
Yo, what up, Hyperion?
Let me just go...
Would have been faster because you went for Blade of Mercy. Yeah, if I had gone just for the Gathers, I would have been faster. But as soon as I checked Round Table Hold, it cost me more time than Blade of Mercy. And you can see I end up coming back for Blade of Mercy once I have my weapons set up. Which I end up doing because I don't figure we're racing anymore. I figure I'm just gonna beat him on Tree Sentinel Duo Blow a Finger. Which is true. At least I end up beating him. And then, even though Blade of Mercy can't be used for Tree Sentinel Duo, what I do after grabbing it is I go get another Skidoo fragment. And early Skidoo makes a lot of difference. So grabbing it and the Blade of Mercy now, I figure, is going to be a lot of added efficiency in total. Long challenges equals you can milk content. True.
Hey, don't act like you knew. All right.
I know, obviously. I know more Elden Ring Bingo than all of these.
V6 duo is a cool idea. Would be teams listen-ins throughout the match. Other esports do it, and it's super interesting to hear strategies during key moments. Yeah, totally. I agree. I think he's had that before, where he could listen in on certain players, but he didn't decide to do it at all this season, which I feel like he could do it more, and it would be good.
For some reason, in duo fights, when you take the riposte,
So CBD actually immediately gets... So he's going, like, strictly for blow a finger, which is really interesting.
It's going fine, which is nice, but normally not taking.
But he doesn't actually finish it off, because I think he actually could beat me to blow a finger by the time I kill Tree Sentinel Duo. Yeah, Aggie goes for the Crystallian Trio for the block. I don't know what Josh is doing. I don't have context. Is he upgrading his weapon?
I don't think the mage cares about the riposte, I'll be honest.
You think so?
I don't think bro cares even a little bit.
Oh, he's smacking both at the same time.
The smacking both is so good when you can get that on the Crystallians. When the one in the back still isn't aggroed, but you can start to build up some posture on it. It's so good.
I didn't say it was consistent, all right? This is a big difference. This is a good fight, though, here for Maggie.
Is the round robin matches not best of 3? I was a bit sad when I watched the first one. No, they're not best of 3. That would take forever. We would never be done with the season if they were best of 3. Like, it already took 3 weeks to get through them as best of 1s. If it was best of 3s, it would have taken 9 weeks, potentially. Like, I mean, I guess between 6 and 9 weeks, but that's just like way too long to do a bingo season. You just can't do that for that many matches.
I like that Mitch is getting set up for the hinterlands here and just.
I mean, unless we had done more matches a day to make up for it, but like, yeah, it just. We'll complain about it. More bingos to watch. It's just too much. Like, it's just too much. It's not. It's just bad.
Yeah, so it's kind of interesting. Like, yeah, so the way that you can approach this board, which we've literally seen, you can
better to have the bingo more condensed, because players, it's just unsustainable for players. Like, have you ever heard of, you know, oh, League of Legends Worlds is going to take place over 2 months? Like, huh? What do you mean? Oh, there's, you know, going to be this fighting game tournament that's going to happen over 2 months worth of players need to show up every single week in order to keep their spot in this 2-month-long tournament. Like, what? Huh? Like, obviously, you know, professional sports where they do it for a living and that's all that they do and they get a salary to do exactly that, obviously go over, you know, 6 months at a time. But, like, this is not that. This is like a tournament that just has to get spread out because there's so many matches already and the matches take so long. They use round robin again this season. Yes. I think having the semifinals and finals be only best of 3 matches in the season makes them more hype. I mean, it's already more hype just because they're elimination. I don't think they get more hype specifically because they're best. Well, best of 3 is also great, but I don't think like intentionally trying to make other matches less hype is a good thing. Like, I think that would be fine. It's just like there's just too many matches. If it was like a team of 4, you could, or 4 teams, you could totally do best of 3s in a round robin. Totally. You could 100% do a 4-team season where you do best of 3s for the round robin and best of 3s for the playoffs. 100% that's fine. You just can't do 6 or especially 8 teams round robin all best of 3s. It is just too much. More of like playoffs versus regular season instead of one event. Yeah, but I mean, like, again, that's for things where they're getting salaried. Like, in a semi-winner takes all, which like this is like a tournament of like, you know, you play in this thing and you get paid based on how well you place. You can't spread that over 3 months. I think that is unreasonable without being like, here is a salary for, you know, existing in this for 3 months.
But they don't know that. So
Josh goes for Gronk, which is just a square right there. Yeah.
Possibly.
Well, to be fair, Mitch doesn't.
Surprised there are no custom squares this time. I mean, I was glad there was no surprise squares. I think the surprise squares were a really bad idea.
marked yet on the other two squares for the diagonals. Like, let me just go grab this other one real quick as well. While I'm at it. Yeah, Tree Sentinel do here for Mitch, by the way, as well. So, very interesting that CBD, as I said before...
Yeah, CBD should beat me to blow a finger if he goes for it. There's no way I kill both Tree Sentinels, and I have to go back and get the whistle, which I don't have yet, before CBD gets it. But maybe he doesn't know that I don't have the whistle yet. Maybe he thinks by the time I kill Tree Sentinel Duo that I'm ahead of him. We'll see. Oh, thank you for the GGs. More games for playoffs is better, IMO. Most pro sports do a series for that reason. It's also very relevant. The single games in regular season are a different mindset than best of 3 in playoffs. Yeah, I mean, I've been suggesting we should do double elimination for the playoffs. Regardless of round robin, I think potentially you could even shorten or delete the round robin. Maybe make it just a little group stage or something. I don't know. But I think double elimination for the playoffs is a must. And I mean a must. Like, I think double elimination is so infinitely better than single elimination. It's just not a competition. Yeah, no, CBD definitely beats me to blow a finger here if he goes for it. Yeah, so my plan of I'll just go backside if I can't do the stuff down there just totally kind of whiffed.
Yeah, true.
Nice stagger here from Josh. There is garage.
I guess the positive is I am set up, which CBD still isn't at this point.
I love that weapon Mitch is using. That's great.
So probably it would have actually made more sense for me to do Blow a Finger first rather than Tree Sentinel Duo first. The reason I decided to do Tree Sentinel Duo first is because I figured there was no way I could lose either of them, which I was wrong about, and that just doing Tree Sentinel Duo first is technically a tiny bit more movement efficient.
Yeah, summoning Blythe is like actually super long. That's why
like not to the point that it matters, but just...
And I feel like it's a little obscure too. Like what?
And I got kicked in the... I hate when that move just kicks you in the face for no reason, even though it shouldn't.
Hear a wolf, like, oh, you're supposed to, and that's what the chat would say. Oh, you're supposed to know he's there because there's a wolf. The wolf howl. Okay, guys, we're in a forest.
Well,
Maybe
not
there's
just
wolves
that, but
around.
also then like going back. To
Yeah, that one was my fault. Didn't roll.
Yeah, there's a wolf in the forest. Here, call him down with his finger.
That move also is stupid. The Tree Sentinel with the shield is so much worse than the Tree Sentinel with the torch. The Tree Sentinel with the torch is really fun to fight. The Tree Sentinel with the shield is like fun until he starts doing his shield move, and then it's miserable. And it's like, why did they make these? They're so bad.
And Josh here already making his way towards Lanedale Capital. Maybe going for the Smithing Stone Bell Bearing, just to have that in his back pocket. And there it is. Killed Bloodhound Knight with summoning Blythe. Josh is probably like, oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, I wonder if Josh is happy about that, because that was just a time waste for Aggie, but obviously there's no way for Aggie to know that.
Ah, I get the Tree Sentinel Duo while he's setting up his weapon because he wanted Tree Sentinel Duo, so he figures I must be ahead on Blow a Finger. Ah, he thinks that I grabbed it on the way in. Ah. Yeah, makes sense. So he didn't go for Blow a Finger. He went for starting to set up to try to contest on Tree Sentinel Duo. He sees that I mark it, knows he can't warp back and go get it in time. Except that he could have because I don't have the whistle yet. Ah.
Yeah.
Curious. Wonder if Domo could do like a crowdfund for paying players to see if people would want longer seasons with more teams. Or a couple sponsors. He did crowdfund for paying players. He raised $20,000 for paying players.
Like, am I misremembering?
That being said, $20,000 over 6 teams, so 12 players, over the course of this season was like a month and a half because it was like a little bit shorter because it was best of ones for the non-playoffs. Isn't a lot, you know?
I feel like he has nothing really near America, and
It's not really like a salary.
And he's not really
It is just like a prize pool, which is still awesome, but like it's just not, you know, that's not
But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they are looking at
gonna make it where you can be like, all of a sudden you can be like, oh, and then now we can have 20 teams and we can go for 4 months at a time and we can pay everyone. It's like, not really. 20,000 is a lot. It's just when you consider how much it gets split up over people and time, it's like, oh, wait. Yeah, that's not really, like, a full salary. And some of it went to, like, the refs, which is awesome, and things like that. So, sponsors also, I can't reveal anything behind the curtain. All I can tell you is he will tell you himself he's been working on sponsors, and sponsors can just be weird to work with. But hopefully we will have one for next season.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. No more.
Oh, $16,000? What's he going to do with $14,000? Well, yeah, the prize pool does not end up being $20,000, but he did raise $20,000, which was awesome. Saying not super good money versus time spent on practice for season. It's just not enough to, like, be a salary. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying... Because, like, all of us are streamers anyway, and we're going to stream anyway. And, like, all of this. It's just not, like, a salary where you can be like, hey, give up your other opportunities. It's not enough where you can say, hey, I know you are planning on going on this vacation, but the season's happening. So it's not enough where you can say, hey, you'd better all practice. And if you don't practice, I'm cutting you. It's just not enough to, like, make any demands out of it aside from, like, hey, if you'd like to participate, there's some prize at the end. That's all I'm saying. It's just not enough to be a salary. That is all I mean. How's the money split? I believe it's been announced, but basically first place, 5,000, second, 5,000 as a team, so split between the two of them, so 2,500 each. Second place, 3,000. Third place, 2,000. Fourth place, 1,500. Fifth and sixth place, 1,000.
4 to 4 on this bingo.
Who was in the finals? That was Positive Vibes, Chris and Adef, and Frog Car Spin, Tom and Bree. 500 is awesome for the game you play constantly, regardless. But yeah, absolutely, absolutely, yeah.
Because, like, it's almost like you get a bunch of these fast squares, but like. That's kind of it. At the
if you win,
and obviously, I mean that's still important.
Pretty worthwhile.
It's hard for me to acknowledge when that's worth going for and when it's gonna bite you later for not setting up more. I mean, it's not really.
I didn't know first place team splits 50-50. You never know. You never know.
But yeah, obviously, Team Red has caught up on square count now, so.
Yeah, and immediately CBD is responding, going like, "Okay, I'm gonna go for Demahu and Mariga to stop that column too." It's gonna get out of hand, and I'm sure Mitch knows that. He's like, "Hey, I'm not gonna try and push that," and he's gonna go for Rillana. Looks like instead. So yeah, it looks like they're gonna go for that co-op square.
Yeah, we went for the Rillana to block the two lines that they had been setting up, and I believe we get it. Yeah, because they're heading for Star Scourge and CBD was up there near Gaius, so he can do Gaius. And they were going to, I think, also go for double dupe, but I think we end up beating them on it. And CBD actually goes back for Mariga? Could they have beat us on double dupe if CBD went right for Gaius? Maybe.
I think so, too. Yeah, that's going to be a nice weight off.
I'm not, I have shown zero progress towards Mariga, so I'm not 100% sure why CBD feels the need to go back to Mariga right now. Like, obviously, it is a fast square. It's just... Oh, it's to block this line. Never mind. You're right. I see you. I see. Demu and Mariga is to block our column 2, which it does look like we are potentially threatening. Yeah, totally makes sense.
Keep it clean, Josh. Nice fight. Come on.
He is summoning.
Mentioned to block. Yeah.
Sometimes summon, sometimes don't. Just because some players know the fight.
You have to think about the whole board. Sometimes you get locked in on, like, what you're doing, and you forget about what your opponent is doing, and vice versa. Sometimes you get locked in what your opponent is doing, and you forget about what you could be doing. Right, we wanted to block because it felt like they had the better, like, potential double pressure if we didn't block that. Whereas if we block that, it's like, okay, now we're the only ones with potential pressure right now, which we thought was a really, really good thing to have.
Because Radon will tend to, and not just Radon, but everyone will tend to change their aggro.
They didn't do dupe at all. Actually, they wanted to block that column too. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, I think for Radon specifically, summoning sometimes can be really useful just because of Okina. Yeah. Okina who has the Rivers of Blood, so it just helps like trying to get those blood procs off. I think Josh is still rocking +0 Uchi. Doesn't get the slam down attack. He did not roll in front of Radon enough to get that. So hopefully does still get the transition here. He does get.
Yeah, no, definitely the split should be 100% me, 0% Aggie. Yeah, no, not because Aggie did bad or anything, but just because me money, money me. Yep. Thank you for totally agreeing.
Huge damage. Rod proc is still going on as well. Triple status here for Josh on that Radon fight. Very, very nice. Rolana here on the big screen right now.
Gotta support smaller streamers. That's right.
Demo Human Mariga for CBD. So 3 big fights going on at the same exact time. Damage from Mitch, not that great. That Sacred Butchering Knife is kind of tough here.
You know, every other team can split 50-50 though, you know.
Really has to be careful. Yeah, those
I wonder if this weapon's got like a running attack where it'll like pierce her. Is that a thing at all?
Not on this one, sadly.
No, yeah, no. Is there? I don't think there's any Great Axe that has pierce at all except for Anchor. I think Anchor is the only weapon that does pierce, and it does entirely pierce. I think every other Great Axe is only standard. I don't think any of them even are strike, because they're axes. If they were strike, they would be great hammers instead. Hope this grows to where Domo could do a live tourney weekend somewhere. I would definitely pay to sit in a crowd and watch a close bingo match live. I mean, no peeks behind the curtain, but who knows? Who knows?
Oh my gosh, I was gonna say, did they just do Godric and Dancing Lion and we didn't notice?
They're so fast. Yeah, accidental mismark.
All I can really say is if you've thought of something cool, Domo has probably thought of it and thought of, like, how can I possibly make this happen? And obviously not everything's going to get done, but, like, Domo has so many good ideas that it's, like, you can't do everything, but, like, he's going to find something really cool to do for sure.
We got Aggie in the Renala fight. Going just fine. A little bit low damage as well.
Okay, yeah, and then CBD heads immediately for Gaius after. He's got the block. He's ready to get Gaius. Josh already has Star Scourge. Yeah, so they're still in a great position. They're up 1 square, threatening to get another while we get this one. So it's like they're basically going to keep the lead at this point. And yeah, I have 2. CBD has 2, Josh has 2, Aggie has 2, but they have the 1 more combined, and then we're about to each get 1 combined. So it's definitely a slight advantage to them out of the start. Nothing like major, nothing like...
Damage was so bad. I had this horrible weapon. What did you use? Oh, my damage was also so bad. I had this horrible weapon also.
That's exactly... Parky clocked us. Parky clocked us. That's exactly the conversation at the end. Oh, surely you weren't using this terrible weapon. No, I was also using that terrible weapon.
Like, damn, I guess we all had the worst weapons in there.
Yeah, it really was. It was such a bad weapon game. You can see, though, like, the damage on Rolana doesn't feel that bad. Definitely would have been better with status, again, if I remembered Grease.
Margaret here, though, for Josh, doing one of the most common fights for Margaret, which is Uchi Katana. Should be able to get this kill here in just a bit. There it is. Nice stagger. Nice.
But you can see I'm doing okay damage on Rolana.
Rolana here almost dead, actually, for Mitch, which is really nice. So that fight definitely coming on along nicely here. Has to be careful. Here's the super combo. That little statue might cause some issues there just for collision, but okay. Looks like he's fine.
Decent fight for me.
Nice fight there from Mitch. Very, very nice. So there is Rolana now down already for Mitch. That's 1 remembrance, and then we're gonna have Renala here into phase.
I mean, Gaius might actually end up faster than Rolana, even though he's got, I think, a good bit more health. Just because you can get so many more opportunities to attack him. Rolana just, like, constantly tries to, like, never let you attack her.
So once CBD actually gets this kill, they could technically go for that dupe if they wanted to, but at the very least, they're going to get that kill with Starscream Radon and Commander Gaius Square.
Right, yeah.
Alright.
Both of their fights were really
Also, the family heads were not great, but did better than expected. Yeah, better than expected.
Magic situation.
Definitely not great, though. Like, Renala usually melts to damage. And it's like, he's got yellow damage, but like, that's not a lot of yellow damage.
Yeah.
Oh, she's not. Somebody
Well,
is stalling her here.
it's kind of okay.
Yeah, that
wow.
little mini stagger is awesome.
But this is a +9 that he's got, right? That's, yeah, for a +9, that is, ugh. The more curved sword that Josh has would do way better.
There it is.
But I think Aggie upgraded his weapon before he did Blythe, so I don't think he could use the more curved sword.
Sometimes, like, bosses, when they have a specific transition that is not, like, hard-coded.
Watching beat Rolana with a poo weapon so easily while it took me hours to beat her once shows how good the players are. Well, I did die to her in the previous series, so... I mean, I got distracted, but, like, that doesn't matter. You get distracted and then you die, it's like, that's still a big mistake, so... It's still very possible for us to die, but Great Axe is a bit of a comfort pick for me, even if the weapon was not so great. We'll be doing more Sekiro Bingo. Really like that format. Very enjoyable. I will absolutely be doing more. I just don't know when or if I can make something more out of it than just individual matches. Individual matches are still fun, but I'd love to, yeah, like have like a league out of it or something would be really cool.
He kind of just does like 1 or 2 extra attack moves afterwards first.
Yeah, and I ended up heading towards Godric and Dancing Lion for the diagonal here. And is that like the game? Do I just go Godric and Dancing Lion, 2 jails, and then get skill issued, and that's the game? Because I don't go for Rolling Giant Lightning Ram. CBD does. Mesmer ends up being super late. I guess we get double dupe, but Aggie's about to do that. Yeah, that is literally all that happens for the rest of the game. Usually grabs a +0 weapon without status and then fights the boss until they're 1 or 2 hits from dead. Lets himself die and tries again. If I'm practicing, yeah. Yeah, that's exactly the way I do it. You can do a +0 with status as well. It's just you need to be careful about accidentally statusing the boss when they're low and getting a surprise kill, and then you might mess up your save. But yeah, generally just use as weak of a weapon as possible. You can still use a defensive setup. You can still survive if you want. But just making sure that you've got a very long time fighting the enemy to learn their moves.
And taking out that column 3, but also working on that road 2 at the same time. And since CBD already has the grades for Giant Lightning Ram, that road 2 is looking...
Biggest issue with Elden Ring is how long the setup is every game. It gets old. If you learn how to do it, it doesn't take that long.
And sorceries onto Monkey Business here.
And you just copy your saves so that you'll have it forever, so you only have to set up once, and then you can constantly load it whenever you want to.
He hates it, and we all know that, and he says that all the time. And I wonder if Team Itzarino knows that, and we're like, yeah, let's make him do it.
Oh, Parky. She does know me because she watches, and I do not like Dancing Lion, but I don't dislike Dancing Lion because I'm gonna die to it. Except for the Deathblight one. I'm gonna die to the Deathblight one. But the regular Dancing Lion, like, I'm fine on killing. I just don't like it. I just don't think it's good. Is it a crime to be good at something and hate it? I know most people, on Twitter at least, only hate things because they're bad at it. But I can be good at something and also hate it because I think it's not good. I mean, Dancing Lion isn't like the worst boss in the DLC or anything, but man, the camera sucks and a lot of the hitboxes suck. Yo! Bird of Pick Me! Yo! Thank you for the congrats on 3rd place. Would I do a file somewhere that has save files for all the bosses? I just load one and practice, then load the next one. I just do it with completely separate files on my computer. Each file is just one character. And then I just load the file that has the one character that's at the spot. Because otherwise you have to make 10 different characters and set them all up, which would take forever. Tom, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. We're going over the final weekend of matches. I'm currently on me versus Itzarino, but we'll get to your matches right after. By the way, big GG's on 1st place. Let's go. Let's go. we're talking bad camera, Hippo would like a word. No, Dancing Lion's camera is way worse than Hippo's. Hippo's hitboxes might be worse. There's an argument for both. The camera on Dancing Lion is infinitely worse than on Hippo. The camera on Hippo is, like, fine. It's still kind of bad, but Dancing Lion is, like, maybe the worst camera in the game.
Yeah, I mean,
It's so bad.
It's really interesting to see the different paths both teams are taking.
Like, it just constantly is up against walls, and you're looking up, and then he, like, circles around you, and your camera doesn't turn fast enough, so you don't even see him, and it's just... It's awful. There's some French challenge for fun. Got out of Limgrave and called it a night. Let's go, let's go. Yeah, I'd like to get in on that French challenge as well at some point. I figure you guys will all probably finish before me, since I'll be starting super late, because I could not overlap it with bingo, but it's a challenge I wanted to do anyway. I just didn't have use what you get in my rule set when I was originally doing it, so adding in use what you get could be interesting. Could be cool. Golden Hippo exists.
So he's looking at maybe restoring Godric's Great Rune.
100% agree about the camera. It's borderline useless, yeah.
He did that, so he already dealt with this fight. So maybe once he's gotten these mimic tears, they might be racing on.
Yeah, so then Aggie goes for Godric so that we can do this. I go immediately to Jails, and I'm assuming I'm just ahead of CBD. I assume he races me on it, but he can't yet know that we're going for the diagonal because we've only shown one square so far.
And so there is kill Godric and Dancing Lion.
And it's like everything else is just going to fall like a house of cards.
He's quitting out.
He did quit out.
There it is. Larval Tears are ready for Team It's Arena. That was a very quick 9 Larval Tears.
Yeah, wow.
There we go.
Every part of the match is racing for the +0 boss.
They're like, oh, Josh might have gotten them, or CBD just put
the Tom versus Adef, that was painful to watch. That part I was not a fan of.
It is slash damage, which I think is okay. I think
I do not like seeing when
it's yellow.
there is just like, obviously one person outplaying the other is cool, but when it's just like, yeah, the strat is just like wrong, like it's just not how it's supposed to be. I don't know. I don't like that as much as like both players, you know, going so ham and like one just barely outplays the other. I like that a lot more.
Going for the giant lightning ram here.
I think he is. Yeah, he might be going for the giant lightning ram.
They say go directly to Jails, but do you pass go? Do you collect $200?
Lines left that a team can get. And
I would say I don't. Oh, also, look at that bull. Look at this. Look at this.
Lines left that a team can get.
Okay, random lightning. It happens. Get up. Random lightning again. Okay, cool. Stuck on the ground, which should give me iframes, and then take this much damage. You guys can't even see it because you guys are on top of it. Chat, just stop chatting for a second. I'll just turn off the chat box for a second. I take this much damage in one hit because it double hits me. Lion does not do this much damage. It double hits me. Cool game. Thanks. Awesome. Yeah, I love when I get random lightninged, stuck in the corner into random lightning, into 80% of my health because I get double hit. Thanks, game. Very cool.
Noble and Rykard. Rykard's Great Rune is pretty long square.
That was incredibly dumb.
We do have Josh, obviously, with Godric Great Rune progress. So
Match was such a tilter to watch, I can't imagine playing it. Yep.
Yeah, you know, I just
This was where it started. Everything up to this point, it was like, I'm playing well, and like things are going fine. And then this was just like, wow, that was really, really ridiculously unlucky. Cool.
Actually progressing road 2 because I'm missing use. But yeah, that column 5 could be a possibility for sure. Looks like that Josh is setting up sorceries just a little bit here by killing that pumpkin head and checking for sorceries just to see if that's even an option.
Yeah.
But yeah, after that lightning ram, that could be a possibility. The only problem is that Josh has an Uchi Katana, and kill Gotsuka Noble without status effects is that corner square, so he would have to switch to a different weapon.
Yes. Or, I mean, or he can just fight it very slowly.
Mm.
Which is what...
I was watching on Twitch for a minute, got a 2-minute ad, can't deal with that.
Oh,
Fair?
classic lightning
That's why
round.
I have Twitch Turbo, so that I never have to deal with any ads ever.
For Aggie as well, so we're going to see a possible mark on Kill Godric and Dancing Lion in just a bit. Yeah, Lightning Ram, I've seen people practice the positioning for this now, and we'll see. Okay.
Fair and balanced damage, yeah.
It's also got to be
Just full one-shot you from getting hit by an unavoidable random lightning.
really bad. So CBD kind of
Hooray!
has to, like,
What a good boss.
make up for
The ram incident? Oh, does something happen with CBD? Let's see. What happens?
possible mark on Kill Godric and Dan.
So he gets... Oh, yeah, this does look like it's taking him a while. Let's see what happens.
Just a little bit here by killing that pumpkin head and checking for sorceries just to see if that's even an option.
Yeah.
But yeah, after that lightning ram, that could be
The ram? Oh, no. Is this his first time getting here, or did I miss already a ram incident?
That was marked also.
It looks like this is his first time. They collect the larval tears, which we were like, cool, that gives us more time to set up our diagonal threat. Okay, yeah, here is his first time at the ram.
The only problem is that Josh has an Uchi Katana and kill Godskin Noble without
Yeah, that is the thing, is I knew this weapon would be horrendous against the ram, because you can't do charged R2s against it. The charged R2 just won't work. Like, I don't think it will ever hit the ram. I don't think it's possible. I know it's actually literally possible, but I don't think it is reasonably possible for it to hit the ram.
Godric here now for Aggie as well. So we're going to see a possible mark on Kill Godric and Dancing Lion in just a bit.
Yeah, miss, but that's okay. He is going for the dashing attacks because I think he knows that you can't.
Okay.
Yeah, but he's just slightly off.
It's also got to be
I think you have to do it unlocked and you have to try to lead it instead of doing it locked on.
So CBD kind of has
Ooh, getting lightninged. Yeah, I don't like being in the middle here where all the lightning is striking.
There we go, an R1. Does
He gets on another R1.
R1 should maybe take care of it. Phase 2 here, Godric right now for Aggie. Phase 2, Dancing Lion here for Mitch as well. So they're...
Ooh, it's at 1 health. I would honestly probably just wait for it to die to lightning. I don't think I would even mess with it at this point. Out throws the... you're low on health. Oh my god, I cannot believe he even went for that. I would have backed off and healed 100,000%.
Oh, there's a second one. A second lightning ram has hit the tarnish. Is coming into the lake.
What?
He's going, wait,
What do you mean there's a second lightning ram? What do you mean there's a second lightning ram? What? His dagger hit the ram? That's another one? Those are giant lightning rams?
happening?
Oh,
That one
no.
is not happy. That one is actually just like
Oh.
aggressive and does not like CBD at all.
Oh,
It's just
yeah?
rolling in a circle. But this one is pissed off
Oh my gosh.
and
That's
targeting
crazy.
him.
Yeah.
CBD just trying to get that R1.
He
does
got
get
it,
the
though.
R1. There it is.
I mean, is it even an incident if you get it anyway? Is it even an incident?
Holy moly.
I don't think that even counts as an incident.
I
Never
can't
seen
believe
that.
he did.
It's so funny though. That was
I've never seen other
I have never seen
I
that.
don't like this.
Yeah.
There it is, though. Very nice pickup. And now we see that Dancing Lion dying here. There it is. Monkey business marking Dancing Lion and Godric. Really interesting.
Yeah, and then Aggie's now way ahead of Josh on the Godric's Great Rune.
We see Aggie here going for Restore Godric's Great Rune. And we see Josh going into the Godric fight thinking that maybe...
Oh, he's thinking he can snipe it away? I mean, let's look at what's left on the board. I guess maybe he thinks he can snipe it away because he figures we'll go for Godskin Noble. Because that's the only other thing I can see here that's, like, worth it. Or he's just going for Remembrance Sorcery only and not caring about... I think he just goes for Sorcery only and doesn't care about Godric's Great Rune, I think is what it is. Yeah. I guess that still makes sense. But at this point, maybe it's not obvious yet that we're going for the diagonal. Because if you recognize we're going for the diagonal, Josh needs to go to Noble right now, which he could actually beat Aggie to, because Aggie's going to restore Godric's Great Rune first.
Oh, he's going for sorcery only, actually. He's got Carrion Slicer. Oh,
And CBD does not recognize jails either. So neither of them goes to immediately block the diagonal.
yeah.
They have blocked every other possible line except for the diagonal.
Very nice.
Or like the YouTube VOD of this. Why? Just because YouTube is easier to play back or something? I like having the Twitch chat that I can read every so often. The YouTube chat, I think, is just worse. These reviews the first time you find out what the opponents were up to. Oftentimes. Directly moment to moment, yes, this is the first time I'm watching them all the way through. I'm not going to watch them through before I review them. But in the post-game interview, we do often ask a lot of questions, so I do find out some stuff there. Just not, like, the entire moment to moment. Yeah, Carrion Slicer was such a good pickup for him for sorcery only. What a good sorcery to find.
Slow setup towards
It kind of just wrecks anything.
Thing that he needs to do. Otherwise, yeah, the Dancing Lion, grabbing Skidoo fragments is on this way as well. Yeah, and then obviously Reichard and Mesmer.
Gets a little too close on that attack though. Yeah, so I'm free on jails and
Burmina to get access to
I don't know if Aggie gets the Great Rune. I think Josh gets the sorcery just before Aggie gets the Great Rune.
Looking a little low. He does have another mana flask. Okay, should hopefully.
So he does sort of see it maybe, or maybe he's just progressing eventually for Consort.
Here, though, from...
Oh, he could be progressing for the Dancing Lion bosses. Yeah.
Flame Tornado's coming out now.
I see what you're saying. He's thinking that I've already got a jail done and that I'm just going to win jails and he's going for 2 Dancing Lions instead.
Yeah. I forget all the damn time.
I suppose that's possible.
For him to grab this because he did lose those runes at the start of the game.
It's definitely better for him to go this way than to go for the Dancing Lion and Belurat, because if I'm going for Dancing Lions and I get it, he's more set up for Consort, whereas going for the other Dancing Lion is just completely wasted.
Josh's time. I think because he saw Carrion Slicer, he's like, you know what? Why not? If it was any other spells,
He did Deathbite Dancing Lion first.
but it seemed a little too.
I do know that, because somebody in chat said it between messages. I think it was Loaf of Bread.
But it did look like he was about to use that.
But, okay. So Josh does get
And yeah, he's
Sork only first,
get sniped here, right?
and actually heads towards Godric's Rune,
Now it's like,
but is obviously way too late for that.
He's like, oh, okay, whatever. Like, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, as soon as I saw Josh mark the sorcery only, I'm like, oh, Aggie, we should go for the Noble. Can you do it? Should you keep going on Godric's Great Rune, or should you just pivot there? And he's like, well, I'm already like up the elevator. I'm like, okay, cool, finish it off and then go Noble.
That's honestly one of the better snipes that you want. Honestly, when you're playing in bingo, is like, oh, I just.
That's an interesting skip CBD does. It's slower and riskier,
I won't worry.
but it is the first version that people originally found and did. It's not much slower. It's not much riskier, but it is slower and it is riskier. It's slower by like 0.2 seconds, and it wastes one of your flasks, and technically is easier to mess up and die.
I believe this one specifically is going to be the Labyrinth.
But yeah,
So he has to be.
Yeah.
I specifically tested them because this is part of the Defeat Consort speedrun route, so it made sense to test all the different ways you could drop down there and see if anyone was 0.2 seconds faster, and the way that I do it was 0.2 seconds faster.
All right, let's see it.
They found the parkour on the right over the water.
Alright, that's fine.
What-
Oh, the damage is actually pretty good.
Jail, Kate. I have
Not bad, not that bad.
no idea what you're talking about,
Eight
but
moves can just
I believe you.
be a little nuts, but he's getting a
Oh my
lot
gosh,
of
he's melting.
yeah, a lot of nice R1s in here.
Oh my
Very
gosh.
nice.
Yeah, the Labirith kill was so clean.
Like, has you dink
I
off
speak
of it.
Michie's, he's saying it's trash. I mean, 0.2 seconds faster doesn't matter. It's not enough that I would have relearned it if I didn't already know the way that I like. Like, because there's a lot of skips that I do suboptimally. But it's like, okay, it's suboptimally by 0.5 seconds, and I'm comfortable with the way I do it. So I'm not going to relearn the other one.
And also kill 2 dancing lions. There is a sneaky diagonal there for sure. Bottom left, top right. I didn't even notice until now.
Also, I wanted that Savage Lion's Claw there, but it didn't pick up when I was running, and I was like, I'm not going back for it. And Duelist after you unlock the fog wall and Kaled from Third Church. Oh, yeah. Gotcha. Yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah, where it's riskier and turns out is like slightly slower.
Just like stalling the dancing lion. I feel like no one likes that dancing lion. Deathblade.
Only do left side now. Yep.
So I wouldn't be surprised.
So CBD is heading to the dancing lion
This is
right now. So he's actually ahead of me on the 2 dancing lions.
Yep. And I think
At this
Aggie
point.
is a little bit ahead here, entering the fight already because Josh has to travel all the way.
Because he's not going to kill Romina. There'd be no reason to do that. So he's only here to do the dancing lion. So he really was forward thinking. He didn't even test me on jails. He just said, I'll get the 2 dancing lions before him.
Gets you there right away. Oh, okay. Josh switching here to Ionia instead. Looking for
I mean, very smart. If only 2 dancing lions wasn't the worst thing ever.
And not going for...
Because if he gets it first try, right? If he gets it first try, then I come over to try to do it, and then as I'm getting there, he marks it. Then it's a race on Mesmer. Who knows who wins that? Then it's either or race on Consort or Midra. And who knows who wins that? And wait, hold on. It's 8 to 9. If I get this, he gets this. It's 9 to 10. Aggie gets this, 10 to 10. Do they split these so it's 11-11? So then it's a race on Mesmer for who gets 12, and then it's a guessing game on these 2 for who gets 13? So he actually, yeah, made a very smart play here that if he got it first try would have put them basically evened up.
Is easy. He knows people know this fight, and
Although he doesn't go straight for the actual fighting the dancing lion. Oh, he now goes to check the katana check.
probably is assuming
No, he's splitting progress with jails. Oh, okay.
that everyone struggles like this on this boss, in my opinion.
Yeah, it can be a
He doesn't know which one I'm doing first, so he's splitting progress to try to get one or the other. I see. But he knows I already have a dancing lion, so this is a little risky. Because the point of splitting progress is I should have enough progress on both that even if you win one, I'm guaranteed to win the other. But I don't know that CBD has enough progress on Dancing Lion that he's guaranteed to win 2 Dancing Lions, even if I get jails first, which I do.
I think going for jails now might also be going for that Swordmaster Aunt's jail.
Like, I think I was ahead enough when we both started these 2 squares that splitting progress doesn't necessarily guarantee that you get one of them. I think it's possible to lose both.
He knows how to fight.
If Aggie wants to, he could use the
I mean, discounting, obviously it's possible to lose both if we both skill issue on Dancing Lion, but...
And yeah, Josh making his way through the lava now, using that nice backstep tech. Nice.
I get ritual pots and Josh gets the rune, I think. Ah. Which is interesting because Aggie has Rykard first, I think.
I feel like if I mean, I guess there's no way to know about the jails, but how long has it been since?
But I mean, I guess it's like you take either or. You can't really like guarantee yourself both.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a way for Team Itzarino to know what Mitch is exactly doing. I guess CBD is probably assuming Mitch is going for Dancing Lion because he had already killed one. Because I feel like the jails is just such a slow square.
I don't know,
I
but
guess
this is
Yeah,
looking
I
like
think
a
that makes
proper
sense.
bingo line.
I don't think it guarantees, but I think he was praying you went for Dancing Lion instead of jails. Ah, yeah. Heck no.
That's another mark here on the diagonal.
I know the proper thing is to bet on your opponent's skill issuing, and he knew the proper thing was to bet on me skill issuing. We both bet on each other's skill issuing, and we were both right. Like, because frick 2 Dancing Lions.
Played Dancing Lion, which is
Oh, I was so close to dying to Ons here.
oh my god. On
Look, but you can see why I greeted it, right? You can all see why I greeted it and go, all right, I see you, I understand you, right?
CBD in quite the pickle for sure.
When he's at this life, and I hit him, and he blocks it, and I'm like, okay, one more hit. Boom! And look at how close it was! Oh, it was so close! And then, yup, out.
Yeah, that. Oh, Mitch almost died.
Oh my
And then I get him.
God. On's missing that last slash there. There it is, 2 jails now. And now we have that very, very scary
I think holding both of you back, that match was the weapon, that stupid knife. It was definitely holding us back. That's, yeah, very true.
Oh, he's gotta get out of the jail.
Ah, yeah. And so here's something that I did that CBD didn't do. I never grabbed the grace inside of the jails so that if I was forced to pivot out to Dancing Lions, I wouldn't have to walk back out like he does.
And now Josh can just go ahead and kill Noble as fast as he can.
Now, grabbing the grace can be safer, especially in the Bellarat jail where it's very possible to fall to your death. But yeah, it ends up losing him a little bit of time here.
Poise build up with those.
What's wrong with Bonnie Butchering Knife? It's just the AR just isn't quite there. Locked. Try to keep it in English. Unfortunately, I don't understand languages that are not English. You can grease it. I didn't know that. Didn't know that. Didn't know that. If I had known that, yeah, it's an okay weapon. It's a fine weapon. I didn't know that. So I don't think CBD did either. I don't think he greases it. So for both of us, it was a terrible weapon. I mean, maybe not terrible, but it was like a C tier weapon. It's like a at least it's a great axe. It's got good posture damage, poise damage, but just the AR on it is low, and we didn't know that it was greasable.
Probably not. Probably the DLC players would just go for Mesmer first before anything else.
Yeah.
CBD did use the Ash of War. I mean, greases are way better than the Ash of War. The Ash of War is garbage. I mean, I should have used the Ash of War because it's better than nothing, but
Over the Bellarat one, and he does have a little bit of progress here already, a little bit of head start on that Deathblade Dancing Lion compared to Mitch, but he still has.
you use the weapon art to full heal yourself, and you can grease it. But if you weapon art, then the grease goes away. But yeah.
But
Weapon art stores 2% heal per hit. Yeah, but it's also super slow to use. I don't know. It's hard to use in the middle of combat, I feel like. Using it at the start, though, for a buff would be good. I definitely should have used it. It was dumb of me not to use it at all, but in the middle of a fight can be tough. There are definitely situations, though, when the enemy, like, runs away.
Shot by that golem guy.
You can put the weapon away and take it out to reload it. gotta reload my weapon.
yeah, really interesting.
The only reason I knew that it was greasable was because you learned it in practice match in the past. I did?
That this might come down to just
Huh.
incidents on this
Even if it couldn't be
boss.
greased, I'm surprised neither of you went for
Not
rot
using
with the
grease and all
club.
that Deathblade and all that. I mean, it's tough to navigate the Deathblade.
How many hits would it take to rot something with the club?
On our screen, CBD
I mean, I guess you could upgrade the club, actually.
starting the fight here.
I guess you literally could have just had a plus 24 club just to apply rot and rot and freeze with. Yeah, and that would be better than the Bonnie Knife, and then you could swap to Bonnie Knife only once you can no longer status, yeah? I mean, it's very heavy to try to do that, though.
Resistance, and there it is, though, gets triple shot there by the Dancing Lion, dies.
Like 6, 7.
Here. Josh now going for Riker. Aggie not going for Riker.
When Josh gets ahead, Aggie goes for the ritual pots, and Josh goes for Rykard as Aggie marked ritual pots. Gotcha. Makes sense.
So I wonder what the plan is here for him. Maybe he's looking at ritual pots here instead first, because that is an easier pickoff. And thinking that maybe he has some time on it.
Yeah, I don't know that Aggie could have won both. I don't know how many pots Josh has at this point, so But I mean, getting one or the other when we're slightly ahead, I think is a totally fine play. And then it's just like, okay, and I should be ahead on Dancing Lions. Because I thought CBD raced me on Jails. If CBD got the Dancing Lion first try, he beats me on 2 Dancing Lions for sure, I think. And then we would have had to race on Mesmer, which both of us had the same progress on, so it just come down to who has a better fight. And then we would have had to race on Consort and Midra, so it would have come down to, do we split or do we race each other?
Tying again the dancing line here. Kind of rough.
Yeah, if CBD does have more Skidoo, they seem like they do have just like they have the same weapon. So, I mean, I don't think Mitch's damage is going to be much better. It just comes down to who knows to fight
Yeah,
better,
CBD is dying on the not Deathblight phase. I mean, I think part of that, and like, I'm not going to be too critical because it works very well for CBD, but like, I hate going armorless in the DLC. I think it is so easy to just die. Which I die a lot anyway. You can see I died on the other Dancing Lion with armor because I got random lightninged into a double hit. And so, like, taking any chance that a random lightning plus a single hit will just kill me, like, is not something that I am personally comfortable with.
CBD really has to pay attention to those headbutt attacks. They're really hard to deal with, but they're true combos, which is really, really annoying.
Would have more deaths without armor, yeah.
Yeah.
We haven't even seen Deathblight come out yet of this Dancing Lion.
Because the armor, I think, is like 20%, 25%, somewhere in there. Damage reduction to like all damage sources.
That's how it's supposed to be. Yeah.
Like, it's like the equivalent of having Ritual Shield Talisman on, but not just for the first hit, for every hit.
Phase 2 already for Josh on Rykard, so he's definitely
So, like, it's just something that I just think is just really, really strong to have.
Aggie here going for the last ritual pod here in Dragon.
New bingo objective, buy and discard Night Set. I hate it. No.
And Mitch started to show up.
That's dumb. Stop suggesting bad squares.
Depending on how it goes for Mitch, this might be GG's.
Armor also gives more Deathblight resist and every resist. That's true.
Left and right. Yeah, he does not have the Death Prince assist. There it is, Deathblight.
Dude, you should have at least invested in the Assist Talisman, which I did. But
I saw someone recently.
oh, okay. So this time he died to Deathblight. What happened? Yeah, the Forgs. Oh my God, it builds up so fast. And there's the breath. Oh, yeah. This exact same thing happened to me in one of my deaths. It's really stupid. So the lion does his breath. CBD's to the side of it, right? It's like, oh, okay, cool. And the breath ends. The lion is no longer breathing, and on any other breath, that would mean the breath has fully passed you and is gone. But with the Deathblight breath specifically, it lingers way out here. So CBD is just trying to circle back to the middle of the arena. Walks through the Deathblight that's just lingering out here. No speckled hard tier? Does that give you all resistances? I've never even considered the speckled hard tier. I don't even think I know for sure what it does. Didn't even understand what happened there during the match. Yeah, it's dumb. It's Deathblight Dancing Lion is a dumb boss. That's not designed well.
I saw someone recently say, it might have been MPT, I don't remember who it was, maybe it was Swed.
It was Swed. Swed said it's safer to stay near the lion instead of away from the lion when he does breath. He was talking specifically about the breath spin, but yeah.
Recently said that the best way to deal with Deathblight is to like...
That speckled hard tier clears status buildup and gives you increased resistances. You can use it to clear Deathblight.
Yeah.
Blessing of America should also clear it. Oh. Interesting. That actually could have been very helpful. Instead, I just buy the Prince of Death Sis and assume that that's good enough.
It is tough that those frogs are there too, man. That's brutal. So Josh just got the Rykard, just beat Rykard, and Aggie doesn't know that because there's no Rykard square. There's just no kill Rykard square, period. And so Now Josh is gonna go make Rykard great in progress, and Aggie. Well, to be fair, Aggie still needs this for Rykard and Mesmer, but
Yeah, so CBD was just on this Deathblight Lion for just way longer than me.
It's not really a time sink.
Yeah. Yeah.
But he doesn't know it.
Brutal to see you both struggling on this dancing line. Sorry to go through it. Looked like torture. It was.
He's gonna know. He's like, damn. Okay. Well.
Honestly, though, once I went away and came back with a clearer head, it was not that bad. It was just like commit to actually killing the Forgs.
Okay. If Dancing Lion does.
You know, just commit to it's okay. You don't have to hit the boss. You can just clear the Forgs because once it's 1v1, it's GG. You win.
Dude, that is so brutal for the DLC players. That's so much pressure. You have two, not only hard bosses, but long runs.
Okay, yeah, and I got sniped by the guy. I didn't know that he could hit you there.
Yeah.
It's, I mean,
It's a
yeah,
whole
that
shebang.
would be really mentally difficult for the DLC players. Let's just hope for their sake it doesn't get to that point, but also, I mean...
Yeah, and that caused me to enter the fight with 8 healing flasks instead of 12, which I think ends up killing me by the end of it.
I'm sure. And Mitch finally is added to the fight.
Because I was thinking about doing this one super slowly. I just knew that I couldn't one-shot the Forgs. So I thought I would leave them alive. I didn't know how much they chase. Because I do not practice the Deathblight Dancing Lion that much. Because he sucks, and I don't want to. And it makes me annoyed whenever I have to see him.
Deathblight not really happening anymore for the Deathblight Dancing Lion.
Okay, so CBD made it through the Deathblight phase.
I think 2 of them. Okay, now it's only 1.
So it should be relatively free from there. Well, there's still a few Forgs left, but...
That's just the normal.
He's clearing out the Forgs. Yeah, is that the last one? Is he through the Deathblight phase, no Forgs? Extra Skidoo helped a ton on round 2. Mitch was one-shotting. That was also because of the Leda armor, which makes you deal more damage on your dash attacks. And I believe it was also because I got through his phase 1 quickly enough that I still had my Flame Grant Me Strength and or Golden Vow up. Learned to skip in practice last night. The Golem can shoot you in the fight, and it will stagger the Lion in like 1 to 2 arrow shots. Yeah, I heard about that, and I was like, I'm not learning that. I guess I should have, but I was like, I'm not learning that.
See how he handles it.
I did hear about that from somebody, though.
CBD has to be careful here. Just took a hit.
Oh, Mitch also just took a hit.
The Frogs are not really giving Mitch that much of a hard time here. He does have the...
Not giving Mitch that much of a hard time. What do you mean? I've literally been running since the phase started and been able to get like 2 hits in. They've been giving me such a hard time. I had to run for like an hour.
And yeah, it looks like that this might be GG's here for Team Monkey Business on game 1.
Yeah, and then the Deathblight was really high up there, but I was like, I can take the riposte and live, and I barely lived. It was really close, though. Probably had active because you started 2-hitting again after a while, yeah. Lion resummons the Basilisk whenever it cycles back to its Blight phase, but please don't quote me on that. I'm quoting you on that. We're going to watch for when CBD's Lion cycles back into Deathblight phase and see if he resummons.
This is Mitch's square yet. This is still really close.
Well, no, Mitch already has one Dancing Lion down, though.
Yeah, that's true. But, I mean, incidents happen. I don't know. Maybe Mitch Deathblight and dies.
Parky! Parky, what are you doing? Parky, what are you doing to me? Parky! You can't say that. All right, I blame Parky. I blame Parky. You can't say that. I don't know. What if Mitch just dies from here? Oh, what if well, I mean, he's got the Lion low, but what if he just dies from here, huh?
I mean, he's still dodging those frogs. As much as he can. He's got to be really careful here.
This fight is so chaotic.
It's very chaotic, yeah. Stagger here for CBD. CBD also in the same boat.
He did resummon the Forgs. Look. Deathblight, Forgs. Yeah. That's so dumb.
CBD also
Doesn't get the riposte like I did.
Cannot go for the riposte because those frogs are spitting.
Yeah, and we're both just forced to run away at this point. It was so dumb.
More frogs frogs have spawned in, even though he just killed
What are
all
your
of them.
thoughts on today's match?
They didn't need the frog.
You looking for anything specific? I mean, my thought was Frog Car Spin outplayed positive vibes.
And here we have it, Josh going.
I think match 1. Oh no, I accidentally clicked. Where were we?
Now
Earlier
with
than that.
lion. So once you take care of the frogs, it's not that bad.
Is this the attempt?
It's definitely bypassing.
It's just gonna put me in a bad.
No. It's the earlier one.
See
Oh,
players
it's
figure out
it's this one.
everything. Now, that much.
All right.
Spitting.
Here's about where we were. I think the first match could have been a lot closer if Adef didn't get the Tialier skip death bug, because he actually would have won on Mikola crosses if he went for it, which would have been huge and put him ahead on the thing after Mikola crosses, so he wouldn't have also lost Drain the Water, potentially. But he got the Tialier skip bug, which killed him, so he knew he couldn't contest Mikola crosses, but then he also kind of still half went for it, and because of that, wasn't able to warp back immediately for Drain the Water, so also was behind on Drain the Water. So he lost 2 squares off the bat because of 1 bug that he got. So I think it could have been closer. I still think Frog Car Spin just played overall, you know, better, even disregarding that. But, like, it was a little unfortunate to see, like, damn, the team that is playing better also... you know, got the lucky nice start of they just get to kind of win the first 2 squares. Well, I mean, you could also just argue ADF just should have pivoted off and not even gone for Mikola crosses and instead drained the water, but yeah. Tialier skip bugs are so annoying. Yep. If you mess up Tialier skip, you know, that can be on you, but like when it's like you hit it correctly, you land in the right spot, and the game just kills you anyway, that one's just the really dumb one.
Great Rune is now down there for the base game players, and now they sit and ponder.
Yep. I wonder if.
Yeah, Josh does get Restore Rykard's Great Rune.
I'm curious why Aggie went for Ritual Pots. Maybe he thought he had progress on. He had more progress on the Rykard Square and had the time.
Honestly, it's probably a good thing. Maybe not. I was gonna say maybe it's a good thing that Josh got the
All right, Mitch, you're getting hit.
Rykard's Great Rune, because if Aggie had gotten the Rykard's Great Rune and we just needed any 1 square to win, CBD probably pivots off Dancing Lion bosses sooner and goes straight to Mesmer.
Has to be careful about.
Also, this was some bull here, if I remember right.
All right, Mitch.
Yeah, what like hits me early here? Hold on. So he does the stomp, and I get hit early. Look, I get hit before his foot even lands.
Dying here to the Deathblight Dancing Lion.
His foot is up. It's on the way down, but it hasn't stomped yet. Why am I hit? Because you need to roll when it hits the ground in order to avoid the frost. Why am I hit? He hasn't stomped yet. That one's dumb. Same bug happened to you match 2. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. And then you didn't get your runes back right away. I was like, "Oh my god, this is horrendous." Like I was like, "Is this going to fully swing the match?" But then it didn't matter cuz you still outplayed them for sure. Question for you speedrunners. How much of a time loss is it if you pick up the Kukris and go to Gatefront Grace versus rushing straight to Agil Lake North? No idea. During this match, why didn't you split progress between Midra and Consort? Wouldn't that have guaranteed your win regardless of what your opponent does? Going straight for Consort also guaranteed my win regardless of what my opponent did, as long as I killed him first try. That's why. I'll mention it in a second when we get there, but... See, and then... I had to just run to try to heal, and then just get frosted, and then it's a frosty, and I get double hit here. Like, it's so dumb. It was so dumb.
Oh my god.
Die to a hitbox that shouldn't be active, causing me to need to run away and heal into a double hit. Like, this was such bull. This entire match was just like, how bullshit can the DLC be? It was so incredibly stupid. Basically, every death I had was to something that is literally just not supposed to happen. It was all so stupid. The runes was so messed up. It really was.
I mean, the board is literally kill Consort Radon, Mesmer, Midra, and Deathblight Dancing Lion, and that's all that's
MVP Deathblight Lion, yeah.
left. Like, there's so much pressure on them right
I
now.
figured out a sub 9-minute Somber 9, figured out right in time for the season to end.
Yep.
Oh no, they're gonna.
I mean, I hope it's not useful for the future, Tom, because I think Somber 9 needs to go. Needs to go. I think Somber 9 is either the worst square that exists on the board or the second worst square that exists on the board. The only square I think that might be a worse square for Bingo, a more unjustified thing that is purely negative for Bingo, is only maybe DLC sorceries because of the duplicates. Other than that, I think Somber 9 is easily, by far, the worst square in Bingo and should be entirely removed. And we'll get to that when we get to the square tier list, because, like, it is stupidly bad.
Melania here for Josh, by the way. He's just practicing a little bit of Melania.
Yep.
Make it Somber 10? That doesn't help, because the Somber 10 you can still get just as easily.
Oh, this is brutal.
Yeah, this is
Somber 20 is behind the Somber 10. Yeah, the Somber 10 is behind the Erdtree Avatar and Haligtree, so like you could get to 10 just as easily. In fact, people probably should just be doing it anyway, but I think people have gotten the habit of 9, but yeah.
Definitely way farther ahead on this Deathblight. Oh my lord, though. Lots of Deathblight coming out from the frogs and the Deathblight
Wow,
lying
that
itself.
like didn't do much build up.
Yeah, this time I was like, I will kill the Forgs, it's fine.
Got that Death
Right.
Prince persist thing, which is
Yeah.
really, really, really useful.
But then he does the stupid swirly breath, and I get the same thing as CBD, where I'm running away after the swirly breath, and it's just lingering and just kills me.
Really
God, this boss is so bad.
Oh. Okay, it's building. Oh my, he's
This boss is so bad.
Oh my goodness.
And Johnny Appleseed just made another tree. There it is.
Number 9 and Smithing 16 create very interesting games IMO. Granted, most players always rush it. Don't see how it's any different from any other easy rush square. No, Somber 9 always makes for the worst games every single time. Smithing 16, maybe it's still not the best square, but Smithing 16 has a trade-off. If you go for Smithing 16, you are giving up on Somber. So you will actually have a trade-off of you have a worse weapon if you go for Smithing 16 than if you just built up a Somber weapon in the same amount of time. Somber 9 is exactly what you would want to do anyway. The literal exact thing that you want to do, you just get rewarded for it. And so there is no way that anyone on any board ever can do anything other than Somber 9. There's rush squares in the DLC as well. There's Blessings of America, there's Larval Tears, there's Talismans, but all of those require at least a little bit out of your way. Even if it's not that much, Drain the Water is only like 30 seconds out of your way if you're going backside anyway. There's a lot that aren't far out of your way, but everyone is at least like a little bit out of your way. Somber 9 is literally the exact thing that you would want to do if you were just told, you've got a minute to do whatever you want. Maybe not a minute, whatever, you've got 5 minutes at the start of the match to do whatever you want. It would be, I'm going to make a Somber 9 weapon. So Somber 9 is always the worst square on the board. 100% of the time. Again, except for the possibility of the randomizer screwing you over with duplicate sorceries, but that's a bug issue, not a square issue necessarily.
Souls-like game and Souls game has that though. Like Liza P has it with like corruption or whatever, right?
Disruption, yeah.
Is it disruption? I am.
So then I pivot out to Mesmer. And the reason I pivot out to Mesmer is because given that CBD has not yet marked Dancing Lion, I know he's skill issuing just like I am. And so if I go for Mesmer first, all I need is Mesmer and any one other square. Whereas if CBD pivoted off first and got to Mesmer, well, now it's like, oh god, now I kind of need Dancing Lions, because if he also gets Dancing Lions, it's like I have to win both of these, and then that's really tough. So I'm like, if I split off and do Mesmer,
Oh, stop rolling into the
then I'm only one square away, and I just need to win any of these three.
CBD going for the same exact thing. And Mitch now
Pivot was huge, yep.
going for Mesmer instead. I think they're realizing, they're like, hey,
Oh
we
my
don't have
gosh.
to actually go for this. We can just go for majority. Let me just go for
Just
Mesmer.
majority. Yeah, I mean, that's not a bad idea.
That's the right pivot. He knows CBD has to waste time on Lions. They can just do other stuff. Yeah.
He's like,
And then,
"You know what?
and then
Screw
what
this fight."
though?
Yeah, Mesmer.
And then once I get Mesmer,
Yeah,
it makes full sense to go full consort. And the reason that it makes full sense to go full consort is because I know I'm ahead on consort because I have Mesmer done, and CBD 100% does not, because Josh has restored Rykard's rune. So Josh has Rykard dead, which means CBD does not have Mesmer dead, which means I'm ahead on consort.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's so crazy how much people
So,
decide this fight. I
We can like somewhat skip ahead, because the strategic thing is I know once I get Mesmer, I'm just set.
Oh wow.
yes, it's really nice actually, and it has the same moveset. I believe.
Interested on what the numbers are on the win rate of the team that gets the Somber 9 square. It might not be like crazy. It might not be like 80% or 90%, but it always makes for a much less interesting start to the game, because there is no option. The thing that I like about a lot of rush squares in the DLC is a lot of players have started going for, oh, fine, you take the rush square. I'm going to go for this other thing instead, right? 8F did it against me in our match. It was like there was only one rush square. It was 3 perfumes, which isn't like that much of a rush square, but it was the only thing on the board. And 8F said, fine, you have it. I'll go somewhere else. 8F... I think it was 8F. Was it 8F versus Tom that was like, fine, you have larval tears. I'll go or some, like, there's a lot of like potential strategy to like, I don't think I'm going to win this rush square, so I'm going to give it up. But you can't give up Somber 9, or your opponent gets a square and is more set up than you. The whole point is that a rush square should take away from your setup, not give you setup. A rush square giving you setup is the antithesis of what a rush square should be. It should be something that you are rushing towards, as opposed to what you would otherwise be doing, which is setup.
I really don't know.
Which is why I also think Mikula Crosses is a bad square, because it gives you not a weapon setup, but it gives you map progress that you would otherwise be doing. I think Mikula Crosses is the third worst square in the game.
Bad mood for the second game, so I'm just gonna go fight Consort Dawn instead.
That's fair. And it also puts some extra pressure, I believe, on CBD as well, because he's gonna see Rykard Mesmer mark. He's gonna be like, dude.
I think it's bad, just not the worst or second worst square or whatever. I think it's easily the worst or second worst. I do not think there is anything else that remotely comes close for what it does to Bingo.
Yeah,
Like,
definitely
it's not the one that I would least like to do as a player. Like, there's ones I would definitely less want to do, like 2 Dancing Lions. I hate doing that one as a player, but it's... I think this one it has a reasonable reason to exist. I don't think the Somber 9 has any reason to exist.
In addition to the guy still fighting during it.
Oh my god, CBD again, really close to dying to that Deathblight there.
Yeah. Got a nice Mesmer.
In the next game, I think Josh ends up screwed by the +9, even though he gets it, because Aggie sat on his stones and found Steeple. Yeah, you know, you're not wrong about that, but that is a coincidence and not a consequence of the square. Like, saying even the worst square can be okay, you know, once in a blue moon is not really saying much for it, right? It's only okay if the first Somber check happens to be a terrible weapon and the 5th Somber check happens to be a good weapon. Like, you know? Because if the first Somber check that they both did was the best weapon, then whoever gets the Somber 9 square is just ahead.
Nice stagger.
It was a cool moment, yeah.
The backstab riposte.
It was a moment where something that usually is dumb became okay, which is nice, but does not justify the usual harm that it does.
Honestly, if he's able to get the burst off, that'd be great. Goes into win phase here for Dancing Light. That's actually really good.
Yeah, this I hated this Mesmer. Like, so what does he do it after? He does it after landing there. No. He does it after this spin. That is a rare one for him to explode after. That is a really rare one for him to explode after. I still should have backed out, but like, man, that was tough. I even have a perfectly timed dodge, but it doesn't matter because the explosion just goes through it. I hate the explosion move on Mesmer. I think I literally could not have gotten out in time even if I started running after the first R1, but yeah. And then I'm in a weird spot, and so then the snake hits at a weird timing, and I just die. That was so unfortunate.
Just has to be careful. Oh, wait, Mitch died to Mesmer.
Yeah, this was literally the match of every single boss did the worst RNG that is even feasibly possible. It was so stupid. Counter-argument would be that Somber 9 creates more powerful weapons than a regular bingo game and makes for an interesting difference in fights for the viewers. No? Not sure how much the average weapon is upgraded in a bingo game, though. The average weapon is upgraded to 9 at some point in a game of bingo. Just usually there's a trade-off for when you want to do that. Usually there's a trade-off of whether you want to do that early or whether you want to only go to 4, get a square, then upgrade to 9, right? Usually there is a trade-off and you'll get to 9 eventually. Instead, there is no trade-off. You get to 9 now because it gives you a square for free. While doing what you want to do anyway.
Oh my god. What is happening? Chat, you asked for Bingus? Here's Bingus. Despair.
You know what? Like, regardless of Mitch disliking the dancing line and not wanting to do it, I think going for Mesmer is kind of the better choice anyway, because, yeah, it gives you progress towards Concert Radon, which they're gonna need one more square anyway. So I do think, regardless...
It's so sad. Mesmer is still my second favorite boss in the game. It's just so sad that they made the explosion as horrendous as it is. Because if they just, like... If it just was not for the explosion, he'd be so much better of a boss.
I don't actually have to hard commit like I thought I had to.
I'm curious to hear...
He's got a few other minor things, but like the explosion is just, it's so horrendous.
I don't care about this line anymore.
Perfection is hard to achieve. They've only done it once in Elden Ring. That's right, it's Midra, baby. It's peak. Honestly, Midra even still has some shenanigans, but he's the closest. My goat.
Mesmer phase 2 here again for Mitch. Melania phase 2 here for Aggie. Melania phase 1.
Late 10 out of 10. Oh, about to make me crash out all over again. What's wrong with it? Never had an issue with it. With what? With which thing in particular are you asking about, since we kind of bounced around what we were talking about? Bed of Chaos yet to be topped. Bed of Chaos stays on top. By the way, that Bonnie knife is kind of bad. No, we figured that out. Yeah, we figured that out by the end of this match. It honestly would be fine if I remembered that it was greasable, though.
Mitch is gonna go for majority, but I'm sure it's still frustrating.
Like, look at how little that repose damage does. He's at this health. He's at this health. I hit him. I mean, it's a backstab, and it does more if it's a front stab. But still, look at how little damage that he's a tiny little riposte.
Yes.
I guess it needs greases, yeah. Talking about Pete Gladjory's finally being discussed. True. Mesmer explosion. IDK seems fine to me. So it's if you are in the middle of an attack when he starts it, you just get hit. Period. Especially if it's a relatively heavy weapon, you literally just get hit if you are in the middle of an attack when he starts it, which is bad. That is just not good boss design. If you are sitting there after every attack that he does and just going, I better stay away in case he explodes. Yeah, you can get out fine. But I think any attack that just hits you, if you are close, you literally cannot get out of, it will hit you, I think is a badly designed move. Period, end of story. I don't think nuance needs to be added to that. Romina has a lot of bad moves like that. If she just does butterflies when you're near her, you just get ticked instantly. Her phase transition, same thing. Melania's waterfowl for most people is that. If you're in the middle of an attack when she starts up waterfowl, unless you know the close-up circle, and even sometimes then, you are just guaranteed to get hit. Doesn't it have a large startup? Am I thinking of a different move? It has a startup. Here, let me show you the length of its startup. So watch Mesmer.
Yeah.
I hit him. He hasn't started yet. He starts as I have ended my move. I've already ended it, and I'm able to move backwards. As the instant he starts it, well, technically I'm like still picking it up, but like, I'm able to start moving a split second after he starts it, and I still have to roll out to barely make it out of range. If I had been in the middle of an attack, like if my attack had not already hit and I was picking it up, I would have gotten hit with no way to get out in time. So you meant the opening orb. No. The opening orb is totally fine. It's the blood explosion. I don't know what to call that. This is the one that sucks.
Mitch is gonna go for majority, but I'm sure it's still frustrating to see like, oh, I'm contesting this and Mitch doesn't.
I agree. Cool.
Yeah, this is gonna be really tough for sure.
Melanie eating staggers like crazy is so annoying too. Yep.
There's definitely a lot of extra pressure.
But I just think that is just a true statement of if during the enemy's punish window you choose to punish them and you guaranteed get hit for it because you can't get out of something in time, I think that is always a badly designed move.
Well, I mean, he's not gonna go Midra, right? Like.
Yeah. 12 to 10 right now. Monkey Business needs one more square. They win the first match here in this best of threes.
Yeah, so once I get Mesmer, I go to Consort because now I know I'm ahead. So all I have to do is kill Romina, and then I'm in Enir Illim before CBD possibly could be in Enir Illim. Oh, CBD, I think, actually gets the Dancing Lion here.
That is very true. I forgot about that. All Remembrance weapons should be in the Enya Remembrance shop, not in...
Base Serpent's Fury is a whack move on an otherwise great spot. That's what it's called. Base Serpent's Fury. Okay. I didn't know move names. I guess that's the move in like the code, like people have data mined the move names.
There it is. CBD does
Oh
get
my
the kill with the
gosh.
Death by Dancing Lion. There it is.
Hey, got it.
I mean, now it sucks that he has to do something also bad, but like, I'm happy for him that he.
Oh, something weapons. I was questioning the weapon in
Like, the guess is,
particular.
like, what do you
This weapon? Oh, this weapon sucks. Yeah, but it was the only thing that we had realistically available to us aside from the katana check, which I never do the katana check anymore because the great katanas are incredible, but it's only 2 of them that you can possibly get. And then I think there are 7 regular katanas you can get, and I don't love any of the regular katanas. I mean, Uchi, definitely good enough. Nagakiba, definitely good enough. The other, like, 5 that you can get, they're usable, but I don't love them. I would rather have this than random katana. I'd rather have this than Starline Sword, which maybe is wrong. Maybe Starline Sword is just strictly a better weapon, but I'm more comfortable with the Great Axe moveset.
And I forgot that CBD hadn't fought the Bellerot one.
So that was my idea. CBD heads for Romina first, which is technically a slight routing mistake because he's going to have to get the Grace, then warp out to Mesmer, then warp back, so it costs him a warp and warp back. But
Good pivot.
isn't the worst thing. It doesn't really matter. It's just technically you should always go for Mesmer first.
I do wonder.
Dragon Scale is decent. No, you're totally right. Dragon Scale is decent. Yeah, so you're right. There's like 3 decent and like 4 that are mid. So honestly, that's not bad odds technically then, I guess.
Dancing Lions. Right now anymore.
If you got Serpent Bone Blade though, oh man, you'd be unhappy.
For Mitch, is like he's not seeing anything marked.
Isn't it called Mesmer's Orb and the exact one we get from his remembrance, or is there a pickup for the Mesmer spell? Mesmer Orb makes sense, though. I know at least what you're talking about with Mesmer's Orb.
Try to do the fight again.
I mean,
It's like how both base game players ran out of stuff to do and then just both went straight to Melania. You have to. You got to get the practice, just in case it comes up for match 2.
yeah. Yeah, this is one of those times where we say, okay, as long as we snipe every...
Mesmer's Orb is the big fire orb attack. Yeah.
So yeah, CBD doesn't have Mesmer yet, right?
Don't tell me you're a Nagakiba hater. I'm not a Nagakiba hater. I think it's the second best regular katana. That sometimes I like better than Uchi, but I do think Uchi is better. I think Unsheath is better than Piercing Fang in general. But in the DLC, there's a lot of Pierce weakness. Maybe Nagakiba is slightly better in the DLC. I'm not sure.
Doing the whole Bellerot walk?
But I like Uchi better than Nagakiba, but I do like Nagakiba.
Good point for sure. I didn't think about that.
Yeah, this gives him progress towards...
And then this was also tilting. I get caught by 1,000 things on the ground, and then I'm in the backstab animation. You can see my character start the backstab animation, but I don't get the iframes. Thank you, game.
Assuming he knows how to do that skip.
Look, he goes, huh, and then dies. Like,
Point.
So this is actually not a bad idea, yeah.
maybe if I slow it down, it'll be more obvious. Also, the only reason I get caught by these is because the lion does random lightning, which is super rare for him to do. Super rare. And then I don't have enough stamina to jump these, so I have to start rolling, which is even less stamina efficient.
Assuming he knows how to do that skip.
Plus, that's not even overlapping with me. I shouldn't even get hit by this. And my character, there's the start of the backstab animation. You can clearly see the camera shifting and my character starting to move their weapon. And then this, which I guess it explodes bigger than it looks, I guess is why it hits me. Hits me anyway. So silly. So silly.
Died to the
And
freaking
Mitch
spiral.
dies.
This is giving CBD
Oh
some
my
time.
God.
This is giving him some time. There it
You ran
is.
defeat consort, you can run past and be safe. I could quit out and be safe, but quitting out is slower than backstabbing. I'm not gonna run by and have both of them doing circles at me. We quit out and defeat consort.
It's over. Like, this is actually
Oh
getting kind
my
of close.
god.
I also needed to heal.
Parky,
I
whenever
mean,
she gets to
Mitch's
say her
death there.
slogan, just has a big smile on her face.
But it's real.
I guess I should have quit out because it is technically safer if your character dies in a backstab animation, but
Pivoting off of Dancing Lion.
it won't hit you from behind?
This Mitch dying.
I mean, he literally did there, but I guess you're saying if you're more than like 10 feet beyond him?
A thing now.
Yeah. This could turn into a crazy goose chase.
That
For
would
sure.
be crazy.
I've said in the beginning, but I missed it. Can you explain what happened with the Winged Greathorn? What is the rule that prevented you to use it? It is a remembrance weapon. I believe it's from the Regal Ancestor Spirit's Remembrance. And so because it is a remembrance weapon, there's apparently a rule, or maybe it's just a gentleman's agreement, I don't know, but there's apparently some sort of thing where bingo players have agreed not to use remembrance weapons if they're in the shop, because the randomizer is not supposed to put remembrance weapons into the shop, but there is a bug where it will. So for some reason, we are not supposed to use remembrance weapons if they are in the shop. I don't really know what the point of that rule is. I know the point of you can't use that as a remembrance weapon for the killer remembrance boss with the remembrance weapon square. That obviously makes sense. It would defeat the purpose of the square, but I don't know why we can't just use it as a weapon. I don't know. Near the next stairwell. Okay.
But it would be crazy to see that actually happen.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. But also, backstabbing works
Holy
99% of the time, so I thought it would work this time, but I guess we hit the 1%.
No horrors.
They're not even that good, right? And they take a lot of stats, too. Like, they're perfectly fine weapons to use. It's just we are not allowed to because I think it's because it would be confusing to viewers. And then I didn't quite rotate enough for the backstab here. This, I'm on tilt. I'm not playing well. I quit out after I don't have to. This was silly.
I don't know who they each have in the later fight, but I feel like both of their damage being so bad is not going to be really great during the later fight.
You just get one less weapon check if the bug happened. Yep, which is what happened in this game. That's the reason we have to use such a bad weapon, is because we had less weapon checks in round table hold, and so there was nothing good. I mean, I guess there still could have been nothing good even with that weapon check, but...
But that sometimes can also be a little scary. But we'll see how that plays out.
Get that started me to backseat in hindsight. No, you're good, Tom. You're good.
Neither of them got rid of more. I mean, maybe they'll do it later, but...
A random chatter says that, and I'm like, all right. But no, it like I appreciate the legitimate advice.
Yeah, him just running at you.
Yeah, I didn't know that. But I will
Well, he has like rock pots.
keep that in mind for the future.
The shield push.
Ugh, I also just wish that the backstab had worked. Is like the main thing. I don't feel necessarily like I did anything wrong, but it is something good to learn for the future.
Phase 2 Mesmer here. For
Mods, timeout, Tom. 1,000 years.
About to be at the big staircase into the Letta fight.
Oh god, CBD.
As the reigning Bingo champion, Tom gets a free pass on the backseating. I mean, as also the person who keeps taking my defeat consort records from me until the
This is just a
Chinese, Japanese runners took it from both of us. He also gets to say whatever he wants. I can't say shit.
tough to reset.
Base game and DLC players are completely separate, except for the combo squares plus the remembrance rewards are randomized too. Yeah.
I don't even know if we have enough time. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, that's a good point, dude. One of these games in season 5.
Bingo ranting might as well be as peak as Bingo itself. Yeah. All right. So yeah, you can see here. I know I'm way ahead of CBD heading into Enir Illim, heading into the Leda fight, heading into the consort fight. So this is why I chose to go straight for consort, because I knew I had at least one attempt for free that I could not be sniped on. And while I'm doing this, I basically get info on what CBD's doing, because if he finishes Dancing Lions, then I know that I have 2 or 3 attempts on consort. If he doesn't finish Dancing Lions, then I know he's pivoted off, and so I can go back to it. If he's going for Midra, then I don't care. I get to try for both of these, you know? That was the thought. The thought was go for the thing that I am guaranteed a head on, so I can't get sniped. Whereas if I continued on Dancing Lions, it's possible that I get Dancing Lion to 5%, and I'm like, oh my god, I got it, and then CBD finally marks it, and now I have no advantage on consort anymore. Or it's possible, you know, as I go for Midra, it's like, oh, whoops, CBD was actually going for Midra this whole time. I get sniped on Midra, and now I've lost all that progress. Consort Radon was the only one I knew that I could not possibly be sniped on.
Get in there, Nathan. Show him what you got.
I care about 2 gods more. Yeah.
See anyone talk to more of this game. Maybe I just missed it, but having more in that fight would just make this a lot longer.
Yeah, for 2 gods run is sub 2 hours. Can I get a free pass too? Ooh. You know, if we're doing 2 gods runs specifically, maybe. 100% in the driver's seat. Yeah, that was my thought. I'm in the driver's seat, and I know I'm in the driver's seat, so just play well. And my Leda goes basically perfectly. I get Dane just to 50%, then get all my stamina back, then do bop, 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 bop. Don't let him heal. Bop, bop. He's dead. Perfect. Perfect Dane. I knew exactly what I wanted to do on Dane. Leda, I'm like, let's try out the crouch strat. Crouch. Yoop. Get right by her. Bop. 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 Crouch. Bop. 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 Crouch again, because I'm low on stamina. She tries to back off. I'm like, I'm not letting you heal after this back off. Bop. Don't you dare. Perfect Leda. I was like, yes, I'm 1,000% ahead on consort.
He'll show up when he's ready. Like, that's what it says. Like, he'll show up when the time is right or something. Oh my god, man.
Used up all my good luck on Leda. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, so CBD has to catch up while I get to go straight into the consort fight. Here's where I would have really loved to have Grease. CBD also had Horn Scent. Yeah, which, like, if Consort is on the board, in my opinion, I know that in the Defeat Consort and the Two Gods runs, you can leave Horn Scent up and it can be, like, 5 seconds faster or something. But in any bingo where you don't have a weapon as good as Bloodhound's Fang, it will always be faster to summon Horn Scent in the Mesmer fight so that he's not in the Leda fight. It will always be faster. Don't think I've seen a better Leda, to be honest. For that weapon, that was optimal. And it definitely could have been a lot faster. A Bleed and Freeze weapon that also staggers them would have done the same thing, just, like, in, like, 5 less hits for each of them. That's why you get Golden Vow and Flame Grant Me Strength just for Leda. Yep. Oh, I mean, honestly, for the whole board, like, the time it takes to get it is not that long, and it helps on every single fight. Like, I think... I'm not gonna say I'm overall the best, DLC player or anything like that, but, like, I think my strategy of Flame Grant Me Strength and Golden Vow is just better than what other people are doing. I strongly think all of my fights are just faster than they would have been. And I think it pays for itself in probably 2 fights at the most. I think as long as there are more than 2 fights left on the board, it's worth it to get Golden Vow and Flame Grant Me Strength. Unless you are racing for something at that exact moment that you need right now. It's applicable to some fights, not all. What fight would it not be applicable to?
That's definitely rough. No bleeds, no frost to kind of get you past.
I think it is always worth it.
Pure raw damage.
Yeah, I mean, he obviously knows the fight though, so.
Yeah, I also really wish there had been a parry shield. A parry shield, and I'm taking him down easy, but.
Yes. 1 death. Maybe 2.
Like, I think,
You cast for like 8 seconds before the fight.
Mitch dies once. First tries Leda. I think it will be relatively even.
You cast for...
Depends on how long he's in this fight, I guess, too, yeah.
8 sounds too long, but I could believe 5 for sure.
I do wonder if this gets sniped.
If it's actually 8, that is quite a bit. So how long would a fight have to be for them to make it up? What's the damage buff on Golden Vow spell, and what's the damage buff on Flame Grant Me Strength? Why do you roll to the right during Consort's combo? For the light beams part. 15 and 20, so 1.15 times 1.2 is 38% total increased damage. So, in order to get 8 seconds worth of increased damage, I need the 0.38 part to be worth 8 seconds. So I take 8 seconds and divide it by 0.38. As long as the fight lasts more than 21 seconds, Golden Vow and Flame Grant Me Strength is worth it. Assuming that you did consistent damage throughout the entire fight. On a lot of fights, that damage is front-loaded. Like the literal first few seconds of the fight, you get more, and then it's lower from there. So we'll say about an average of you need a 20-second fight for it to be worth it. Somewhere around there. Golden Vow takes 5 seconds on its own, it feels like. It does feel long. Can you not cast while walking? I don't recall. Not really. They both kind of make you stop. Flame Grant Me Strength is only a 30-second buff, then you have to recast. Yeah. Flame Grant Me Strength sometimes is like 2 to 3 hits. Golden Vow does work. 2 to 3 hits in 30 seconds? I mean... I don't... even if that were the case, which it isn't, but even if that were the case, that would mean that the amount of hits that it saves you, if you're only getting 2 to 3 hits in 30 seconds, that would still mean that it is saving you a lot of time, because even though it's not saving you many hits, every hit would be worth a lot of time. You can do it directly by time. It's a direct time equivalent mathematical thing that you can do. Exaggeration, I guess, but DLC bosses like to stall, which makes something like Golden Vow and Flame Grant Me Strength more worth it, because usually the opener of bosses you can get more hits in and then they stall after that. So having higher damage during the opener is usually worth more than having consistent damage throughout the entire fight. And so since buffs affect the start, it's usually more worth it. But yeah, any fight that's longer than 20 seconds, it's probably worth it. If a fight is 30 seconds and you get the full use out of both of your buffs, it's, I think, very worth it. And Golden Vow lasts way longer than the 30 seconds, so every second past 30, it becomes even more and more and more and more worth it. I should have also rebuffed for Consort every time that he stalled, but I kept forgetting.
Taking a lot of damage here already. He has to be careful. Slam down.
Yeah, the weapon was a little slower than I expected. Got myself hit for it.
Only single flasks. 10 flasks left.
The classic, oh, I finally have an opportunity to hit, but I need to heal instead. It's brutal.
He just missed here. Luckily, I recognized it and roll late, because if you roll at the regular time, you just get hit. That was a really unlucky thing to happen. He's stalling again.
All right, after image attack.
All right, have a good one, Furtive Pick Me.
Okay, we're done stalling a bit.
Yeah, so I should have rebuffed right here. There is time to rebuff there with Flame Grant Me Strength. Not enough time for Golden Vow, I don't think, but there is enough time for Flame Grant Me Strength.
Be really good against the NPCs.
Or just Hone Blade. I could have done Hone Blade as well, which would have also healed me. I have never seen him just miss before. Nah, it has ruined many of our speedruns. It can be real bad.
Why are both of them healing when they attack? Is there something that they've got on the weapon or something that they're
Yes,
wearing?
that is part of the weapon, passive.
Okay.
Part of the
Okay.
butchering knife, if you will.
Nice. Yeah. It's not an incredible amount of heal, but it's something.
Yeah, it's like just one like small smidge per hit, which is still nice though. It
Yeah.
adds up for sure. Okay, Mitch has to be careful
Yeah.
here. Took a hit again. Half health on Constant Radon currently. Double flasks here. 7 flasks left.
So is
CBD.
Mitch even doing yellow damage? I don't even think he is anymore.
Sometimes he is.
I was not doing yellow damage, not even close to yellow damage.
Can we get some red damage in the chat? You guys have red damage emo or something?
Red damage. I don't think so, but we could probably add one. I don't know. Would it be red
No,
damage?
you don't. Well, I mean.
Yeah, this was just such a slow Radon. This was awful.
Like, almost
Is
like
Leda
no
dead?
damage.
Is Dane all that's left? Is CBD
I
dead
think
too?
no.
Finish
Leda's
this
fighting
Oh.
Nathan over there.
Natan, yeah.
They're on their own date. And oh my.
Another stall that I should have rebuffed Flame Grant Me Strength again.
All right, here we go. Yeah, at this point, one death from Mitch would super even this out.
Yeah.
God, I'm nervous.
We do have
My
the
heart is, like,
explosion happening here
racing.
too. In just a moment.
Yeah, pretty clean fight for Mitch.
Just has to be careful not to get true comboed in any way. Nice rolls.
Great dodge.
Has to be careful not to get true comboed. He had to say it.
Oh my God, I can't watch.
CBD has to be careful. Leda getting a little crazy with it.
And I got the stagger right as he was gonna blast off. That was huge. I was at that point I was like, oh my god, I might actually do it.
The explosion? I think he did. Oh my god, he did. Wait, that's
Yup.
huge. Mitch actually.
I kept up the pressure enough to actually get a stagger, and it was at the perfect moment.
Is he gonna do it again?
No, like he just completely
That's
skips it. Yeah.
He just like forgets that he was about to do it.
Yep. Yeah, pretty much. CBD does deal with the Leda fight here, but I don't think that really matters unless Mitch has a big oopsie poopsie here. 4 hits should do it.
And then he's like 2 hits away, and then here comes the...
Oh! He
Yeah.
gets hit though. Oh my god. No!
Yeah, that was so stupid. Like, so watch the whole sequence. Watch the whole sequence.
Yeah, pretty much. CBD does deal with the Letta fight here, but I don't think that really matters unless Mitch has a big oopsie poopsie here.
Curse you, Dom!
4 hits should do it.
Fully dodge, fully avoid, do good. I'm over here. The light beams spawn over there. Oh, that's not the one that ticks me. So here he does that. I dodge that. Dodge in the direction that you have to dodge, like through the attacks. The light beam is supposed to be in front of him, so rolling to the right is supposed to avoid it. But what's this light beam? Yo! Oh. There it finally goes. Aggie, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. We're reviewing the Bingus. Would you have lived if you healed the full a tiny bit earlier? There wasn't really a good opportunity to, and you don't really want to waste your heals like that, especially because the Bonnie Knife has free healing on hits. Technically, maybe. Probably. But it would have been not a great general gamble. And then because the light beam hits me here, right, so he does this, which is a horrendous attack to see. I dodge through the actual hits, which is what you're supposed to do. Somehow the light beam clips me. That's not supposed to happen. Which forces me to get hit by these, which really sucks. I successfully dodge the next thing. I think I have to heal here, which is technically a mistake. I should have just waited out one more attack, because this isn't like a super safe heal opportunity. But I'm like... At this point, I'm panicking because I'm like, oh god, please just do not do a fast attack. Guess what he does? Fast attack. Hits me. Which negates the healing, but that would be okay. Except that then the light beam hits me, which sucks. But I'm like, okay, that only still gets me back to the health that I was at. I should still be fine. As long as I dodge this double again. Guess what?
Oh my god.
The same light beam that shouldn't have hit me the first time hits me the second time as well and kills me. It was the dumbest sequence I've ever seen. It was literally just like, hey, that's not supposed to hit. Oh, it hits anyway. Cool. Okay, it's not supposed to hit again. It hits again. Die. So stupid. It was so stupid. I just literally got memed twice in a row with nothing I could do about it. Because if I didn't heal, I still get hit by that and I still die. It didn't matter what I did there. If the game was going to screw me over like that, I was just dead. It was so stupid.
This is like neck and neck right now.
Yeah, CBD's on the staircase. He's making his way up. We're going to see the difference here. Blue Dancer Charm versus Armor.
Yeah, and then Aggie's like, don't go back into Consort. Just pivot out. And I'm like, you're right. You're right. You're 100% right. Get me out of here.
Mitch quits out.
I yelled no so loud at that point. Yeah. I like, we have watched, and every single death I had was to some bull that is not supposed to happen. Every single one. We went through every single one so far. And not a one was a normal situation.
Mitch is tilting. Oh my god, Mitch is pivoting.
Away.
No fucking shot.
Wait, what's going on? Oh god.
Yeah, CBD was heading towards Midra. I checked for a parry shield one more time because I was like, what if I missed it in the shop? I did not miss it in the shop.
He's getting his shield because he wants the parry.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
No, he's going to ancient round.
What the heck happened with those beams? Elevation doesn't impact it, does it? It might. Elevation does affect a lot of Radon's things, so I wouldn't be surprised if elevation affects the beams. We were in a weird part of the arena, very close to the door, where it's a lot bumpier than it is towards the back of the arena, I think. So I would not be surprised if that's the reason that the light beams hit.
I don't see why CBD did that.
This was a DLC board. Yes, the DLC was a longer time than the base game. If we look at the square counts by DLC base game and combined, blue team, which was Josh and CBD, had 1, 2, 3, 4 base game squares, which means Aggie had 5. So Aggie did slightly better in the base game. If we look at DLC squares, it's they had 1, 2, 3, and I had 1, 2, 3, so it was basically even. But then for combined squares, they had 1, 2, 3, which meant we had 6 combined squares. So we did better at getting combined squares while playing evenly or slightly more square count in each of base game and DLC. Which game in the best of 3 was this? This is first game. We've kind of probably spent too long on game 1. I'm sorry. It's already been 2.5 hours. The game only lasted an hour and a half. We just had other various topics that I kept pausing for. So then I pivoted back to Deathblight Dancing Lion, but now I had Lada's armor, and with the buffs, you'll see what happens when we get into phase 2.
Yeah, that's going to be definitely better damage, and it's bleed. Does he have the time,
BBD.
though?
Watch him like pivot to the dancing line right now and just snipe that from Mitch.
Look at the damage though from Mitch now.
Yeah, the damage here was good. Going through Enir Ilum gave us a few more Skidoo as well, which was nice.
So much better. I don't know what changed, but holy shit. He might just take it away.
I rebuffed Flame Grant Me Strength, which is probably why I was one-shotting the Forgs. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Just one-shot the Forgs. That second one wasn't even a running attack. It was just a regular R1, and we still one-shot. Flame Grant Me Strength was definitely the difference maker on this. Because then I had to run away from the Deathblight. I was like, give me the Forg. Die. Give me the... I got hit. Unlucky attack from Dancing Lion. Give me the Forgs.
Going back to the Death of Prince Sist.
You mean 4, not 6, 4, 3 in combined? Oh, sorry, 4. Sorry, yeah, 4, not 6. I was thinking 9. 9 is the total for the other ones. You're right. 4 to 3 in combined. So we did a little better in combined, a little better in base game, approximately even in DLC until I get this one, in which case we did slightly better in DLC. Still very close, for sure. I got my total counts wrong. I didn't actually count the numbers. I just was like, oh yeah, there are 9 of each square type. Nope, not combined. There are 7 combined.
Holy schmoly.
Yeah, but once I had the Forgs down, I was like, all right, this is it. And I get random lightninged, and it does over half of my health somehow. Like, what the heck? What the helly?
Wind phase now.
Wind phase.
Like, how does random lightning do over half your health?
Again, 8 flasks left here for
That did not make sense to me, especially because I have, like, so much Skidoo at this point.
Going into the Consort Radon fight.
Okay.
And yeah, Mitch is. I feel like if this gets marked, Mitch will be happy to see that he switched off.
How did he know you'd done 1 lion? Because we marked the Godric and Dancing Lion square. So that requires you to do a Dancing Lion. So therefore, we have done a Dancing Lion.
Pass the flask. Oh, taking some damage here again. Frost.
Yeah, the Frost phase is really annoying because you can dodge the attacks and still just get clipped anyway by the Frost. But it's okay because he did the Stomp, which you can just jump over.
This is it.
And then... Bop. And then one more.
Back to Deathblight? No, lightning.
Lightning. Just one.
Bop.
There it is.
There it is.
Wow, that was crazy.
I think getting hit with random lightning would remove more than half my health. Well, yeah, that's because you don't have a lot of Skidoo. You gotta put on those Skidoo pounds.
Wow.
Then you won't get hurt so much. Insulate yourself.
That was crazy. I don't even know if Mitch is happy. I feel like at this point you just like give me.
Lions hit you with the lightning. Must have been 2 hits somehow. I mean, look at it. Do you see a second hit that hits me?
Holy
When does it happen? It's after the Deathblight.
Okay, lightning.
Bro, Aggie and Josh have actually been stalling for like 30 minutes now.
Yep.
Like maybe even more. That's crazy.
Holy schmoly.
I perfectly dodged those. Yeah, it can't have been his attacks. Look, he's like rearing up into the sky, preparing for his next attack. It can't have been him hitting. It's dodge that, and then it is only the random lightning. I guess there's 2. I guess 2 overlap. I guess it's a double hit because For some reason, I get unlucky enough not to have one random lightning where I happen to need to roll that's outside of my vision where I couldn't possibly see it. I get 2 random lightnings in the exact spot that I'm forced to roll where I can't see where they are because I'm rolling backwards. Yeah! Holy. But lightning never strikes twice in the same spot. That's what I learned. That is crazy. Yep. That was my luck this match. That was how everything was going this match.
Oh my god, this is so crazy on Mitch's screen.
Luckily, though, I had enough power that even with Lion trolling a bit, it was like, we're still fine.
Taking some damage here. Has to be careful. Has to heal again. 8 flasks left here for Mitch.
It's because of terrain, yeah. Rolled in the exact direction to go through both. What are the odds? 100%. Because it happened.
And yeah, Mitch is. I feel like if this gets marked, Mitch will be happy to see that he switched off.
Okay, but then, yeah, that's the end of game 1. We'll skip ahead to game 2. I'll try to go through game 2 not as slow, because I do want to get through all of this, and I want to do a tier list of all of the squares, because I made this thing where I can press a button, and there's a poll up for how good is the bingo square, so that you guys can vote on how good bingo squares is as we make a tier list. And I want to get to use that, because that sounds like fun. So we gotta speed it up a little bit.
And Josh not going for it, going for the door here instead.
I love that. Yeah. Gah.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe Turtle Talismans is something that maybe...
I had to just put how good is this bingo square. I couldn't, like, name the bingo squares, because obviously I'm not going to have a button for every single square. But I'll just drag one up on screen and be like, this one. How much do you like this one? Great square. I agree. This is a great square. No, so match 2.
program. Oh, we already have Poison Hand in the shop.
Yeah, I remember match 2. This one's gonna... Oh, by the way, again, guess what's in the shop that I really wanted to use? Right there. Gaius's Lance. Gaius's Lance would have been so good. It would have been so good. Well, I guess you don't get the Ash of War for it, so technically you can't make it Frost, so it would have been slightly less good. But I wanted to use Gaius's Lance, but we're not allowed to. I saw Poisoned Hand, and I'm like, that's really good. But not for Ancient Dragon, man. Maybe it would have been if I learned Tom had a strat with Iron or with Starfist for ADM. Maybe I need to learn that at some point. But as far as I know, fist weapons on ADM, not a fan. The ADM jumps, yeah, we'll get there. We're about to get there. So instead, I grabbed the Cross Naginata, which I think is super smart, right? It comes with Impaling Thrust. There's actually no DLC Ash of War that I know of that you can put on it. Is there? I don't know. But I'm like, it has Impaling Thrust. It has Natural Bleed. And I can grease it with Rot Grease and Freeze Grease. I'm like, big brain. I got this. I win this square.
That's one of my favorite weapons of the DLC. Maybe
One from Fire Knight. Yes, one from Fire Knight. Definitely couldn't get that by the time of ADM, but you're totally right. One from Fire Knight. 100%. So I grabbed that while CBD... How does CBD start out? Does he grab...
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe.
And there's so much
No. He also goes straight here. Makes sense. He doesn't check Roundtable, though, first. Which technically doesn't matter if we both know we're going for ADM, but I like checking Roundtable as soon as possible so that I can adjust my plans depending on what I find.
Because we do see.
An Ancient Dragon for us.
We'll see like how this is going to play out. I think. Because
Don't like the Cross Naginata moveset. Too many pokes. I mean, pokes are good generally. Pierce damage is good. So he grabs the War Pick.
For CBD.
Is that right?
Yeah. Although the Dragonheart boss is his base game, but
Yeah, War Pick.
definitely
Like,
Oh, whatever.
I don't know why you'd use the War Pick.
We'll see like
I think the War Pick is just kind of bad, right?
how this is going to play out. Weapon, or Rolana. Those are like the two big ones I would say they're going to be checked.
The Rot Stinger one that can go on anything. Oh, Poison Flower blooms twice. Yeah, totally.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good shout out as well. Still not relevant for Ancient Dragon Man, but good shout out. Yeah, I should remember that one.
Mitch actually
It's hard to get to though. It's so far out of like any of the squares. There are a few squares that technically can go to lower Rau, but there is 0 squares that are optimal to go to lower Rau, except for. Oh, sorry, there's one. legendary DLC Spirit Ashes. Those are the only reasons you ever go to Lower Rao, because it, like, technically Lower Rao can get you to, like, Chief Bloodfiend, but it's slower than doing Tialier skip. Technically it can get you to Turtle Talismans, but again it's slower. Technically it can get you to a Red Bear, but there's already one in Skidoo Altus. Technically it can get you to a Death Knight, but I guess maybe also 2 Catacombs if you're not doing Jory. It could be good for, but... and also... full Gravebird armor, but you don't go all the way down there because the one that it has is a repeat. I guess there's technically like a few that are possible to go down there, but it's like so rare that you ever end up down there.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, we'll see. Joshua is currently upgrading.
Two-handed not worth. Two-handed talisman is incredible. Probably best talisman in the game. It's too far out of the way. Like, I will do a little bit out of the way to get some setup. It takes 3 minutes to grab, maybe? 2.5? It takes way too long to grab.
Yeah, right now, currently just kind of like...
Oh, sorry, I didn't look at what CBD was doing. What does CBD do? He goes and he grabs Savage Lion's Claw.
Yeah, potentially, yeah. We'll see. Joshua is currently upgrading, too. It's going for stones instead, so... Yeah, we'll see how this plays out. Okay, Joshua using the... bone.
Okay, which takes him a little bit of extra time, so I was ahead of him, but I go and grab the Tialier Grace and Skidoo Fragment because it gets me exactly 3 Skidoo Fragments, so I can go from level 1 Skidoo to level 2 Skidoo, which is a big upgrade. So I think CBD is going to end up fighting him at level 1 Skidoo, and I'm going to be at levels 2 Skidoo, which should give me the lead and should make back most of the time I took on Tialier. My thought is, Rock Grease, Freeze Grease, Bleed Weapon, level 2 Skidoo. I should have such a faster fight than CBD that this should be mine, even if he gets there faster.
Gonna happen here very soon.
And I should have been right.
Well, maybe not. Yeah, maybe like you mentioned, he might just hold on to that. We'll see. We'll see. Scarcia is the other
ADM this match. Yeah. Well, we're about to see it.
And then I'm
level 2 Skidoo plus 3 statuses plus a theoretically better weapon. Yeah.
So he's looking at that top left square. That makes a lot of sense.
And so you see, CBD does beat me into the Dragon Pit. I think does he sit down here? Yeah, he sits down and levels, but I'm going to do the same when I get there. Yeah, he only gets to level Skidoo once. He's got a Cold War pick, so he does have 1 status. He has 1 status, I should have 3.
It seems like
on any other day, you would have been right. ADM just had a really bad morning, so he decided to take it out on you. Yeah, he was really hopped up on caffeine. He was so excited. He was bouncing off the ground. He was so caffeinated.
So that would be a little synergy, but that's
CBD has Blue Dancer, so yeah, you'll see my damage is significantly better than CDM's, or than CDM's. I somehow combined ADM and CBD than CBD's.
CBD a little bit ahead here and has Frost on that War Pick, and Mitch here has Bleed, but also has, as we can see in his little pouch there, Rot and Ice.
Yo, what up, Hopiak? Really cool Dragon Man.
Status fight here for Mitch, and
Flash might be better for humanoids, that's why. A lot of what I was doing was Pierce. I don't know if ADM has a particular weakness. CBD was also mostly doing Pierce, because I think War Pick, it's a pick. So I assume it's doing... So you can see, the Frost proc looks good, but his R1 damage? Not it. Right? Like, it's like really low. And his range is low, he has to get in there. It's, you know, it's doing something, though. Behold! Impaling Thrust. That, I mean, better than CBD's damage. Follow up with an R1. That's only about as much as CBD's. But...
because you can be, like, hyper-aggressive. And,
with
like,
better range, at least.
Skip and all that, but then he, like, pulls out with that Dragon Maw move.
And we get the Rod on him. There's our first jump attack. There's our first one. Not great to see. You do not love to see it. There's our bleed already as well.
is a lot of damage coming out.
Yeah, that one technically is just on me. I healed in an unsafe time, but like it's hard to heal when he just keeps running at you. Sometimes you just don't get the opportunity.
Free grease, yeah. Okay.
There's jump attack number 2.
Yeah.
CBD now is slowly crawling ahead now. Not having to heal as much definitely gives you more times to hit.
Oh.
There was jump attack number 3, but luckily I caught him out of it. By the way, that was another jump attack.
Flask.
That one I was just a little too slow. I didn't realize how long the cross naginata takes to slam down. Learned it for next time. Didn't challenge that again after this one, if I wasn't close enough.
Mitch. 4 fights happening at the same time. This is insane. Demi-human chiefs here. Last cave.
There's jump attack number 4. Although I was greasing, so it didn't really affect me. But there is technically jump attack number 4.
Instead, Ancient Dragon Man did heal here for CBD. There's the heal now for Mitch as well. Okay, so they're kind of tied right now in this Ancient Dragon Man race.
There's number 5. Jumping over my impaling thrust.
It's coming out though for CBD. Mitch did get tagged again. Has to be careful. Cross Naginata not putting in the work that I'm assuming he hoped because he's not getting the staggers that he needs. Ancient Dragon or Ancient Hero.
There's number 6. There's number 6. There he goes.
Here for Josh. CBD currently very ahead on this fight.
There's number 7. There it is. He tried. He jumped. Yeah, I wasn't.
One last.
There's number 8.
Again, Mitch punishing the jumping attack.
Once again.
Yeah, see, this is that high risk, high reward play. Like you.
There's number 9.
There is the scar seal here for Sereno. Mitch has no flasks left.
God.
Top left corner here for Itzarino. First square on the board, 1-0. CBD about.
I don't get my freeze proc because all he did was jump attack while I had it on. There's number 10.
Aggie running away from
Another
the
one.
Chiefs. They're getting crazy.
Bro, it's so dark on Aggie's screen. How does he even see?
I'm not sure. That's a good question. Okay, this is really
Oh my
close here,
gosh.
though.
Yeah, this is close.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, CBD! Oh my god!
Okay, so
There's
we have
number 11.
5
Luckily, I avoided it.
Mitch gets a bleed here. This is kind of close now.
Oh my gosh. What? This is so close.
Oh my god. Oh my god. There it is. CBD gets it.
Okay, there it is.
Oh
Yeah,
my god.
wow.
And Mitch is 1 hit away from getting it. But there is the snipe. Boom. Ancient Dragon Man is dead. Column 1.
And then I finally get it.
Very-
Yeah, that was the worst RNG I've ever seen on Ancient Dragon, man. Bar none. Another one.
very close.
Very unfortunate for Mitch. He does, however, get the weapon, but very pissed off as we.
Who was that Aggie summon?
Oh gosh.
Old
Getting
Knight
this early, Mitch, it's okay.
Bacon?
You
No,
got
that's Old Knight. Evan? Istvan? Old Knight Istvan? Istvan. That was hard to see.
Bad whenever one of the players start getting tilted early because I know what it's like, man, and
It's tough.
it's really mentally difficult.
It's tough.
If ADM doesn't do 100 jump attacks, you win. Yep. Let's just for fun. Let's count how many he did for CBD. Just for fun. Just a little academic exercise.
Now.
We had, what was that, 11?
Type.
You're going to go into that fight first, though, with Savage Lion's Claw. And Josh going to go for that Everjail with the hero, ancient hero of Zamor to get that last Scar Seal.
Yeah, man, this Ancient Dragon Man fight, I feel like in the bingo games, you can do a high risk, high reward type of fight, which a lot of players do. But man, yeah.
So far, 0.
Because you can be
Yeah.
like hyper aggressive and like, you know, flash skip and all that, but then he like pulls out with that Dragon Maw.
One?
Yep.
Kills you.
Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah.
Insanely powerful. Okay, Mitch here does have the statuses as mentioned. Rod proc is already active. There is the bleed proc here already catching up to CBD, but Mitch has to be careful. There is a lot of damage coming out here from Ancient Dragon Man. The rod is ticking, but so is the time on this fight.
2. It missed, but we did count the ones that missed me too. So 2.
Grease. Oh, being very risky with that jump attack.
Yeah.
CBD now slowly crawling ahead now. Not having to heal as much definitely gives you more times to hit.
Oh.
As soon as I say that, he
And
gets
there's
hit.
the flask. Oh my gosh.
Mitch.
3.
4 fights happening at the same time. This is insane. Demi-Human Chiefs here. Last cave here for Aggie, so he's rushing the caves. Instead, Ancient
I didn't die at least? Yeah. I almost did at the end. It definitely got real bad by the end.
Dragman race. R1's coming out, though, for CBD. Mitch did get tagged again. Has to be careful. Cross not getting out. Not putting in the work that I'm assuming he hoped because he's not getting the staggers that he needs.
4. I mean,
Ancient Dragon.
well, it didn't matter again that because he was far away, but 4.
CBD currently very ahead on this fight.
5.
Oh, Mitch
You know, no, there's a few. That's
Ancient Dragman doing a lot of jumping attacks. One last flask left here.
even when the commentators notice it, like.
Yeah, see, this is that high risk, high reward play. Like, you can hit all you want, but, like, you know.
There is the Scar Seal here for Itzarino. Mitch has no flasks left.
God.
Top left corner here for Itzarino. First square on the board, 1-0. CBD about to get the kill on Ancient Dragon Man, possibly as well. Gets another Frost proc. Has to be careful.
6.
Running away from the Demi-Human Chiefs. They're getting crazy.
Bro, it's so dark on Aggie's screen. How does he even see?
I'm not sure. That's a good question. Okay, this is really close here, though.
Yeah, this is close.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, CBD! Oh my god!
Okay, CBD has some healings, though. 5 flasks left. Mitch gets a bleed here. This is kind of close now.
Oh my gosh. What? This is so close.
Oh my god. Oh my god, there it is.
6.
CBD gets it.
Half as many.
Oh my god. And
I think only 1 while CBD was actively attacking, whereas like 6 of mine were as I was attacking, so he hyper armored through and hit me. But
one
yeah,
hit away
there we
from
go.
getting it, but
6
there it is.
to 11.
Boom, Ancient Dragon Man is dead. Column 1.
And if he did probably 1 less jump attack, I win that square.
Unfortunate for Mitch. He
Like,
just
look at how close that was.
very pissed off, as we can see.
Oh gosh. Getting tilted this early.
Also looks like Savage Lion's Claw is goated for this. Savage Lion's Claw is nice. Impaling Thrust was also really good. Unless he spams jump. Then it sucks.
It's tough.
It's really mentally.
But if he didn't spam jump, Impaling Thrust is really good for ADM as well.
That was definitely tough to deal with here. And yeah,
Not 6 to 9 or 6 to 7.
9 potentially. There it is. 3 caves going to be.
You think NPC behavior is tied to your weapon? Maybe. Partially. Yeah, there is absolutely some part that is tied to not your weapon specifically, but to the animations that you do.
Okay, well, what is next? Looks like Turtle Talismans is going to be next. As Mitch is going to be dropping down here. Oh no, he's going for reprimand. Not.
Wonder if closer range weapon makes him jump less. Not. Partially. That is partially true. It's less about range and more about whether he goes to neutral or not. Because if he's in the middle of a combo, he's unlikely to jump in the middle of a combo. So it's sort of like every time that he started a combo for CBD, CBD could get him to stay in the combo. Whereas with a longer range weapon, you're slightly more likely to let him reset his combo, take the range advantage, and poke him.
Bastard sword. That's not bad. That's not bad. It's not a health and steeple.
It still definitely was also much more unlucky for me, but yes, that is definitely part of it. Seemed very tilted after losing the square. I was! After what happened last game, where last game, we died 5-ish times, and we looked through every single one of the 5, and they were all abnormal situations that do not happen, that you can't practice for, and that every single person playing bingo would have died to, because they are just not situations you can do anything about. Except for maybe one. Tom would have not died on the Enherilim stairs. It was still bull, but Tom does have a strat that technically would have gotten him by that one. But the rest of them were all just situations where you do the right thing and you die anyway. And then going into this match, it was do the right thing, get the worst luck possible, lose the first square. It was it was very, very, very tilting.
for some reason.
I was definitely very not happy. And I need to send like a very heartfelt apology to Aggie for screaming in his ear. Maybe all of you in chat as well for screaming in all of your ears, because I was pissed and I was yelling. It was not a good time.
Like drain the water.
But like especially to Aggie, like very unnerving to have especially your partner just be cursing out the game for what happens.
Access, I think that's like the biggest thing. Plus, also, if you do go for drain the water, kill count Emir is on the board. It is a very late game one, but at least gives you progression towards that.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Also gives you access to Shadow Keep, which is burn the ceiling tree.
I see in the chat, gonna be really funny hearing Mitch complain about this ADM RNG later.
Kind of, like, slowly work
See, here's the thing, right? If the chat that knows nothing can see how bad the RNG was, you know it's bad.
I'm curious to see how they're gonna go about this.
But yes, they were totally right. I was absolutely gonna complain about that.
Now maybe I'm just crazy.
Knows nothing.
Kill
Yep.
Emir, you get access to.
We know some things, you know. Maybe.
Yolan.
Really high stress situation, everyone can understand, I'm sure. Yeah, but like it's still
For the Iris of Grace, 'cause
there's a difference between something being understandable and something being acceptable.
yeah, I mean, I guess if
Like
you're draining
you
the
can
water,
do
it's much faster,
things that
I guess, but
maybe not acceptable, maybe that's the wrong word. But like you can do things that are still the wrong thing to do, a bad thing to do that is worth being like, I'm sorry about that, I didn't mean to do that, like my bad. Even if it's like, hey, I understand why that, you know, happened, why
really, really
it was as bad as it was, but still thank you for the apology, you know?
1 year. Aggie currently
So I do think it was not a good thing to be screaming like that, even if it's understandable why that was happening.
set up going, and there is Renala Rolana. That is that diagonal.
I don't know if Aggie
They're looking at blocking out that diagonal.
cares though, would want an apology, but like I do feel bad about it.
yeah, Eggy did do Incant last night, so I wonder if he's just like fresh.
If it's acceptable, understandable, an apology is easy to accept. Yeah.
Or his favorite of what he wants to go for.
So then yeah, kind of no reason not to.
Oh, wait, is that no? Yeah, that's base game.
By the way, was that great axe not worth pivoting to? No. The reason is because I'm not going to stick with Cross Naginata for much longer. I've got a better weapon.
Right now, and I think
In fact, let's skip ahead to when I use it or whenever I go for the next thing. So I actually pivoted out here from Drain the Water, which would have been better. I should have gone for Drain the Water, but Aggie was saying we're not sure I'm ahead on Drain the Water because CBD could have gotten there before me because he killed ADM first. And so we said if he gets Drain the Water, then he's also ahead on me on Turtle Talismans. And so if he gets both of those, that's a scary thing for us to block. So he said, let's play it a little safer and go for Turtle Talisman instead. Ends up being not quite correct for this board, but I don't think it was a bad idea of a call. I think the idea was very good. It's just I was ahead on Drain the Water, but we couldn't have known that.
Like, do you have one in your chat? Like, I don't know. I feel like when you say,
I assume Maggie was more worried about you than anything, really. Yeah, yeah.
we've got parasocial friend. That's
And right, it's still not good to make your friends worry about you, right?
parasocial ain't no way. Okay, well.
It's not something you wanna be putting out into the world. It's things that make your friends go, hey, are you all right?
stuff. I don't know if there's like just like two people holding hand emote. I don't know if there's. I don't know if I
Which, like, I totally am. It's just, you know, high stress moments are just, they suck.
And yeah, CBD going to go for that drain the water as fast as possible. And they're
Well, you know, he didn't mute you. Well, we're a team. If he muted me, that would be really bad. If he muted me, that would be like a big, we would have like thrown the game. That would have been, I should have muted myself though. If I was going to scream like that, I should have muted myself out of courtesy.
That's really nice. They're working towards another line here with those two squares.
Yeah.
I really like these analysis streams. Thanks. They're fun to do.
It's for the stamina.
Yeah, so I go for Turtle Talisman. He goes for Drain the Water, which puts him way ahead on backside progress.
That's gonna help a lot.
I maybe should have told Aggie, no, I'm going to go for Drain the Water anyway because I need this backside progress. But But yeah, I was scared of forcing Aggie to race on Crucible Knights and or Renala and have to, like, guess on one of them. It could have been really bad, potentially, if I had lost Drain the Water and CBD had immediately pivoted out to Turtle Talisman.
And last catacomb here might be the...
Been watching you since your Lies of P speedrun, so not very long, but I've never seen you tilted ever in any situation. Well, then I'm glad you didn't watch the bingo, because I was really tilted. I try not to be, right? I'm generally a very easygoing guy, but when it's stressful for me, it can be really stressful. It's like, you know, 0 to 100, which sucks. But
He's gonna go could be going for Logar here. CBD gonna go for...
yeah, and then I pivoted out to Logar, which I do think was a good call. It's just a nice, easy, fast square to get. I do think Logar was good here. It does put me even further behind on backside progress, which isn't great, but there isn't too much backside, right? There's eventually Sealing Tree, but that's not a right now thing. There's eventually Crucible Knights, but that requires the base game people to have their Crucible Knights done, so it's not like a huge thing. There's eventually Remembrance bosses. Hitless is way easier there. There's eventually more Remembrance bosses for Remembrance, but like there's nothing that I can't catch back up on. So if I get one square, then catch back up on backside progress, I feel like I'm doing fine.
Just like last.
Really easy to become stressed when other people are relying on you for your performance. It's super understandable. I mean, I was a lot less stressed in this season than I was in Season 1. Season 1 was probably the most stressful thing I have ever done in my entire life. Partially because I also didn't enjoy it at all. It was extra stressful doing something that I literally did not enjoy, the lockout format of Season 1. I think nowadays, I think it's just fine. I think if you sent current me back in time, I think it'd be fine. But me at the time did not enjoy that format at all.
Collecting those right now.
Yep.
So that'll be a good block for row 1 as well.
So it was like I felt locked in to multiple months of something that I wasn't enjoying. I wasn't enjoying practicing. I wasn't enjoying playing. I wasn't enjoying thinking about it, strategizing it, and it was stressing me out. That was like the worst time of my streaming career.
Okay, there's Mitch with the Freest. Sorry, what? The Frost?
The Freest.
Yeah, bro.
Is there a world you go through Hippo here? I think there was a thought, but if I go through Hippo, I'm gonna be a lot slower at getting to Ymir. Because you have to go backside eventually. I'm gonna be as slow or about the same speed maybe on Burn the Sealing Tree if I decided to rush that. I literally can't give an Iris of Grace if I don't go backside. Yeah, there were just several reasons that backside looked way more appealing. There's like a theoretical world, but not a reasonable world. Yo, good morning.
Now going for the duel. This will be a third catacomb. Okay. And dude, Mitch has got to be careful here. Logar is not having any of it. There we go.
Oh
Nice
god,
appealing thrust.
being risky on NPCs.
Yeah, the cross Naginata was not as good as I was hoping on NPCs. Like,
Nice appealing thrust there.
it theoretically is quite good. Impaling Thrust is good. Again, Bleed Frost, you know, all of that. But it just ended up not performing because it just kept missing. For ADM, he would go over the attacks, and for Logar, he would go under the attacks. It really sucked. I mean, that can happen technically on any weapon that you have, but Cross Naginata felt especially like it got really screwed over by it.
We'll see, I guess.
Other than removing the random weapon element, what would you do? What would you hope to see next season? I don't know. Something cool. I don't know that I have anything in specific.
Oh, Friends is cute. Friend is cute.
Okay, so CBD kills one Drake here, I believe, very early. Yeah, he
okay,
does.
CBD going for dragons, which
Fwen.
or whatever. Do Drakes drop?
Hippo friendship, friend. Friend.
Do Drakes drop Dragon Hearts? Yes.
I just start setting up here. I grab the Blade of Mercy and another Skidoo fragment, while CBD kills a Drake, which is a little strange because he's not doing all of the Drakes right now. So it feels like it's a little bit of just kind of wasting time right now, but maybe he thought he was going to do it and then they had to pivot at this point. For a little bit of time that I played Elden Ring PvP, spears in general were really tough to use in places with uneven elevations, so punishing. Could be. You need downward slashes or something? The thing is, Cross Naginata has a downward slash. The problem was I would hit ADM in the air, and he would hyper armor through it and hit me back for it. It was... I've never seen a weapon not knock ADM out of the air when you hit him with it. I've never seen that, but apparently spears have so little poise damage that ADM, who literally is not wearing armor, can poise through it.
Cinesax drops a smithing in Somber Tendo, I believe. There's 14 incantations already here from Aggie, so this is going to be...
That was something that I was not expecting.
Also now I know that Aggie's put in a lot of money for incants. So this
I think PvP is not very applicable to speedrun stuff, but for NPC enemies it has a little use. Yeah, a little bit.
Holy schmoly. Wendy's bring it back.
Wendy's 4 for 4.
And
Bring it back. It's still here, Dom. We gotta tell him the Wendy's 4 for 4 still exists.
Capital, maybe going for that smithing stone bell bearing?
You might just have to get it on the app specifically. I'm not sure. A lot of restaurants are hiding their good deals on the app only.
That's what I was talking about. Renala Rolana. They're going to go for all those blocks as much as possible here.
He will be fighting this dragon as well. Okay.
Interesting. Okay, going to go for 2 Dragonheart bosses now.
Yeah, so because he goes for drakes or dragons, I get to catch back up on backside progress.
Yeah.
He does have Grand Altar. What does he get Grand Altar of Dragon Communion for? Oh, eventual Count Ymir?
Very unfortunate. Okay, we have Mitch here now going to be training the water.
And then where is he going? Pot throwing troll. Pot throwing troll. Never mind. That's where he's going. He's going pot throwing troll. Right, I forgot they did pot throwing trolls here.
CBD currently at the dragons. For pot
Great Katana's overhead stance is really good on Loger. Yeah, that makes sense.
Playing style like.
Yeah, so he goes pot throwing troll. Josh also goes pot throwing troll.
for blocks. They're
Aggie goes
definitely very tough.
Dragonheart bosses? I think this is Dragonheart bosses.
It is pinned in both chats, so if you
And also
Yeah, there's a Geel.
I don't know how the
Yeah.
ball works for the nominations, and I think that if you just put one or the other, it might be fine. But better not to risk it. Just go back. Even if you've already submitted, you can actually resubmit. Like you can just edit and resubmit.
I do think this is definitely a fine play by Itzarino, just taking a relatively fast square for the both of them. The reason we didn't really prioritize it was because I felt like I had to. I was forced to catch back up in backside progress. Otherwise, I was going to be too far behind in everything else. So I was okay with giving up this one fast-ish square to get caught up in progress.
on the board now, Team Itzarino getting
Wendy's 4 for 4 does not exist in your area. Have you checked on their app? Are you sure? Because I didn't think it existed. And then I checked through all the deals on the app, and I was like, oh, there it is.
Why is the chat doing?
It's like 4 tiny things, but it was 4 things for $4.
Oh, okay.
the first time that we saw. Yeah.
And then we talked.
Is this the cleanest Agil ever? Well, considering that he just started flying and doing fire and landing on top, I would say no. This is not the cleanest Agil ever. I would go ahead and say probably not.
Okay, we're gonna see Radon here for Josh, and the second dragon here for Aggie.
Nope, that's not the one.
Die with this Morning Star.
It's interesting to see your thought process for each match.
Yeah, I wonder how bad
Yeah.
each of the teams care about that middle square, because we know that CBD has
There it
killed.
is.
An absolutely filthy Agil.
And it would help their line. I know that.
Yeah, so at this point, we're thinking, oh, they do have a line here. And I'm originally thinking, oh, I'll get Remembrance. While setting up for Burn the Ceiling Tree, I'm going to do Romina and Mesmer. I'm going to try to do them hitless, which is a mistake.
It looks like
I knew this about myself, but I thought maybe I'm better than I think. I knew that I wasn't going to get Mesmer hitless. It just never works out for me. Like,
Josh and Radon here, I guess, to get access to Crucible
you give me Bloodhound's Fang
with that duo fight.
and, like, put me in a speedrun, I'll probably get him hitless. But, like,
yeah, I didn't realize that we have.
just something about the bingo format, it just never works out.
I like the Crucible Knight squares. I think those
Like, I definitely have the skills to be able to do it, but it just never works out for me. I don't know.
See a lot of areas for it. They're also all really different from each other.
Congrats on the win on Saturday. Yo, thank you.
It's fun to see. Like,
Are there any curved greatsword checks in the DLC? Nope, none.
That's really bad. That enemy.
There is a greatsword check, which can also be a light greatsword, and there are several light greatswords that can also be greatswords, but there are no curved greatswords in the DLC. Oh, wait, Freya's? Well, actually, how would you get Freya's? Would you have to kill Leda and friend with Freya in there? I mean, I guess technically that is, but yeah, no. Beastmask Guy too, but both equally late. Is that a guaranteed drop, or is that just a chance? I have to throw the whole match to get Freya's, yeah. I have to do her quest line. Yeah, no, that's not happening. I have to do her quest line or do Leda. I think it's you have to do her quest line and do Leda. Because otherwise, her corpse is just not there if you do Leda without doing her quest line.
It's definitely not an obvious one. So yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I mean it's not super.
She leaves it regardless. Oh, if you do her quest. Or after Leda, there's just a. Where does it drop? I think she only leaves the shield if you don't do her quest. I don't remember picking it up.
A lot more work than that war pick was.
Where in the arena would it be? Shield is mid-quest line. She leaves her shield in the archives. Storehouse second floor. Oh, so you have to kill Leda, then go to the storehouse. Gotcha. I thought you meant it was at the Leda location. Okay. She gives it to... Okay. Yeah, sorry. Okay, yeah. No. Totally, yeah. I didn't... I have not done Freya's quest line more than one time. I did it once casually, and that was it. Okay, so yeah, so CBD and Josh head for Renala R'Lana, which makes sense because it gets CBD a Remembrance, which is an important square right now. Both of us know it's an important square, and I head for it, and CBD does get it. It's an important square because it sets us up for a line and blocks their line, as well as blocking their diagonal. So this is easily the most important square on the board. And I think I take it in a little bit too greedy of a path. I think CBD's R'Lana makes more sense than my Romina. It takes way less time to get to.
Yeah. Team Monkey Business needs to... I hope that they see that. I mean... It doesn't super seem like they've got that on their radar quite yet.
We had it on our radar. We just took it too greedy.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Poison Hand here is something that Mitch is still trying to get going on.
Yeah, so here's where I finally swapped to Poison Hand, and just you wait. Romina is the only boss remaining that Poisoned Hand does not dominate. Poisoned Hand is way better than I realized.
Because Mitch did get past that area when he drained the water. Or...
Just we'll skip slightly ahead because CBD gets R'Lana. Josh does not set up for Renala right away, so we don't get that information.
Not really responding to that column 5 just yet, and he can't really do. This might be...
And then we're both heading to Mesmer. Oh no, he heads to Gaius. That's yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Here's the Mesmer.
Well, okay, not a promising start, I'll be honest, for Mesmer. Is my Skidoo really low?
Right. Renala going to be on Josh's screen here in just a bit. And CBD going now for Gaius. I don't know if he's still got that Remembrance weapon.
Oh, but we get the poison proc, which increases its damage.
Yeah. I saw him talking to...
Putrescent Cleaver. Ooh, that's nice.
Yep, Ball's moveset. Yep. Ball's moveset with a little bit less damage, but with a lot of poison buildup and its own built-in damage buff.
Yeah, it's cool, but man, it puts you at such risk. We might see it for the level fight,
insane. Though. It's insane, but it is really...
It's still doing decent damage, but honestly, it's not like fully online yet. I didn't have a chance to get all of my talismans yet that really make it OP. So I guess at this point it's still kind of, you're like,
Great mesmer fight.
what do you mean poisoned hand is good?
I know what you said initially, but
I
yes.
didn't say anything.
Right, and then I get hit right before the face turns, and I go for hitless. I should have just continued. I should have just continued and gone for Remembrance. Like, I would have been so much better off if I just went for Remembrance. But we were thinking that 3 Remembrance bosses hitless was super important, just because it's, like, free synergy. But if I was going to do that, I should have just did what CBD did. CBD just did the smarter version of what I was trying to do. If I'm looking for Remembrance, and 3 Remembrance hitless, doing Rolana into Gaius makes way more sense than trying to go for Burn the Ceiling Tree. It's it's faster, and it's easier to get hitless. So I think CBD just made the much better call than me. It still could have worked out for me if I got hitless first try, but I just didn't, and then I threw, and then
Yeah, it's a little bad.
I actually think there's too many weapons in base game Elden Ring to the point of being annoying. Honestly, kinda. Activating poison with poison hand, then using another weapon while poison flower blooms twice could be good too.
Oh god, Mitch. Yeah.
So if you did that, I think you would lose out on the buff from poisoned hand, but I'm not sure. If you keep the buff from poisoned hand when swapping weapons, then yeah, that could be really good. But in general, you don't need to swap from poisoned hand. It's okay to just hit them while they're poisoned, because it's the deadly poison that ticks by very quickly anyway. So they're not, like, poisoned for that long before you can reapply it. It just, like, ticks quickly and does a lot of damage quickly. And you get to do a ton of poise with the fist.
And friend.
Yeah.
Okay, alright.
Both still hitless here on the bottom side for the DLC players for their Remembrance fights. This is definitely looking really good.
It says did a full casual playthrough with poison and blooms twice. Okay, yeah, then that does sound good. Again, I can't really get to poison flower blooms twice that easily. It would take too long, but yeah, a solid, cool idea.
I feel like probably.
That's a good question. Dude, CBD getting a lot of these 360s from Gaius today. Yeah, both of them trying to go for hitless, trying to pay attention to both of them. Both of them getting staggered. That's crazy.
Ah, that was an unfortunate miss. I hate this attack. I hate this attack. Watch. I'm waiting for it. I see him go for the attack. I roll immediately. Early, by the way. This attack isn't even about to hit me, and I get frame trapped. Where I'm not allowed to roll again, and it just hits you. That attack is just a frame trap. It's like Radahn's old cross slash before he got fixed. It just frame traps you. Technically, if you roll away from it, you can, like, outrange the second hit for long enough that you can get the roll, but if you roll in, which is what you want to do for most attacks, it just frame traps you and there's nothing you can do and you just get hit, which is so dumb. So that sucked, and I shouldn't have reset here, especially. Second time getting hit, I should have just said, I'm not doing it. I will get a different boss hitless if I need to.
And then I guess we can go ahead and assume.
So yeah, I'm still on tilt here from Ancient Dragon Man boss. Like, it's still,
Like if CBD.
like, nothing has happened at this point to untilt me yet.
Okay. So it's probably.
All I did from this point was Loger, which is another NPC, which is also tilting.
Really nice guys fight, especially with low damage.
Yeah, really nice guys fight.
Like, this match still was so bad for me.
There it is, hitless. Remembrance boss with the Remembrance weapon too.
That's awesome, yeah.
That's huge. And that's not putting a lot of pressure on them too, being like, oh, that column 5, okay, well.
Yeah.
Looking a little dicey, but Mitch is in the middle of a fight here. Does he leave?
What about randomizing Astral Wars so you have 1 in however many chances to get Poison Flower Bloom twice to the Savage Lion's Claw check? I mean,
Yeah, see that? This is
yeah, rolled early there, and I'm like, fine, I'll just take the fight.
I feel like that Iris of Grace is kind of scary on there.
It's a little scary.
I don't even think getting Iris of Grace is that bad of an idea because it also blocks.
Ideally, you wouldn't want to do rando weapon either, but there's 0 build variety. I mean, the thing is, random weapons like hardly make a difference anyway. Yeah, and then he does the same stupid
he's just fully committing to it. He's just like, nah, it doesn't. I don't care.
Frame trap again. This was where I just knew it was just not my day to get hitless. He does the same frame trap twice. That is, by the way, very rare for him to do. On 2 consecutive attempts, I'm like, yeah, I'm just not getting hitless. I should just not even try for it on Mesmer.
Fascinating. That cleaver on your back looks so stupid.
Dude, I was gonna say this during the fight. That cleaver is way too big for the tarnish.
Look at it. It's like it's
For the combined square, do you need to do at least 1 for each side?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's insane. The weapon
That is part of the rules.
bro is strong, I guess.
If there's another person on the other side of that,
As a Mesmer hater, this is validating to me. No, Mesmer is still the second best boss in the game. It's just even the second best boss in the game has large glaring issues. Because there is only one boss in the entire game that does not have large glaring issues.
maybe trying to get, like,
Still has minor issues. But every other boss in the game has even bigger, even more major, even more glaring issues. I truly think Elden Ring is a game almost devoid of great bosses.
Yeah, Aggie also just got hit on Radon there, unfortunately, but quits out.
It's Midra. Yep, Midra's peak.
wow. And now he doesn't have his rod grease that he used.
I think it's great on cinema. I think it is sorely lacking on fight mechanics.
He's gonna lose so much time because that rod grease definitely gave him a lot of time to not have to deal damage.
Yeah.
A 4th square type E for either. I've been suggesting that, actually.
Mesmer kill potentially.
It's Blackblade Kindred, the gargoyle.
Yeah. I wonder if Mitch is going to Romina hitless here.
And then, yeah, unfortunately on Romina, the damage is still pretty good, pretty chunky. But just not as good because she doesn't poison, so I can't proc my stuff.
If you're like really patient, like stay really far, the fight would be so
It's boat grandma.
I mean, maybe. We'll see.
Maybe.
Yeah, so CBD... Is he doing Mesmer hitless? He does, because he's the one that marks it, yeah.
Poison hand
Yeah, it's nice.
doing work, dude. Oh my god. That weapon is so underrated.
Nice fight here from Josh, by the way, too. Is Josh? Oh, I don't know if he was hitless on Renala or not, but
Yeah, CBD does a very scary dodge on some of the fire attacks, dodging away, which can be super scary.
holy schmoly!
Yeah, and then the fact that I get hit here is also very tilting. It doesn't end up mattering. We wouldn't have gotten the square anyway, but
Holy!
that one's supposed to go over your head. So this particular attack, the only way to avoid it is to be near enough to her that you roll to her side and the attack goes over your head, and then you dodge the second one. But for some reason, even though I'm near her, even though I'm in the right spot, it just hits me. If it hits you, there's nothing you can do, because you can't roll that second one. Otherwise, you get frame trapped by the third one. No, light rolling actually would get you hit more often on that, because you'd actually roll too far, which would get you hit. You have to medium roll, and you have to be close enough to her when she starts it. I mean, I guess if you were like further away and you light rolled, maybe there's a setup. But in general, you need to medium roll from a specific distance. And I was at that distance and I medium rolled and it hit me anyway. So I got screwed over by doing the proper counter that everyone does. Aren't you light rolling with poisoned hand? Wait, is that the thing? Am I light rolling? Is that what screws me? Is that a light roll? I actually don't know the difference in animations. Maybe it is. Maybe I am a light roll. In a full knight's armor? Can you light roll? There's no way, right? There's no way you're light rolling with full knight's armor, right?
There it
And
is.
we have
Kill.
Dom
Is that actually what screws me? It does look pretty far. I am wearing full knight set. I don't think so. When I say Elden Ring boss fights are not super great, is that from the perspective of a challenge runner specifically? No, this is from the perspective of me playing my first playthrough of them. It got solidified as I played them more in speedruns and challenge runs, because oftentimes you'll see a boss and your first playthrough you'll be like, I don't think that, you know, like, oh, I didn't really get that, but then you learn more and you're like, oh, okay, it does make sense, now I see what they were going for. oh, I was silly on this one. There is a counter. Okay, it's better than I thought. Like, you can, like, figure out, and oftentimes it will elevate from there. But my first playthrough, I thought the bosses sucked, and then I speedran, and the bosses sucked, and then I did challenge runs and hitless runs, and the bosses sucked. And so from all perspectives, I think the bosses in Elden Ring kind of suck.
Yeah, I'm the shadow.
They're arguably better for, like, hitless and speedruns and stuff, because you can start to do these, like, silly strafes and stuff. But if you don't do exactly the strafes, there are tons of attacks in the games that you just actually can't avoid and actually can't get a punish on, and I think those are very badly designed moves. You shouldn't need to know, for example, circling Melania for waterfowl. I think that's horrendous game design. Like, inexcusable game design.
I feel like Iris of Grace will just block off.
As just an example. I won't get into every single boss, but as one easy example to point to, I think that is just straight up garbage.
Doing Remnants bosses, but you don't do them hitless, you start running out of options, like good options, you know?
Yeah, that's valid. Yeah.
Most Elden Ring bosses are fine IMO. Yeah, I'm okay with fine. I just don't think there are a lot of, like, truly great bosses.
Phase 2.5 here for C. And
Mechanically, again.
there it is.
Cinematically,
It's a Reno
best they've ever done. Musically, best they've ever done.
Sadly,
You know, epic feeling, best they've ever done. Like, every intangible is perfect,
in the Cron, though.
but the actual mechanics are like, eh.
His way,
Downtown.
making his way somewhere.
Did they even think about the runaround Melania as a counter to that? Almost certainly not. There's, like, no way.
I don't know what's been happening. I feel like lately I've been like, I don't know what the hell they're doing.
I have no idea what they actually intended. I can't believe Aggie didn't get hit there. That was wild. Look at it. Look at this.
I don't know what's been happening.
Boom.
Lately I've been like,
That
what the hell are you doing?
at the same time as the gravity pull. Oh my, what a dodge.
God.
And dodge on release needs to go. True. I've been saying this. I've been saying this since Dark Souls,
But also, like, why?
I guess 3, because
Maybe he's going for jails here.
I didn't really notice it that much in Dark Souls 1, and I bounced off Dark Souls 2. But I've been saying this since Dark Souls 3.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad that they're going for that block now.
I kind of like the strafing, directional rolling, and jumping in Elden Ring. I like it if I am doing a speed run or a challenge run. I don't like, oh, you didn't find the right strafe in your casual playthrough? Whoa, damage upon you. Like, I think strafing is a cool addition to a fight. It should not be the mandatory way to deal with a move in a fight. And on a lot of moves, it is the only way to consistently not get hit by them. There is no other way than a specific strafe that, like, if you're a casual, are you going to try every single direction on every single move? No. Like, it's silly.
Interesting. Okay.
Mouse and keyboard players should never complain about dodge and release. Why is that?
Sneaky bingos left over, not many. We got Colin.
If there were more visual tells of how to strafe in a particular way, that would be okay. Yes, I'm okay with the strafe on Margit's big slam, because he, like, holds it up and kind of, like, is like, I'm about to hit here. Would you like to go around me? Like, I'm okay with that one, because it's like, yeah, okay, I'd like to go around you. Yeah, I kind of would. All right, let me just get around that thing.
Column 4, which
But a lot of other ones, it's like,
yeah, it looks like it
because, right, strafe makes sense as specifically a counter to overhead slams that are slow. That's what makes sense to strafe, right? That's what your brain can go, they're about to hit here, I should go somewhere else.
Yeah, Mitch now making his way towards Bellerot here, and this is a little
What should I do for an RL1 run? I don't want to use Serpent Hunter. What build do you recommend? And is using Skibbity Fragments still count as RL1? Yes, it does still count as RL1 if you use Skibbity Fragments.
already been trained. So this is
Iron Balls is the best RL1 build.
being like, hey, you want
So if you want it to be easy, or sorry, not Iron Balls, Starfist. Starfist is the best RL1 build. So if you want to have an easy time, go Starfist. And if you don't want to have an easy time, don't go Starfist.
burning the ceiling tree doesn't really matter here anymore for Mitch either.
Yeah, so I head into Bellurat because I need Iris of Grace, because I need to block them on the line. CBD, I guess, probably figures I'm going for Iris of Grace. I haven't marked anything in forever because I threw so hard on Remembrance Boss's hit list. He goes for Jar and Great Jar. He might have some progress on Iris already and be trying to, like, 1-2 us, but...
Being like, hey, like, I got time. Or 3.
Or they might just be going for pure majority. Iris, super important because it blocks both of their lines here. Still doesn't yet block the diagonal. So CBD could have gone for dragons or drakes here, which he had priority on. That I think would have ended it. If CBD right here, instead of going for Jar and Great Jar, goes for dragon or drake, I think well, obviously they win this match anyway, but I think they, like, handily defeat us.
Stupid. Oh, the jar helmet's this way. Duh. He hasn't got the jar helmet yet.
Because instead, we make it one square off of being guaranteed victory.
Man, I fucking love co-op. This is so cool. So Josh was like, hey, I'm going to get the jar helmet, but just let me know how close you are to the jar
Starfist is in Lane Dell. What about the first 2 remembrances, normal balls? Yep.
Soldier of Godric first.
Yeah, you can get Iron Balls first thing, and then use that until you get to Starfist.
Okay, CBD, are you close there? Okay, let me go grab it now. And so that's what he's... Oh, my... CBD almost dying to gravity there.
Yeah. Josh was like, me when I got time. Yeah, I got time.
Yeah, I got time.
Yeah.
Early game Morningstar is pretty good.
Between, the co-op
Hold over until Starfist. Early game Morningstar is fine. Yeah, definitely fine.
Yeah. I agree.
And I think as a player, like, I obviously haven't played in a team game, but I've like done practice in teams or whatever, and I think it's really fun in general.
There it is.
Yeah, and there it is. Yeah.
Huge. So this, like, them thinking like, oh my god, this.
Yeah, and then CBD just stays in the jail, which we figured they would.
Yeah.
Which, like, makes sense. Obviously, there's synergy here, but Dragons Drakes ends up being, like, just a much more important square. So I'm lucky that CBD stays in the jail long enough that I can claw back the advantage on Dragons and Drakes, because he just stays here for long enough.
And is that my alarm? Oh my god, chat! It's my 9 to 5 calling in because
You run straight to Bogart and kill him to get Iron Balls immediately, since you can literally just go around Stormville Castle. Yep.
Looking a little tough.
Found Zweihander with Cold to be good in RL1. Doesn't it require a lot of strength? But if you can get enough strength, yeah, I think that's
I
fine.
had to say something before. Oh,
That's pretty good. Oh, he dies to Ons! Ons had our back on this one. Almost won us this game.
Yep.
I thought it was Onze. That's what I called him as.
Onze? There's no accent on that one though, Parky.
And then I go for Ceiling Tree here. Ceiling Tree here is greedy. Why do I go for Ceiling Tree?
I don't know if that's a word.
I should have gone immediately for Drakes or Dragons. I don't think I saw this diagonal. I literally do not think I saw this diagonal at this time.
Pronounced Skidoo, Dom, or is Skidoo pronounced Shadow?
Okay, you know what? Skidoo is a community agreed upon term. I would say.
Listen, none of this.
We also just run Battle Axe RL1. It's just 12 strength, 8 dex. Yeah, I love that it has Wild Strikes. Wild Strikes is great. Otherwise, the weapons.
Right into the ground. Romina.
Just need 1 Talisman to 2-hand this Zweihander. Oh, that's fine then. Yeah, do that.
And a DTS for
That sounds good. And then make it cold.
Oh my god! And there's another frost blast.
Oh, Ons really had our back. Oh!
It looks
Yeah,
like
you know what
I did not realize. Yeah, they probably cook us if he doesn't have a problem on Ons. But then again, we absolutely could have won if I didn't have a problem on Mesmer.
Yeah.
So.
And they also have progress towards the dragon and drakes.
they do. That's a sneaky little diagonal there for sure.
That's a super. Yeah, I was diagonal blind. Oh my goodness.
All right, DTS almost down here. Josh looks like he's prepping the Dragon Hunter's Great Katana. Romina almost dead here, phase 2 as well. CBD gotta be careful. Frostbitten here from Ons. He's getting freested.
Freested.
Getting freested.
Ons was so cruel to CBD. Ons is kind of just always cruel. Like,
Double freested. Uh-oh, he's going crazy.
I could look through. I wasn't paying super close attention to what happened to CBD, but like, Ons is just kind of one of those, you know?
He does like that huge,
Like he's just He's just always pretty terrible. Like I had a good fight with the Bonnie Cleaver, basically because I just said I'm going to ignore what you're doing and just spam R1 instead.
It's a little 2-for-1.
Yeah.
There it is. Swordmaster Ansys down.
Ceiling tree. And then CBD's still not heading for dragons or drakes. He still has the advantage here.
Oh boy.
Yeah, Emir would be a good get here.
Ah, he finishes off jails.
But yeah, it's a
Oh, it's because he's worried about us doing... Right. It's because he's blocking. That's why he's doing jails. What am I thinking with...
Onto Mitch would be insane.
yeah.
Gonna finish this
Yeah, because if he does dragons or drakes and I do jails, then it's just a race for Ymir and whoever gets it wins. And he figures they've got a better majority, so it's better to block than to force us both to race. Ah, I was too overly critical. I didn't think about it. I gotta think about it. Yeah,
But yeah.
he gets jails and then we're forced into majority.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. Yes.
It's been a pretty brutal 2 games for DLC players. Like, they're probably mentally just exhausted from both of these games.
Luckily, it's only one long.
Rolls look very light. We'll never know, I guess. I don't. Yeah, we won't unless I open my.
Yeah.
Oh, I will open my inventory here so we can read if I'm medium or not. Okay, not just yet, but at some point I will equip that talisman, and so we will read if I am medium or not.
He has a +9 Dragon Hunter's Great Katana, so these fights are gonna go very quickly, but he is behind by a good couple of minutes. CBD here about to get to the Labyrinth, gonna be doing that fight, and now Mitch here getting set up with Golden Vow and Flame Grant Me Strength, gonna go towards
The Bayern.
Traded Trees.
Equip load on screen for a moment there. Oh. Did you happen to catch if I was light or medium?
Yes, because of the Horn Baron.
As a viewer, CBD's no armor strat terrified me every time. As a player, CBD's no armor strat terrifies me every time.
Yeah. Which is kind of weird.
That it
Like,
drops.
I feel like that's so random. Yeah, I don't know.
Especially as a tiltable player that I am, and that, no offense to CBD, he definitely is as well. We are brothers in that. I don't understand how he can do the no armor. Like, it feels like setting yourself up to get so tilted. Also, look at the poisoned hand damage. Did you guys see that? Here's its health. Oh, it gets staggered. Oh, let me just pop, 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 pop. And look at it. It's just dead.
Yeah, they really
Bop.
have a positive game here.
Oh my god, poisoned hand once you get it online slaps.
That was really fast. Yeah.
It was covered by the board. Oh, so we might never know. Oh no.
It's funny that you call this boss Labyrinth. I know that's.
Can we count the...
That's like.
You could probably calculate it. If you could just find the weight of the knight set, poisoned hand, and I believe I only have 15 endurance. So you could calculate it.
Played Labyrinth.
Yeah.
I feel like going no armor is a bad idea in the duo format. I feel like it's equally
On the birth
solo or duo. I mean, I guess it's a little bit, I think it's a little bit worse, not in the duo format, but in the randomized weapon format, because you can't as well plan for exactly how you're going to get every kill in a specific amount of time. You have to do a little more,
Saying Labyrinth like it was like a type of monster.
you just have to have a little bit longer fights, so more likely that you will die at some point in those longer fights.
Yeah, I was saying it like its name.
Because your randomized weapons
Like,
could be
I was saying
trash.
Labyrinth 'cause, I mean, that's his name. Right? I don't know.
Very respectful of you.
You can note on your VOD since your VOD didn't have the board there. That's true. Somebody could check the VOD. I'm not gonna.
Josh, currently.
Next one is
Holy schmoly.
damn.
Yeah, I set up myself a little bit for Count Ymir. So at this point, I have 0 dragons, and CBD is on his second?
Stagger already here from CBD.
Is that right?
Sling Dragon. Nice damage. He has Holy on his Gucci Katana, and holy moly, is that a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's really good. Very satisfying amount of damage here.
Oh, I thought you meant my joke was really good.
No.
Does he pivot off? Oh, does he go Crucible Knight?
Here now for Mitch getting staggered.
Do we both go Crucible Knight?
Taking, that's huge. And there it is. Acquire Omen Baron, Horn Baron for Team Monkey Business. Still 2 squares behind.
The holy moly joke.
Right now, but slowly clawing their way back into this possible majority match. As they still have.
Because I'm pretty sure this is my first Drake that I do. And now CBD already has 2.
Some pretty bad, like...
Some doozies.
Some doozies. So, I mean...
I am killing faster than CBD, for sure, but...
The second dragon, though, already here for CBD. Gonna go for the Cerulean Coast dragon that summons. That's a little scary, but this is...
Oh, I hate that dragon. Yeah, no, he pivots out. There's no way. I was like, that is...
God, I hate...
rough.
Hate when they do that. When I'm, like, trying to hype it up and everything, and then they just, like, leave.
Yeah, he goes for Crucible Knight. I also pivot out to Crucible Knight.
For Crucible Knights.
Because we both recognize the synergy of Crucible Knight is just too big.
This is good for Mitch, because then Mitch doesn't have to do Ymir. At least not right now.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
But this also is like...
Poison Hand is indeed the business. That is what we give them. The business.
Also going for Crucible Knight. There is
Yeah, look at also my my Devonia fight. Watch this.
Yeah, I'm really not sure.
Well, actually, Mitch's damage looks really good here.
Okay, I do get hit there, but bonk.
Oh, that poison hand stagger. Oh my god, the poison hand.
That was big damage for sure.
Yeah, huge.
Yeah, I guess she's weak to strike damage. That's insane.
Bonk. Look at that. Look at that kill. That's the best. That's the best Devonia kill I've ever had.
The hell out of it.
So I'm done with mine first, but then Aggie is a little bit behind. Because he goes for the underground ones,
Right, but yeah, look, Aggie's currently fighting himself.
which apparently is slightly slower than the ones that Josh went for.
And then has to deal with Crucible Knights.
Poison Hand looks so bad on paper, but then it does so much poise damage. It's literally Iron Balls. You know the amount of poise damage that Iron Balls and Starfist does? It does exactly the same amount of poise damage in exactly the same animation. The only difference is it has a bit less physical damage. It scales with Arcane instead of Strength. And it has Poison plus an extra proc that causes it to do additional damage when you poison an enemy.
They're just like moving.
Yeah.
Check the VOD. I was medium load. Okay, that makes sense. I figured I was. So yeah, the Romina hit, I'm not sure why it happened, but...
Yeah, so I think CBD's
Oh, well.
damage will be good, but like seriously, I think the stagger on the poison hand really carried Mitch's fight a little bit. Because Devonia didn't even get to do any of the crazy...
And like... Look at the poison hand. This isn't even holy damage. I didn't get a full holy setup. But look at the damage! Look at the damage! Oh my god! It's just strike damage. Look at... Oh my...
Oh my god, that was way too many 360s.
And there... Oh,
Holy...
the dragon!
Where's the dragon? That is without the poisoned hand, like, poison damage buff. It's literally immune to poison, and it does that much.
Oh, okay.
Where dragon?
His damage is insane.
Devonia has some atrocious hitboxes. Oh, yeah, for sure. I assume that's what happens to CBD. I hate Devonia's hitboxes. Oh, he accidentally full circled her instead of staying behind her. Yeah. Yeah, you kind of just have to jump those. That one's weird. Oh, he gets a stagger. Very nice, actually. With an Uchi, that's not easy.
Yeah, he's gonna go do that, the duo Drake fight.
Oh, okay. I mean, his damage is insane.
His damage is really good, but again, I know Mitch, like if there's one thing I know in this life, Mitch hates that double Drake fight.
So true, Parky. If there's one thing you know about me, I hate the double Drake. Again, mechanically, garbage fight. Absolute trash.
He doesn't like double Drake fight. He doesn't like Dancing Lion. Like, does he like anything?
Oh my god, does Mitch like anything?
Does Mitch like anything? The answer is no.
Oh, CBD.
I like
that's gritty.
nothing.
There it is. One of each
Oh.
Crucible Knight. That's a big
Wow.
pickup. That's a big pickup.
Yeah, that was a good fight. That's
If you fight someone immune to poison, you can always poison
There
yourself
are
if there's a
lots of
square
ones
for
that
bottles to
go for it.
synergize.
Now it doesn't
That's
matter as much.
an
Still,
interesting
500 points
point.
is on the board, but
I feel like that's a little scary,
is that even
and
worth it?
also
What do you do
deactivates
now
your
versus Sereno? You know, is it
your
like
max
worth
health
the
talisman, so I'm not even sure if it's worth it.
A tougher reason to
But
say yes.
that's interesting,
it's
at
not like
least.
they have too many other things that they can be going for at this point. The squares are getting limited. They're getting long. I think they just gotta contest things.
Mitchell
Smile.
doing a good amount of damage on this.
He
Jack.
likes Midra. He does
This
like
will be his
Midra.
third dragon
I
or
like
third boss.
Midra. I like Alablast. I do like Alablaster.
Knocked off his horse.
Oh,
I hate when the game won't let me dismount.
Yeah.
oh god.
His
I
gorse.
think if Mitch doesn't die, he gets this. But yeah, I mean, CBD does have holy.
That is big damage. He's gonna get a stagger here for sure. That guy's just standing still.
Bop.
Boom! There.
Oh, yeah.
No, this is definitely Mitch's square from the looks of it. Oh, he's getting stuck in the wing. Uh-oh, fire. Oh, he takes the riposte.
Yeah, I saw there was fire. That's why I took the riposte early. That is early for a riposte, but I saw that the other Drake was flying up and doing fire. So I was like, I will just get my iframes right
God,
now.
you're
Thank you.
literally setting up a caster curse so hard right now, Dom.
That's my job.
And then I heard there was fire, so I mount up to iframe, and then I unmount to iframe, and it was weird. It was a weird Drake fight, but I got it.
Nice get there, Mitch.
Very huge. Very huge.
Yeah, so then it comes down to they need 2 more, and we need 4 more. We need all but 1. So our thought was, if Aggie gets basically 3 of these remaining 4, and I get Ymir, then we can win. And it was like, how do we get 3 of these? Because that seemed tough. So we thought Aggie was ahead on Moog Sewers. So we figured that he could do, I think it was the Crucible Knights, the Blackblade Kindred, and then finish on the Moog Sewers, while Josh went for the bosses with the word God in
Nice
it.
pick up this Illyria, though. That archer blasted one in his back.
Or hope that Josh chased on one of those, Aggie gets it, snipes him, and then, you know, gets it. So we were like, it's possible here. But I had to be ahead on Count Ymir, which we were totally unsure about.
I don't know why I thought it was combo for a second.
Every part of the tourney was the communication.
Well,
Yeah.
Definitely putting in work and outperforming the Uchigatana.
Yeah.
CBD getting ready for Ymir, it looks like. He's assuming, I think, well, I mean, that's the only thing, yeah, okay, never mind, that's the only thing he can do. But also, I think, interesting, okay, so this is going to be their 12th square. And there's going to be a race for 13.
Wow. Damn, it's cool how like the first game was just everything at the end was left over for the DLC, and here's everything at the end.
Yeah,
was
so
the base game.
Aggie went Bubaka, Josh went God Bosses. I think Josh gets God Bosses first. Aggie could not have contested it,
Yeah.
so it's a good thing he didn't go for it. He gets the worst Bubaka of all
So I saw a
time,
list of, someone made a list of the most
he was
scary
telling
places
me,
in video games, and the
where
one
the
that was
Bubaka just kept running off either end so that he couldn't fight it.
Dancing
because of the
grandmas.
dancing, yeah. Come on, man, there's so much worse out there.
There is. Moog Sewers
All
for
right,
sure.
nice kill, Josh.
Was that not 4?
So if this is right.
What did they say about the worst ever? Hold on, let me.
Game was just everything at the end was left over for the DLC, and here's everything at the end is left over for base game.
Yeah. That's dice stagger. That's just what happens, I think, with these co-op matches. You know, sometimes it's it's a give and take.
You know, I saw a list of someone made a list of the most scary places in video games, and the Windmill Village was on that list for some reason.
The Windmill Village was one of the scariest places in video games. The Windmill Village. This tiny little spot that's got 1 boss and a bunch of normally non-hostile dancing people. I mean, yeah, I guess that they're dancing and singing and it's a little creepy. It's a little like, that's a little weird. But like, not that scary. When Abyssal Woods exists, yeah. When all of Caelid exists, I'm way more scared of Caelid than of Windmill Village. It sounds like an AI-generated opinion. Yeah,
I don't think it's that scary.
that makes no
Because
sense.
of the dancing, yeah. Come on, man, there's so much worse out there.
There is. Moog Sewers
All
for
right,
sure.
nice.
Carry a Manor, even?
Was that not 4?
I don't know that Carry a Manor scared me. Like, as a
he has God
as a player, maybe a little. It is, like, a place you can definitely die, but I don't know that it's, like,
Yeah, he's going coming for good for Aggie.
It feels scary.
Black Bag Kindred here is still for Aggie. Nice fight so far. Has to
But
be
which
careful,
reminds
though.
you of
His magic
Midsummer.
reached it way
Yeah,
off.
I guess maybe if they just watched Midsummer and were,
15 or so.
you know,
that's
coming off
scary.
of that,
Literally
maybe
one hit
that's
and
how
Aggie
they
didn't get one
could be
shot.
like,
He's currently
it's so
stuck in
scary.
a corner.
It reminds me of the
Donald
scary
versus
movie I
Black Bag
watched.
Kindred. Has to be very careful here. Oh, okay. He
Ugh.
can take a hit. That's crazy. Has to back off though. Has 6 flasks left.
He might have been blocking that attack.
Yeah, I'm not
I
sure.
don't know.
Oh, he's got 2 more greases. Okay. Just be careful of the elevation.
Honestly, wait, how do I get so far ahead of CBD on this? I just got the necklace, so I'm behind him on this.
Mitch is
Blow a finger.
yeah.
Not going finishing the Crucible Knights here. He's not going for Moog Sewers. This is a really good call here from Josh, calling Aggie's bluff, being like, hey, I know you got Omen Baron.
Yeah, what's funny is, not that Aggie could possibly have known this, but if Aggie went Moog Sewers first, he actually wins that square, and I think is ahead on Crucible Knights. There was technically a world where we still won this. Even having to win all 3 of the remaining squares, it was technically possible.
I'm going to send it.
That's not to say that Aggie made any mistake. I think we had a plan. I think the plan was good. I think it was more likely that Josh chases on Crucible Knights than on Moog Sewers, but Josh made a good call. A tricky call that ended up, you know, being worse for what we ended up going with. We had to bet on our coin flip, and we flipped the coin, and it turned into a stick bug and rolled away, you know? It didn't end up heads.
The co-op square is confusing me, and
I thought he was ahead on Moog. I thought he was ahead on Moog. I was like, you did the sewers, right? For the Baron, so you've got to be ahead on Moog Sewers.
If we should do an interview before game 3. I think it might be a good idea, actually. Just so it's not all 3 games at once and confusing.
Yeah.
Wait, how do I get to the second... Oh, I get to the second one... Wait, what? He gets to the first one first.
He knows, he's like, okay,
Starts blowing the finger.
Right.
He has Grand Altar of Dragon Communion, which is the same one that I have.
So I'm mixing up, like, the last game was so confusing me.
He ports in
The
first.
co-op square is confusing me, and
That's why I felt kind of confident going for it, since you didn't show much capital progress. Totally, very smart move, Josh. Very smart.
Game 3, if we should do an interview before game 3, I think it might be a good idea, actually. Just so.
I'm not gonna say we thought we would win, because like we were so far behind from like a point where it was like, oh, we have to get 6 squares before they get 2 or something like that. It was like, how would this possibly work? But like, we started to see the glimmer of hope at the end, and you took it away. Okay, so he's closer now.
I mean, honestly, the square is actually kind of close.
CBD is definitely a little bit farther ahead, though. They just have to be careful not to have any.
So he's still ahead, yeah.
Frost, Uchigatana.
Yep.
He blows the second finger. Oh, then he heads back to do what?
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. I was like, I thought Aggie was down there. Yeah, I guess he didn't get the grace.
Oh, no, he is going for Siluria here. Okay.
Sell stuff.
Oh, okay.
He is still finishing Crucible Knights. Okay, never mind.
For what? What does he at round table hold for? Almost every match felt truly up in the air almost the whole time, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way for like when
he's swapping to a somber weapon.
There's no way to know really
what does he swap to?
It's just a guessing game, right? Just
he doesn't even have enough money to get it to +9. Why is he taking the time to swap to a somber 8? And then he doesn't even upgrade it. What was he gonna go for? Rakshasa? Did we find Rakshasa? He got Rakshasa from Great Katana Check. Ah, which I skipped.
Oh, yeah, also that.
Wait, they're both literally at Emir.
Yeah.
Mitch is a little bit quicker.
Ah.
Whose gameplay is sicker?
This was the Rakshasa run? I thought it was the first run that was the Rakshasa run that he was like, I checked it really late because you never check it. It was this one? Oh, this is the one where I killed the dragon, where I was like, oh yeah, I literally killed the dragon and didn't even check.
Yeah,
You only got it when you fought the dragon. Right. Yeah. Now I remember. We said that in the post-match interview. Yeah.
That might matter.
Even mentioned that in post-match.
I
Yeah,
don't think it
I remember
matters here
now.
at all, sadly,
Yeah.
because
Didn't get a
Josh
chance
is
to
on
really
both
use it. Yep.
supers right now, and this would be the 13th square.
Yeah, my plan came to
It
fruition.
is interesting
Force
that
him not
Mitch
to
got it
use Rakshasa.
'cause it seems like he was relatively
Yeah,
behind.
that's I'm a little confused with that too. Oh my God! Lucky stagger there. from
Honestly,
Josh,
I don't even
not
think
gonna
it
lie.
would have been worth his time to swap with only one square left,
Almost got
but
spear thrusted by Moog and then was able to
Would have been
stagger
interesting.
with the Ash of War from a distance.
and look at how like even Anna just gets destroyed by the poison hand.
I mean, this fight is
Just
pretty
wrecked.
easy, I would say. It's harder to have an incident on this than the.
It's
real
funny how
life
much your
fight.
tactics change CBD's normal routes. That's kind of the
Looking pretty
like
good. It's
the
looking
best
like
thing
a
to
good
do.
game for
Make
Jack.
your opponent play your game instead of playing their game.
3.
If you can do that, you've got a good chance of winning.
Nice. Yeah, there we go. Oh, Anna getting absolutely sliced and diced. Blood on claws.
CBD seems to like his weapon pivots.
Really
I
going into
I
the
only
material
pivot if it's
finger
like
fight.
clearly
There we go,
better
CBD
and there's
about to blow
multiple
the
fights
finger
left.
as well,
I
but
think
Josh
almost any weapon is good enough to finish out one or two squares. But if there's like 5 squares left that I'm going to need to kill things for and I get something that's definitely better, yeah, I'll pivot.
R1.
I will also sometimes pivot a lot more heavily for the Holy Strike
Ash of
weak
War,
things,
there
the
it is.
dragons,
Nice.
or
Very nice little
PK.
there. GG's, it's Zerino. It is
Because
Wow.
I find that like trying to do those with like
That is
slash
first game.
bleed weapon is
two
pain
really
beyond
exhausting
belief.
Games, a lot of mental gymnastics in these.
Yeah, I
two.
was definitely ahead on Ymir. So and Aggie was ahead on Crucible Knight. So it really came down to one square. Otherwise, we were actually going to pull that one back. It came down to the ADM jumps. Or more likely, more reasonably, it came down to me being really bad at doing Mesmer hitless.
Or whatever, but let me go. When did Monkey Business and Itzarino fight the first time?
Fight like
Or play?
have the round.
We
one
fought.
match, you mean?
Yeah.
When did we fight the first time?
A few weekends ago.
A few weekends ago.
I don't know. I can't give you an actual date.
The poison fist damage. It's so good. It's so good. We tested it out specifically just in case it showed up.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah,
Let
all
me
right,
get
we
the
can
players.
skip over this onto game 3.
It's a tough. Yeah.
There were like 4 or 5 squares.
Kind of relies on the colossal check here.
All right, so game 3, he lets me have larval tears, right? He just ignores it,
That's just
which
So there's probably some that I'm forgetting. These are the ones I can think of right now. And also, you know what? Nice.
Yeah,
larval
he just
tears
lets me
there,
have larval tears.
there is
from
Mitch with
Mitch.
the larval tier.
and I didn't even do like a good larval tears. He definitely could have beat me on it if he went for it.
We do see the base game players going for that somber pickup. I think Aggie is ahead.
Not that
Josh
he
is,
would-
like, stopped
not that you would
for a
just
second
know
with
that,
armor or
but yeah,
something
I
like
was-
that, and
Yeah.
Aggie was able to get
I was
ahead
like
just barely.
3 seconds slower than
Yeah, you take off
what
the
you
armor to, like,
reasonably
have the
want to
rock
be
bar
for
fill a little
winning
quicker because obviously
larval
with
tears, I
armor,
think.
it gives you a little bit of rot resistance. So if you take it off,
Talked at the
kind of
poison fist
adds
damage.
that
Is it
on.
just a few bosses or is it crazy all around? It's crazy all around. The only boss it's bad on in the DLC that I can think of is Romina, because
Josh here, grabs the stone, but is able to pour it out immediately. So
because Romina is poison
through a
immune.
Death screen is giving Josh
And
enough
even then, like,
time
it wasn't like
to
the
jump
worst thing
ahead
ever
of
on
the Somber
Romina. It was
Knight.
fine.
Yeah, wow.
Damn.
I got screwed once again by the Divine Beast helmet
However,
nerfing
this
his
is one of those
flasks.
squares where, like,
Well, then why is he
for
wearing it?
whoever
He could
doesn't
just
get it, they still
take
have
it
a
off.
+9 weapon. Assuming it's like really close. Assuming they both get that to that far.
Exhausted as a viewer by the time game 3 started. Can't imagine what you guys were going through. Honestly, I was hopped up on adrenaline. Like,
And they're not using the same one, so I am curious. To
we
see-
finished game 3 and they were like, "You guys must be so exhausted." I'm like, "I'll go run a marathon." Like, I'm wired right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I am curious on who's gonna go for Evergel balls and Ensis balls here first because Mitch did skip with the Grace.
I'll have to run that at some point. Yeah.
Slowly learning from Aggie here.
On one hand, he got the
Flash
Flashnurse, but on the other hand, big head and 5 strength.
Cost him some extra time later for that inner quarter square Evergel and Ensis boss or Ensis balls. Jesus.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if CBD is going to grab the Grace here. We do see that right now. So that might be something that they're looking for early on. There is a Flamberge in...
Flamberge. Ah, this was the Flamberge game. This was a good game. This was a good... Well, good for me. It ends up being, like, fairly one-sided, which is a little, you know, unfortunate. But
we're good to see the shop here from the DLC players. I did miss it, but he's buying smithing stones. Base game.
Always win in a row. They don't keep alternating the finals. Nah, we are different.
Shopping. Okay, nothing really that apparently Aggie liked.
Holding off on Somber 9 to get a weather weapon was absolutely the best play.
It was a little surprising. But,
yeah, only because the weapon was so bad. Like, if the weapon in base game had not been as poor as it was, Somber 9 would be the play all day.
Aggie was just really looking for a quick Somber 9. Well, Josh, I believe, kind of relies on the Colossal check here in Altus Tunnel to hope that that's a Somber instead to, like, save himself some time, and he just kind of deals with the requirements. Even though a lot of Colossal weapons, the requirements are kind of high.
Yeah, he did go Colossal. Aggie goes for the same Colossal check, and it also does not work out.
So we'll see what the drop
Own
is
DS2 hater, and even I like the Majula theme. I don't... I guess it's this, the sort of light strings or piano or something.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, meanwhile...
On base game side, Aggie made losing a square into a great call. Yep.
Which is cool.
Aggie was 100% behind on Somber 9 because of the Lake of Rot death. Yeah, did that happen again? That's also the reason we lost it against Chris and Adef.
I'm like 80% sure. Yeah, they are both going for the armor sets here. Egon getting a little bit of a beating.
Yeah.
Yeah, CBD just went straight for the armor set, so he was obviously going to be ahead on that.
Block the scream. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it saves you just a little bit of time. Instead of getting knocked down on your butt, you can block it. Also, yeah, he's guard counter.
And you can do the guard counters.
Yeah.
And guard counters are sick. I also, I can't believe again I got Furnace Golem. Again, I got the deflecting hard tier. And again, I just forgot to equip it.
I don't know. I saw him.
This game could have been the sickest game ever. Flamberge, guard counters. Oh, this could have been. But I just totally forgot. He died because his flasks were nerfed by the helmet. Oh, that's what you mean. He died to the Lake of Rot because his flasks... Oh, okay, yeah. I see what you mean. Oh, okay, yeah, that's bad.
And then going to be grabbing the teleporter to EG on top of that.
That happened in the other game too? Wait, that's why he died the other game too?
But again, this is a really heavy weapon.
He had the exact same helm on the randomized class twice?
We'll see.
That's what happened? That's wild.
It's gonna be cool to finally see the base game players actually have a good weapon.
Man, if I had a nickel for every time that happened, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. Does Big Lion Helm nerf flasks? Yes, it does.
So CBD is definitely ahead on map progress, which is nice.
Aggie also does not roll for the weaker rod. I think you're not supposed to because it wastes too much time and you lose the square if you do.
But I do think Mitch is ahead on armor as well.
Yeah, I'm really...
He doesn't need to usually, yeah.
If CBD did get the Oathseeker set, then they're kind of tied for armor in this case. But I'm not sure if he did do the drop down for it. I did miss that part. Looks like Josh will be getting Somber 9 here first, though, getting to EG.
Yep.
Yeah, I could have gotten the Oathseeker set. I didn't even think about that.
And
my thought was,
let's see.
I'll go towards the front side of Shadowkeep in order to get the materials for Furnace Golem. I'll activate the Mikola's Rune Shattering. I'll go back to Moore, tell him to be sad, and then I'll go get Moore's armor. Which ends up being a better play for me, because I waste a lot less time than I would have if I went for the Oathseeker. But if I thought I beat CBD on larval tiers, Oathseeker I think would have been smarter.
Now Aggie's still going to go ahead and upgrade this. I do wonder what the requirements are for this. Let me look this up real quick.
A weird amount of DLC helmets nerf flasks. Huh.
He was much farther than we thought,
Yeah. Let me check the stat requirements real quick for this. So this is going to be 34 strength and 24 faith. So
Big, small
that's
horn,
a lot.
birdhead.
So,
Birdhead nerfs
a lot of
flasks.
strength. So they have to definitely get.
I didn't
some
know
damage to
that.
be able to wield this semi decently.
Oathseeker is +2 Skidoo also, right? Is it? Is there 2 Skidoo there?
Yeah,
this
is this
tough.
In
one
the
of those
church, I guess?
situations
All I know
where
is that there's
they
blue
have
dew
the
there.
strength, They can still wield the weapon with proper damage. They just can't do like the.
Birdhead
physical
nerfs
parts of it.
flasks and
Yeah,
focus.
If they just
Huh.
focus on strength, they should be able to still wield it. Oh yeah, here we go. Egon now
Okay.
for CBD as well.
I honestly, I never do
It does have two, so you
Oathseeker
did grab the
armor.
Oathseeker set.
I've-
This might be CBD's third armor set then. But yeah. So if they don't level faith here, they just don't get the holy damage part from the weapon.
Wait, CBD did Oathseeker?
And I'm not sure what the spread is on that. Hold on. Pausing and champing. It's almost 50-50. It's almost 50-50. So they do lose out on quite a lot of damage. There
So
it
that's
is.
his third. Because before this, he gets...
Oh wait, there's C on Josh.
This
here.
is him going for the bear armor set.
Yeah, and
The
there's the
not
monk, yeah.
it-
So he was
the
way
one that's
farther
near the
ahead
bear.
Than,
And yeah, he has Oathseeker in his inventory. When did he... I guess he went for that at the very start instead of the larval tier?
keeping the
Let me see.
extra time
Is great. So yeah, well,
kind of
More. Almost.
Here it is. Base game players. There's the DLC players. So we're this time the map. I guess so. I don't know. He's just grabbing one larva tier. He's
Yeah,
going for
he
armor sets here.
grabs
Speaking of armor sets, chat.
the larval
think it's
tier on
time.
the
It
way
might
to
be
the
time.
Oathseeker set, just in
It's
case
time.
I
The
give it
map,
up.
the map
He will
is
have progress.
back
That actually makes a lot of
unbelievable.
sense.
map
Yeah, that's
time.
smart.
Here it is. Base game players.
I don't know what he
There's
grabbed
DLC
that cookbook
players. So
for. I don't know
we're
what
looking
that
for armor
makes.
sets here. As we saw, armor sets. CBD gonna go for this building right over here. That's gonna have the Oathseeker armor set. You can also get an armor set here. A few options to pick from here.
Okay. Back to wherever we were.
Missed that. So don't get.
Okay, there's the third DLC full armor set.
All right, so what else is there for the?
At this point, I'm still on my plan of collecting materials for the furnace golem kill.
My cat opened my door and I can hear Aggie have to close it.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, no worries. Looks like that we are seeing balls here. For
Balls.
Team Reno now, they're gonna go for that early game stuff. Like I mentioned, Mitch does not have that grace, so they're kind of Monkey Ball's kind of forfeiting that square here.
Monkey
That's gonna
balls.
activate- so they already have row 2. That's gonna activate column 4 here on top of that once they do clear this. That's pretty
Monkey
dangerous.
balls.
That's very dangerous. That's a lot of pressure that Monkey Business has to do. To kind of offset it somehow.
Yeah.
Looks like Mitch
Yeah, we
is
were
gonna be
okay
going
with
for
them
a pick up
taking
first.
both
And
bowls.
maybe
We were
looking
just
at
like, let's
that
just
with
keep
row 5.
progressing what we want to progress. It's fine.
Counter, if you will.
Yeah. Which they both then are gonna want. I mean, obviously the game is barely started. We don't know what their plans are. But if we are looking at column 4 and row 5, both teams are gonna want the Hitless Remembrance boss square.
Yeah.
I did not want the Hitless Remembrance boss square. I was like,
Hopefully
screw
we
that.
can shake off some
There's
stuff
no
that's in the set
there's
for
no
boss fight.
Gaius on the board.
There
I'd
it
let them
is.
have it.
Balls
Let them
instead.
have it.
And,
Unless I needed it
Josh
to
with
block,
the
but
ball
let them
still
have
really
it.
great damage for only having the strength requirement, I believe.
Monkey
Really not
Bowls
bad.
is a good name.
Jumping R2. There it
Nice,
is.
nice.
I mean, it could have been a tough block if Josh mogged with 50k first,
Pretty intense.
and they got the hitless, and I was forced into meta. That could have been real bad.
Both being activated now is kind of
Here comes the steeple.
intense.
Yeah. I wonder if there's a way that Aggie can quickly just Memory of Grace 50k runes. That would be one.
Yeah, so I just went immediately for the furnace golem because I was like, I've got most of the materials. I can get this pretty quick.
Yeah.
Because yeah, I mean obviously meta is slow, Leda is slow.
Aggie got health and steeple here.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh,
Helfin
that's a
definitely kind of
huge
saved us.
pickup. That might offset.
Mog 50k would have set him back on Somber 9, to be honest. Well, it's not you would do it before Somber 9. It's you would do Somber 9 first, then you would quickly go get 50k and do it. Whereas instead he went for balls
Yeah, where he
first,
gets
which I guess they
50K
needed
with
balls in order
race
to make this
GGs.
work. But he went for
Yeah,
balls and
that's a good idea,
then
and that also blocks off call a row 2, obviously. And yeah, if he does that, the memory of Grace will column
he went
4.
for
We also do have Radahn,
Star
and also
Scourge
Boss Hill
to get the
is
50k, whereas Aggie went for Grail.
around. I don't know if he would be doing that now.
So Radahn without summoning NPCs is a square. Grail is a square. Both important. But Grail ends up being a little faster to get the
This is a little
50k.
tough to call right now.
Steeple's probably the
Mitch
best weapon
making
he could
his
have found in the
way
chest. I think it is absolutely the
towards
best
some of these,
weapon.
ingredients, also giving the fragment.
Like, what else could have come close? The other one that looks kind of like Steeple, but like does a yell instead,
Kill the furnace golem.
is maybe the only other one that could be close to as good.
Right, here we're
What's that
back
one
in the
called?
Ancient
It's got bleed on it.
Dragon fight.
Milos, Sword of Milos, yeah. I think that's the only other somber greatsword that is of roughly equal, maybe not roughly equal, but of like only one tier down in quality from Helfin Steeple.
Dragon Man fight?
Yes.
Oh, Blaster. No, you're right. Blaster would have been better. You're right. Never mind.
Yeah, double
You're all wrong.
status,
Blaster
you
would have
got
been the best.
time, It's not an instant
Blaster
rush.
best,
Yeah.
Helfin
Your
Steeple
buddy
second.
Dueling it out. In a
Milos
cave
third.
In the middle of nowhere.
Oh my god, people friendship.
True.
Steeple gives a chunk of extra damage on
And,
top. Yeah,
Yeah,
but I
like
mean,
the
that's
bodybuilders
kind
are
of
getting the
accounted for the yell in Milos. So,
Oh,
I
probably.
believe there is 3.
Helfin's
I don't know
has
if there's
frost
4.
and magic damage, and then Steeple
There
has
is-
damage reduction on the enemy and
there are
bleed.
two, though, and
So
there
they're
is
both
some
very
damage as
good.
well. I don't know if he'll end
Helfin
up
Steeple definitely better, but
There are two here,
Sword of
there's a
Milos
great
is
axe
just
check, and
not
it's
bad at all
Gargoyle's
either.
Great axe, not Omen Killer Cleaver, not the oh, CBD dying to Ancient Dragon Man here.
Oh, no, you
But
cursed
Omen Killer
him.
Cleaver not being the axe pickup is a little bit of a shame.
Poker Shreds too, especially base game. I forgot that's a great sword. I guess there's a lot of good
Here's Aggie
great
fighting
swords.
Grace
Damn.
baby.
I really wish we had a
And,
decent
I
greatsword
mean,
check in the
this is-
DLC.
obviously this is
There's
like
Milady,
working out,
but it's mixed with light greatswords that would just totally screw you over.
These guys stomp. I feel
And,
like it's so wonky, and it can just like go from 100 to 0 so quick.
Sometimes.
There's just a lot of times that
yeah, they
you
will
just
one-shot
you
it.
just
That's
get garbage and it just
Has to be
takes so
careful
long
with
to
those
check
heads,
that
because
it's like
those
it
heads
just
also
can't
have a
really be
hitbox.
worth it.
Sometimes I've gotten caught by that when they drop down from the sky. I roll backwards and their head
Oh my
slams
God.
onto me.
Yeah.
So yeah, always being careful of that. But it looks like it's going pretty well so far. There's
Nice.
2 dragons down.
Which is
already.
probably the most consistently good category. If they weren't mixed with
And,
light
yeah, looks like
great
Josh is going for
swords,
Radahn without summons.
they are at least top 3. The top 3 most consistent weapon categories, in no particular order, are great swords, great axes, and great hammers. I think that's 100% true. I think that, well, great katanas, if you count them, again, not mixed with regular katanas, but, because then it's great katanas number 1, because there's only 3 and they're all incredible. But outside of that, I think it's great swords, great axes, and great hammers. All the greats, yep. Yeah, and great katanas.
Interesting.
If it says great in it.
Very, very interesting. So, okay. Different plays being made here. I was expecting.
Even Inseparable Greatsword is great
maybe
with the
God's
Sacred
Gonna
Blade in it.
Console,
Yeah.
To be honest, I thought
Yeah,
that would be a
it's
good
definitely
idea.
solid.
I guess he's maybe seeing.
And then the Furnace Golem, I make a mistake here. I get very unlucky and I don't recognize it fast enough. So he starts moving, I start throwing. It's hard to see, but he's doing the kick attack here, which is the unlucky thing, so I need to quit out immediately. But I don't recognize it. I start throwing a second pot, and I'm like, oh, that's the kick.
But I think
This is bad. I get hit by it. I'm now down 2 pots, and I only have enough resources to make one extra one.
For Monkey Business for sure.
So I have to get away, quit out. Then I have to warp all the way back,
Amazing for them.
go to the front of Shadowkeep a second time in order to get more materials to craft one more pot. So now I have 3. So now I can get the kill and come all the way back
Okay, well,
to finally kill the Furnace Golem. Luckily got lucky the second
it
time.
is.
Aggie heading towards Radahn as well. Obviously, he's not going to be contesting that without NPC square.
lava pots being
probably
chucked
for
from
the horse.
downtown. Mitch gets the Furnace Golem kill.
Nice.
Very nice. There it is. So that is now.
Ordovas is decent too. 66 poise damage on full charge dash is nuts. When are you ever going to get that off? Especially in the DLC, that would be trash.
These games have
I
been
mean,
really even.
the weapon itself is fine because it's just got a great sword moveset, which is a good moveset, but like you are literally never going to use the Ash of War in the DLC. Not a single time.
And yeah, now
In base game, maybe you can. Maybe.
Yeah, neither of these.
Did you end up
lines
finishing
are
Curiosity?
terribly
Not yet.
Quick or convenient, I would say. We do have a fire giant situation.
Well, also consistent. Parentheses derogatory. Yeah,
a
consistently
Lita
bad.
situation.
late
Yeah, like
after R1 scary similar, right? In second Elder Lion here for Aggie.
Yeah, at this point, back to the Wendy's
This one
4
should
for
be a lot
4.
Weaker as well. This one should die pretty quickly, I would say. Oh, okay, ceiling first. Yeah, look at that R1. Sheesh, R1 again. One more R1 should probably frost proc.
Are they both going for Elder
This
Lions?
lion has
I don't think this is the one where they
no
race, son.
clothes.
he's
Boom.
got some chains.
Somebody was racing Elder Lions in one of the games.
Dripped out.
And, there's that column 1.
Yeah, that's starting to look very
Definitely getting
scary.
established. Mm.
But we're pretty far away from Fire Giants.
And then I head for the Lamenter transformation, which CBD had set up because he was past ADM. Not only past ADM, he had the next Grace. He could have gotten to Lamenter way before me, but they thought they needed to get Jar Great Jar right now. They thought we were going to rush that. Now, if they had kind of been, like, hard paying attention on it, we couldn't have gotten that yet because we can't have had Radon without summon, or Radon yet. Because at the same time that Josh was doing Radon, Aggie was doing Grail, and then immediately after Grail, Aggie was doing Elder Lion. So technically, they could have held it for a little bit longer. CBD maybe could have done Lamenter first, then Jar and Great Jar. But as CBD described, he was like, if I went to Lamenter there, I was probably going to crash out and stop playing Bingo. And it's like, yeah, fair. Like, we were both in very stressful, very bad situations. But I think the Lamenter play was a strong enough play. I was like, I'm going for it.
Try and block that line at all because yeah, both of those.
I'm fighting Elder Lion, honey. Breed to Tom during
You're
finals.
thinking this is a later problem. Let's get some other stuff going here first.
Finals were low-key very one-sided and ended with 2 bingos. Yeah,
Very tough position.
we'll get there in the next match, but they unfortunately were.
What else is tough, chat, is switching music tracks in the middle of a bingo match. But here we go. We're going to try it anyways. There we go.
Or like
My time is short.
yeah, yeah.
We were also a little surprised since CBD was in here for the jar. We figured he would collect the pots as well, and then it would be easy for Josh to finish that off. But they end up not getting the pots for a while, and we end up getting it later.
Okay, good.
3 square column 1 to go for that block here already, which is I think a good idea, but also definitely is kind of playing.
Don't think I blame CBD at all, even if Lamenter was the play here. Yeah, sometimes your mental health is more important.
So this could be really interesting.
Sometimes your mental health is just more important than winning the bingo match.
So Aggie was going for blue Retta, right? And he switched off it.
Yeah, I think he's just like splitting progress a little bit here, and now he's going for a
Okay.
collect 4 of each pot. I think he's going to Jarberg.
Also, I should have collected the pot in the Lamenter jail, but I literally just forgot there was a pot in the Lamenter jail.
Mitch going for the
That didn't even
here. I
cross
think-
my mind that there is a pot in the Lamenter jail.
Unless there's another reason to be here, I don't really.
Second final match could have been closer if not for
there's
some
quite a
unfortunate
few
snipes, but
towards-
that's bongus. Yep.
Yeah,
And the first one could have been closer if not for Adef getting completely screwed over on the Tialier skip.
First.
It just killed him for no reason. Okay, so CBD does grab the hefty pot.
Not a
Dropping
bad
down.
idea.
So CBD probably does have all of his pots, and it's just that Josh, I guess, doesn't. Does Domo not pick top 4 boards by hand like he did at Fast 50? Nope. They're just completely randomized.
Going for God's
And at Fast... Oh, at Fast 50, maybe he selected. At Fast 52, I selected, but it, like, I kept like, going to the you know, production, and being like, hey, can we get set up early? Like, I want time to look through the boards, and I want to make sure it's all set up and good. And like, we kept getting like slightly pushed out, like, yeah, we'll be ready for you in a little bit. And by the time we were fully able to like get set up on the setup, and I was able to sit down and do the boards, it was like they were already on stage. So I had to quickly be like, randomize. No, this one sucks. Randomize. No, this one sucks. Randomize. Maybe, but not quite good enough. Randomize. No, randomize, no. And I did it like 10-ish times of randomizing, and I finally found one that I just looked for things I wanted rather than things I didn't want, and I found like 4 or 5 squares that I was like, that's a good one, that's a good one, that's a good one, that's a good one, and I was like, all right, send it. The ones I didn't look at were horrible for that.
I just feel it.
Yeah. You can just feel it.
I just feel it. Yeah, I just know.
Like, I did it fast 50
I
too.
feel
Yeah.
that.
But no, that does not happen for bingo brawlers.
I don't know.
That only happens for showcases, because the problem with picking them by hand is if you pick them by hand, then teams have a legitimate complaint if it's a board that they feel doesn't favor them, right?
Really loves
Imagine if Domo picked it by hand and it was the board that had an entire line of only base game squares that we lost to Adef and Chris only because there was an entire line of base game squares. So even though I got almost every single DLC square on the entire board, I literally could not possibly block that line, and so we lost. Imagine if that happens and Domo goes, oh yeah, I picked that by hand. I would be pissed at Domo. I'd be like, why would you pick something like that, right? And that's an extreme example, but in any case, you lose and you go, well, we only lost because of the board. Why did Domo pick a board like that? You have to leave it up to chance. Potential for unconscious bias, yep.
Yeah.
Like, it's a huge can of worms to open up that we are
Definitely a very different
not
vibe.
wanting to open up. You could give players the ability to, like, veto squares or something. Now you're getting real complicated. I like the idea, and honestly, I think it's something that I've thought of before. But you're getting very complicated for this season. For future seasons, I do think something like bans, like square bans, where you get to ban things, like both teams, you know, okay, we're in the ban phase. All right, first ban from Monkey Business. All right, they ban Somber +9. First ban from Itzarino. They're going to ban Lamenter. Second ban, like, I think that would be really, like, that's a neat idea. But very complicated.
Well, here's CBD at the boss.
The team gets 5 bans or something, yeah.
No incidents today.
This is actually also really good. This is actually a really good call from CBD because there's also a Spirit Ash, which is row 1.
Yeah, DLC or CBD finishing off the jail for the Spirit Ash was something that I had to keep in mind, which made me like rush for
there, sadly, but still gets a nice
when I was going for Spirit Ashes, which luckily I end up getting later in this game, but was scary. Oh,
God, never mind.
Yeah, that was not a great time to heal against Ons.
There it is. Great jar helmet gonna be picked up here.
Also make bans off points or something, so higher point team gets an extra ban. You're talking about like if there was like a winners bracket, losers bracket, the winners bracket team would, because otherwise you don't want to just, hey, you won your previous match. Let's make sure you win your next match too. Is I think a little silly.
Also, it looks like Mitch did
for
the
the hydrate
Lamenter for the transformation, which I actually think is a good idea because the Dragon transformation is a lot, like, you still need some setup for it. I just assumed he was going towards her, so that's what he wanted, but no, he went past.
If Renala Square was still with 4 different summons rather than 4 summons in total, we all know which base game square would be banned all the time. Yep.
And it makes Lamenter less of a useless kill.
It's a terrible square. All right, yeah, so then CBD finishes off the jars, or the pots, in here, and starts heading backside. So he didn't have backside at all at this point. Did I have backside at this point? I don't think I have backside access either. I think both of us are like...
At all. It's just like...
It's like the match is kind of halfway over, and neither of us has even gone into Shadowkeep. But the Lamenter transformation is just too juicy to ignore.
But yeah, really not bad.
I'd still generate random board first and then let players modify it somehow rather than removing squares from the pool beforehand.
Someone call Maury. You are not the real Lamenter.
So but then the problem with that is it messes with the prep time because we're only supposed to get to see the board 3 minutes before the match so that we can have the planning time as part of the skill of bingo. If they let us see it way beforehand and go, all right, which of these squares on this board do you want to ban? Then we go taking a mental snapshot. Okay, I want to ban. Let me stall a bit while I think about my plan. I want to ban this one. You know?
Say nobody
Just be a little
believes
bit.
me, but one time I
GG
tested
Bingus this weekend.
Windows
Oh,
versus
thanks,
full
bud.
screen to see if it changes the colors, and it does. One of
I'm
those
still
force
so
sensitivity
sad that
helps you
we lost
see the Lamenter color.
one best of 3.
Dude, okay. Aggie's already.
And we don't even get
very
to be
quickly
top
on
2.
start.
That
Even though
is
he
so
is
sad.
rotted, though, so
You
he
lose
has a
any
little
other
bit
match, any other match. You lose a regular season match, you can still get top 2. You lose the finals, you get top 2. The only match that is the worst possible one to win, the only one that matters the most, was exactly the only one that we lost in the whole season. Was so sad. But at least we ended on the dub for 3rd.
Nice. Okay.
He's gonna die here, though.
He is gonna lose the money. Yeah.
No, he's not. He can pour it out just in time.
You'd
There
go
it
from
is
3-minute
now.
prep to 5-minute prep. I don't think that's a deal breaker. I mean, depends how long it takes to ban things. I guess you're saying there's a time limit to banning things, which, like, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, this row 5 is
Yeah,
looking
maybe.
Very, very scary all of a
There'd
sudden.
probably be a way to
Hit
make it
list
work.
is
But
something they
again,
definitely want
adding
to
a lot
do
more
in 15
complication.
minutes arena.
Yeah. And again, CBD.
One thing to mention is for Lamenter, I made my Flamberge no longer cold, but instead heavy, because I knew Lamenter is immune to cold.
Wow, that was actually
So
not
that's
that
why I
bad.
did pretty good damage on him, despite being very low skidoo, because again, I haven't even been in Shadowkeep yet.
And there is the transformation. Bada bingus, bada boomus.
Current format makes 0 sense. There's 0 incentive to win the first regular matches.
5.
Like, you get nothing for it. Well, if you lost every match, you'd be out of having any chance of the finals. But yes, there is currently no incentive to get first place as opposed to 4th place. 4th place has equal chance to win the whole thing as first place does. I like the idea behind Survive in this boss fight for a while, but the Renala Square is just RNG. Yeah, which, yeah, it's kind of bad.
Something, I don't know how he fell off.
I think getting $10 per match would be great. I mean, that'd be nice. I don't
If
know that
Josh going for
$10
top
is
good. So Josh has one hitless
not to be
boss. It looks
greedy,
like he's
not to be like, I'm gonna spit on your $10, but I don't know that it's enough to make players put in all their practice early in the season. Because right now, like, Chris and Adef, they just went hard at the end. Tom and Bree, they just went hard at the end. Me and Aggie, we were practicing throughout the season approximately equally, which maybe was our downfall. We didn't ramp up our practice at the end. But yeah, the other two teams basically didn't practice. Well, Tom practiced throughout the whole season, but like didn't practice nearly as much throughout the beginning of the season, and only practiced really hard at the end. And that was all they needed.
Yeah, I mean, Aggie's already ahead of him, though. Already trudging his way through these staircases, through this castle, getting to Godric.
Yeah, but
It's
Aggie
like
Aggie has
2.5 4-for-4s. True, except you forgot about the tax. So it's just like 2 4-for-4s.
True, but also, the DLC players have to contribute.
What was the prize pool? 5,000 split amongst the two people for first, so they got 2,500 each. 3,000 split for second, 2,000 split for third, 1,500 split for fourth, and 1,000 split for fifth and sixth.
Yeah.
Seeding advantage depends on the parity between the teams. Yeah,
Oh,
which there was not.
Here, I see.
There was not a huge disparity in skill level. If anything, because some of the teams kind of sandbagged-ish the regular season, being ranked higher was almost a disadvantage. We get 1K for being asked. Let's go. You get 1K for your time. And I have fought for that since season 1, although not particularly hard in season 2 or 3 because I wasn't a part of season 2 or 3, but I have fought for since season 1. Every player deserves compensation for their time because you put in a lot of time into bingo. You put in a lot of time into practicing. You put in a lot of time showing up each and every week. You put in a lot of time rearranging your schedule for matches. I think that is always worth compensation, even if you don't end up winning. I think your time is valuable. So I am very, very happy that Domo accepted my suggestion to make sure that everyone wins at least something.
Before working on it, because
Wasn't expecting a prize pool at all. Yeah.
It'd be really great if we can get it, but obviously we're not gonna put all our eggs in one basket here. So let's still be working on majority, right? And then Mitch will pivot
For
into
anything
top
other than
three
top
to
3.
finish
Yeah.
it off.
Only true time is an investment. Yeah.
I do hope we still see Senesax Lanciac, so that's probably going to be forced till late game. And we might not even see that depending on how this board's being played out. We do have a lot of tough stuff left over. Mateer,
There's a chance that the
Senesax,
least likable
Lanciac,
square just get
Letta,
bans every single board,
Fire
but should
Giant
that
just get
square
to
exist
3.
then if no one
Some
likes
more
it?
squares
I
that
don't
kind of
personally think
tough
so, and that's
are
why
pretty big
once we're done
differences.
reviewing all the matches,
So
we're going to
if,
do
13
a
doesn't
square
happen
tier
prior to
list.
that,
We're
we'll
going to
see what
decide which squares
Yeah.
should be removed
And you
forever.
could pivot off of
And by we're going to decide which ones should be removed forever, I don't mean we're making the decision in Domo's stead. He still has the final say on everything. This is just like a for fun thing that we're going to do. Please don't like bug him about it when we finish or anything.
Okay.
You can show it to him if he's interested, but like don't
Yeah, he did.
don't be annoying
Josh
with
is
it.
definitely
But I
on
just think
the-
it's
on
it's
that
fun
hit list.
to, now that I have some experience with a lot of the squares, put my thoughts down in the form of a tier list.
Cells.
Rip Somber 9. Get it out of here. I hate that.
That's
I
not
think
the
that
money,
square
though.
sucks. I don't even have to deal with it. I'm not even a base game player, and I think that square sucks.
Chad, would you take that damage?
And now I finally get into backside of Shadowkeep. CBD heads for Lion. They want to block this
Edge, if you
line.
will, on that square, and we can kind of stall it out a little bit longer.
Yeah, people do it.
Yeah, I think he also attempts for hitless, but hitless Lion is really tough. Gonna
Otherwise,
fax it to him and demand he make the necessary changes or else. Yep. Well, it's 100% of the compensation because he couldn't be a degen. Exactly.
Okay, he just eating.
You have a least favorite off the top of your head?
Apostle?
Yeah, Somber plus
Oh,
9.
nice damage though. God.
Or,
Nice R1s.
only because of a bug in the randomizer,
Oh, when
collect 7, 8, or 9 sorceries in the DLC. Because the randomizer can randomly place duplicates because it's coded poorly.
That's not gonna happen. That's too
Not poorly. It's coded very,
Oh,
very cool. I very much appreciate the coders that worked on it, but it has some bugs still left in it that have not they have not had time to fix yet.
been getting some
That
nice
cause there
improvements.
to sometimes randomly be duplicates of sorceries.
Very tough for sure. He has to quit out.
And
no reason to go.
Yeah.
I said, oh, then we should just we should just ignore that. We should just say acquire 7 sorceries. Doesn't matter if they're unique.
Yeah, that's
If it's caused by a bug in the randomizer, let's just pretend like the bug doesn't exist. And instead it went the other way. Oh, there's a bug? Okay, we'll make that a feature. If you get screwed over by the randomizer and there's a duplicate, it doesn't count for you.
I mean,
And you
it's
can just
supposed
lose
to
the
avoid
square
anyway,
because of a bug. And I'm like, that is the dumbest
I wonder
thing.
if they're interested in that line at all.
But
Call them too.
that will, in theory, be fixed for
Well,
next
actually,
season,
CBD's
so.
about to get the dancing lion, so never mind.
Take it back. You don't talk shit about Matt. Matt is not the one that programmed the randomizer, as far as I know. But either way, yeah, the randomizer is really cool. It's a really, really awesome mod. It does still have a few problems that we have been attempting to work out.
I have no words.
And due to personal reasons that I can't get into, they have not been able to
I'm not sure
have the time to fix
what
them all yet.
decisions are right now. We're on for
So
maybe Lancex here from Aggie.
I said it in a very aggressive way, but I am very, very
Like this
grateful to
one.
the mod
Ain't no
makers.
way they're gonna do Senesax Lanciax right
Ain't no
now.
way he's gonna do this Hero's Grave. This Hero's Grave sucks.
I think if there was ever a square ban system implemented, I think the only way to make stuff fair would be to give players 3 bans, 1 for each type, CBD, These bans would be placed before game 1 starts from the entire list of squares, and these 6 squares would be banned for all the games if it's best of 3. I kind of like the idea of having, like, counter-pick bans if you just lost. I think would kind of be fun. So you start with, like, an equal number of bans, and then the team that lost game 1 maybe gets an extra ban or 2. I don't know. It could be... I don't know. Maybe that doesn't make any sense, but there's fun stuff that they do with bans in other games. So there's definitely ways to possibly make it work. Matt made the randomizer for Bingo specifically. Didn't make the randomizer for Bingo specifically, but he made the original randomizer and DLC randomizer. Yes. It's just this is a different one because it's specifically only a weapon randomizer only within their set pools. But yeah, it might use Matt's original framework. I don't know, actually.
Pull the duel list all the way to Timbuktu just to put some light on it.
Well, maybe he thinks that Josh is for sure not doing this, and he'd rather do something that Josh is for sure not doing to get sniped.
Yeah.
Well, he'll
Oh yeah, Aggie heads for the
well, that's a fraud.
Hero's Grave,
yeah, that's all right.
while I
guess
do
their
the Spirit
priority right now,
Ashes.
since he got hit, is just getting that Godric and Dancing Lion Square, and then.
Or
getting
if
rid
would
of
get all his
the
collect
Fallen
XYZ items
Right.
banned if they win first
Yeah.
game. You gotta ban Jory against Tom. You just gotta.
I mean, right at this point, Josh and CBD also have to.
Oh,
do
yeah, I'll
this,
ban Jory.
Like what the other team is doing, and just try and snipe them on everything.
I was gonna go back to Aggie's chat, but his ended. No. And he raided here, so welcome on in.
Dude, playing 3 games in one day must be so difficult because I feel like as commentators, me and your brains are like fried. Imagine
Oh,
playing
yeah.
it.
Well, to be fair, if
Yeah, luckily this time I remembered that
If,
Spirit
get
Ash,
snack
and then I also
items,
remember the
it's
one
full.
in the rafters and how to actually get there quickly.
Well, I snacked up and my brain is fried.
Could just be for the best of 3s. Squares can't
Yeah, I think
repeat
having 3 games
between
back-to-back is
games.
definitely also, like, really
Yeah?
exhausting.
Yeah. But I mean,
Banning
it's like,
based on what I know my
everyone's
opponent
team
likes,
preference,
not based on
like a
what I
best
hate.
of
Right.
endurance
That's
and, you know,
obviously the
playing
things. Well,
games
you
and
you
stuff.
do a little
But
combination
it
of
is
both
difficult.
depending.
Needs to be acknowledged. If you aren't playing this chat, you guys
Like if there's ones that you hate enough, then in theory you should just learn it so that you don't hate it that much,
There
and
it
then
is,
you
nice
should
dancing line from CBD,
leave it in the
saves here.
pool.
Gonna be
But
marking that 11 to
Nice.
6 still here for Monkey Business 5 squares
if you
ahead.
haven't
Nice
fully learned
block,
a
but sadly does not
square
matter
well
because
enough,
neither
it can be
Aggie nor
worth a
Wizard wants
ban
that
to just
square
be
right now.
like,
And,
yeah, I should have learned it,
yeah,
but I
after
don't know
this
it well enough,
Hero's
so I will
Grave,
get rid of it for this.
It's kind of down to Spirit Ashes. Oh, yeah, Mitch is going for his last Spirit Ash here. In
A
the
weapon
box.
rando,
Going
no
for
square
Fire
bans,
Hilton.
just bingo.
So we're going to see
Mm.
Hero's Grave here and Spirit
As
Ash
it all
and
should
maybe
be.
Possibly GG's here for Monkey Business taking 3rd place.
Does
Oh,
combined
no,
square list have
Godric
enough squares for best of 3 if it goes all the way to game 3 if we wanted to remove repeating squares? Currently,
Yeah, CBD. It looks
Yes.
like he's gonna go for the mesmer.
Barely.
Heals here to block.
there's a little over 25 combined squares. I
mean,
think there's
sorry,
like 30.
105. Oh my God, my
So
brain is
3
fried.
games would be 21, so
Fried from all
I think
that
that's
fish
about right.
jerky. And CBD making
banning
this one
Lanciac
might be
synergy
as
squares
fast
against
as
Josh.
possible
True.
he's going for instead of guys.
Yes. Yeah, I think so.
Because he's too good at the skip. Look,
God, this, you're right. This
I
is-
was talking with Josh about this last night, and I'm going to continue to make an unsubstantiated claim that I think is true, but I'm not going back in the VODs to check. I believe Lanciac skip has never, in all games, saved anyone anytime. I believe it has always either been neutral or lost people time. 100% of the time. Because every time that I have seen Josh hit Lanciac skip, which was only twice, I haven't watched every single one of his games. Both times he died to Lanciacs, had to redo it, and that loses back the time that it saved. So here's my unsubstantiated claim. Lanciac skip has never saved anyone anytime in an official Bingus match. Prove me wrong. How many people have done the skip successfully? Only Josh, I think. Other people have tried it and lost time to failing it. Okay, but Lanciac skip gives style points. That's true. What is the Lanciac skip? It's climbing up some rocks on the side of the cliff near Lanciacs. Like, it doesn't look like you can stand there, but they're just barely standable. So you stand on, like, this part, then you jump up to this part, then you jump over to this part, then you jump over to this part, and then you, like, jump and, like, do a 360 in the air to barely land on the tiny sliver here to get up. It's basically some hot garbage, yeah. How about the Lanciac skip where you skip fighting the boss and do something else? That's a good skip. I hate that boss. It's not a good boss.
It's so ass.
I mean, at least it doesn't have the Senesax extra lightning on everything.
Like, okay.
But its arena is a lot worse as well.
Like some Dark Souls 2 shit right here.
Yeah, it's
A partial disclosure of squares every 10 minutes. Maybe saving time with Lanciac skips should be a square. What do you mean partial disclosure of squares every 10 minutes?
There we go. Nice charge dart 2. Should get a stagger here. Jumping guard 2. Just jumping guard 2. Oh my god.
Bro is walking away.
Aggie on the duelist.
Away, but backwards.
Chicken backwards.
Nice. We should make that emote.
Let's be honest, every flying dragon sucks in
Okay, so
Elden
your
Ring
CBD is
besides
trying to
Bale.
get, hitless Mesmer, so I assume we'll be seeing him quit out if he does get hit. Hopefully he doesn't.
Damage not looking too great again. I
Yeah.
wonder what the upgrade is on this. Is this just maybe the Skidoo level?
Yeah.
There it is. Spirit Ashes.
I might even argue including Bale
This is a
because of the
big-
fire
this is
bouncing and
12 to 6
various
now.
stuff like
Once
that.
this Hero's Grave is over, it's GG's.
But
We'll
Bale is
definitely
definitely,
see
I think, the best of the
length
dragons.
a best of 3 is really
Yeah.
showing here on these players, and also
Drakes aren't
like,
too bad other than Borealis and X-Ikes.
And
Yeah, they're
also
fine.
commentary.
half of my sentences make no sense.
Yeah, bro, I've called row 5, call him
I feel
5,
like
that's
saying they
so
suck
funny.
is fair. I feel like saying they're fine is fair. But I certainly wouldn't be like, oh, dragons? Bro, I love dragons in Elden Ring. They're so
Yeah, see,
good.
like, at this point, it was good that
I feel like they're somewhere between fine and not great.
He's like, well, everything else is a combo square. It's the only thing I can do alone.
And there it is.
There it is.
Boom.
Boom.
GG's monkey.
Yeah, it started out 4 for 4, and like from there we kind of just ran away with it. Like I don't even really know what to say. It didn't feel like Josh and CBD were doing like bad plays necessarily. It's just like we got a couple squares on them, especially the Lamenter one, that kind of forced them into weird blocks, I guess, with the Jar and Great Jar, and Godric Dancing Lion, which just gave us too much time to set up the Spirit Ashes, 4 of each pot, and Aggie for the eventual Hero's Grave. We just kind of forced them into 2 combined squares that both were not super fast for either of them. So we kind of were just wasting both of our time at once. If you dislike the Plasty fight, you simply don't know the Plasty fight. You think I can't hitless him RL1 for a Dist and Sardoche bounty? Of course I can. He's still a bad fight. Really bad fight. I'm fighting Bale though. Put my sign down on that boss for like a week straight. Huh. His only bad move is the wing attack. He digs into the ground. That's definitely his worst move. That's easily his worst move, for sure. I agree with that. That's the one I was going to bring up. So, since you said it first, you know, touche. That is his worst. Easily, yeah. Why do you not like him? Because it's faster. That's why.
Business.
I honestly feel like all of his hitboxes are just too large. I don't like that he, like, runs away and breathes fire. I think that's really annoying. I think almost all of his fire, like, the hitboxes are just, like, too big and annoying. I don't like having to run away from him, but it's fine because you can obviously avoid it, but just, like, it's just like, oh, cool, he's stalling. I don't like his big, like, transition moves. They're so cinema, and it's like, okay, but I'm just kind of sitting here for an hour. Like, I just feel like he's just really boring, uninteresting. His hitboxes, I feel like, are all really bad. Like, a lot of his, like, claw attacks, the hitboxes linger way longer than they visually feel like they should, or can hit you before they visually feel like they should. anything that runs away and breathes fire at you sucks. Like, I don't have anything positive to say about Placidusax. I have 0 positives, and I have, like, 10 negatives for Placidusax. The only thing maybe I can say positive is, like, I guess I kind of like when he kind of just sits still and, like, summons lightning that you can walk out of and then hit him. I guess I kind of like that. I think that might be about it. I feel like other than that, he's just kind of boring and annoying. He looks cool. And there's also that. Okay, so the finals. On to the finals. Chris and Adef versus Bree and Tom.
But overall, we have nighttime here for Tom, daytime here for Adef. And
Mitch, when dragons do dragon things. They're bad dragon things. What can I say? They're bad dragon things.
I wonder if they're going to go for Mikla crosses here. And we see Golden Scarab here for Tom, by the way.
This is where I head out. Have a good one. Yeah, understandable, Chris. Understandable.
Adef here starting with what seems to be stamina instead, and also the ritual shield talisman. So yeah, it's gonna be really, really interesting to see Chris's class here. Oh, he started with this.
Well, honestly, like I do hate the vast majority of dragons in Elden Ring, but I genuinely just don't feel like they're designed to be particularly fun. Like, I think Bale does come close, because I think Bale has so many marks of a good boss. I just don't know that it necessarily comes together cohesively. Like, it's not like I hate the visuals of dragons or anything like that. I don't hate dragons from their outset. I just think that most dragons are just, like, annoying to hit because they'll either have, like, skinny little legs or they'll keep flying away. Especially annoying to hit in the head because they keep lifting it where you can't hit it, except for Bale. Although even Bale does that sometimes. Annoying to chase after over and over. I just don't like things running away like that. Fire breath just sucks in Elden Ring because they just programmed it very poorly, where it will just bounce off surfaces and hit you when it shouldn't, etc. I don't think any of those are not valid complaints. I think every complaint I have is a perfectly valid reason to not like a boss, regardless of it being a dragon.
Because then you can go ahead and get more bleed procs. But the Spike Club having the hammer moveset.
If you fight Midir optimally, he has 2 attacks, chat. Come on. Well, I don't know. I haven't learned Midir, so I don't know. Ooh, Adef actually off to a faster start than Tom, because Tom, does he get dialogue? No, he, in trying to pick up items while at the same time blocking, swaps to one-handing and does a punch. Adef actually off to a faster start.
Race right away seems like Bree is just a... All right.
These types of things are definitely very much like, hey, like, is it actually worth...
Tom does take the faster route here, though, skipping the Skidoo. I'm with Adef. I'm grabbing that Skidoo every time, but Tom is trying to rush and win the 5 Mikla crosses, and he might know he has to make up the time because of that punch. So...
Tap R2 is really good on the Spiked Cestus.
Midir was only good because his only real competition was Sin and Calamite at the time. Shrudge. I don't know, maybe. It's been way too long since I played the original Dark Souls trilogy to have an informed opinion. Like, I don't like to talk too much smack if I don't feel like I have
Commander Standard can have
the knowledge in my brain to back it up. Except for Dark Souls 2, because it does not take more than an hour or two to go, wow, this game sucks. But
like the burn effect. Oh, Chris has to be
ooh, Adef had to circle though for the Mikla cross, putting Tom ahead again. You grab that Skidoo on a cross rush? I might not. Insane slander. I played it totally casually. This is the, like, a week after it came out, I was like, oh, wait, there's a new game from the makers of Dark Souls? I love Dark Souls. I played it for a few hours, killed maybe 2 or 3 bosses, and I was just like, the next day, when I went to boot up my... Did I play it on PC? Did I play it on Xbox? I might have played it on Xbox at the... I played Dark Souls 1 on PC, so I want to say I was playing Dark Souls 2 on PC as well. Went to boot up my PC, went to my Steam library. What game should I play? Looked at it and went, nah, I'm good. Nah, I'll play something else.
Took a hit.
And Tom just missed the Therios.
I really hate
Actually, Tom
life gems.
No, Adif dies.
I really hate life gems. Personal opinion. Personal problem. I hate life gems. They 100% ruin the game for me. Same reason I played like 2 hours of Demon's Souls, and I was like, I do not want to play this again. I was more active on that one. My friend brought over his PlayStation for me to play Demon's Souls, and in the middle of like playing it in front of him while he was, you know, like watching it because he just wanted me to experience the game, I was like, no, take it back. But Dark Souls 2 was more passive, just like, I don't really want to keep playing it. Hating life gems? Yeah, they're awful. They're terrible. They ruin the game. 100% they ruin the game. Bro's gonna love Bloodborne, surely. Okay, but anyway, important moment here.
Tom just missed the Therios.
Tom misses Tialier skip.
Really good too, because it's somber and it has the like the burn effect. Oh,
Tom just jumps too low and misses it. Skill issue.
Tom just missed the
Adef,
Therios.
on the other hand, hits it. No skill issue. Adef now ahead on the Mikola crosses. Wild turn of events. Adef ahead on the rush square. This is their big chance.
Gets it.
Gets the skip perfectly, does the second part of the skip perfectly, game kills him anyway. He gets the fall damage bug.
Actually, Tom was ahead. Oh,
no,
Adef
Adif dies.
And so now Adef is behind. The square swings, a full square swing, one way or the other, based on based on the game just bugging for him. Horrible.
Maybe thinks now just because of that miss.
It sucks when that happens.
Yeah. I mean, he has
now
to
he gets
assume that he's behind.
He has to, yeah, but both.
Now watch both of them go
Yeah,
for drain
Adef
the
making
water
sure.
instead. And
Yeah,
then
I
Tracer
think Tom
goes
maybe
for
started out a little nervous.
Very
Maybe,
nice.
or maybe I'm just making stuff up for him. But I think he gains his confidence immediately when he wins Mikola crosses anyway.
But this is not a great one, I would say.
Because from then on, he
It's
plays
an active war,
like
but
pretty
yeah,
much
it's
flawlessly.
It's not one of the best.
In of itself, it's not great. Yeah, that's correct.
Tragic.
Bree here ready to grab
ADP is the real issue with DS2. That's it's funny. I didn't play enough of DS2 to even know that ADP was a thing. I didn't even know. I did feel like, man, the rolls feel bad. I don't like the rolls in this game. They just don't feel right. Like, I noticed that. I was just like, the rolls, I'm not vibing with it. But I was, like, okay with that. It was the life gems that I was just like, I just do not want to ever have to farm these stupid things.
Use this time to make that Tree Sentinel square happen. So now the plan for the base game players here, I think, is Chris probably assuming that 16 is going to happen here for Bree.
And, like, I know, but if you knew that eventually there's a vendor and you can buy 99 of them and then you never have to farm them. And, like, I know, but I played for like a few hours and I was like, these life gem things sure are stupid, huh?
Because it's somber. And
I had a single exploration session from a bonfire where I kept going for like an hour because I had enough life gems that I just kept like, oh, I took a hit from something, a life gem, and I just kept going for an hour and never had to go back to the bonfire at all. And I was like, well, this is weird. This isn't really what I play my Dark Souls game for. I want to sort of have this, you know, miniature challenge that I then have to go back to a bonfire and rest to get my resources back. But like, I haven't had to do that. An hour is probably an exaggeration, but it felt like it. And I was like, I just haven't had to do that for forever. And I'm like, I'm not getting the same cool feeling of exploration because I have this infinite resource. And then I ran out because I was popping them on my hour-long exploration without going back to a bonfire. And then, my next exploration, I didn't have any. I ran out and I went, wait, so If I have them, I never have to go back to a bonfire. And if I don't have them, I have to go back every 5 minutes or I have to farm a bunch of them. Yeah, no, I'm out. It completely ruined the exploration for me.
There is still a lot of killing here.
There was no good balance whatsoever. I either had too many and I didn't feel adequately challenged and involved in the exploration, or I had too few and I felt annoyed and like I needed to farm them. And there was never a good spot. Whereas Dark Souls 1, I felt always hit the sweet spot, where every exploration put you right at the limit of your resources and then you find the next bonfire and it's elation. And Dark Souls 2, I didn't feel that at all. I was just annoyed. So that's my main complaint with Dark Souls 2. Why are we talking about Dark Souls 2? This is bingo. Dang it, Swed. You got me monologuing.
Right now because column 5
Caught.
is something you could set up. You could set up and you know, get a quick line.
Yeah, so then because Adef knows he's going to be behind on Miquella crosses, he doesn't even really go for it. He goes for a setup in Fort of Reprimand instead. What's funny is, I think he actually still could have won it because Tom actually grabs the Fort of Reprimand grace. So if Adef... no, it still would have been tough. If Adef skipped it, I think Tom still wins, but only by a little bit. So Tom actually, because of the way this works out, basically gets everything perfectly in his favor, because he gets the square, he gets Fort of Reprimand, which I bet he would have skipped if he didn't take that one mistake, because I think he's thinking the same thing. I'll passively go for it instead of actively rushing it. So he gets Fort of Reprimand, which he would have skipped, and gets the square. So it ends up like super perfect for Tom, that his mistake ends up basically saving him time.
I agree, and at the same time, it's very interesting because we do have Killer Remembrance boss Bow only.
Bingo's the side plot. This is a DS2 stream now. Yeah, beat it.
Actually gonna go for that, or just kind of focus on the Godric's Great Rune right now because.
So confused why they chose Freya for Night Rain of all bosses.
You could set up and
I mean, if they didn't include the little spiders, the idea of like you hit her from either side is kind of interesting, but she needed to be given some unique cool attacks because her attacks are super boring and being swarmed with a bunch of little spiders is annoying. So she ends up being 100% annoying instead of cool, which I feel like a two-headed spider could have been cool, but
he could actually, you know, have a
or they kept her torch mechanics, or that.
To get those 3 squares that we're talking about.
Like, why would they take that out?
And then the bottom left to top right diagonal is very interesting because if you get
DS2 when we do All Souls Marathon at some point. Because eventually I will do an All Souls Marathon, and probably at the end of it, an All Souls All Bosses tier list. Spoiler alert, the Sekiro bosses all go in S tier, and the Dark Souls 2 bosses all go in F tier. In fact, it'll just be a tier for each game. It'll just be S tier, that stands for Sekiro bosses. A tier, that stands for DS3 bosses. B tier, that stands for Elden Ring bosses. C tier, that stands for DS1 bosses. I don't know, D tier, I guess, would stand for Bloodborne bosses. I don't know, maybe they should be higher. And F tier would stand for DS2 bosses. We're done. We've got the whole tier list. We're done.
And now is ahead on Drain the Water as well. Like, this is really tough.
Okay, anyway, we're supposed to be bingusing. We're supposed to be bingusing. So, Tom wins Miquella crosses. Doesn't sound like that big a deal. Adef should just go win the next square, right? The problem is Adef was already on the way to do Miquella crosses. He like didn't commit to Miquella crosses, but then he started kind of half going for Miquella crosses. And at the time that Tom marks Miquella crosses right here,
unfortunate, obviously, but he doesn't know.
Just something I was like.
Adef is stuck in combat. Adef is not allowed to warp back right here, so Tom gets to warp back first, which gives Tom the advantage on the next square. So because Adef got behind on Miquella crosses, he made the greedy play of grabbing the runes in the Fort of Reprimand, which honestly I don't think is like a terrible idea. But then he still half commits to Mikola crosses. Maybe because Tom hasn't marked it yet, because Tom also went to greedy line. So maybe he's thinking, wait, Tom would have marked it at 5:45 or whatever. This is past that, so Tom must have not gone for it. I should go for it. That baits him into getting stuck in combat, which means Tom now gets to go back first to Morth Ruins, and so Tom is now ahead on the next one, Drain the Water.
Well, Tom may be making his way right now.
So the start of this game screwed ADEF over 1,000 different ways. It was as bad as it possibly could be for ADEF.
Yep.
That would be almost an unstoppable line at that point.
And now Tom reports back.
Because, like, none of the decisions that he made were, like, particularly poor. And it's not as though Tom played this 100% perfectly up to this point. Right? Tom, you know, had that one mistake, and that led him to do some, like, slightly greedy plays. And then he ends up going for it anyway, which should punish him. But because ADEF got screwed over, ADEF gets punished instead. Like, it's a really snowballing, cascading effect of one thing went wrong for ADEF, and just the way that everything shakes out, the exact sequence of events has put ADEF mega behind on everything. Butterfly effect, yeah.
I think so too. Yeah, it's like.
And ADEF kind of knows he's behind, so he's going for some. I'll make sure to grab. I'll make sure to grab Oh Mother. But then Tom also thinks, oh, ADEF might have gone straight for Drain the Water. I'll take a greedy line and Oh Mother. And once again, even though Tom is doing the greedy line, which could mean ADEF could catch up, ADEF isn't going to catch up.
I don't know.
Man.
Very interesting because he has the cestus.
Because ADEF has to assume that maybe, you know, Tom isn't going the greedy. And it's just like, man. Everyone's making reasonable calls, reasonable decisions for themselves, and the one bug death on ADEF has just snowballed so hard out of control. Because if ADEF was the first one to mark 5 Mikola crosses, which he would have been if he didn't have the Tialier death, then Tom would have been the one stuck in combat. And so ADEF would have been the one ahead on Drain the Water.
Gave up on the Mikola crosses and maybe focusing on the.
How do you feel about base game decision between Tree Sentinel and plus 16?
Pick up more money?
That's a great question.
I'm not sure.
I don't know. I don't know. What do they end up using? Does either of them use a somber weapon, or do they both go smithing stone? If they both go smithing stone, accidentally clicked the. If they both go smithing stone, then I think the upgrades obviously just makes more sense. Here's where we were. But if one of them is going to go somber, then I think doing the +0 into somber makes more sense than going smithing stone plus 16. Both smithing? Oh. Then yeah, I don't know why you would do Limgrave Tree Sentinel +0 first.
She's selling a bunch of money?
Then that doesn't make sense to me. You can always get another +0 to fight it later.
Yeah, I mean, she was
and just be ahead on that square. Yeah, that's just a straight misplay then if they're both going to go smithing, to not go smithing 16 first. Same thing I was saying with somber +9. It's always a misplay to not go somber +9. Same thing if you are going to go smithing stone 16, it's always better to go smithing stone 16 first. It's never better to rush any other square first. Thoughts on rushing water into finger or just straight up finger in this board? Water into finger. For Tom specifically, I'm assuming you mean. Because for ADEF, he figures he's going to lose water. He could go finger to block. Blow a finger is something that I was thinking about. For Tom, that is what I was initially looking at. Even though they already had 2 here, my thought was Tom was going to go water finger, and then they were going to have this extreme pressure here, and like Bree could have gone. The problem is Godric's Great Rune and Remembrance Boss bow only is a rough combo to get both of, because if you go for bow only, you might just lose out on Godric and then not get Godric's Great Rune. Whereas if you kill Godric without a bow to get Godric's Great Rune, who are you going to do with a bow? Radon? So, yeah, the line 3 would have been tough.
and Bree now porting over to...
ADF pivots here, if I remember correctly, from water. Yeah. Again, because he just figures he's behind because he knows Tom got to warp faster than him because of the Mikla crosses.
Draining the water here in Shadow.
He
So
sets up
this is
here.
maybe a thing for ADF here where he's going to be like, okay, let me go ahead and just get a weapon ready.
Yeah, if it were me, the way that I play against Tom is I don't let him have what he wants. And sometimes I will lose that. Sometimes I will challenge him on something and lose it, but at least sometimes, maybe not every time, I need to keep Tom on his toes. I need to let Tom know I'm not afraid of you. I'm not going to just give you the things that you want. I am going to challenge you, and I am going to win some of them. Is the way that I play against Tom. Because I think Tom kind of has obviously a reputation of like, oh my god, he's like so optimal and no one can beat him in races. And it's like, well, I have beat him in races, you know, several times. Maybe not the majority of times, but several times. And I'm going to make you race me. I'm going to make you not take efficiency. Like in this match, Tom takes some efficiency. I would punish him for it. That would be my plan against Tom, is like, you better not take efficiency or else I'm going to beat you to the square you thought you had.
Ready right now and then go for hip options. Which one he's looking at that he's going to buy.
That's my mindset, is that Tom would skip the crosses on this board. No, you can't skip crosses. Crosses is too stupidly good.
What you said, absolutely right.
Crosses is the equivalent of Somber 9. Crosses is the one that you do every time because it costs you 0.0 seconds. Okay, technically the last cross costs you like 20 seconds or something. But it is the most efficient square in the entire bingo board aside from Somber 9. It is the one that you just go for because even if you lose it, oh, I lost like 20 seconds and I gathered all the Skidoo fragments along the way. Okay. Oh well. Like,
getting the weapon and then get the hit.
If it was not Mikla crosses, if it was like larval tears, I could see Tom skipping larval tears potentially.
He doesn't need it right now.
I could see him maybe even skipping like a Blessing of America.
And Bree is on her
Does take a little time to go over by Loger. I could see that. Mikla crosses, you don't
Oh,
skip.
and Chris going for Omen Killer Cleaver, so he is still going for those upgrade stones, but going for Omen Killer Cleaver here.
You can
first.
skidoo after getting those
Oh,
two
but he
rushes in
does knock
castle.
out the stagger from the lion, accidentally hits again one more time before going for that riposte. But
Yeah,
he's already going
yeah.
quickly, she's already halfway
You
through
can.
this lion here. And might
Two
be-
rushes. Oh, you're saying ignore crosses and go directly water finger? I mean, you don't win both, though. Here's the thing. Imagine two players. One goes crosses into backside, attempting to drain. The other goes drain into blow a finger. I think the Mikla crosses person... Maybe... it's hard to say, but it's pretty close. The Mikla crosses person going for drain the water, seeing the other person drain the water and going, wait, I don't have to drain the water now, still might be able to pass them towards blow a finger. You might be able to get Mikla crosses blow a finger faster than drain the water blow a finger. Maybe. I'm not sure. I'd have to time it. But it's kind of close. That's how good Mikla crosses is that it can still win you the square after. Because it's just that good.
One more hit, should take it. There it is. One Elder Lion's already
First
done.
line dead here.
After Market in the courtyard. Check. Oh,
Yeah, and then this one, I think, is a snipe here on Elder Lions,
And there it is.
which is
Drink the
not
water now.
too surprising because, again, right, it's the problem of the setup squares. Because Bree has only done a setup, then gets to go immediately to Elder Lions, Chris did a square, then had to catch up on setup, and now is behind on Elder Lions.
And now knowing that
Even he does actually have a better weapon though, because he checked the
early game is really,
whatever
really
Great
rough.
Axe
Otherwise,
place had
because
Omen Killer
Tom
Cleaver.
is so far ahead on Drain the Water.
He does get a
Standard,
faster Margit kill,
you know,
but it's not like
always
he's
goes
gonna
in the
catch up on
DC,
Elder
has
Lions
access
from
to
this.
all of those things, and it's creating a bunch of lines with that because it's all clustered. And yeah, it looks like
I think you
oh
could
my
get
God,
both
Chris
on a
is
5-cross board, but yeah, have to time it.
stronger here
We
than
can get
these
more
competitors
crosses.
would.
Yeah, there could be up to
Stagger
6.
already.
6 would be slow enough that Drain the Water would be better. You're totally right. And you can also have only 4 Mikla crosses. That one literally costs 0 seconds. That is a dumb square.
We may
not.
maybe skipping it No, she has to dodge the first attack here.
Okay, so
Needs
Chris
two
has a
more
little bit of a
one.
head start here, but I don't know if that's enough for him to go all the way to Kaled and also get that Elder Lion. I'm not sure if that's enough time.
I think it's 4 to 6. Yeah.
Oh, Bree misses an R1 here.
Yeah, another one of those where just I don't like these setup squares. I don't like them.
Okay.
Because again, it's
Alright,
like
both mark it down.
if you're both going for smithing stone, whoever wins this wins the next square as well, and it just kind of snowballs.
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so either, but
no
we'll
way.
see how this goes. I mean, we'll
The
see.
question is now, is Tom committing to the
Even
back
go so
end
far as to make the square have like 8.
He's going back to round table to upgrade his weapon as well. Is he gonna go for that? Because what I see
I
as
suppose you
well
could.
is, roll 3 with Godric's Greyhound and bow only. It's a little bit of a
Potential to generate mismarks, though. Potential. Believe we started with Omen Killer. I remember being surprised Bree didn't pick the same class. Might be misremembering.
But
We can check real quick. We're at 5630. 5630.
Like a money.
Oh, starting class just has Omen Killer Cleaver. Yeah. And it's on Confessor, which is Faith Arcane. Not great, but it's got a decent amount of strength dex. 1111. 14 Mind ain't so good, though. 10 Vigor. Bree is an Int Faith. Low dex, but high strength, endurance, still Mind. I think the stat spread is about equal between the two of them. I can't see a way that Bree's stats are significantly better. And yeah, Omen Killer Cleaver is just way better than what Bree is rocking. So yeah, I don't know why Bree went with this one instead. I think this is just strictly better in every way.
Do because the DLC is obviously a lot.
That's
higher
weird,
scaled
yeah.
and everything.
What did I say? What time were we at?
But,
5630?
it's a class that's gonna be really tough. Okay,
Yeah,
there it is, a huge
5630.
Stagger on the Elder Line does miss the riposte though.
quick for
DLC players here, by the way, going for that Gargoyle's Great Axe. They both consider this to be the best weapon possible for this bingo board.
Gargoyle's Great Axe is very mid, but it's a great axe.
Straight for the front door.
I didn't see what else there was in Roundtable.
Gonna be really tough. Okay, there it is, a huge.
but
Okay, so what does Tom check? Garbage, Mongosh. That's garbage. I think that's garbage. I don't think he's gonna
of a
scroll through all of them. Oh, Golden Order Greatsword I saw.
weapon as well.
Wait, hold on
Is
one
he
more
gonna go
time.
for that? Because what I see as well is roll 3 with Godric's Greyhound and bow only. It's a little bit of a
Egon's Great Bow, Golden Order Greatsword, Carrion Sorcery Sword. Yeah, they're all garbage. Yeah.
scary one. Because bow
Nothing
only
good in the
is
shop,
really
so you just go for a random Great Axe.
Really quick to de-aggro all the enemies around.
Yeah, and yeah, it looks like that
And-
both DLC players here, by the way, going for that Gargoyle's Great Axe. They both consider realizing like, hey, I have to.
Is
somehow
that
stop
like be
Column
annoying to
2.
count as in
Chris does
something
not
that
give
we
up
want?
on
Part of the
it.
difficulty.
Chris
No.
on his way there. Pressures on 3
All things team positive.
and just hope that Adif can block out that column 2.
I think something that you
rely on
can't
this, and Adif isn't that
actively like check your inventory for, having a ton that you need is kind of whack.
Frost proc here too, and Tom going up the elevator right now.
Like the rest of the things that you might need a lot of is at
Grab the
least you
elevator.
get to keep track of them.
For
Okay, so why is
here.
ADF going front side through Hippo? It's for 2 Hippos. How far backside did ADF make it?
Native being a hat though.
Yep,
The question
Hold on, what did he do? Hold on.
pretty
ADF.
both.
for
One more hit here to take.
go for that.
Is this
That
just
enough
he
time
set up
for him to get to
his...
that line, though? Has a. This is. That's what
Did he
he's
just
doing.
set up his weapon? What is he doing
Just
here?
take
Hold
it
on.
there.
This is setting up his weapon.
I don't know. So I can
And we now
He's already partially backside. He pivots out before
options, I would-
Tom drains, sets up his weapon, which is necessary,
Line's almost dead. One more hit.
sets up his stuff,
There it is. Drain the water now.
gets
And Ada
Savage Lion's Claw so that he can make it frost,
Blow up Chris's
but
damage.
then heads front side, which is a mistake. He has already gone a few minutes towards backside, which means that he can get towards 2 hippos faster by going backside. Will he beat Tom to it? No. He is already screwed at this point. There is already a 100% chance at 11 minutes in that Bree and Tom win. Because this board was set up silly. I mean, I might go so far as to say the moment that Bree and Adef were guaranteed to win this game was right...
Draining the up some more money.
Here. Well... No. If Adef had upped his weapon and immediately ported back to backside and raced Tom without having drained the water, Adef actually is fine here. So he ups his weapon, and at this exact moment, when he warps back... Sorry, one more. Once he gets his weapon set up and he warps back to Morth Ruins, at this exact moment, the game is over. At this exact moment, Tom has time to set up his weapon and kill 2 hippos before Adef can contest it. And once he gets the 2 hippos, he is already closer to the matting hand, so Adef can't contest it. And at this point, Bree already has 1 Elder Lion and is heading for the second. At this point, it is completely unstoppable. At 11 minutes and 30 seconds in, the game is over.
Kill a base hunger here. Marwan. Him to go. I don't think so either.
He's going back to scary one because Bo only takes.
Just because this line is just like the way that it's set up. Whoever wins Smithing Stone weapons wins lions. Whoever wins Mikola crosses is ahead to get into backside of Shadowkeep, so they win hippos and matting hand. This was literally just a whoever wins this, whoever wins this wins these 2. So it like this was a stupid board. The entire line was just made to be a guaranteed win. That one time ever that the phrase, you can't win a bingo in 10 minutes, but you can lose one in 10 minutes, doesn't apply. Technically, it was in 11 minutes and 30 seconds, so, you know.
Really, it's time.
Do you not think he could have gotten matting hand instead? There is no universe where you go to the Recluse's River downstream and you skip the 2 hippos while it hasn't been marked yet to go to the matting hand. Are you crazy? Like, there's just no shot.
Missing a jump art.
That being said, yes, you have to once you see Elder Lions is marked. But like, there's just no shot. You contest 2 hippos every day of the week. And especially once Adef committed to going front side, he committed to hippos, and there was no way, even skipping the second hippo, which doesn't take very much time, that he could even get close on matting hand. So still, the instant he ported out, he was still already screwed.
Yeah, if Bree gets this is going to be really tough.
But yes, theoretically, if Adef had ported to backside, chased Tom backside, skipped hippos, and gone straight for matting hand, yes, he could have had it.
On the outer line, does miss the riposte, though.
So, but still the 11:30 moment when he ported front side instead, that was when the game was over.
There
it
goes.
is.
And he's grabbing the grace really quick for restoring.
One in-game bug Adef had little to no control over, being effectively a start of an avalanche that was extremely difficult to stop. Sadly, as a part of Bingus, and it makes me sad. Yep. Yep. I mean, again, amazing recognition by Bree and Tom. Wait, if we win these squares, we win the game. There is a line set up. Let's do it. But the fact, it's such a, like, an amazing coincidence for them that the 2 you have to rush these squares were in a line with 3 other squares that are impossible to stop if you win those.
Both consider this to be the best weapon possible.
With the ridiculous synergy here of Hippo's matting hand.
And we'll see how this plays out. Yeah, Adef going for that hippo, going straight for the front door. realizing like, hey, I have to.
I think
somehow
such a
stop
board should be
Column 2
reevaluated.
versus
If there
the
is a
rest of the
line this forcing and
He's on
winning,
his way there,
change it.
but
I
he's
mean,
at the
it's a
other
fair
line.
win, but not a fun one to play watch. Well, only if both teams go for it.
Nice.
Well, the thing is, you don't vet the seeds. You don't vet the boards. If you vet the boards, then bias comes into it. If somebody looks at the boards beforehand and decides, yes, this is a good board, no, this is a bad board, then that person looking at it will have some sort of unconscious biases. Oh, I know that Tom really likes to this, so I'm going to pick a board that this. I really know that Adef likes to this, so I'm going to pick a... Even completely subconsciously, even having no, you know... No, I am trying to do this, you will see boards and make some decision in some way because of them, and that can ruin the game. Like, yeah, it sucks that the board is like this, but, like, it's better than the alternative of, oh my god, blame Pepe Jack because he was the one who said he vetted this board, and look at this line here. Oh my god, Pepe Jack did such a bad job with the board. Like, you can't do that. It has to just be random, and that's... It is what it is. Bingos are a part of bingo, yeah. What the frick, Pepe Jack?
Like, it's looking pretty good for him here, and Bree going to be
Jack throwing the match, Madge. You can set algorithms to make it so they won't be in the same line. Potentially. That's something that they can work on in the future. I think there was thoughts of that. Like, have, you know, the middle square very likely to be a late game square. Have corner squares more likely to be later than other non-corners. Like, things like that, I think was like, potentially discussed. Like, weighted square placements so that it would be less likely that something like this happens, but that's very complicated to program as well, so.
Which we know we're behind on, at least I can still block out that row 3 and just hope that Adif can block out that column 2. Like, I have to rely on him for this, and Adif is in that Golden Hippo fight right now. Damage not looking too bad. It is yellow.
Yeah, because, like, there's just no second hippo that ADEF can get to fast enough. Going to both at the watering hole is actually just strictly faster. If the square had read 3 hippos instead of 2 hippos, then ADEF's golden hippo play, frontside play, actually made perfect sense, and maybe he could have beaten Tom to it. But with it only being 2 hippos, the golden hippo saves you 0 seconds. Not 0. It saves you... I don't know, killing a hippo down there takes maybe like 15, 20 seconds. It saves you like 15 or 20, but it costs you like a minute and a half to a 2-minute fight. So it unfortunately is just like not worth over just being backside and going down to the hippo.
I don't think Tom is gonna go for this hippo because this hippo is quite slow. He can't.
Can't believe we're hating on Jack for something he didn't even do. Well, no.
Yep.
But are we just gonna sit around and wait for him to do it?
That's a lot of travel time.
It's a lot of travel time, but what second?
Yo, James of Time, thank you for the sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes.
Yeah, that's also a lot of travel time, Ryan.
Yeah, but
That's why I said the way to go about it would be for players to look at the randomized boards and have some sort of modification power. Yeah, maybe. Again, we're talking about things that add a lot of complication, which is not to say that I'm against those, but just like, none of these is an easy, quick fix that solves the problem. You need to, like, reevaluate almost the whole board format in order to fix it. Which you could do, but...
what's her name again?
Millicent.
Millicent, yeah. On her, yeah, that's the second invader.
It's also just not the end of the world if a team wins a match because a board is very advantageous to them. That's not the end of the world.
But it would be right now way too slow. There goes hippo for Adif.
Will there be a season 6? Yes. I don't know what or when, but there definitely will be.
To the 2 hippos.
Oh my god, and Adif also Memory of Gracing for 300k.
Nice.
Yeah, I guess that's the reason ADEF went frontside. Is because it gets him Memory of Grace, which theoretically sets up their own line, but it's just too slow of a line. And one that Bree has plenty of time to block.
I have killed a hippo. And now he has to run through and get to Ancient Route.
I already want a new one. This is probably the only bad board all season. Well,
Oh, Jesus.
I would argue the both boards of Monkey Business versus Positive Vibes, which you are all allowed to say biased, skill issue. You are all completely within your right to say that I am wrong about that. But the first one felt exactly like this, where whoever won Somber 9 won the game to us. And the second one, the only reason we lost was because there was an entire row that was only base game. Which there is also in this board, but it didn't end up being the pivotal one, where I literally could not block it. I did everything in the combined squares in the row, and I literally could not block it, and so we lost. Despite me having a huge advantage on ADEF in map presence, in setup, in everything, I could have beaten him anywhere, beaten him to any square, and it was impossible for me to block. So I would argue that both of the boards of Monkey Business versus Positive Vibes were also terrible, but
Not even.
feel free to say skill issue, feel free to say biased. I cannot be perfectly objective when I'm within the situation.
That's tough. Yeah, that. I don't know. I guess we'll see.
If Mitch lost, has to be a bad board.
I
Exactly.
guess let's go get down the graveyard and everything, and those two fights back to back. I don't know. It depends on how tanky they are. Neria's here for Bree right now. That's her third invader. She has to be careful. Neria's probably one of the more dangerous invaders for the base game players.
Yeah, even at this point, I think it's still faster to go down Recluse's River downstream from where ADEF is than to try to go to the Romina one.
Nice damage here, though. And yeah, Chris gonna go
Thinking
for,
about the distance, it feels to me like it is literally closer to go to Recluse's River downstream.
Yeah, I think right now Invaders is a really good pickup. That's the third invader. She just needs one more. She could go up to.
Chris not going for 16 was a wrong play, but it wouldn't have mattered for that line if ADEF didn't get the bug death. Yep.
Seems like she's gonna go for that one.
Yep.
And
100%.
on his first hippo now. And these two hippos are right next to each other, and ADEF is still in Shadowkeep. I think that's for Tom that square. Let's look at the damage here.
Yeah, we don't necessarily have to watch the end because it's just ADEF with no hope of contesting as Tom gets the two hippos.
He basically didn't.
Bree gets the 4 NPC invaders. She's laughing. She's having a great time. She's having so much fun. She blocked their lines. She knows they win.
So I guess that's why he's committing to it. But
And here's the thing, though. Yeah,
Even if Chris went for it, no guarantee he gets it before Bree. Yep, totally true. I don't know how fast Bree did it. I don't have a good sense of base game players should have their Somber 16 done by minute 7 or whatever. I have no idea.
Sadly, does not really matter.
Yeah, no. It blocks the row 3, but that's the second hippo here for Tom. And now ADEF.
Column 2 being pretty much all rush, besides the maddening hand here.
Yeah. Column 2, all rush, except for the one that synergizes so well with the rush that if you get the rush, you win it anyway.
At the catacomb.
Well, that
Tough watch for sure. Yeah, I mean that's kind of why we can just skip through it a little, like, because it's just. There's not really much to talk about at this point. There hasn't been anything to talk about since 11 minutes and 30 seconds when the game was effectively over.
With the low damage.
I mean, the only thing to talk about here is Tom at the very end of the Jory fight almost has an incident.
That's rough.
That's not
A rough one. But yeah,
Right here, he doesn't get the riposte, and Jory immediately ports away. I have no idea, by the way, why he doesn't get the riposte.
But yeah, it looks like
He gets the stagger. He crouches into him. Perfect riposte positioning. I guess he's too late. I guess Jory stood up. That's got to be it, right? He just was too late.
There's a teleport, and now everything can go really chaos.
Yeah, he's got to be really
He's in
careful
big trouble.
I'd say Tom face reveal was worth it because he won the tournament. Well, he revealed his face before Bingo Brawlers happened to his Discord. It was a subathon goal, I think.
Nice.
But yeah.
Needs one more hit, and he gets it.
Nice save.
I would say revealing my face is worth $2,500.
And bingo friends, I think we're about to see a less than 30-minute bingo.
They give you so little time on summer posts on this game. Yep.
The fastest bingo
Ever. See how
King devastated.
they're going.
Yep.
Mettingham going crazy. Half
Oi.
HP for Tom.
Lots of damage. Careful. Oh my
Oh. I mean, it doesn't. It's not. Well, if he died, maybe 2, maybe it would take 3 times. 8F is not that far behind. But nah, it's pretty easy. Mattingham is not a particularly tough NPC.
Oh, cancels it out. There it is.
There it is.
That's the bingo win for Frogger Spin. 27 minutes and 30.
Yep. Then he also went to an event. I forgot which one we saw him there. Actually, I was there too. Yes, we raced. Me and Tom raced in DLC Bingo. Yeah. And Tom also did a Night Rain showcase. Clear the whole map. And I also did a Sekiro speedrun. Shura no air swim. So not too much to talk about there.
As well, grabbing that smithing one. And yeah, okay.
All right. Zoodle, Mitch, unban me. I want to talk with you guys. Bingo, please ban me again after. Sent a minute ago. How did Zoodle get himself banned? Did he lose a coin flip? / user Zoodle. Timed out 1 week in Mitriz by Mitriz. Trying to circumvent the rules here, eh, Zoodle? Trying to get around ban evasion. I don't know. I feel like that's against the terms of service of Twitch here. I don't know. Rules are the rules here, though. I don't know about this. Caught. You banned me after stream again. Okay. We'll make it 2 weeks just for this. I watched a few matches from Bree's perspective, and apart from their in-game skill, the speed at which she can see and plan pivots against what the other teams might do when things go wrong, which they often did, is so impressive. So these boards having no incidents on their side was a nice change of pace. Yeah, no, absolutely. Bree is probably the most impressive player for the time spent. Like, I don't want to just give an overall most impressive player that maybe feels a little like, but like Bree, I think did not have as much time because she is literally a new mother, and the time that she was able to spend was so efficient at becoming so ridiculously good at bingo. I mean, she also has been goated in previous seasons, but like, yeah.
Oh, because he gets torn.
Bree is a 2-time winner, isn't she?
Yeah, he's grabbing the fast race.
Is she? I don't know.
On the south for
I agree. Yeah, like I feel like that's just yeah.
That is a little bit of a faster line to get.
She carried Gino, of course.
Already grabbed the Grace right next to the Bloodhound Knight.
She had to deal with the child. Yeah.
On the way.
Yep.
Okay, so second match. Let's take a look at the board. Any stupid, obvious rush squares? Three Kindred cookbooks on the DLC side is like the only one that kind of is a particularly rush. +0 weapon can be fine depending on the weapon and depending on your strategy. And spoilers, I'm about to be sad.
There's 2 even.
That's just 1.
Tom doing the skip here this time first try, and Adif as well. Oh, did he do it first?
I thought they lost in the final in whatever season. That's what I thought as well, but I don't remember very well.
A little bit ahead. Yeah.
For the DLC players, not much here to really focus on besides +0 maybe as an early game square. Everything else is kind of set up here. And also Kindred cookbooks, I guess. But Kindred cookbooks being 3. And in that case, where exactly are those cookbooks? Well, that's why we have the map. The map is back. And here we go, looking at the good.
All right, so is it just me? I don't like when the map comes up. Because the map means nothing to me unless I can also see the board. I don't know. There's just something about me. I need to see the board. If I'm not looking at the board, everything has left my brain. You bring up the map and I'm like, I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking at. I need to cross-reference the squares. I can't. I like the map. I don't like that the board is gone when the map is here.
Old board.
Like what I would do
Cookbook.
is
At the Omen Killer by
okay. So they both go for Kindred Cookbooks. Tom's a little ahead.
Omen Killer doing some more front flips.
What I would do is I just put the map right here. I just have board here, map here. Just whoop, bring it up, and then you see both. And then you can cross-reference on the board. You could even draw. You could have it like a full draw, not just on the map. You could like arrow from the board to where it is on the map. Something like that. I don't know. If I don't have the board, I'm lost. If I don't have a board, the entire bingo game doesn't make sense to me anymore. It feels like I'm just looking at nonsense if I don't see the board.
And I wonder if Bree thinks this is a race or...
Check the site, and apparently neither Bree nor Tom has actually won before. And Chris lost the finals 3 times. Pain. Dang.
It could be a race.
The curse.
Since there's
The curse of Chris in finals.
So she does need to be,
But I mean also the curse of
gets some
Aggie
good
in
backs, really good damage here on the
playoffs.
Omen Killer. Just needs to make sure to
He has
not
also
back
struggled.
to like another dog. But as long as he stays
I guess
up
now
here,
I'm gonna
gotta
start to be
fine.
one of the cursed because now I've lost
Now making his way
in a
to,
playoffs.
Bunny Village here.
First time I didn't even make the playoffs, so I guess I couldn't have been cursed. But now I've made a playoffs and lost, so I guess I'm now cursed.
Yep. And yeah, looks like that. Oh, there it is. One Omen Killer boss here for the base game players.
Yeah, Omen Killer by Bree makes sense. I do like Chris's play of Bloodhound while summoning Blythe. It's the center, blocks both diagonals. I feel like that's a strong starting play as well. Bree's a little bit faster, but I don't mind being a tiny bit slower. He's, 20 seconds slower for center square. I think that's a trade-off you would generally take.
She is currently already in Altus. Oh, Chris is definitely behind.
Especially because if you look at the lines that it's in, neither of them looks that scary, right? There's no way they'd win on either of those bingos. 4 bosses in Liurnia. I mean, technically, Bree does already have 1 boss in Liurnia because the Omen Killer was in Liurnia. Worm Drake Dragon, Ancient Dragon, that takes forever. Although Lanciax is near. Ash of War, Ram to kill 10 sheep. So technically there's some synergy there. Egon's Furled Finger for Tom actually is synergy with Worm Drake Dragon. So now that I think about it, maybe that is a scary line actually. That does look like a scary, because the square she already got has synergy with the other one in the row, and then the other 3 all synergize with each other. Feels blockable still, but there is a lot of synergy there. Whereas column 2 doesn't look scary at all. 3 catacomb dungeons, you got to go out of your way to get all 3. Give Hyetta 3 Shabiri grapes, that takes a while, you got to go get them. I don't think there's one in a catacomb, so I don't think there's any synergy there. Godric and Dancing Lion. Godric technically is like a Shabiri grape for Hyetta, I think. But Dancing Lion is kind of just off on its own, not in any way the same direction as St. Trina Talk to You, so this doesn't feel like a particularly scary line. So I think overall, out of the start, I'd be happier as if I was Chris than I would be as Bree for the potential things that you could get here.
Focusing here on ADM and South just yet.
It is a grape.
Maybe he
Only synergy is Godric and Shabiri, that's it, yeah.
I assume. But yeah, nice middle square here for Chris. And is now making his way also to Liurnia.
I'm ready for base game. I know the great play. He knows. All right, Swed, you're going to be the base game player then next season. We've already decided.
And Bree, maybe Bree's gonna be gonna do the
Huge misstep on the final is that Positive Vibes thinks it's all a bluff.
I think think they're doing lightning ram here. Yeah.
Do they? I mean, I haven't asked them yet. At some point, I'm probably going to commiserate with Chris about it. We're probably going to just hop into a voice call and just chat for a while. Which we did last night. We just hopped in a voice call. For absolutely no reason. Chris was just practicing his bingo, and he was just in a voice call, and I just hopped in and was like, what's up? He was like, hey, I was just hanging out in case somebody came in. I was like, all right, cool, let's chat. So I expect we'll probably do that at some point soon, and I can ask him. I don't know if they thought it was a bluff, or if... I mean, at a certain point, I feel like in the first game at least, Adef was going for the blocks. He just had no possible way to get the blocks. He was literally just behind and could not possibly have won them. I mean, again, unless he literally, like, had future foresight, saw into the future of what Tom was going to do exactly, and specifically tailored his play around what Tom was going to do 5 minutes in the future. Outside of that, there was no possible way for him to block.
And now Tom is making his way to the back section here. Yeah, wondering if
Church of Elder Grace, we only had first step.
on the road to maybe going to ADM and killing some dragon bosses or not.
Wasn't until they marked the fourth square in the column that they even noticed the line was a
I
thing.
think I saw Starfist here.
Oh, were you listening to them? Did they say they didn't notice it was a thing?
That's a big one.
Because I felt like Adef was going for hippos. And Chris was going for Elder Lions in the first game. Unless you're talking about the second game.
We'll see lightning ram being taken here by Bree. That road 2 is
If Chris stayed on Grapes, game 3 was a possibility. Could have been, yeah.
Lines back to back in these matches here.
They said it, yeah. Yep. Oh, damn. Yeah. They said it after the game as well. Okay. I didn't listen to the full interview after. I'll be honest.
And rush that line, and it's going to be a possible another road 2 here.
Chris splits progression to Grapes by going to Capital, and Adef for some reason didn't go St. Trina.
I think that's kind of like what happened last match. Like, oh, this is the next fastest thing, we should race this. This is the next fastest thing, we should race.
Yeah, I don't know if I like the for some reason. Like, St. Trina's a bad square. It's not a square you want to have to go for. It's a square that you do feel like if you're forced into it, you're probably losing anyway a lot of the time. So
I think that's
it is one of those that you want to, like, bet on them bluffing.
I mean, we'll see,
because it's like,
the weapon, they don't have much.
If they're bluffing and you go for it, you lose. If they're not bluffing and you go for it, you know, it's going to be hard. It's going to be a race. If they're not bluffing and you don't go for it, yeah, you lose. But if they're bluffing and you don't go for it, you can call them out on it, you can get some more squares, then force them into a race that you can win, and then come back and win it all. So it's like...
Adef now here with the staff is pretty solid.
It's the only play that potentially puts you into, like, the driver's seat. Because if you go for it, you're always going to be on the backside. Even if you end up barely sniping them on it, you're still going to be, like, you took so much time to do this, it's hard to, like, come back into it.
But yeah, the good thing here about this is you're right next to a Lancix, you grab the Grace, right? So you're already prepped for that.
So it's not, like, the worst play, but it is, yeah, risky, tough. And then, can we skip... I think I just want to skip. The +0 is pain. He has like a good like loop-ish on Edred, but Edred just keeps getting out. Because he keeps going for the charged R2s when Edred is not locked in place, so it doesn't hit him in time. Like, you can't go for a charged R2 after that jump attack. It just doesn't work.
But Chris here is also really far away to get
man.
The Ash of War slash going for the
Big play here from Adef. I mean, it would have been, but
he never went for that Grace at yeah, he's this closest one is Kale.
I mean, spoilers, it's not good. Like, ADEF clearly ahead. All he's got to do is keep doing this. He honestly can even keep taking the riposte, and he can still win this easily.
That is now the
But he keeps waking Edred up with an R1 that gives Edred time to attack, and so he loses just an hour of time trying to get Edred back into a loop.
Okay. 4. 5.
Right, whereas Tom wakes him up with a charged R2, which staggers him long enough that he can get the next charged R2. The problem is ADEF keeps waking him up with an R1.
Wait, you count both? Cannot even count one.
4.
Even Tom made a mistake there and woke him up too early when he didn't have enough stamina.
3.
But, like,
8.
this looks impossible to lose, but it's gonna happen.
9.
9 for Bree. Bree needs just one more.
He again wakes him up with an R1, which gets him out, and it's because even at that point, even losing all of that time he already lost, he could have just gone for the riposte, and he still wins it. I'm so in pain. And we'll skip ahead, and ADEF loses it by that much health.
Holy! Against positive vibes.
I'm gonna be ill. Yeah.
All the lines right away. You roll 5.
And at this point, I left the room. I went and I got something to eat. I went to the bathroom. I saw that and I was like, I don't want to watch this anymore. I don't want to watch this anymore.
Obviously, both diagonals. So middle.
I was sick.
Not that strong anymore. And now it's the idea. What's
Two
the
big
idea?
snipes within a minute, yeah.
Starfist and going for ADM for the dragons, or
Oh yeah, Chris also got sniped on the Ash of War lightning ram to kill 10 sheep. They were both going for it at the exact same time, and Bree was ahead by like 3 sheep or something.
technically could go for Makar.
Second hand tilt, yeah. Not tilt necessarily. Tilt is like anger. This is sadness.
Going for the market parries right away to block column 3 and row 1.
Lightning ram snipe was crazy. Yep.
Frogcastman is not focusing on any lines right now. Seems like they're just going for these optimal squares plus blocking everything.
Yeah,
Probably the worst fight ADEF's done all season, having in the finals down a game. Yeah, because yeah, ADEF has played super well on the fights this season. Like, I don't think ADEF would claim to be the best DLC player out of the bunch, but like he has really held his own against players that, you know, like you might be like, oh man, but like ADEF has played so well this season, but like yeah, this game was not particularly it, unfortunately. Well, maybe not even this whole game. But that one fight, he didn't practice specifically with Starfist, which, like, to be fair, I haven't practiced with Starfist either. Like, very possible I could have gotten just as bodied, but Tom probably just has practiced with Starfist because he just practices with a lot of different weapons because he, you know, practices like every day.
Probably just is the best.
Mainly playing Pokemon and Zelda, he played the season like an Elden Ring god. Oh yeah, yeah, like, if we're making excuses, like Bree has the #1 excuse, had a baby, you can't compete with that, and ADEF has the #2 excuse. He's not an Elden Ring streamer. Like, you know? ADEF really went from struggling hard in early season to being a solid DLC player. Absolutely, absolutely.
Ultimate parry video.
And this Renala fights we're sick to see. Rolana?
All right, yeah,
Since he's DLC, the other one?
Chris.
His nerves are a factor as much as raw skill. Yeah, probably.
Okay,
And nerves is hard. It doesn't matter who you are. Nerves is just hard.
Oh, ADEF is now upgrading his fists. I guess he forgot to upgrade, maybe? I don't know.
And there's market parries, and now we have
Do they both go for... I think they both go for Egon's Finger, and ADEF actually wins it? If I remember right. Yeah, they both head into ADM.
It's very
Yeah.
comfortable.
Bree is goated for real. For real.
Applied already on Ancient Dragon.
Also, same goes for V-Swed, that Season 4 was a crazy training art. Oh, yeah! Yeah, Swed was such a monster in practice, especially, like...
With the block.
I know it didn't necessarily translate to like huge success of like winning all the games in the season, but like, oh my god, Swed would cook me in so many of our practices. I don't remember how our actual match went, how our official match went, but yeah, Swed is so good. Swed Scrim God. Tom's ADM was so good. Yeah, he had the 1-2 cancel, 1-2 cancel that I had never seen before. I'm gonna have to learn that for if there's a future season and I'm playing DLC. And if rushes it and gets the snipe, he really came close to bringing it back this game after the E-Dread incident. Yeah.
We'll need to have a weapon now for the future squares.
Yeah, because he has obviously not like a great ADM, but then Tom goes to set up, gets grease. Oh, Tom first goes to just grab more Skidoo? He's just randomly grabbing Skidoo? Oh, it's for the level 11 Skidoo, that's right. I was like, why is he just randomly grabbing Skidoo? I forgot. That's on the board. That puts Adef ahead. So Tom did a slight misordering here for too much efficiency. This is a me play. This is a play I would do and go, worth it. But for Tom, I don't know. Because, like, yeah, the earlier you get Skidoo, the faster everything after is going to be. But going for that Skidoo first loses him the Egon's Furled Finger Square.
Jagged Peak.
Tom and I were in a call the night before with Starfist, and he was doing ADM with Starfist. Okay. So literally the night before, he practices the exact weapon he gets in the final game of the final match. Coincidence? Literally the night before? Huh? Right before he went to bed? Right before? Drama. Huge drama. Scriptwriters getting lazy.
I don't know what you're talking about. There's a Moscato to pick up.
Abusing the gift of prophecy.
As well.
We got some greases here for the Starfist. We have Frost Grease and Dragon Grease here for Adef.
I just realized.
See how this plays out. He is definitely ahead of Tom here on this fight specifically. And with Starfist, this fight should be going pretty quickly because
I was wondering if there was going to be the 3 DLC Legendary Ashes, because right before the match, maybe it was the night before, but I feel like it was morning of, Tom sent me a DM, how do you get the Florisax Legendary Ash?
Yeah, you would.
And I told him. So I was like, is that just going to show up on the board? Did he just have the gift of prophecy and know exactly what was going to be on the board and make sure he can do it?
Damage though here from Adef. Has to make sure he gets good RNG on the moves. Fire coming out here from the Dragon. Oh, Adef has to be careful. He's going to get knocked off his horse.
I had to do that once in practice this year, only once. I've had to do it twice now. Well, technically, the second one, I didn't end up finishing it, but I did know how to finish it. And it was like 2 days ago or 3 days ago. Where
wow, is just out of range.
We lost out on getting a Melania kill, which put us just the 1 square behind, so I had to win Senesax instead of going for the 3 DLC Spirit Ashes that I was ahead on. So I went for Senesax first, Tom got it by like 5 seconds, and the match was over, whereas I would have gotten the remaining square of the Legendary Ashes and won and given up Senesax, and then we would have won the game. So it was like the this close guaranteed win versus guaranteed loss based on Millennia swing. Maybe this was part of his don't be normal strategy. I know he said that, but like, I don't know. I feel like this is pretty normal for Tom. I feel like I would not be super surprised with what he's doing. I feel like he's doing solid squares at a solid pace, making reasonable threats, following through when he has a good chance of winning them, and pivoting off when it doesn't particularly, it's not gonna like lead to a win. I feel like you can have a plan to play as off as you want, but I feel like in a game you're just gonna default to what you do.
I don't think Ada should be going for the Magma Worm here because they already blocked Row 2.
He was not being normal in the week of practice before the games, I think. I do think he was being weird in practice. I will say that. Having practiced with him the few days before, I do think he was being weird, but I feel like in the games, he kind of... I don't know, this just feels like normal Tom.
Definitely a level 11 Skidoo would be nice. Start just collecting a bunch of Skidoo fragments. Go for
Maybe he convinced himself that this was playing weird, but I feel like this was just super normal.
That would block out that column 4 and maybe give them a chance to try and progress row 4.
He told him to do that to throw off ADF, who was watching him all week. Ah. I mean, I guess that's fair since Chris and ADF literally weren't even streaming their practice. In general, it's totally fine to not stream your practice. It's totally fine to, like, try to stream in a way that you're throwing off your competition. It's totally fine to hide strats. Unless you're Tom, in which case we'll all make fun of you for hiding strategies. But I personally do not get down with any of those. I personally am just going to stream everything I do. I'm going to share everything I find. I'm going to, you know, let you know everything that I have found. I'm going to just play in the way that I'm going to play.
This is about to be her third Leonia boss.
So, yeah. Me personally, I don't like doing any of that. I don't begrudge anyone who does it. This is, at the end of the day, a competition that is literally for money. But it's just not something I would do. Strategizing around an opponent is far less important than just reading the board and opponent progress in real time. I think that's true, and I think that the winners of games will often say otherwise. No. We plan specifically for the strategies of our opponents, but like, okay, you know, in board 1, was your plan to win the rush squares and then be ahead on the squares after that? Like, of course that was your plan. That's everyone's plan. Everyone's plan is to win the rush squares and be ahead on the squares after that. In game 2, was your plan to win the rush squares and then be ahead on the squares after that? I'll bet it was, and that's what happens. Like, you know? Like,
there it is, Killer Worm Drake Dragon, Ancient Dragon here.
At the end of the day, you can say that, like, oh, we had this specific plan for this specific team, but I feel like the team that wins is the team that wins the rush squares and then is ahead on the squares after that. Or the team that, despite losing the rush squares, makes a good synergistic plan that's risky but has a chance of paying off big, and then it pays off big.
That's why he's going for backside Shadow Keep, because that column 5 could be really good here for Team Positive.
It can be really important. If I would have to race you now in DLC, I would go for second most optimal square because I would lose otherwise. Against someone else, maybe I would compete. Sure, there's that little bit. Sure, yeah. There is a little bit.
So you can kind of work those two together if you really want.
But
it seems like Bree died actually on this death bird because she's back here on full.
I don't think that's as much like.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Red Wolf might be better.
Oh, against this team, you have to go for lines, and against this team, you should never go for lines. And like,
sure. We will see. Maybe
I think at the end of the day, like, lines appear or don't appear on a board. You can't force lines on a board that doesn't have lines, and you'd be a fool not to take lines on a board that has rush lines that you're guaranteed to win if you win the rush. You know? Like, strategy from the offset can only come in so much when the board can dictate just what is strictly better to do sometimes. Okay, y'all can have fun with your larval tears. Yep.
Yeah, I think this column 5 could be.
Knowing that, say, Josh seems magnetically drawn to beating Melania whenever the opportunity presents itself, could certainly help planning around that. That's. I mean, that's not true, but, like, it is funny and also kind of sad that Josh has had to do Melania so many times.
He can get those really quick back to back, and then maybe we're gonna have your positive vibes bingo line in column.
You should
5.
never go Senesax versus Swed. Force Swed to go Senesax. He can take it. He'll take Swed can take Senesax. Go for it. Oh, take it. I want it.
Tom, you're going for Leta Rune.
Don't go around consort when Mitch has a shield. That one is actually, that one's fair though. If there's a parry shield and round table hold, ooh, you better not try me on consort. Ooh, but only if there's a parry shield.
Last Liurnia boss here for Bree as she just took out that Deathbird fighting a Don.
Yeah, I'm not sure why she's not going for the Red Wolf here, because it would work for the column 4 as well. I know this is a fast pick, but I feel like with Lancex and
Yeah, like, you can kind of just see the way that this board is advancing. They're just doing fast squares, right?
Yeah.
I agree.
No, I think, yeah.
The 8F and Chris did go for some synergy with the Egons into Wormdrake Dragon, which totally makes sense. They had to do Egons as a block, so that's their kind of not super fast square, but it was necessary block.
This is giving 8F some time.
And then, like, Bree and Tom are kind of just going fast squares, right?
Not as much.
Oh, maintain majority. We'll just get Leta Rune. It technically slightly threatens a couple lines, but, like, it's mostly just the next fastest square on the board, except for maybe Blow a Finger. Blow a Finger is pretty fast, but...
And this might be already a square for Team Positive Vibes. Currently 5-4 on the board for Frogcar Spin. There it is. Acquire Letter Rune 6-4 now.
8F heading backside of Shadow Keep.
Yeah.
Maybe I got time?
No.
Which is for level 11 Skidoo. I do think level 11 Skidoo is a little bit of a bait on this board. And I say that as someone who loves doing this square. I love just collecting me some Skidoo and being so powerful that I'll beat you in the late game. But on this board, like... what really is the point of it? Maybe the point of it is just to block this line for Frog Carspin, but... like, you just have to go so far away from everything else. Do you get Skidoo from blowing a finger? No, they both have access. They could go blow a finger right now because they both have gotten past ADM. Do you need level 11 Skidoo for 3 dragons or drake bosses? Nope, no Skidoo near any of the dragons or drakes. Do you need it for jails? Nope, no Skidoo in jails. Do you get it from St. Trina? A little. Technically, there's a couple on the way to St. Trina, but, like, it's like 2 or 3. It's, like, not really going to make a difference on the Skidoo. So it just has, like, negative synergy, so I kind of just feel like neither of them should be going for it, and instead both of them are going for it. Which I don't think is the right play. It was a column 5 block, if I remember correctly. I guess that makes sense for Tom, then. If they just want to get the block at this point, that makes sense. I don't think 8F has any reason to go for it. Like, I mean, I guess unless they are trying to sneak the line, but... I don't know, that sounds really tough to get.
And I believe...
could you argue that getting Skidoos makes the other fights quicker? Oh, 100%. It just doesn't make them quicker enough. In the time that you get level 11 Skidoo, I bet you could get Blow a Finger, Drake's Dragon bosses, and jails. Or you could get Blow a Finger, Drake's Dragons, and Lion. Or you could get Blow a Finger, Drake's Dragons, and Red Bear. Or you could get Blow a Finger, Drake's Dragons, maybe in St. Trina. It's a little far. I'm not 100% sure about that. But you could get probably at least 2, verging on 3 other squares in the time that it takes to get to level 11 Skidoo. And at that point, there's like no squares left. Yeah, you have 11 Skidoo, and you'll be faster fighting the one boss that's left. GG, congrats. You know? Like, okay. Like, if every other square is gone by the time you get level 11 Skidoo, then what's the point of your level 11 Skidoo?
And he's way ahead on God bosses. Not only that, also then on Godric, Rykard.
Chris has his advantage on God bosses, though. Column 5 is a threat. Yeah, that's fair, then. If it's... that's why I'm saying, like, I think it is fine for Tom to do this. They're ahead on majority, and they feel like they need the block. I don't see a reason for 8F to do this, is what I'm saying.
Not sure. But, I mean, it's still great, to be fair.
Because they... I mean, I guess it's because they want to force the line, but... yeah. Surprised neither tried for jails, considering there was a co-op, too. Yeah. I mean, that's a good point. I think jails would be a strong play.
Scary. Level is at. But Godric about to die here for Bree as well.
Using it as a time waster, yeah. Adolf was shocked at how fast Tom got it. I mean, I still think it takes him a while.
No, no.
He grabs the skidoo there. He goes all the way up.
Shadow.
I'm still skipping. I'm still skipping. He has to go back to Morth. He has to grab this skidoo. I'm still skipping. He goes back to Gravesite Plain to grab another skidoo. He goes to Gaius. He has to go through an entire Gaius fight. I'm still skipping. He finally gets to all the skidoos, warps back,
Adon, yeah.
and gets it. How long was that? 10 minutes?
There is a DTS now.
I would 100% not be surprised if the total time
Good block for Frogcast Spin here. And
that
majority.
it took
So this is
Tom,
majority. This should
all things
generally
considered,
tell
was like
Labs,
10 minutes.
hey, like he definitely rushed that, which means we have time.
23
for
fragments
other
is kind of
things.
impossible to make fast. Tom was efficient about it, yeah.
I feel like Adolf
And he's going for Dancing Line.
is going straight for Dancing Lion, and he's so much closer to Dancing Lion than Adolf is. Adolf going to go for Mesmer here instead. So now that column 1 is going to be blocked out most likely here for Team Positive Vibes, but column 2 is now creeping up and being like, hey, I'm here too.
Yeah, Bree now getting
Yeah, because if they had gone for other things instead, Adolf does get blow a finger, which is good. If he had gone for... Chris was doing Godric. If he had gone for Dancing Lion, and then after he gets Mesmer, they're just ahead on majority at that point then. If during this, what happened where Tom was going for Skidoo, he went blow a finger, Dancing Lion, Mesmer, then they are just ahead on majority by the time Tom finishes Skidoo.
DTS, and that Zamor Storm making the last ticks happen has access to capital now.
Chris lucky as hell on DTS at the end. Let me see.
2 is now creeping up. He definitely rushed that, which means we have time on some other things.
Yeah.
I feel like Adolf
Oh!
And he's going for Dancing Line.
is going straight for Dancing Lion, and he's so much closer to Dancing Lion than Adolf is. Adolf going to go for Mesmer here instead. So now that column 1 is going to be blocked out most likely here for Team Positive.
That didn't look like it was close enough to hit him, but I guess it was.
Creeping up and being like, hey, I'm here too.
Yeah, Bree now getting
Oh, and he just sends him. He just sent an Ash of War and barely lived. Oh my. Ash of War is disgusting damage. Yeah, it's huge damage.
Now that Godfrey thing, honestly, they could look at Row.
That's why I've been saying Zamor Curved Sword is a good sword. Was it the last match that... There was one of the matches where somebody didn't go for Zamor Curved Sword, and I was like, why not? It's a great weapon. Oh, it was Josh. It was Josh. He killed Bloodhound Knight Darrowil, and he stuck with Uchi instead of swapping to Zamor Curved Sword that he got. Yeah.
On the board, insanely enough, Chris has access to Goldfree and Omen Baron.
Yeah, Chris did kill Rykard, so this is Adef square. I do think, obviously, for Adef, it makes sense to block Mesmer first because it looks more threatening. And then when he loses Dancing Lion,
that could be huge.
if he got Saint Trina, that would have been the last block that they needed in order to ensure that it was a majority game.
This could be Apple access.
Yeah, Mesmer totally makes sense.
Tom now.
Mesmer with Starfist is great.
Straight for Trina. Then column, not only it's the roadblock, but then column 2 is also very scary. Bree's now on her second catacomb.
Yeah, great damage, partially because he went for so many Skidoo.
This could be very interesting with roll 3.
I'd say Uchi too, but that's just me. As a base game player, this is not DLC, Swed. This is not you get a free plus 24. This is a Somber you can get to plus 9 in about the same time that you can get a Smithing Stone to plus 16. Which is 3 tiers worse. Yeah, I think Zamor Curved Sword over Uchi every day of the week if you're a base game.
Seemed like I just saw.
I love Uchi. I'd use Uchi over Zamor Curved Sword in the DLC, but just the difference in upgrade times of Somber versus non-Somber is not comparable.
So it's still 1-to-1 on Everjails then here.
Yeah.
Or would you sleep?
By the time Chris
Never.
gets to Red Wolf, Mesmer
I
might be
never
dead here
would.
as well, by the way, for Adef. Adef
Never
has a
catch
nice
me
fight here
sleeping.
on, Mesmer, already in phase 2, already past the explosion attack now as well. And Tom, you're now going into the dancing line fight. This is huge for Team Positive Vibes. It really, really is. That, that 11 Skidoo, honestly, really wasn't that bad. Really wasn't that devastating at all.
It was important for Frogcast spin, but yeah, it was okay to lose out on it and getting progress on these other squares.
Stagger.
Ooh!
There is the bleed proc. Okay, Mesmer.
Yep, nice kill by Adef. Great kill. And it puts them technically even, and all they need to do at this point is focus on majority, because they can't get... Well, technically, they have one line open, but, like, it's not going to happen. Focus on majority and get at least one block. So now, if you're Adef, I think there's 2 reasonable plays here. I guess kind of 3, but the third one I don't maybe love as much. One reasonable play, just block it. Just get St. Trina, just block their last bingo line. Say, okay, it's not the fastest square, but I bet we can still win on majority. Reasonable play. Reasonable play number 2. 2 jails. Great synergy. Gets you a Great Jar helmet, gets you 2 jails, gets you 3 ever jails and 2 jails. Bang, bang, bang. Puts you way ahead on majority. Huge play. But you gotta rely on your partner to win one of these. Which has to be this or this, because you're not going for Dancing Lion. And then reasonable play 3 that I like the least of the 3 reasonable plays, but it's just a fast square, is the Red Wolf Red Bear, which I believe is what he ends up going for. It's a fast square, but it just doesn't have the bang of jails or the block of St. Trina. So it's my least favorite of the 3 reasonable options, but I don't think it's an unreasonable option.
Ahead on Godfrey, ahead on Red Bear and Red Wolf. It's all about that St. Trina talk.
It's all about that St. Trina talk.
Don't know that.
There it is. And now if Tom sees it, he can go south right now. And I think he might be.
He's going south.
Yeah, so at this point, I think Tom and Bree, I don't think they necessarily are like, we're committing to the line. We definitely win the line. But I think they're just like, we can put pressure on the line. Like, there's not like a big reason not to put pressure on the line. Because, like, I don't think any of the stuff in the line is, like, particularly slow in comparison to other things. Like, St. Trina isn't fast, but neither is Jails. Dragons and Drakes maybe is a little faster than both of them, but, like, not overly. And so they're just, I think they're just thinking, oh, we'll put pressure on it. We can both go for these. If we get it, we win. Even if it goes 1 for 1, then we still are ahead on majority.
Possible bingo line for Frogcast in column 2.
Yeah, this board.
Going Baron to immediate Trina would be actually arguably very good, but he goes Baron to jail. Yeah, it's a little too late at that point. Honestly, though, Baron to jail would be huge if he just told Chris, or if Chris just said, I'm getting Shibriri grapes. If Chris just said, no, I'm ahead on Shibriri grapes, I win these. Nah, I'd win. And Chris just wins Shibriri grapes, and Adef wins jails. Again, 3 squares from jails. Bang, bang, bang. That means Chris gets 1, Adef gets 3. That puts them at 11. And Tom sure gets St. Trina. That puts him at 10. Maybe during that time, Bree maybe gets gold free. Maybe, I don't know, maybe gets something else. But that puts you at worst 11-11, but likely 11-10. And then you got a majority game. Chris just had to go Shibriri grapes if Adef was not going to go St. Trina.
Tom still has to catch up.
Bree was calling the line for the majority of the game. Well, I mean, they didn't even go for it till the end. If so, that's weird. That's a surprising thing, if so, because they just didn't pressure it.
There it is. There's that red bear kill.
Like, there's ways to sneak while pretending that you're not pressuring it, and they didn't do that, right? Bree didn't collect a Shibriri grape, then go do Bosses in Liurnia, then collect a Shibriri grape, then go, you know, use Ash of War Lightning Ram. She did other things. Tom didn't, oh, I'm gonna go get the closest grace to Putrescent Knight, then go get level 11 Skidoo. Tom just went for a level 11 Skidoo, so
Holy schmoly, there it is.
if they were trying to sneak it, they were,
Go south, Adef, go south.
I guess, being too sneaky. I guess.
Dragons?
No, row 3.
From the interview, they were completely blind to it until too late, yeah.
What is he doing? What is he
Tom kept saying no whenever Bree called for column 2. It was kind of a bad column. Like, if you showed me the empty board and asked which row, column, or diagonal wins the game, I think column 2, maybe not my last guess, but it would not have been in my top half. I think there were much, much better potential lines.
I'm now at the huge dragon, and seems like Adolf is maybe.
What is he doing?
As a DLC player, no one is convinced of the St. Trina square,
He just wants to do the
He's going for
pickup?
especially
Jails.
10 minutes in, yeah.
He's going for gels.
Had to work on blocks in between, I guess.
Why?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Do they not see
Why?
column 2 right now?
Do they not
Building
see
up?
row 3? I don't understand.
I feel like Dom is a little too line-pilled in his commentary, which, like, is kind of good to... that's, like, the things that you should point out in commentary, because it's the things that's most, like, viewable to viewers. But oftentimes, he'll be like, why are you not going for these 3 lines at the same time? Why are you not going for this line and this line and this line? Why aren't you doing that? And it's like, well, because they're trying to win a majority game, and if you go for that line, you probably lose the majority game, and you'll still probably get blocked, you know? But he's, like, very, very line-coded. Now, in this case, he's totally, you know, he is right. They do have to block this line. I still think they should go for majority. I don't think... that positive vibes in any scenario would really go for row 3, would they? Does Chris have priority towards capital? He does, actually. Wait. He does. Wait. If Adef wins St. Trina, do they just win? Chris has massive prio. Oh. Well, in that case, I guess Dom's entirely right on this particular one. Yeah, if Adef wins St. Trina, if Adef just went Red Bear immediately into St. Trina, yeah.
He's not going for jail.
Interesting,
He's going
interesting.
No, he is going for... Why?
Also, why aren't they going for this or that? Because they don't know what the other 2 players are doing. Right, right. We had 1 Great Rune at this point. Oh, yeah, no, Chris definitely wins that then. Wow. Yeah. It's kind of a cacophony of events then. It's like if Chris goes for grapes and Adef goes for jails, I think they have a good shot of winning. If Adef goes for St. Trina and Chris goes for capital, I think they have a good shot of winning. If Adef goes for St. Trina and Chris goes for grapes, I think they're fine. They're probably behind on majority. They probably end up losing, but I think it's fine. And the only way that they are screwed is if Adef goes for jails while Chris doesn't finish grapes. And unfortunately,
I think Chris is working
that's
on.
the thing that happens. Like, in all permutations, there's only one where, like, they definitely don't win. And unfortunately, it's the one that happens.
He's gonna work on Shiburi now too.
I think Chris is working on... I think they're going for majority here.
He was aware of Chris Capital Access. She excessively called for St. Trina. Yeah, makes sense.
Jails, Jar, and Great Jar helmet. I think they're thinking, like, hey, if Tom wastes time... on
Arguably
St.
the
Trina,
correct
we
call,
go for
not
Grape,
excessive.
That's 1. Clear 3 ever
Then was
jails,
to make them
and
go
jails.
for the St. Trina
That's
because it
2.
takes a lot of
Jails is
time.
3. Jar and Great Jar...
Oh, Adef and Chris's plan was to make them go for St. Trina? Then Chris just has to go Hayeta. I think that's fine. I think if they will force them into St. Trina and Chris just says, I'll win Shibriri, totally fine. Then they get the 3 jails, and again, they would get 1, 2, 3, 4 squares. They'd be at 12. Chris just has to win Shibriri. He doesn't even have to win both of the capital ones after. Like, there's no reason that he would need to win the capital ones at that point. He could win one or the other of the capital, and then they win.
Just doing
Yeah.
something else other than Saint Trina talk.
Damn, yeah, they really definitely had a great position here. It looks like Frog Carspin is in the driver's seat 9-8, and like they do end up winning. But replay from this moment 10 times, I actually think Positive Vibes wins 7 or 8 out of those 10.
Yeah.
Maybe 6 or 7. But somewhere in there, because
We with a really good synergy.
like I actually just think Chris just has to finish Shabiri Grapes, which somehow he gets ahead on. I don't know how Shabiri Grapes works for base game players, but all he has to do is win that, and I think they're in a great spot.
Chris still needs to run up there. Wait, I think Bree's ahead though.
Oh yeah, if Bree gets this is
We entered the
bad,
worst
bad
timeline,
news for
bro.
Positive Vibes.
Don't, what?
Yes,
I didn't do anything.
Because I don't think Ada
I didn't do anything.
I gotta be honest here, Doma. It's very scary here right
It looked
now.
like he was ahead, but Bree had better grace. Okay, maybe he's not then.
You know,
Does he immediately go for it after whatever his last thing was? Because he
Tom
kills
is already at
DTS. Does he go for grapes immediately after DTS, or what does he do?
the hole. And Bree got one Shabriri and is making now her way to the second.
Bree was ahead, I thought, on grapes, but I didn't care how prepped Chris was. I don't know. I felt like Chris was... I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how grapes works. I don't know how grapes works. I don't know.
But he hasn't talked to Arena yet. He hasn't done the whole Arena stuff yet.
Tom said after reviewing, Bree was still in the lead. Okay.
This is looking bad.
I do know he pivots off grapes, yeah. Wasn't ahead, unfortunately. Bree would win the race every time. Okay.
There she is.
It's still not enough.
But at what point was she ahead?
I'm pretty sure.
At what
right?
point could Chris have pivoted and won it?
In a different order, I think.
Because I don't know. I don't know enough about the
Wait,
base
what?
game to just have any idea.
Am I missing something? Am I crazy?
Wait.
She's not in capital. What am I watching?
Oh, no.
Is he splitting
Is he
progress?
doubling up?
Oh my fucking
Well-
god.
That was weird.
Wait, no, I'm confused.
The start menu opens if you hover over it in Windows 11?
Progress.
Oh, yeah,
Wait, that's
yeah,
not even the
this
start
is
menu. That's like the
very
weather menu.
because
Why
he's
would they...
supposed to-
I hate Windows 11 specifically. Did Adif miss the skip? He did. It doesn't particularly matter at this point, but he does miss the skip. Windows 11 is so bad. Ugh.
Oh, yeah,
They were like, we're going to stop supporting Windows 10. I'm like, okay, I guess I'll update then. How bad could it be?
Is already down
Never
in,
update.
what's
Never update.
Yeah, I think Chris could have beaten Bree to Shabiri Grapes actually.
Okay, so I was assuming the commentators were right when they said that they assumed
I think so, too,
Chris could beat
yeah.
Bree to...
It's also
Shabriri.
very important that split progress right
But
now
I don't
is
know.
scary.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that.
I'm pretty
And then
sure-
Adef didn't know you have to touch the... There's like a circle disc that you have to touch in order to get the elevator to come back up.
Capital as well.
I don't think he shows it. It's just barely off the
And-
camera.
and doesn't want
You
to
can see it as he comes in, though. If I back up, you can see right there. See that blue glowy thing on the left?
Wait, where's Bree going? Oh, yeah.
There. You have to touch that to get the elevator to come back so you can ride it back down if you want to go this way. There's also just some pots you can jump down. Over here, I think, or something,
Yeah.
that I saw CBD do.
And
Or you can just go
Tom
back
is
down
already
into
down
the
in,
maze, which is what I usually do because I don't know the other way.
I think Chris could have beaten Bree to Shabiri.
Had no issues with 11. I guess I'm lucky. There's not, like, issues. It's just ugly. It's just too rounded and too, like, modern where, like, oh, I bet they want to open up the weather menu if they mouse over the weather. No, I want to open the weather menu if I click on the weather. Do you think I have the inability to click? Do you think I am incapable of that? I don't want anything to happen when I just mouse over it.
Dude, yeah. And it's also very important that split progress right now is
I've had some
scary.
compatibility
I'm
issues.
pretty sure Chris assumes Bree has access to...
Like 60% of ran my 32 gigabyte usage when just starting the system.
And doesn't want to
This
lose...
OS or bloatware, yeah.
Column 3 to anything. Maybe not seeing that column 2. Sorry, row 3. I don't see the column 2 right now.
Yeah, and so from this point, Bree is ahead on Grapes. Tom is ahead on St. Trina. Tom has an
For all
excellent fight.
screens, and it's easy to tell, right?
Bree
players, all they have is Shabir,
gets a grape here. I don't know. I don't know what they're. I don't know what base game players are doing. That's a grape, I guess.
Make sense.
Yeah.
It just doesn't. Where's the sense of urgency here?
I'm also. I'm just gonna just throw it out here for a second. I'm not a huge fan of the wording that Dom uses here at the end.
I'm sorry, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Feels a little too much for, especially for, you know, a team that's like, yeah, they are going to lose. Being like, I'm sorry, this doesn't make sense. Why did they do that? Is like, I feel like too much.
It just doesn't. Where's the sense of urgency here?
Yeah, Burn is right now definitely not the best pick. And Tom now is...
Like, it's not like over the top, but it's just like, you know, it's like if someone said that in chat, I'd be like, okay, chatter, like, you just starting stuff for no, like, shut up, chatter, you don't know what, but like, so I don't love to hear it from the commentators.
The last grace before PK, and Bree is about to give the Shabir.
Because, right, obviously everything does make sense. It makes sense that ADEF would want to do, jails because there's 3 squares that involve jails, right? Makes perfect sense. Huge for a majority play. It makes sense that Chris would want to get capital access because it sets up a potential line, and if he can get the 2 in the line, or if he can get these 2, that's a full 13, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more that they get, that's a full 13. And yes, they did miss the line, but like,
and now
I just don't like being like, it doesn't make any sense. I don't get why they would do that. Like, feels just too much.
there it is.
Yeah, and now we're looking at a
Column
GG's
2
here.
is the scariest.
Like,
thing
it
ever.
happens, you know? You miss a line, it
And
happens.
we have a possible second bingo line from Froghouse Spin here in about 5 minutes. And
Incredulity of taking over from sensitivity. Yeah, and
maybe the
yeah,
winner of Bingo Brawler Season
understandable.
5.
The way they're talking right now between positive vibes, it looks like they just.
It's just like, I don't know. I'll move on from this because I don't want to dwell on it, because then it'll feel like I'm the one that's being negative. But I really, especially in the final moment, you're about to crown your champion, and the talk is, I just don't get it. I don't get why they would do that. Why what are they doing that for? As opposed to like, oh my god, Tom and Bree are unstoppable right now. They have a huge lead, and Adolf and Chris couldn't even stop them if they tried. Oh my, you know?
They just weren't releasing.
I just wish that was the vibe for the end of the finals.
Rough.
Yeah, Tom already going to be.
Like, oh, that's rough, right? You know, I agree. I wish it was, you know, closer for positive vibes, but like,
The holy infusion. And
give me the positives. Give me the drama.
Great, but I don't see a big PK incident happening here. This might be GG's for Frog Car Spin. Possible.
Should have been a more positive focus from the commentary for the winners. Yeah.
Yeah,
But I
it's
mean,
gonna be
commentary
very
is also
interesting.
super hard to do. Like commentary. You want to talk about playing is hard? Playing is straightforward. You got a thing you want to do, you go do it. Commentary is hard because like you have to think about like the way you're saying things, but also like coming off naturally and like being explaining or analytical, but also thinking about what if somebody doesn't know how bingo works or how a square works or how the game works. Like
About now the second match.
really hard to do well.
Doesn't ADF have a
Maybe,
closer
you know what?
spot?
That's how bingo goes sometimes. You just miss things under very huge pressure.
Oh, what a
It's
brag up.
very easy to just miss simple things.
Tom should have thrown to PK
And
for the
it's very easy
contest,
for
yeah.
us viewers to talk about this, because we're not playing.
Yeah, I agree with Zoodle.
I think
But
Chris
Much
should have
easier
gotten
to sit here and
grapes,
yeah,
for sure, before.
criticize than like
I think
be in the moment and like trying to actually do it yourself.
This damage.
dude,
almost sounded a little haggard too. I was wondering if he was sick or just drained from the Mega Bingus commentary in third place match. Could be. Could be. It was only actually 2 games on this finals day, but I mean, yeah, it can still be tough draining over from the previous day.
Yeah, he forgot about it. Oh yeah, look, yeah, he never grabbed the. Yeah, he went from this wing down to blow a finger, so he actually didn't have that much.
I mean, this is still close.
Yeah, and then at this point, there's no way 8F could get to Saint Trina.
No, yeah, for now, yeah. I just meant earlier when we talked about.
Imagine if Tom didn't do the Saint Trina Talkman teleport for the first 2 times, and 8F somehow catches up because of that. That would have been wild.
At that point. Well, 2 more hits here for Nuclear Pasta Tom on this PK, and there it is. GG's. All he needs to do now is not die on this fire. Go over to Trina, talk to her, and we have our Season 5 champion.
When that round 1 went, it's understandable how Domo felt at that moment. Yeah.
Talk to her, or has
You wish that the semifinals had gone the other way, cause yeah, us versus Itzarino finals. If our third place match had instead been the finals, dang, that would have been a good one.
to talk to the Saint Trina. I guess person, kind of. 4 times. 4 times.
4 times.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, because
Clean sweeps for all finals this season too?
Yeah, exactly. Die 3
no.
times, and then the 4th she's then yapping. Yeah.
It was 2-1 when Monkey Business beat Itzarino. It was almost 3-1, but ADM was a little jump happy.
Yeah, true.
An absolute cinema.
Dude, I don't.
Chat, can we get a quick blow of finger in chat, please?
I don't understand what Positive Vibes was genuinely in the drive. Like they even went for Red Bear.
Like the game is over at this point. Dom, stop! Please stop harping on it. Like this is the moment you're crowning your winner. Please.
Red Wolf, and then they just nothing. I don't understand.
Yeah,
I
it's
really
like,
don't.
That's what I'm saying. Like when Ada went for Mesma, I was like, why Mesma? Just go for the Trina, burn. You know, go for the roll 3, win by bingo. Because
obviously, all sports want their championship to be cinema, but sometimes Georgia beats TCU 65-7. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't feel like this was like that. Like this game, honestly, was really like not that bad, right? The very end, right? You can be like, darn, right at the end, you know, Chris and Ada kept up the whole game, and right at the end, you know, Tom and Bree really ran away with it, you know, and made this unstoppable threat. But the vibe feels like, what a slog that we had to get through of like it was over from minute 1 and they didn't see. And it's like, this game was a good game, was a hype game, was a close game. You know, that Bree and Tom end up, with a super strong play at the end to take it. It just didn't feel like that. Match was very competitive except for the last bit. Yeah, first match, oh my god, if the first match had been the final match, that would have sucked, because that first match was nothing. Adef got screwed over by the Tialier drop bug, Bree won the rush square, and then the game was over. That was the whole game.
Yeah, he's getting
2 events happened and the game concluded. That first match was dumb. This match, good match.
GG's Frogcar Spin, your Season 5 Bingo Brawlers champion.
Just missed to see the line. The game was very close, yeah.
Very well played.
I was tired watching it, can't imagine playing it, yeah.
Amazing.
I do wonder, pure speculation, butterfly effect, throw caution to the wind, just throw something out there. I do wonder how the game could potentially have altered if they had the +0 weapon. Would they have gone for the diagonal, Chris and Adef? If they had a better lead on majority instead of being tied at the end, would they have gone for a block instead and just keep their majority? Would they have had time? Would Bree and Tom's play have changed in some way? Would it have given them time to go for the Saint Trina capital play? Would it have somehow put Adef ahead into the level of... I don't know. Who knows? Finally, Obamium.
True, there was a very...
I do
not
wonder.
easy chance, but somewhat easy chance for them to lose it on that.
Or
roll.
maybe nothing would have
It's going
changed.
to be
Maybe the
very
square would be a
interesting
different
to
color and the result
talk
here
to
would be the
players and
same.
See their thoughts about both games. I mean, first game is gonna be very
Adef
easy to
and
recap
Chris were
here.
set up to get 5 squares really quick, but
Second game
Frog's
is more
car
interesting.
spin just got there
We'll
first.
see, we'll
Yeah.
see. Wow, congratulations.
Lightning Ran
for
sniped,
Frog's
still
spin.
blocks diagonal.
And, yeah.
That's
Well played.
true. I don't know how quickly Chris went for Lightning Ram. But I guess if he was going for it at the same time, or maybe that was even before, I guess it wouldn't matter.
Let that sink in. Finals is always a huge, you know, stressful situation slash.
Very possible that maybe just the color switches and nothing else changes.
Mental toll, if you will. And there we go.
Adef not knowing about not taking riposte on +0 really bit them in the back. See, here's the thing. I think he should have taken the riposte.
Crazy match.
He wins if they take the
I did not
riposte.
expect
They
that.
talked about it being don't take the riposte. That is not the biggest thing that made the difference. It made a difference. Don't get me wrong, it made a difference. But the biggest thing that made the difference was not taking the riposte. It was not letting Edred get out of the loop and start attacking. Adef kept waking him up with an R1 to not take the riposte, and that let Edred get out and start doing attacks. Whereas Tom woke him up with an R2, which staggered him for just enough time that he could hit him again, and get the stagger again. That was the problem. It wasn't not taking the riposte, it was not taking the riposte in the wrong way. So for Adef, it was much faster to take the riposte, and he would have won the square if he took all the ripostes. Said he knew about it, but said he went for safer post because he had gotten hit several times and was frazzled. Yeah, no, 100%. And that's what he should have done. The problem was, even towards the end, he tried to do it again, tried to go for a non-riposte, and it bit him one final time that let Tom catch up. Adef didn't know Starfist is an R2 weapon. I'm sure he knows. It's a little different when you're waking an enemy up because you're not actually trying to hit them with something heavy. And it makes perfect sense that you would want to do something light to make them stand up into something heavy to stagger them. It makes perfect sense, but it does not work with Starfist. Talks about the riposte in the interview. Yeah. Well, the thing is, he's working from incomplete knowledge. All he knows is that he lost the square, and all he knows is that the commentators tell him, it's because you took too many ripostes. When in reality, it's the opposite. He took too few ripostes. If he took more ripostes, he would have won the square. So, and that's I'm not saying that that's the commentator's fault for not correctly, like, analyzing every moment, but we got to watch it back multiple times and go through it, and we found, yeah, Adef easily wins that if he takes all the ripostes. Adef's riposte logic is pretty valid, though. 100%. 100%. Yeah, Adef did, like, very good experimentation, very good try to find what works, try to find what doesn't, and in the very end, he settled on riposte, which was the correct call for him. He just settled on it a little bit too late. Like, I think Adef played it, you know, intelligently. He wanted to explore his options and find what was fastest, but he didn't find the 100% fastest thing. He only found the second fastest thing, and he found it too late. And he ran out of grease. He said he wasn't as familiar with the square as Tom and wasn't sure how much grease he needed, otherwise he could have had it. Yeah, that too, for sure. Can we rewatch the fight? Sure.
Not expect that.
It's gonna make me physically ill again, but...
We got a bleed proc here.
Oh,
All right, we'll watch from the very start for Adef. So he greases.
But yeah, the
He
good
goes
thing
in.
about this is you're right next to a land,
I'll
so
get the
you prep
buckets,
your
yeah.
grades, right? So you're already prepped for that.
Gets the jump attack, totally fine. Takes the backstab, that's fine. I would have done charged R2, but that's totally fine. Charged R2, instant stagger. Love it. Takes the riposte. He doesn't have Blade of Mercy, so he doesn't need to take riposte, but like, starting off with taking a riposte to make sure that your rot procs, I think totally reasonable. When you've got the grease on and you just want your grease to proc, ripostes are a great way to do it. They get you 2 hits every time, and they guarantee that he goes back into the loop. So at this point, it's a guaranteed bop loop. He could take the riposte again, he could loop all day. And stam full, yep, love it. He buffs with the grease while he's down, super smart. He's already got the rot on, now he's got freeze grease on. Bop, a little unlucky. You know, he gets the hyper armor move, but that's okay. Oh, he gets the hyper armor move again. Mega unlucky at this point. Goes for a charge dart 2, and it's just a little too slow. Miraculously lives. That could have been a mega disaster. But now he has to... yeah. So, at this point, he tried a charge dart 2 once. It didn't work. He needs to not do that again. But he goes for it one more time here. He heals up. He goes for a jumping R2, which is the correct call. 100% jumping R2 is perfect. Staggers him. He needs to go tap R2, then charged R2. Or tap R2 is fine as well. I'm not sure if it'll stagger, but he could go for that. He goes for a charged R2, which is just too slow. Gets him hit for a second time now. Unfortunate, but fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. At this point, hopefully he knows, don't go for the charged R2s after a small stagger. Gets hit again, a little unfortunate. Has to heal in the doorway, which does not keep him safe from Edred's attacks. Not what you love to see, the big combo, hate to see that. Charged R2, bam. Charged R2, a little risky, but he gets it, and he's like, okay, I'll take the riposte. Totally fine. Charged R2, charged R2, and here's where he starts experimenting. He goes, oh, no, not just yet. He does one more charged R2, charged R2. Now he starts experimenting. He says, what if I don't take the riposte? Bop, bop. Wakes him up with an R1, and what do you know? It lets him do a quick attack. Goes for the charged R2, too slow. Gets punished for it. It's the third time he's got punished, but the first two were the same way. This was a different way. You can't know for sure that an R1 waking him up is unsafe, but now he has seen it once. An R1 waking him up is unsafe. Unlucky that Edred, like, basically ducks his attack. Does a nice charged R2, charged R2. Awesome. Just decides to take the riposte. Very reasonable thing to do.
5.
Charged R2, charged R2. Decides to take the riposte. Again, he's going to win from here if he just keeps taking the riposte. He's so far ahead. Charged R2, charged R2. And I think it's here where he decides to experiment one more time. He says, okay, what if I do wake him up with an R1 and I do a charged R2? Actually works this time.
7 for Bree.
But he gets the hyper armor. Now he's out again. But gets another stagger. Not bad. Takes the riposte.
9.
Charged R2. Charged R2. He's still gonna win. He experiments one more time. It has failed him twice already. This is where it's I don't know if fool me once is shame on you, fool me twice is shame on me. This is shame on your cow.
That one is running away.
Because he does the same thing, unfortunately, for a third time. Wakes him up with an R1, goes for a charged R2, does not work.
And there it is.
And there it is. And that is a snipe on Chrisia.
And again, Edred does the stupid duck your attack by being just out of range while setting up his super combo. Super unfortunate luck for Adef as well. Gets the stagger, and at this point, he has lost too much ground. At this point, because Edred flew around for literally like 10 seconds there and did a big combo, maybe even 15, at this point, it's too late to only do riposte to the end. He would have been fine to do riposte from the previous one, but this is now the last straw. He's now too slow. Tom's gonna get another frost proc here that catches him up, and Tom's gonna win barely.
And he's also not going for the riposte. He's not going for the riposte here.
Oh.
But AF is...
Oh, Tom gets a bleed, actually. Does he also get a frost?
Stop going for the fucking ripostes.
Yeah. So actually, the only reason Tom catches up here, despite Adef doing riposte, is only because he both gets a bleed and a frost proc. If he only got a bleed, Adef still wins with riposte. If he only got a frost, Adef still wins with riposte. But because Tom got both a bleed and a frost at the end, he barely catches up. And even if Adef had done no riposte, Adef still would have lost. Because Tom had the bleed and the frost queued up. It had literally nothing to do with taking too many ripostes. It only had to do with Adef, unfortunately, letting Edred get out of the loop too many times, and Edred doing really incredibly unlucky attacks.
Snipe here. Holy! 2 snipes back to back from Frogcast Spin against Positive Vibes. Blocking
In this
all the
particular
lines
case.
right away.
Just wanted to chime in. I chose Spike Club in match 1 because you get faster runes with a weapon under a certain weight. Omen Killer Cleaver was too heavy. You get faster runes, meaning less rune cost to upgrade. Thank you, Bree, for the input. I would still go Omen Killer Cleaver, but it does make sense. It gets you off to a faster start. What square were you trying to rush in game 1 that you really wanted the extra runes? Smithing Stone plus 16? Can you upgrade a lighter weapon faster because it requires less runes? So you just guaranteed get that square? Is that why? I want to call them 2 before match start. Ah, you have like 1 less rune pickup you need to do, so you're just guaranteed to win that square. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Okay, yeah. Not something I would have thought of, but I'm not a base game player. Cool. Yeah. Smart play. I did not know that. Well, I knew that lighter weapons were cheaper, but I didn't know that it would actually make a difference on the square timing. Shouldn't be awake, but I am. Well, thank you for the input.
With blow a finger here is kill a base game boss.
And yeah, congrats on the win. Let's go.
Tree Sentinel here. So I'm seeing.
I actually remember Aggie labbing out the weapon weights a while back. Ah.
Drain the water back.
And honestly, yeah, the weapon she has isn't bad. Omen Killer Cleaver is like clearly better, but it is truly not bad. It's basically Omen Killer Cleaver, but a regular hammer instead of a great axe.
You have blow a finger, kill a base game boss in the DLC. That's 3 squares in the DLC only.
It's not based game.
Already.
Bingo champions need auto-based sleep schedules. That's why Bree is the base game goat. Perhaps.
Like, you can do all of them.
Yeah.
back to
Thank
back.
you for sharing the base game knowledge, because otherwise I would have had
Very
no idea.
stressful,
I would have just gone through life assuming, Bree just chose the wrong class. It happens.
Oh my God.
But no,
exactly
she-
the weapon I
she
was
had
talking about, Bree just hovered over
the
it. This is
strat.
one of the classes actually has.
And yeah, this is a board where win that square, win the game. This is an unstoppable line. Like, literally could not possibly be stopped once you get those 2. That was so... This board... I do not like this board. I am a big not fan of this board. I think this board sucks. Congrats, you found the perfect line. Perfectly skilled. Outskilled them. But like, man, that was silly.
The weapon I was talking about. No, for the base game players,
Sadly, both boards were too quick. I honestly think the second board was great. Like, I think... I mean, maybe you have a different perspective as a player. And I feel like the commentators felt a little disappointed maybe that we didn't get a game 3. But honestly, I felt like the second game was, like, super close. Like, at a certain point, just before this, it's 6-7, then it's 7-7, perfectly tied up. Ends up becoming 7-9, but then back to 8-9, so it's almost back to caught up, but they're going for, like, a potentially strong majority play, but they just missed the line, and you guys end up getting the line. Which, like, I don't think is like, oh, what a horrible one-sided game. It's like, it was basically even until you guys pushed the line and they didn't see the line. It was like one moment flipped the game, as opposed to like, yeah, it was over from the start. Some incredibly close pivotal moments, match 2. Yeah. Yeah, and like, you guys barely got the lightning ram, barely got the +0. Obviously, neither of those ends up being in your line, but like, it very easily could have been positive vibes with a definite majority lead, and you guys kind of needing to go for the line to win. It ended up you guys had the slight majority and got the line, so maybe it feels a little more one-sided by the end because of that, but like, it was this close to going the other way. Chris or Adef just had to block this line, and one of the 2 snipes had to go the other way, and I think they're firmly in the driver's seat. Maybe not, like, they win, but, like, I think they would be firmly in the driver's seat if that had happened. Was really ready for game 3? Yeah. Second match was very intense, but it's kind of bummer that the whole finals ended with matches sub 130 total. Yeah. It was wild how fast Tom saw that line in game 1. It was like 10 seconds after the board was showed. Yeah, I don't think I would have found it that quickly, but like, if you do just look for what's the fast square, that's the fast square. Okay, what lines are with the fast square? Oh, wait, your fast square and my fast square are in a line with each other. What does that line look like? Oh, it's one that I can easily rush if I win this square. Oh, it's one that I can easily rush if I win this square. Oh, and it's one that if I rush this one, I just get this one for free. Oh, like it was a very weird board. I still don't think I would have seen it, but yeah, it kind of just put itself together. Just sad bingo is over. I was ready, but now I'm sad. I'm happy bingo is over. I was ready for it to end. I was more ready for it to end with us winning the whole thing. But I was ready for it to be over because I can't move on from bingo until it's over. I can't do things other than bingo until bingo is over. And so now I can do things other than bingo. But before I do things other than bingo, how would you guys like to make a tier list of squares? Same. Make a template. Make my own template. Create a live voting tier list? Nah, we'll just use Twitch chat and then I will make the final decision. All what? 150 squares? Yes, yes. All like 250. It's a lot. Ready for season 5.5 of bingo? Yes. I guess I'll just make a single-use template. All right. And browse, upload all the squares. Oh, baby, look at all the squares. All right, let me show you guys. A tier list of all the squares. Oh, yeah. Oh, baby. Oh, this is gonna take forever. That's a lot of squares. All right, so let's start with, okay, so S tier is gonna be blue. A tier is gonna be green. Wait, why did these swap? A tier is gonna be green. B tier is gonna be lighter green. C tier yellow. D tier orange. And we're gonna add another tier if I can figure out how. Add a row below. F tier. Super special, reserved for the worst of the worst. Red. And we'll give them a little bit of description. So S tier. These are staples of bingo. These are like the reason that you watch bingo for. A tier. Makes for great competition. B tier. Just solid. C tier. Filler. You gotta have some that are just in there. D tier. Bad. Maybe could use a change. And F tier. Remove or change them, please. All right. Give your tier coloring choices a B. Well, it's clearly an S. This is clearly S coloring choices. Look at this. It's so nice. Watch Bingo to kill 2 gods square haps. Yeah. All right. So, oh, actually, sorry. We need one more tier. Add a row below, which will be gray. Oh, no. Hold on. You go back to that. Row below, gray. I don't play base game. So anything that I don't know how it works, that's in a base game square, we're just throwing in there. We're just throwing in there. Can you add a dash between the letter and the description? Yes. Okay. This whole board is just for Mitch to put Somber 9 in F tier. You caught me. Caught. You caught me. Alright, complete 2 Catacomb dungeons. I don't play base game. Complete 2 Cave or Grotto dungeons. I don't play base game. Cemetery Shades. I don't play base game. Dragon Hearts. I don't play base game. Duelist Bosses. I don't play base game. You wonder why I took the time to make all of these pictures of each of the squares if I'm just going to throw them all and I don't play base game. Yeah, I don't know. 2 Watchdogs. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't really know. I'm not really sure about... No. Painting rewards. I'm not sure. Anyone have any strong opinions about any base game squares? I'm not... Is that one I feel like is okay? I'm not sure. 5 crucible. That feels like a lot. 5 ritual pots. 4 ritual pots I might be able to give an opinion on because you would just go to Jarberg. But this one, I don't know. I don't know about this one. I'm not so sure about this one. Get a base game player to rank them. But it's my tier list. PCR and Starscourge Verdun is F tier for sure. We'll get there. We'll get there. Don't you worry. We'll get there. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. 10 cracked pots. I don't know how easy that is. Ash of War Lightning Ram. This is a meme square. This... I do have an opinion on. But this is not where I'm placing it finally. I'm just putting it here so you can see. Vote! How good is this bingo square? Use Ash of War Lightning Ram to kill 10 sheep. I've not given you the S, A, B, C, D, F. I have just given you... Just tell me in words. Great. Good. Okay, bad, or terrible. And as I expected, with 69% of the votes in the poll. You guys love it. You guys love it. From a viewer perspective, totally. From a player perspective... absolutely filler from a player perspective. It's got like randomness to like the sheep and all that. So I'm gonna put it at solid. I think it's definitely the board is better with it than without it. I think the plus for the viewers is higher than the meh for the players. Yeah, solid. I don't think it's quite good enough to be a staple of bingo. I don't think it actually makes for great competition. Maybe if I reworded it, maybe it could make it into like a low A tier, but I think for me it's a B. Yeah, for the RNG, but it's a staple. It's... If it were gone, I think it'd be fine. I think it'd be fine. I think it's a funny one, but if it got removed, I think it'd be fine. I think it's solid. I think... better with it than without it, but I would not be entirely sad if it's gone. It's a legacy square, yeah. I could see it being removed in future iterations where they want to take it more seriously or whatever. Yeah, I'm very happy to put it in B. I don't know base game. 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 Aha! A set of 3 that I can have opinions on. 30 Arcane, 30 Faith, 30 Int. I'm going to do these all as one square because they kind of act the same way. So the 30 stat squares. What do you feel about them? Pull up. What do you feel about the 30 stat squares? How do you like them or dislike them? It could get a random number of sheep. I don't know that it would make it that much more interesting with a random number of sheep. Bait squares, but good drama. Yeah. And with half the votes, we say okay. And I completely agree with okay. I don't think these can touch anywhere near S or A. I don't think they're B. I think C is fair. Filler, you need something to do. I almost want to put them D because I feel like they're maybe a little more negative to the format than positive to the format. But I don't know that I have any, like, change I would actually make to them. I don't know that I have anything that I would particularly do to them. Like, I do think there is maybe an argument that they're D because I think they feel like they have a purpose and they don't accomplish that purpose, which maybe makes them slightly bad squares. Like, the purpose of them, you might think, is, aha, if there's a square that says 30 int, that will convince players to use sorcery. And so we'll get some people that go sorcery instead of melee weapons. That's not going to happen. You might randomly get Alablaster, which happens to scale with int, and then it's like, oh, cool. But I don't think anyone has ever gone into one of these and actually used sorcery or incantations as their main thing. I guess on Arcane, maybe you randomly get a bleed build, but, like, then it just becomes, oh, I randomly got a buff instead of, like, an actually interesting. So I'm between C and D. I don't think they're great. I don't think they're great. They cripple too many players in a non-fun way. You know what? I'm putting them D. I don't think they're great. I don't think they're great. I'm gonna, you know, lean on this. Maybe could use a change. Like, I don't know what the change could be, but it maybe could use a change. I don't know what. I don't know how, but maybe. Gale with a +0. I don't play base game. 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 Screw Borealis. But honestly, I don't know how it works in bingo, so I don't play base game. I don't play base game. I don't play base game. Wait. Bow only, colossal weapon only, claws, daggers, fist only. What other one is there? Incants only. Remembrance is slightly different, but I'll put it here for keeping track. And is that all of them? That might be all of them. Okay. Is there not sorcery only? Where's sorcery only? Middle, bottom, sorcery. There it is. Thank you. All right. We're going to ignore remembrance for now. Don't take into account that one. But these 5, do we think they're different enough that we should vote separately? Or do we want to just lump them all together? Because they're similar. Figuring stuff and the no grace, Agil rush, or leaving it for later, and hype races. Agil +0 is an S tier square. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. Not all the same. Basically all Godric with X. Yeah. Okay, so vote on them as a whole. What do you think about these 5 as a whole? Colossal only, bow only, claw, dagger, fist only, incant only, sorcery only. I feel like the melee ones are the same, but casting bow is different. Okay. You can make that case when we're placing them. Bow, Sork, Incant can be lumped together, and Colossal Claw can be lumped together. Okay. Similar yet different. Some are easy, some are harder. Yeah. Good. Okay. A slight majority saying good. Sure. Let's look at them differently. I think Colossal only is kind of filler. I think Claws, Daggers, Fists only is kind of filler. Why do I think these two are filler? Because, like, there's just good Colossals and there's just good Claws and Fist weapons. Like, I think when it was a non-weapon randomizer, like, maybe the Colossal check took time because everyone got to start with Uchi, so a Colossal takes time because it's not Uchi that you start with, and so it had like a purpose then. And maybe same thing with Claws, Daggers, Fists. Oh, it took time to get a claw weapon and put it online. But like, you could just have a starting weapon that just has a claw, and you're like, oh, okay, free square, I guess. Or you could just have one that's a Colossal armament and be like, oh, okay, free square, I guess. Or Colossal Armament is just a common check and weapon randomizer. You might just do this because it's already good. You might just do Claws because it's already good, and you might just get something that's good. I don't feel like they're horrible, but I don't feel like they're good. I don't think I could put them as good. Bow only, Incant only, Sorcery only. I think it's good for the ready squares. We have to decide if something is worth doing, like if it's worth killing Godric early, knowing it's going to be harder to do Sork only later. I think that's fair. I think it has led to interesting matches that I have personally played in. It has been personally interesting in matches that I have done. And yet, I can't call it a good square. I just can't. I think it can be interesting, but I don't think I can. I don't think I personally can call them good squares. Like, they do take some setup, which is kind of neat. But like, with randomized weapons, it's like, what if you just don't get a usable bow? What if there's just no usable incants? Or like, you check usable incants and they're so bad and you have to go check like 10 other places for them. And what if you just get, like, Carrion Slicer, and then Sorcery only is kind of free, and, like, I don't know. I just, with Weapon Rando, I'm just not in love with these. I don't think they're terrible, but I wouldn't put them solid, personally. Nice to have something that means magic use. Theoretically. Yeah. I think they worked, again, they worked better non-randomized, where you could make a plan for them. Right? If it's incant only and you've got a plan for how am I going to get my catch flame high enough and what level should I get my seal and things like that, I think was more interesting on like the player's perspective and planning. And I think maybe would have gone to solid, but I think with weapon randomizer, it's just like check a bunch of places, pray that there's a good one, and I don't know that I love them. Kind of same thing with these. I think they all could have been solid in a non-weapon randomizer. What do you think of a potential Ash of War only square? It's kind of same thing. You find a weapon with a good Ash of War? Oh, cool. Free square. You don't find a weapon with a good Ash of War? Oh, guess I'm not doing this square. I just feel like everything gets messed up with a weapon randomizer. DLC maybe, because you can get guaranteed some Ash of Wars, but okay, now Remembrance. This one I think is separate from the others, and it won't let me move it over, but whatever. Remembrance. What do you guys think of Remembrance? Too swingy with weapon rando, yeah. There's an argument for the magic bow to be C, but to be B, but C is totally fair, especially from the player perspective. Yeah, I think I wouldn't mind if someone put it at B, but I think for me it's a C. Based. No, rando, they are good. Random weapons are just meh. It doesn't interact well with them, yeah. Great. Totally. Absolutely great. Makes for great competition. Love me some Remembrance. I think it would be a staple of Bingo again, if not for Weapon Rando. Because sometimes your Remembrance weapon that you see from the shop is Radahn's Great Bow, and you go, oh, I can't use that. Or sometimes it's Hand of Melania, and you go, oh, I can't get enough decks for that. That's impossible to use, or something else. Like, I think the weapon rando, again, takes away some of that choice and aspect of, like, doing things purposeful, and turns it into kill a Remembrance boss and pray they've got a usable weapon. So, I still think it's great, but I can't put it staple with the weapon rando. Otherwise, I actually think it is. I think this is one of the best squares in the game generally, but weapon rando kind of ruins it. I don't know, base game. 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 Dupe at a mausoleum. I do know what it involves, but I don't know how it interacts with the plan of base game players as a whole, so I'm just going to put it in, I don't know, base game. Kill Fia's champions. I mean, nothing really needs to be said. I don't know, base game. 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 I do not know base game. Don't know base game. Ah! Remembrance boss hitless. Physic is a classic IMO. Oh, Physic might be a flat... finish off a boss with an explosive Physic. All right, I think I can have an opinion on that one. I do know how that one works. Vote. Finish off a boss with an explosive Physic is the one we're looking at. This is S-tier bingo staple. We'll get to that next. Starting with explosive Physic, since I kind of skipped over it. Maybe the Remembrance weapons should be non-randomized. Maybe. I would be totally okay with that. Great. Yeah, it's pretty great. It's pretty fun. It has no, like... Well, it's got, like, a tiny bit of randomized downside. Technically, a boss could dodge your explosive Physic, but for the most part, it's something you can control. Very fun. Very cool. Oh, I think... Did I also skip over a Gil +0? I do think I know enough about this one. We'll do a Gil +0 vote. We'll do hitless right after this. But starting with a Gil with +0. A Gil with +0. Physic is entertaining but not staple. Yeah, I wouldn't quite put it staple, but it's solid. Weapon Rando adds a lot, I think, it is needed. Not feel dry after this many seasons, but for sure subtracts from the strategy part and pure skill part. Yeah, the weapon rando on its side, like separately, has its own pluses and minuses. I don't think it interacts well with the squares that say to do something like that, though. I feel like it really detracts from these, even if it can help in other ways. And yeah, you guys said good. I agree. Good. A Gil, I think, is kind of annoying because he can just, like, fly away and stuff. My only thing that I would say about kill a Gil with a +0 weapon is the +0 weapon a necessary... Yeah, a Gil arena costing it a tier, kind of. Is the +0 part necessary? Wouldn't people rush a Gil with a +0 even if you just said kill a Gil? Or... is that not, like, I mean, I guess not in the case of Somber +9 on the board, but that's because of a different problem. But if it just said kill a Gil, I feel like most players would do that +0 anyway, so I feel like the wording you know, maybe isn't my like super favorite. It feels like a restriction that isn't really a restriction, but I still think it's a solid square. Okay, now the one you guys have been waiting for. Kill a Remembrance boss hitless. What do you think? Kill a Remembrance boss hitless. You maybe get a couple levels on the weapon just to minimize memes. I feel like you lose the square if you do that, but maybe. All right, what do you guys think about a Remembrance boss hitless in the base game specifically? This is not the DLC one yet. This is the base game Remembrance boss hitless. Great. I mean, I kind of agree. I kind of think it's a staple. Like, it gives your opponent some information. They've killed a Remembrance boss. It doesn't give them complete information. Could have been Radon. Could have been Godric. So it's still, like, semi-sneaky, but giving some information, which I think is a great spot for a bingo square to be. It requires skill. There is RNG to it. It's possible to get hit through no fault of your own, but a lot less in the base game. Base game is pretty consistent with Remembrance bosses hitless if you just practice them well enough. It's one that I feel like even a relative newcomer to bingo can learn to get base game bosses hitless. So I'm happy to put it staple of bingo. I am happy to put it up there. Adds a lot of drama and tension for viewers too. Yeah, like thinking about, oh my god, are they going to get it hitless? So yeah, happy with that. Usually synergizes with something that does give the opponent information. Right. So but it's like, but then there's that slight doubt that sometimes can creep in certain situations. Okay, bosses that ride a horse, I don't know. Lanciacs, I don't know. Unless we really want to put it in F. By the way, I'm going to take Fia's champions out here. I don't actually know how it works for base game players. I just know that frick Fia's champions. I don't know. Rune level 60, I almost feel like I want to have an opinion on, but I truly have no idea how you even accomplish level 60. So I'm putting it at, I don't know. But Tree Sentinel plus 0? What do we think about Tree Sentinel plus 0? RL60 is great, says Josh. Okay. Is that just because you know the Theodorix Melania strat? It's hype double marks too, same as Agil. Yeah. Sort of the same as Agil. It kinda seems like perhaps these champs are very weapon dependent. They are. Yeah, good. So yeah, exact same. Totally agree. It's the same thing. These two I could have ranked together, but I for some reason didn't. So there they are. Magma Worm, I don't know. I don't know. Melania. For you, Josh. For you. Frick Melania. Frick Melania. I don't actually know how she works in a bingo. I could maybe have an opinion on that one, but I'm going to say I don't know enough. I don't know enough. I don't know. Mog with 50k. Mog with 50k. What do we think about Mog with 50k? Beast Champ Square could just be replaced with Siluria and would be a strictly better square IMO. The interesting part is being forced into doing underground, not fighting 5 NPCs. I agree with that, but I'm not a base game player, so I'm not going to speak for them too much. I'm only going to speak for the ones that I can remember how they actually work in bingo from season 1 or have seen directly how they work with bingo in season 5. Okay. All right, you guys you were thinking okay. I'm going to throw it in the bad personally. For much the same reason as the 30 things. I don't really like squares that maybe it's filler. No, I think you guys are right. I think it's like bottom of filler. No, you guys are right. I think it's less bad than these, which I don't like, that put you kind of permanently behind. This at least only puts you temporarily behind, and by the first time you kill a big boss, you kind of have the runes again. It does kick back your start, but that's kind of what all rush squares do, is kick back your start, because they end up like you did something else instead of getting set up. Now it's just, you did your setup, but you had to throw away some of it, so now you have to do more setup. So I think it's filler. I think it's fine. It's bad with unlocked graces. Maybe it's too rushable because of the Halleck tree stuff. Yeah? Maybe it's not, doesn't go too far enough to detriment your stuff. I think I'm keeping it filler, but it's bottom of filler or top of bad. It's definitely somewhere there, though. I don't think it is a solid square. Nerfs your late game for early game fast square. No, nerfs your early mid game for early fast square. Because by the end of the game, I don't think 50,000 you care that much about. Not as bad as stat dump, yeah. Unlocked graces made it bad, yes. Yeah, it's definitely somewhere in these two. Ones in D don't achieve the purpose, and this one is there to make you risk being behind for the square. I think it is filler at least. Okay. Okay, it kind of completes its objective a bit. So we'll leave it filler. All right, Moog, I don't know enough. Moog Sewers, I don't know enough. Moon of Noxtella, I don't know enough. Morgoth, I don't know enough. Shackles, I don't know enough. Godric, while summoning Nefeli Lu. I feel like I have an opinion on this one. Godric, while summoning Nefeli Lu. Go. Agree it could be more with unlocked, or with locked graces. Could be, yeah. Back from the hospital, how's it going? It's going great. We're ranking all the bingo squares, and it's probably gonna take a while, but we're locked in, we're strapped in. Doing a full tier list of every bingo square, whether we think it is a great square or a bad square. Not like, oh, this is one that you would go for, or this is one that you wouldn't go for. Like, do we think it interacts positively with the game of bingo? And we say, okay. And I'm gonna go ahead and say something here I feel like needs to go to bad. Because, like, all of this together is bad. Because, like, okay, if you summon, you can't do these only, and these only you can't do with each other, and, like, you run out of things that you can do them with, so they end up just being squares that you trade with your opponent, and, like, I feel like the interaction here sucks. I feel like something has to go to bad. And I don't know if all of it should go to bad, or if just the summon should go to bad and we say the rest of it is fine, or if summon is the one that gets to stay in filler and everything else goes to bad. I don't know, but I feel like something has to go. Colossal and Dagger's Claws Fish should go down. Yeah, I do think they kind of just don't accomplish their goal. Maybe. But now nope, changed my mind. I think if anything, these ones stay. And maybe these ones go, because these ones you like have to do on Godric, and like this is literally Godric. Whereas these ones you could easily do on Radon, you could easily do on Renala. I think the element of choice in these keeps them filler. Whereas I think these being basically forced Godric that has bad synergy with each other and also bad synergy with Godric while summoning Nefeli Lu, I think is going to put those ones bad for me, personally. Nefeli goes bad because it's just Godric plus NPC talking. You know what? What if they all go bad? Except for these. I feel like these, the element of choice, keeps them filler. Do you evaluate each square by itself or combined with each other? I don't know. I'm making it up as I go. It's like mostly by themselves, but it also has to be informed through the context of the current bingo, you know, meta and board, and the fact that this is a 2v2 and weapon randomizer. Because, like, without weapon randomizer, yeah, a lot of these, like, change around. Without this being, you know, 2v2, some of this stuff could change around, etc. Oh no, how will I kill Melania with Starfist? Yeah, maybe they're all bad. You know what? They're all bad. There. Now nobody's happy. Now nobody's happy.
Hydrate.
There we go. We've reached peak. We've pissed everyone off. I think there's just too much problems with them in a weapon randomizer. I wanted to say filler because, like, I don't hate them, but, like, I feel like there's just too much problems. I feel like they just maybe cause more problems than they solve. I think they make more sense without weapon rando. Yeah, without weapon rando, I think they're at least filler. If not, maybe peeking into solid. But with weapon rando, I don't know. It's just weird. Knights Cav, I don't know. God's Noble, I don't know. I don't know. Radon without summoning NPCs. I think I have an opinion on this one. Vote Radon without summoning NPCs. Base game. Working towards every square is bad. Maybe. It's a little bit like if you had a square that made you defeat a specific boss in an enemy rando. Yeah, it's like that. It's luckily not that bad, but it's like that, yeah. Again, without weapon rando, you can get Catch Flame and Karen Slicer, and those become better. Yeah, just having a plan is better. I just really appreciate having a plan. Good, we say. Good? As in solid? I agree. With one caveat. I don't really think that without summoning NPCs is necessary. Like, the NPCs don't do shit. Like, they don't do anything. Like, who cares? But I do think it's a good square. I think it's a solid square. It's like, it's something you're probably going to do at some point in the game anyway, but it tells your opponents where you've been. It's something that it could influence you to do him earlier rather than later when you need to unlock things. It shows progress towards underground. Yeah, I think it's definitely a solid square. I just think that without summoning NPCs is just superfluous at that point. Like, it's not bad, could use a change, but like maybe it could use a change of just defeat Scar Scourge Radon and just call it a day. For legal reasons, this is a joke. Maybe Mr. Streamer is just a hater. True, though. True. There's Domo who was arguing that one NPC that casts Rivers of Blood helps with the bleed damage. But he can also take the bleed from you and lose you a bunch of damage. So it's a risk. If you're not using a bleed weapon, yes, Mr. Okina is strictly a help. But if you are using a bleed weapon, there is a chance that Okina steals your bleed. It does like a third of the damage because NPC bleeds just do less damage than regular bleeds, and you get completely screwed over. So, but yeah, I think it's fine. I think if you allowed NPCs, I don't think it would change particularly much, so I'd be okay with that. Red Wolf. I feel like I probably could have an opinion, but I don't have like a caveat I want to add, so I'm just going to throw it in don't care, I don't know enough. Renala after she summons 4 spirits. I have an opinion on this one. All right, vote on Renala after she summons 4 spirits. I like Red Wolf as a rush square that synergizes with other squares. Yeah, I was going to put it in solid. If I put it anywhere, I was going to put it in solid, but it's like... But it's just kind of a, you know, I don't have a lot to say about it. I think it's just like a default solid. It's fine now. Bree's favorite square. I like squares that make you do something slower. Oh, you guys say great. Too bad, you're wrong. It's a bad square. Too bad, you're wrong. It's just a bad square. Ooh, you guys got so close, but you didn't quite get the answer right. Too much gambling, too much waiting. What's the point of a square that's just wait? Like, when it was 4 different spirit summons, it was an F tier. But it was at least an F tier with like some like conceptual reason to exist, right? It was like, oh, the reason is so that you get to see all the different parts of the fight, right? There was reasoning. It was horrible, but it had a reason to be horrible. This is just a holdover where we kept 4 summons because it was horrible and everyone's complained about how horrible it was, and we went, what if we made it like a little less horrible? Okay, yeah, it's less horrible. It's still bad. Just make it kill Renala. What does the waiting for 4 summons do? Nothing. It's just a bad square. I almost still want to put an F because it is a change this please. You know what? Screw it. We don't have any Fs yet. It might move up to D later if we have other Fs, but I'm tired of the F tier being sad and alone, so it's gonna be our first F tier. I just think that part just needs to go. I just think it is just not a good addition. Restore Great Runes. I don't know what that is. Godric. Ooh, Soldier of Godric, bare fist only. All right. Soldier of Godric, bare fist only. I agree. The more horrible is better. Maybe change it to an X square? No, again, why are you just saying defeat a boss but wait around? Gonna show my bias here? Oh, I expect many people will show their bias here. I expect it'll be 50% great, 50% remove or change this, please. And I have opinions, and I have no idea where to put this. Like, realistically, it's not a great square. I don't know that it's the worst square. Like, I'm okay with it existing. It's funny. Is it that funny? In Season 1... I think I'd have put this A tier. As the competition has evolved, it's an S tier in terms of swag, yeah, but it's not an actual S tier square. Like, Killer Remembrance Boss Hitless is legitimately a great square for like what it does for the board. It's kind of just like, it is the genuine definition of a filler square, but it's kind of funny, so I'm putting it in solid. Too solved, maybe? It's pretty solved, yeah. It's a time sink mainly, I think, which isn't a bad reason for existing. Yeah, a time waste, yeah. Like, realistically, it just should be filler. Like, that is the spot that it belongs, but I'm putting it in solid. Raya's Hand, I don't know enough. Rykard's, I don't know enough. Sacred Flask, I don't know enough. Sleeping, I don't know enough. Bell Bearings, I don't even know where those are. Aha! Smithing Stone plus 16. Smithing Stone plus 16. What do we think about Smithing Stone plus 16? It is a great alternative to kill Tree Sentinel. Yeah, and it's kind of in the same spot with them, so... Would killing a Soldier of Godric in a single hit be a better square? I don't know. You have to... I think with Weapon Randomizer, no. Because you'd have to, like, randomly know exactly how upgraded and how much stats a weapon needs, a random weapon needs in order to one-shot Soldier of Godric. And, like, it would incentivize, like, colossal weapons and stuff. So, I don't know. Maybe that would be bad, but... In a non-weapon rando, where people can, like, come up with a plan for how to do it, I could see it maybe being good. And we say, okay. Wrong again, it's bad. It is bad because, for the opposite reason of these, it's bad because, and we saw the exact reason it's bad because of Game 1 of the finals. It's bad because whoever goes for this square and wins it for free gets to go win the next square if both players choose a smithing stone weapon. The only thing stopping it from being F tier is because smithing stone weapons are weaker than somber stone weapons, so there is the slight cost that if you upgrade a smithing stone and your opponent upgrades a somber, they might have a better weapon, but you get the square. That is the only slight trade-off, but if it's a board where both players choose to go smithing stone weapons, it's just a snowball. It's just win this, win the game. Like, maybe not win the game, but like, win this, win the next square as well, be off to a dominant start. Somber +9. Just you try to vote. I dare you. I dare you to try to vote on Somber +9. I dare you to think your opinion matters. Isn't that a good thing? The player having to choose there. Yes, sometimes. Sometimes it's a good thing, and some boards, like we saw in Game 1 of Finals, it leads to a complete snowball where one team wins off the bat. Based off of winning this, they just win the game. Game 1 of the Finals, this square determined the winner. One team won this square, and they won the game. And that was it. That was the entire game. So I think it is sometimes an F, and it's sometimes a C, this smithing stone +16. But Somber 9, you've gotten correct. It's always an F. It's always an F. It is the worst square in the game, at least in base game, for sure. It is the thing that you would want to do anyway. There's no trade-off like the smithing stone where, well, you could get a somber stone better. It is simply, if you happen to find a good somber weapon and you happen to win this, your snowballing is huge. Both players kind of have to go for this. Because if one person goes for the Somber 9 and another person goes for a different square with a less upgraded weapon, the Somber 9 is fast. That player will win the square. And they're more set up for what comes after, so they win the square after. And they're still more set up, so they win the square after that. They get like a 3-for-1 if the other person doesn't go for Somber. So both players are forced to race for this. And any square that is forced to race, there is no discussion, there is no alternative, I think cannot be a good square. Exactly what happened in Posy Vibes Monkey Business Elimination match. Yep. Again, another just like... This one is sometimes does the same thing, but sometimes doesn't. This one always is bad. IMO. I don't think there is any situation where Somber 9 is a good square. I don't know enough. 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 I don't know about enough. Screw Valiant Gargoyles. But realistically, I don't know enough. I don't know enough. I don't know enough. Okay. Change it to upgrade seal or staff to +9 or +16. I feel like then that's too detrimental. Like you're giving up all of your stones that you have to go gather. I mean, maybe like upgrade a steel or staff to like +4 or something because you can buy them from EG and then it's just a money sink. I don't know. Maybe that would work, but it would need a big change to be potentially good. What if it was Sella +9 +16? No, then it's these but worse. Then it's the stat ones, but again, you are deleting all of your stones, right? What somebody wants to do at the start of a game is gather a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, go to EG, buy the 1, 2, 3, 4, and upgrade their weapon. If you're asking somebody to do all of that, then discard their weapon, GG, you lost the game. GG, you can't do anything anymore. You don't, not only do you not have a weapon, you can't upgrade another one. You'd be entirely screwed. Yeah. So that would be an even worse square than the Somber 9. Anyway, on to the combined squares. I have opinions about these. Let's go. Do you pass this board off to Aggie to balance base game? You know, maybe. Maybe we send him. Realistically though, since these are just my opinions, probably not, because like he'd also probably maybe want to change some of these. I don't know. Is it possible to go empty tier list? Like, to make an empty version of this? Yeah, I can do that. I would just have to make a public template instead of a single-use template. And then I could just fill in the stuff. I can do that for you guys if you want. You don't have to sell for immediately. It's for later in the game. Yeah, but then, like, it's still just bad because it's like, oh, okay, get the other 4 in the row, immediately sell your weapon and win. Like, is silly. Or get 4 in a row, force your opponent to sell their weapon, and they just are out of the game and they still immediately lose. Like, it's like a trap square. It's like laying a mine in Battleship. Have you played those, like, new versions of Battleship where you can, like, lay a mine on the board and if the enemy clicks on it, then they, you know, take a hit instead of you? It's like that. I don't like there being mines on the bingo board. Most likely need to use a weapon till the end anyway. Yeah, so it just becomes, what if it's like, oh, what if there are 3 squares left, right? Or 2 squares, 3 squares left, right? There's something that one player has priority on, something the other player has priority on, and discard your +9, right? Those are the 3 squares left. Both of them race on the thing they have priority on. Whoever gets the square, like, tries to discard their weapon first so that they get the square and gives them majority and they win or something. Like, it would just be a really weird, silly situation. It's just not worth it. Yeah, we don't want to get too out there with bingo squares. We want to get a little out there. We want to have fun, but we don't want to, like, make something that just, like, messes with the whole game. All right, 2 Falling Star Beasts. What do you guys think? This is 1 base game Falling Star Beast and 1 DLC Falling Star Beast. I'm including 3 Falling Star Beasts. Basically plays out the same. I know it's a little different for the base game, but this is 2 or 3 Falling Star Beasts, but not all 4. I just didn't make a separate picture for 2 and 3. Have you ever played non-lockout Elden Ring Bingo? Yes, and I love it. I love non-lockout Elden Ring Bingo. I think it's a lot of fun. I think Blackout Elden Ring Bingo is a lot of fun. I think Make Lines Elden Ring Bingo is a lot of fun. Good. And I totally agree. I might even go so far as, for me, it might be great. Is it as great as Remembrance? No, it isn't. It's solid. It's solid. It's solid. I do like it, though. I like it because it's relatively balanced between base game and DLC. DLC has a pretty far way to go to get to it, but the Falling Star Beast fight is just one of it, and it's not the worst fight. Whereas base game might have 1 Falling Star Beast, might have 2, can get those done. I feel like it's a fairly balanced co-op square in terms of time spent for each player. Something that's not super rushy, but not so late game that it's like, oh, we would never do that. It's like a solid choice that you could go for during the game. I like it. I think it's good. All right, 3 demi-human bosses. So not all, but 3 demi-human bosses. What do we think about 3 demi-human bosses? And it has synergies for both players. Yeah. 2 maybe A, 3 is B. I could see that. I could see 2 being A, 3 being B. I'm kind of putting them together if I don't think they're way different. All right, what do we think of 3 demi-human bosses? This one might be 3 or 4, or 2 or 3. It's what all the numbers, but it's not all. So we're not ranking all yet. We're ranking 3 or 4. Good. Totally agree. Solid. I would say I like it maybe like a slight bit less than Falling Star Beast, but like you've got options in the DLC, you've got options in the base game. You get to figure out which of those is going to be the best synergy for you, which of those is going to be the best places to go for you. It requires some from both. Very solid. Again, possibly peaking up to A. In fact, I'm just going to throw both of these to the top of B, because I think I like them better than these ones, personally. DLC travel too much? Not too much. I feel like it's a fine amount of travel. All demi-human bosses. What do we think about all demi-human bosses? I think those 2 squares should just be 1 square. Well, perhaps we will decide that we think one of these is better, and so Maybe we'll decide that one should go and the other should stay. What do we think about all demi-human bosses? Why +9 weapon is an F? Because it's way too snowbally. You win that, and you're ahead on the next square and every square after that because you have an upgraded weapon, and so it is very likely to snowball into winning the game off of winning the one square. So both players are forced to rush it, and any square that you are forced to rush, I think is a bad square that needs to go. I think you should always have legitimate contending options as a player anytime that there's one that is way too forced. Not because of a line or, like, things like that. It's just, like, that's just the square. I think it's bad. We say, okay. And I say, honestly, kind of bad. I don't like it. I don't like it. It feels like it's a lot on the base game. I feel like it's a lot on the DLC. It feels like it's just, like, this like, around the world journey to get everything. There's just so damn many of them. Like 3 feels like an appropriate number, and all, which is like 6 or something, just feels like, okay, we're just forever. That's why it's good. I don't like squares that are just like, oh yeah, you just don't do that square. Why not? Well, because it would take like 15 minutes. Like, oh, okay. I don't know. I just don't like squares that are just like, this takes 15 minutes of your time. Like, lose the game if you go for it at any point other than the end of the game. I just... It's got some synergy, so, like, maybe it's filler. But, like, I don't know. I just don't love it. Maybe towards the top of bad. Like, it could go to filler, maybe. I feel like I'm not getting enough filler, so it might end up, like, sneaking into filler just to even out the tiers a bit, but, like, I don't love it. DLC isn't crazy time commitment, but base game is so rough. Well, I mean, DLC is... Yeah, it's not the worst time commitment for DLC. But it's, like, very, like, separate ways from each other, so it does force you to go, like, still to a lot of different places. In some boards, I think it's filler. If there's, like, other potential reasons to go somewhere near Cerulean, I think it's filler. It can be filler, at least from the DLC side. If there's other reasons to go near Volcano Manor, I think is, like, the most annoying one. I think it can be filler from the base game side, but I never think it's, like, a great square. I think it's filler at best and bad at worst. All right, 4 of each pot, which is different than 3 of each pot. So we'll go 4 of each pot first. If you have to do it on a Shadowkeep board, it's horrible. Yeah, there's some boards where it just kind of reads lose the game, which I'm just... I love it when there's a lot of viable options for players and not just like, here's the squares that like we're obviously going to save for last or force your opponent into, and then, you know. Like, obviously some squares need to be longer than others. It's just, I don't like ones that are sort of obviously bad without having, like, the fun of, ooh, at least I get a cool boss fight at the end. 4 is the rush. 3 would be the rush. 4 is the, like, slightly set up 4. And then eventually get. Okay. Totally agree. I think filler. I think 4 of each pot is filler. I have no strong... I love it. I have no... It's bad. I don't think it needs to change in any way. I think it's very perfectly filler. It's... It requires something from both players. It requires strategizing around. You know, maybe even solid. You know what? I'm promoting it to low solid. I keep wanting to move things out of filler, but I'm promoting it to low solid. Like, because it's enough that both players have to think about how they're gonna get their last pot, and you have to, like, think about together, when are we each gonna get our last pot? So I like it. You know what? I like it. All right, 3 of each pot. This is the one that you can rush a lot more easily. 3 of each pot. It's filler, but it's a good co-op filler. Yeah. It's a good enough co-op filler that I'd put it as solid. Why 4-3 is less so obviously quicker. Some squares need to be just filler. Yeah, some squares do need to be just filler. Kind of like it, but you can hide your progression while doing it. Yeah, I think it has enough upside. Okay, I agree. 3 of each pot, a solid filler. As filler gets. You can rush it. It's pretty much just reads go to Jarburg in the base game and go to Bonnie Village in the DLC. I don't hate it. It's not so rushy that it feels mandatory, but it's not so out of the way that it feels bad. I think it's perfect filler. The pure definition of filler. Doesn't make for an interesting game, but, you know, works out just fine. Omen Bairn and Horned Bairn. What do we think of the Bairns? One tier lower for sure. Sorry for asking again, is there a way that the board is calculated based on difficulty, how early late game a square is when it's created? I feel like a weight system would be a good upgrade. There is not currently. I think there's talk of, like, maybe that could be possible, but it would take a lot of, like, work to do, so I don't know. Maybe it could happen one day. I like this one. Bairn, fun to say. Good. So, controversial opinion. I'm gonna controversialize all over you. I think it's filler. Because it's a co-op square. I think if this read acquire Omen Bairn and it was a base game square, I think that's a solid square. The Omen Bairn shows capital progress. You got to go down to the I think it's a solid square. But the Horned Bairn just adds nothing. It's only there so that it can be called a combined square. The Horned Bairn, by the time they get Omen Bairn, you're like, yeah, no, I had Horned Bairn half an hour ago. Like, I don't know. I grabbed it on the way through. Like, it's so lopsided that I don't think it's solid. The Omen Bairn part is solid. The Horned Bairn part is filler. And they don't mesh well together, so I think overall it's filler. Basically just a base game square. Yeah, I want my combined squares to be at least in some approximate way equal to each other in terms of length. Not literally down to the minute or the second or anything, but like if one person can grab theirs in 10 seconds and the other one, it's going to take them an hour and a half into the game, like I just don't think that's a good mix. I don't think it works. One boss each. I just put bear, lion, bird as just like a default one, but this is all the versions of bear, hippo, moose, bear, lion, snail. This is all of the animal combined ones. Base game don't need to kill the omen. You just pick it up. Just pick it up, please. I feel like it only exists to promote sewer. Yeah, possibly. Very possible. Good goat. Probably the best co-op square. And you are... Yeah, you guys are 100% correct. Yeah. Staple of bingo. Only added late into practice on my suggestion, so I'm a little biased. It was my suggestion. I also helped him code how it chooses the random variables. I'm just saying. But genuinely a pleasure to have as a square. Great square. Love that square. Staple of bingo. If we have more combined, bring it back. Bring back stuff like this. It's got options. It's got variables. It doesn't let your opponents know who does the bear, which could be either, but the lion, the bear, the bird, you probably know. Like, it's so good. It's so good. 9, I think it's or 8 or 7. non-merchant bell bearings. I think it's 7, 8, or 9. Oh, that one got a little out of the way for me. Some number of non-merchant bell bearings. What do you think of non-merchant bell bearings? No wonder it's goated. One game I want a base game player to go Rune Bear, but it rarely synergizes. No, I think base game player doing Rune Bear is optimal. Way better than DLC player going Red Bear in most situations, I think. I think Rune Bear is faster. Well, it slightly depends on whether your base game time is more important or your DLC time is more important. Okay, totally agree. Filler. It's not a bad square. It's not a great square. It's got some potential synergies. But running around picking up bell bearings isn't the most interesting thing either. So yeah, totally fine. I would say if I leaned to either side, I lean a little bit more towards solid than towards bad, but not enough to put it solid. All right, double balls. 2 balls. Together. We're thinking the hostile NPC square. Yeah, that's different. Love balls. Almost the same time for both players. So it should be bottom of solid tier. Oh, for the merchant bell bearings? And because you can divvy up the work? I'll throw it top of filler for now. With a chance to move up. Balls. We say great. I don't feel like I can quite say staple. But yeah. It requires both players to set up. Both players can do this in at least close to equal time. It's a little faster for DLC, but like not in an extreme way. It's a good like option for both players, but it takes up a little bit of both players' time, so it might be something you want to skip to instead both progress independently. It's got options for what you can do. I think it's A. Commentators get to say balls a lot. That's a plus. Yeah, for sure. All right. Kill Consort Radon and Moog, Lord of Blood. Consort and Moog. What do we think about Consort and Moog? It's chat fired up spamming balls. This was the square. Did we see this one? Did we see this one a single time in official matches? I'm not sure this one ended up showing up. Good. I agree. Good. Solid. It's long. It's a late game square. And you both know it's a late game square. But unlike all demi-human bosses, which is like run around for a while and have like super boring fights, it's like the thing that you work towards. Everything has synergy to it. Everything needs to get you stronger to get to it. It is like a quintessential, this is the late game combined square. That being said, it's not my absolute favorite. I could see it top of filler instead. But I do think if you're gonna have something that is a super late game combined square, this is kind of the version of it that you want. Hype race on a boss, yep. You think having only DLC bingo competition would be fun, 1-on-1 or 2v2? They did that. That was the last season. Season 4 was DLC only, and it was fun. See, this is solid because I don't quite see the relation between those two. The relation is Consort Radon is Moog's body. You kill Moog, and he gets reincarnated in the DLC with the soul of Radon. Maybe the square could, like, name that or something. You know, kill, you know, Mohg's body and his reincarnation or something. But that is the lore. The lore is consort is Mohg's body. So, it's solid. One of each Crucible Knight. One of each Crucible Knight. What do we think of one of each Crucible Knight? It's a lore square. That's why Consort has the Bloodfire attacks, yeah. Monkey Business vs. Frog Car Spin Cinema match, yep. Problematic because of the rule. Oh, the no falling Crucible Knights rule? Well, no falling anything. Gravity alert. But people still say great. And honestly, I still agree. I honestly still think it's a great square. Yeah, Gravity Crucible Knights is a little annoying. It wouldn't move up to staple even if that weren't the case. It's not that good of a square. But I think it's cool. I think it's cool. I think the idea of like the way that it works together of like one of each Crucible Knights. It's like, here's the ones you have to do in the base game. Here's Devonia, who maybe doesn't get enough love in the DLC, but it's like obviously how they're connected to each other. It's like the base game player needs certain progress to do it quickly, or can do it kind of slowly by going to like more separated ones instead of getting ones that are together. Like, has a lot of options. It's like maybe not quite as interesting for the DLC player because you only have the one, but like I feel like it's great for the base game players, and I feel like it's still solid for the DLC players. So Gravity meme is kind of cringe, but it can be mitigated if you lure the guy away from the bridges like Josh did that one game. Yeah, it's a different way you have to play. Now, personally, don't tell Domo I said this. I'm just kidding. I think I've said it multiple times. I'm totally okay with gravity kills personally, but I entirely understand why he doesn't want them and why a lot of audiences are like, no gravity kills. But I'm like, I don't care. I would just have gravity kills on. I'd just be like, yeah, you can do that. Oh, DTS? Slap. Get off the edge. Bye-bye. Oh, Crucible Knights? Fly over there. Idiot. Bye. See ya. Oh, Knights Calves? Don't make me laugh. But yeah, I can see why that's not the case. And with it not the case, it's a minor annoyance, but I don't think enough for me to move it down to solid. All right, Worm, Drake, Dragon, Ancient Dragon. What do we think of Worm, Drake, Dragon, Ancient Dragon? Personally love the DTS insta-kill, yeah. Worm, Drake, Dragon, Ancient Dragon. It should be a square specifically for gravity killing the one Knight's Cav on the bridge in Dragon Barrow. Yes. Technically could have synergy with going to Fia's champs with Solaria below. There was no occasion for this, yeah. So many good combo squares. Great. Yeah, totally. You guys got it right. It's absolutely great. It's got options. My only, like, maybe minor gripes. Drake is DLC only, whereas the rest can technically be done either. So that's I think I would make a tiny change to this. I would make Drake and Dragon the same thing. I would make it 3 that you need. A Worm, a Drake or Dragon, and an Ancient Dragon, personally. Not because I think it's, like, too long or anything. I think it's already about the right length. But just because, like, the difference between a Drake and a Dragon is, like, in lore, not substantial, and just it allows you to choose every piece of it, which one goes where. And I guess my other slight gripe is the Ancient Dragons both suck, but, like, for the sake of a cool multi-dragon square, we will allow it. Is there any reason for no Fortisax? I understand Plassey. I think you could do Fortisax for Ancient Dragon. Or you mean why there's not a Fortisax specific square? I mean, it already makes you go through Fia's, which is already like one of the most obnoxiously out there base game squares. To say now kill one extra boss afterwards, I think would just be a step too far. Or at least that's my thought. I wouldn't add Fortisax, but all right. Double dupe. What do we think of double dupe? Double dupe. Distinction in game is kind of silly, but I like it because Jagged Peak Drake duo fight is fun to watch. You sick, sick person. You sick person. The duo fight. Double dupe is a staple. We'll wait for the poll to finish, and ooh, people are saying okay. It's 2 win more square. You know, it kind of is now that I think about it. You know, it kind of is. Perhaps too much synergy with everything else that there could be on the board. 877, very split. Oh, let's see. 8. Oh, great, good, and okay. So the average was actually good. And then it was just some up here, some down here. I need to look at the breakdowns more instead of just the single highest. The mode is not always the determiner. It's funny because I kind of agree with all of that. Like, I almost want to stay, like, oh, it's almost like even a staple. But it is a win more that could be real bad for competition. So is it somewhere in the middle where it's like it's like a square that you're like excited about and like you know that there's the synergy of, and it's like it does take some time to do. So I think I'll put it right in the middle. I think I'll put it solid. I was genuinely gonna put it one of these two, and then it's like, wait, it really is a win more though. It really is a win more. That almost makes me want to put it down here, but I'll keep it up solid. I'll keep it up solid. Duping for base game kinda sucks. Yeah. Which I think is a good thing, that it takes some time to actually do the dupes. Because if it was just kill any 2 remembrance bosses, it'd be filler or worse. If it was just to kill 2. But like the fact that the duping takes some time, I think throws it up to solid. All Falling Star Beasts. What do we think of all Falling Star Beasts? It's fine, but 2 win more for anything above B tier. Yeah. For DLC, it's chill, usually, since it's near Manus Matter. Yeah. Which also makes it a little imbalanced, base game and DLC, but not, like, overly. I feel like base game can get it done not too long, so I'm fine with it solid. All right, all Falling Stars. Okay. 50% of the votes. It's okay. Is all... I'm going to put it top of bad. I'm going to put it right next to all demi-human bosses, because I feel almost the same way. It's a little too long for the base game specifically. Like, the fact that it can be 2 Falling Star Beasts, which is maybe a little shorter for base game, 3 Falling Star Beasts, which is maybe about the same for base game, or all Falling Star Beasts, which adds in the full-grown Falling Star Beasts and makes this take like twice as long for base game as it does for DLC, I think puts it in the I'm not a fan of it category. Too lopsided. Too skewed towards base, yeah. And it's like a big difference. 2 or 3 is like
% raw input.
solid, maybe filler at the lowest, and then all is just not as good. Fia's Champs and Leda. What do we think of Fia's and Leda? Yo, Schlorbachoff. Thank you for the sub. Welcome to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Couldn't get to vote, but is okay. Ah, yes. No, you skipped it because you are not a base game player, but I think you can draw some comparisons between Duper Remembrance and activate Godric's Great Rune. Together, the latter has a bigger commitment. Great, we say, for Fias and Leda. Great. All the way up here. Absolutely not. Are you kidding me? Not even a little. I honestly don't even mind the Leda part. I think the Leda part is fine. The Fia's Champs part? Nah. This is like simultaneously kind of solid and genuinely bad. It is the two of these. I'm putting it in filler, which it has no right to be, because it's not a filler square. But like, it's either bad or solid. It's one of the two, so I'm just putting it filler. Like, I know you guys like to see it. I know for you guys, it's up here or whatever. It's genuinely horrendous. Not horrendous. That's too far. But like, it's genuinely not good. So for the viewers, I'm keeping it out of bad. But nah. We need bad squares to make the good ones be good. It's good because it's bad. Then that's my definition of a filler. It's good because it's bad. It works. I'm not gonna vote to remove it, but I'm not putting this on the same tier as these, which I actually like. Anything with Fias can burn. I hate even watching that fight. Yeah, I don't like watching it either. It just annoys me even to see it. All right, hug the three fingers and kill Midra. What do we think of hug the three fingers and kill Midra? Leda is like in general line of progress. Fias, though, is out of the way. Yeah, it's a little lopsided as well, which is weird because Leda is also late, but like Fias is just later. It's just like, oh my god. Goated, of course. A content-generating square. Some of the greatest Fias fights we saw in Bingos, and some of the games I don't want to go back and rewatch. Great, we say. All right. I don't mind the midriff part. I don't know enough about the hug the three fingers part. I think for me, I think I like it less than Consort and Moog. I think I'm fine with putting it the same tier as Consort and Moog. But I think I'd rather see Consort and Moog than Three Fingers and Midra. Three Fingers is a little weird. I get that the significance with Midra. I like Midra better than Consort, but I like Moog, I think, a whole lot more than Hug the Three Fingers. I think I'm going to put it back to back with that. Sounds really cool, but it's kind of hard to judge, yeah. Hug has to be the longest objective in base game. It is long, yeah. It's like, yeah, game's better for having some long squares, but I don't know that I'd put them in like, damn, that's a good square. So I think I'm happy with solid. Fire Giant and Skadootree. What do we think of Fire Giant and Skadootree Avatar? Oh dear. Consort and Moog can also be linked as start and end of DLC. Oh, that's another way to think of it. Weirdest out-of-way remembrances, yeah. Did we even see that square being done at all in this season? I believe we did once. I know I did Skadootree Avatar in a match that I'm pretty sure was an official match, unless I'm confusing a practice match. I think I did Skadutri Avatar in a match because it was a standalone square and this square was there. I don't remember if Aggie finished Fire Giant by the end of the game or if we just held priority on it, but I think we at least saw it, I think. Okay, we say. And I agree. Okay. I like it better than Fia's and Leda. I'll put it towards the top of filler, but I'd say okay. I'd say a bit of a step down from the Consort Moog, Three Fingers Midra, but, you know, reasonable. I did Skadutri Avatar hitless. Yeah. What did I had some sort of fire something. Worked out super well. How is it that Leda, Fia, Moon Twins, and Cinesonics almost every match, but some of these squares are like we see them first or second time? Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. I wonder if there was some bug in the weighting of the bingo board. Who knows? 3 Everjails and 2 Jails. What do we think of 3 Everjails and 2 Jails? I think losing teams were forced into it, but never did it. 3 Everjails and 2 Jails. Seriously, Rolana Ronala was almost every match. Yeah, it was. Filler, we say. Lengthy and kind of boring, yeah. Good and okay, a tie. I think filler. I agree with filler. I agree with lengthy and kind of boring. I think this square, if it was, I don't know if 3 Everjails needs to be changed to 2, or maybe it stays as 3. I don't know how long 2 versus 3 Everjails takes. I think if it was 1 jail for the DLC, I think it would work out a lot better. Because then, like, it's not directly overlapping with the 2 jails DLC square. You can kind of get, like, halfway done with it, show progress on 2 jails, but not necessarily complete 2 jails. Could be a more interesting way to use it. You could use it, you know, more directly. It would have more reason to do it for a demi-human swordsman. You could do ons, like, because right now, if this is on the board, I'm like, yeah, whatever. We'll do that really, really late. I'll go kill the other demi-human swordsman instead of ons, because I don't even really consider the synergy with this square. It feels so late that thinking about the synergy for it feels like a waste of time until you get to the super late game. So I think if it was turned into more of a mid-game square, I think it could be really cool, but I think as it stands, it's filler. It's not horrible, but I think it could be better. Bump it up to B? No. If anything, I'd bump it down to D, because I think it could use a change. I think if anything, it could use a change, but I don't hate it enough to be like, it's bad. When there's synergy with 2 jails on the board, people just never went for it too long. Yeah, it's one that feels like it should be a good square, and it just never is. It just feels like it has a purpose of, like, synergy with jails, and it just never fulfills that purpose. I feel like it's disappointing. I really almost want to move it down to bad, but I'll leave it in filler. 3 Remembrance Bosses hitless. What do we think of 3 Remembrance Bosses hitless? Jails are just so much longer DLC and the equivalent dungeons in base game. Yeah, again, yeah. And lopsided, I'm not a fan of lopsided. You can see the other lopsided are down here in bad. I've convinced myself. It's bad. Top of bad, but bad. All right, 3 Remembrance Bosses hit list. Great. Yep. It's a staple. It's a staple. It's a staple. It screws me over in matches. I need to practice that so much more, but it's a staple. I would never even remotely think of getting rid of it. It's a staple. Best teamwork square. Yeah, you have to consider your options, and it's, yeah, it's great. All right, Egon's Finger and Vare's Bloody Finger. What do you think of Egon's and Vare's Bloody Finger? I feel like 3 hit lists almost always ends up lopsided. I'd prefer if it was 1 each. Well, one each is like too easy for the base game because like they have like 3+ that are really easy to do hitless, whereas there's only like one that's easy to do hitless in the DLC, maybe 2 if you're, you know, confident. A third if you're like really stretching it. So the slight lopsidedness, I don't mind. And I like the idea that, well, in theory, you could do 2 in the DLC, and some teams have. I think CBD got us with 2 hitlesses on the DLC, so that Josh only had to do 1. So I think it was cool. Good, we say. Good for Egon's and Vare's bloody finger. Yeah. Yeah. I feel... Is it weird to say? I feel like it's a little lopsided where it takes more for the base game. Like, it feels like the base game has, like, so much more to do, whereas DLC is just, oh, just kill a dragon. And I don't love it because dueling drakes is just... I hate dueling drakes. It's just annoying. But, like, obviously it's got cool, like, theming. And... yeah, it's like a medium long square. It's not like a ridiculously long square. It's one that you can reasonably go for. It's got synergy. Yeah, bottom a solid. Bottom a solid. 4 imbued sword keys. What do I think of 4 imbued sword keys? Did I not start the poll? Hold on. Is my poll not working? Or am I just not seeing it? I don't see it. I don't see a poll. No, my bot broke. Ah, there we go. I wonder if it's going to start a bunch of polls because I spammed the button. All right. 4 imbued sword keys, as a reminder, is the square we're voting on. 4 imbued sword keys. Rolana isn't really an option. Tom was grinding for that, and even then, he wasn't really super consistent with it. Yeah, you have to play her super slow if you want to possibly get her hitless. Okay! Yeah, I think, like, pure definition of filler. I would say solid, except it's mega lopsided. It's basically just a base game square. Like, that's all it is. It's just a base game square. DLC square. Okay, let me go spend 20 seconds, grab my 1 key. Okay, it's on you now. Base game player. All right, let me go all the way up to the 4 Belfries, and then let me also go all the way through Raya Lucaria, and then let me also go into Caelid. And it's like, oh, okay. So it's just way too lopsided. Jar and Great Jar. What do we think of Jar and Great Jar? Gathering squares are kind of boring, but I don't mind this one. I don't mind it either. I would like it if it wasn't so lopsided. Could be removed and just transferred as base game square. Yeah. I feel the same way about Omen Baron and Horned Baron. If you made this a base game square, it'd be solid. If you made 3 imbued sword keys a base game square, that's solid. They just, like, as combined squares, they're just meh. Good, we say, for Jar and Great Jar. Do I agree? Or do I think it's too lopsided? Because it's definitely lopsided. The base game Jar Helm is, like, much longer than the DLC Great Jar, but the DLC Great Jar is at least do something. It's at least not Horned Baron levels of nothing to Omen Baron's level of get all the way into the sewers in the capital. It's like a bit past Radon versus most of the way through a jail. So, alright. I'm happy with bottom of solid. I say it's filler. It definitely could be filler. It definitely could be filler, but it's somewhere in here. 9 larval tiers. I think it's 7, 8, or 9 larval tiers. I don't know the exact number, but around 9 larval tiers. What do we think of around 9 larval tiers? Our helmets are at least solid. It's sort of like filler, but the best type of filler. Yeah. Yeah. You'll see Great Jar has nice synergy with Jails. It does have good synergy with Jails. I do like the synergy with Jails. Yeah, you guys are convincing me to keep it solid for sure. We try to even out the jar as filler. Let's not worry about evening out just yet. We'll worry about that at the very end if we want to. Good, we say, for 9 larval tiers. I do like larval tiers a little better than non-merchant bell bearings. Not like a lot more, but a little more. I'm okay with bottom of solid. It's a cool skip with major tension if you mess it up for Great Jar. Yeah. I'm not a fan of skips that you get one try at and then they just like they're gone forever. But I mean it's easy enough that like you should be able to get it first try. And if you don't, it is a skill issue. So yeah. Meter, Mother of Fingers, and Estelle, Stars of Darkness. Meter and Estelle. Level tier is solid mid-game square. Yeah. 9 larvals is nice. A bit lopsided for base game since DLC is pretty quick square. And for base game, it's a lot of running around. Well, not necessarily, because, like, if you just said, hey, base game, get, like, 2 larval tiers, it'd be like, oh, okay, I'll just go for the lobsters. Okay, I got my 2, and then DLC can go collect 7. So, like, it doesn't have to be lopsided to base game, which I think is more of what makes it solid. Like, it can be skewed either direction. Bad, we say, for Meter and Estelle. I don't know why, but I agree with you. I don't know why, but I don't like it. Like Meter is like really late, and like Estelle Stars of Darkness base game players keep saying, well, technically I can do it at any time. It's like a 2-minute walk from the Grace. Like I could do that at any time, and like it just always ends up feeling weird. Meter is too much. Meter is a lot. And isn't as cool as Midra. Midra gets to be up here because he's cool. Meter down here, even though she probably only takes about as much time, because she's just not as cool. Estelle, no synergy. There might be a synergy, but yeah, not a lot. Meter and Ymir would be a cool DLC only square. Well, that's just Ymir. In order to Ymir, you have to kill Meter, so that's just Ymir. That's Moongrum and Moonrathil. What do we think of Moongrum and Moonrathil? It's a tunnel for Estelle. Remove the Grace from Estelle. Maybe. I'm gonna go blow the fingers. Takes a long time and is just walking. Yeah, it is. Fun to say the names. Moongrum. Moonrathil. It's not a Lake of Rot, Estelle. It's not a remembrance. No synergy. Okay. Yeah. Makes sense. Good. Yeah, I agree. Solid. Takes decent time. There's an obvious why those two are together. It's not free for either, but it's an option that you have. It's kind of a worse double bowls, but like it's like a solid. It's like an up here double bowls. It's like an almost double bowls. It's solid. Two pot throwing trolls. How do we like 2 pot throwing trolls? You can get screwed by gravity kill, though, on Moongrum and base game. Well, you just make sure not to do that. You just don't send the elevator up, and there's no possible way he could die. I mean, it could happen if you, like, are trying to get by him and do Renala first, but then you just have to do a quit out, and then you're entirely safe. The base game players just know if you need to kill Moongrum later, you cannot just go up the elevator. Okay. Honestly, I kind of like it. I'm putting it low solid. I like it. I think it's another one it's kind of Moongrum Moonrathil, like it's an option for you at some point to do. Like it's you don't have to save it for super late. You don't have to rush it super early, but like you could do either of those potentially. It shows progress on both players. Like I think it's solid. It's forgettable. It is forgettable, but I think it's solid regardless. I agree it doesn't make me excited, but I also I do think it's a good square. I think it's good but unexciting. 2 pot throwing trolls is like the only thing that synergizes with PK. Yeah, I do wish there was also more synergy with PK. I like that there is at least a little synergy with PK. All right, Star Scourge and Consort Radon. What do we think of Star Scourge and Consort Radon? It's the very definition of Shrudge. Yeah, but it's genuinely good Shrudge. It's good Shrudge. It's good Shrudge. I think it's a perfect top tier filler, forgettable but still enjoyable. You guys might be right. But I don't know. I feel like I like it more than Larval Tears. I'm leaving it. Too much commitment for the DLC player. You guys say great? Wrong. Sorry. I make the rules. I'm sorry about it. It's wrong. Way too lopsided. The incredibly lopsided. This is a DLC square. Like we said, oh, you know, which one is it? Omen Baron and Horned Baron is kind of just a base game square. Oh, Imbued Sword Keys is kind of just a base game square. That's a DLC square. Genuinely, that is just a DLC square. There is almost no situation ever where Consort would be done that Star Scourge wasn't done at least 10 minutes ago. I don't think this should just be a combined square. I don't think it should exist. I don't think it should exist, and I think the Consort and Moog is just the better version of that. Like, that's the one you actually want to have existing. Wait, there we go. Like, the Consort and Moog is just the better version of Star Scourge and Consort. Like, genuinely. I think this one can just entirely go, and I don't think anyone is going to miss it. It does not, it's higher than these, though. All right. Red Wolf and Red Bear. Filler square for the Bingus RNG, as you said, is just a DLC square. Yeah, but like I don't want there to be a combined square that's just not a combined square. I think that's bad. I think that needs to go. Red Wolf, Red Bear. It's lopsided, but you just need to Radon and Radon as a square. You can't get both. You can't get Radon and Consort and Moog. For Consort, do you think should be an Enir Ilum Grace unlocked from the base game as Millennia? No, Millennia is unachievable without Grace's PCR is. Yeah, I don't know. I like the idea of progressing in the DLC. I think the whole DLC would need to be changed. Good? Yeah, good. Solid. Better than Moongrim Moonrathil. Better than Falling Star Beasts. Better than Demi-Human bosses. Nicely up there. Top of solid. Top of solid. Not quite all the way up into the A. It's kind of, you know, just great filler. But yeah, it's great filler. It's solid. Good semi-rush square, yeah. Feels like 3 animals, but less interesting. Yeah. It is like 3 animals, but less interesting. Acquire 7 Is it 6, 7, or 8 different remembrances? I don't remember the numbers on this for 7 different remembrances. It might be 7, 8, or 9. Maybe 7, 8, 9. I don't remember, but either way, it doesn't change the square layout too much. I think it can go to 9. So let's say it's 7, 8, or 9. It's huge drama. All right, we say great. A lot of people saying staple. It's not a staple to me. It's a little bit too much of like you kind of get it anyway based on the board you're doing. It doesn't take enough strategy, but I do like when it goes off, it goes off. When both teams are at like 4 remembrances and it's an important situation and they're both racing for remembrances, it does make for a pretty great competition. But there are other ones where, you know, the board state just happened where like, oh, you know, the DLC player went for Burn the Ceiling Tree, which already got them 2 remembrances. Went for Gaius's Pants, that got them a 3rd, and then it's just like, oh, I guess we'll just stumble into this. Sometimes it just kind of feels incidental as opposed to like the main course, so I can't quite put it in staple, but I do think it's good. Can you re-explain in short why the Radon times 2 square is an F? I missed it. Because that is not a combined square. It says C, that's not a combined square, that's a DLC square. That is mislabeled. That is a mislabeled square. That is a repeat of this square. That's this square again, but wearing a disguise. I think a square this lopsided should never exist. I think it needs to go. As a viewer, I like watching players fight remembrances because they're the bosses, they know best. Yeah. And that's why, yeah, I think it's good. I think it's good. I think it just, the way it interacts in a bingo board is not quite a staple. All right. Renala and Ralana. It'd be nice if it's part of a bingo line and both have to rush it mid-game. Yeah, there are situations where it's incredible, and situations where it's inevitable. Guess it should be Millennia and remove Millennia Grace, so they go through Loretta at least. They would change how they do their gathering for, like, Somber 9 and stuff, if you did that. That'd be a very different format. There's a possible for that. Great. I don't know, maybe I'm just tired of seeing it too much, but like, for me, it's only solid. Better than Consort Moog. Probably better than Moongrim Moonrathil. But I think for me, I'd rather see Falling Star Beast, Demi-Human Bosses, or Red Wolf Red Bear. I feel like I just see it too much. Maybe it should be A. I don't know, but it's just like every single board, and I'm just tired of it. It just feels like every board is like, okay, I'll go Rolana again. Okay, you go Renala again. Every board has some reason to go to Renala. There's just like so much synergy with Renala. It's where you get the imbued sword keys. It's where you get the Red Wolf. It's where you get Moongrim Moonrathil. It just feels like it's just always there, and it's just it haunts me. It haunts me. I don't know. It almost is like, well, then it's a staple, right? Because it's always there. But I don't. It's, to me, it's solid. I don't dislike it. I do think it's a good square, but to me, it's not one of these top tier ones. All right. So did Worm Drake Dragon Run? Yeah, but like, I don't know. I'm still always excited when I see that one. I don't know what it is. Godric and Dancing Line. This one also appeared a lot. Synergy across the board is what makes it great, though. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe it's also because I don't like Rolana, but... That one's more fun, IMO. Way more variety with who does which dragons. Yeah, exactly. It's got more stuff to it. Godric and Dancing Lion? Yeah. It's another solid good one. I like it better than Renala Rolana. Like, I don't see a reason that Renala Rolana should be, like, significantly higher than Godric Dancing Lion. Personally, I like this one better. I can see definitely someone putting Renala Rolana higher, but, like, to me, they're both just purely solid. Perfect takes about the same time to do both. Yeah, both of them take, like, a dungeon that looks like a castle. Like, I think we saw the DLC screenshots and we were like, is that Stormvale Castle? Is that Stormvale Castle? It's like, no, that's Bellerat. So, yeah. Interesting. Romina and Melania. Romina and Melania. Both are the first big boss a casual playthrough would see. I like the theme and it's solid, yeah. I think then Bowls is a bit high. Look, Bowls gets extra points for the funny name. But you're totally right. Bowls is only slightly better than Red Wolf Red Bear. You're totally right. It should be in solid with the rest of it. Dancing Lion has more synergistic squares. Great, we say. Romina and Melania. Great. Nah. For me... It's in here. And honestly, it's like a little lower than these. Only because it feels pretty lopsided. Romina feels a lot more reasonable than Melania. I feel like it's almost always Melania. It's a bit of a base game disguise square. Not nearly as bad as the Scar Sturgeon Consort, but it's a bit too base game heavy. So honestly, I'm gonna even put it down with Three Fingers and Midra. I like it more than Three Fingers and Midra, but I think probably less than Consort and Moog. About the same. I think I'm going to put it around in here is about the same as where I like it. You have the Grace, though? Yeah, but like... Bro, have you seen those Melania fights? They give me PTSD and I wasn't even the one fighting her. It's not like I think it's so lopsided that it needs to go down to bad like these ones that are lopsided. But like, I just feel like it's just like a little lopsided. I do like fighting Romina. I hope the base game players don't hate fighting Melania too much. But I'd rather see a Godric Dancing Lion. I think is more interesting. Even a Renala Rolana. At least Romina shows progression. Yeah, true. And there's synergy a lot with the Romina area. Yeah. Definitely solid. Definitely not just filler. Definitely solid. But I don't like it too much more. Rykard and Mesmer. Melania Square alone is S tier as interesting to see when players pull the trigger on it. The base game Melania only? I don't know enough about base game to do it. Alright, Rykard and Mesmer. Josh. I think it should have been 1 jail and 2 Everjail Square. I agree. That's why I put it here. I actually don't hate it. It's kind of just a filler square, but I agree. It should be 2 Everjails, 1 jail. I think would make it a much better square. A bit lopsided, but fun. Yeah. I feel like for me, it's lopsided enough that I want to put it only in filler. I feel like it has crossed over the threshold of lopsidedness to me, where, like, I watched Josh do Rykard in a game when CBD already had or was going to Mesmer or whatever, and it ended up taking him, like, 12 minutes from the start of warping to go get abducted to get all the way to Rykard and kill him, and I was just like, Man, I don't like that anymore. Like, it just felt so... Because Rykard is just very out of the way as well. So, for me, it's filler. It's got some potential synergy, but... I don't know. I just feel like the Rykard part I'm just not loving. Rykard is so time-consuming without a reward after, yeah. Senesax and Lanciax. Senesax and Lanciax. What do we think of Senesax and Lanciax? 3 Everjails and 2 Mausoleums could have also worked. I would still probably have wanted that to be 1, but maybe. Volcano Manor Grace would be nice. Maybe. It's the quintessential scary square. You guys are saying great. It's not particularly lopsided. It's not takes forever to set up like your consorts, Midras, super lates. But am I really gonna put Senesax, Lanciax above Bowls? Above Godric and Dancing Lion? I don't think I can. I don't think I can. Bottom of A, at least 8. Look, I know you guys love watching the misery. I just don't think it's genuinely that great for competition. I don't think it goes into my makes for great competition tier. To be honest, if I was going purely by the way that I feel about it as a player only, it's a mid filler. It's like, it's fine. Like, I understand why it exists, but like, in no way. I'm putting it gets to B for you. For the viewer experience, it gets to be a B, because otherwise, it's a C. Sen is the worst to fight, yeah. Loved by the viewers, hated by the players, the best way to describe it. Yeah, I don't know that I would go, like, hated, because it's not like, oh my god, this is a bad square, change this square. It's just like pure filler to me. It's like, yeah, I understand why it exists, but like, okay. A and C averages out to B. There you go. Star Scourge, Radon, and Commander Gaius. What do we think of Star Scourge, Radon, and Commander Gaius? It's not about doing it. It's about making the enemy team waste time on it. True. Very nice, balanced. Yep. Less lopsided than both Radons. Yep. Very balanced. A way better balance than double Radon. Yep, for sure. And you guys said great. And honestly, bottom of A, I think it's great. I think it's great. Like, of all of the dual boss ones, like, this is the one that makes me the most excited. Like, it's got the synergies, it's got the reasons to do it. It feels like it activates some synergies that, like, I feel like oftentimes I'm like, I'm not supposed to do this, but like, this makes me able to do it. I love the way that it can be a good play to get a Skidoo level. I love that it can be a good boss to do hitless, honestly, for both players. I love that it, like, just getting to do Gaius, as much as I still think Gaius kind of sucks casually, in a speedrun context, Gaius can be quite a load off from a lot of the other Remembrance bosses. And I think Star Scourge Radon also for the base game, I think, is one that they quite like. So I'm happy with bottom of A. Shows info. Yep. Backside access and underground access in base. Yep. Yeah. It's just, it's kind of got everything. It's kind of all of these squares, but more interesting. Just a little more interesting, right? Because all of these are still nicely solid and this is low A, but like it's just a little more interesting. Pushes it over the top a little bit. Both Tree Sentinel duos. What do I think of both Tree Sentinel duos? Let's say though Radon in base game is sort of general progress. Usually Gaius, in a sense, is map presence progress and Skidoo, but Gaius doesn't have the sort of progress like Radon. Right, for sure. Both Tree Sentinel duos. Bottom of solid. You guys are saying good. You guys are saying bottom of solid. Honestly, for me, closer to top of solid. I like it better than 2 Falling Star Beasts. I like it better than 3 Demi-Humans. I probably like it a little less than Red Wolf, Red Bear, and Double Balls. But I think it's right up in there. I think it's in this patch of like mid-game, both do a thing stuff. I like the ones that are more mid-game like this. I think those are like really solid. Base game 1 kind of sucks, I guess. You know, maybe I didn't think about the way that the base game player thinks it. Maybe a base game player would put it lower, but from a DLC perspective, I kind of like it. So I'm going to leave it there. Both Turt Talismans. What do we think of both Turt Talismans? At least above Falling Star Beast Aggie. Oh no. If DLC Tree Sentinel duos wasn't way harder, this would be a great square, but with the difficulty gap making it lopsided, it's good. I don't think the DLC Tree Sentinel duo is way harder than the base game one. I think if anything, the base game one is harder, because you don't get a break halfway through where you can refill your stuff if you want to. A good rush square? Yeah, a good rush square. A good rush square. I like it more than pot throwing trolls. It doesn't quite have the killing of the... I feel like it's above Soldier of Godric, but maybe less than these rushes and silliness. Somewhere in there. Yeah. Yeah, solid rush. Solid rush. Takes some time from both players, but not an extreme amount of time. Something you're generally happy to see on the board. Sometimes you're happy to see your opponent go for it. It's one that I think is very balanced. That sometimes is worth, sometimes is not. 1 versus 2 Dancing Lions. Starting with... Now we're into the DLC specific squares. Starting with 1 Dancing Lion in the DLC. Just a 1. Just a 1. What do you think of 1 Dancing Lion? 1 is Bedge. Helps base game since they get a talisman to use. Yeah, you can use it in the DLC as well, but it's less necessary in the DLC. Once Heat 2 is misery, 2 is spicy. We've got the opposing opinions. Surely the same tier for 1 dancing versus 2. Surely. Good? Yeah, good. Yeah. Solid. It's a dancing lion. You kill a dancing lion, you get a square. Solid. It's kind of weird to like rank these compared with the combined squares. But I don't know. Here? Sure. 2 dancing lions. 2. What do we think of 2 dancing lions? 1 just means Bellarat, or it means the one by Romina. You have a choice. That is a choice that you have. This one forces you to do both. S as if you were F as a player. Ooh. Yeah, sorry the great voters, but the actual, if you look at it, there's more bad and terrible than there are great. And they're right. Miserable. Not as bad as the other ones. Maybe it could go bottom of bad. Honestly, it's less bad than Smithing Stone plus 16. But, like, nah, it ain't good. Nah, it ain't good. Nah, it ain't good. It's too much. It's like two basically remembrance bosses, and like the second one is an absolutely miserable like if we were like, oh, just get rid of the squares that say Fias and make them do Siluria instead because that's better. Yeah. Same thing here. It's just genuinely a miserable boss that just should not be there. So, out with ye, I say. Not quite the F. Unless we decide Smithing Stone plus 16 is also an F, in which case I could see it getting down there, but... Alright, 1 or 2 Legendary Ash. Let me put it next to 3 Legendary Ash. So we're starting with 1 or 2, because they're pretty similar. 1 or 2 Legendary Ash. CBD was insane for going for the Deathlight one with no armor or talisman, right? That was wild. It's like killing both Estelles. Yeah, also just like, oh, miserable. I don't think it even compares with the ones in F, but it is low D. Yeah, I agree. Did Legendary Summon even appear? I don't know. I think it never did. I don't remember it ever appearing. Why are 1 or 2 and 3 separate squares? You'll see why in a second. Okay, yeah. I would say genuine filler. I'm, like, okay with it as filler. Honestly, Memory of Grace with 50k runes kind of needs to go down because I don't... It might be into bad, but we'll leave it filler for now. It's not the worst thing ever, but it's mega filler. Go to a spot, collect a thing, and it's kind of far. Like, okay, cool. Nobody cares about that square. 3 DLC Legendary Ash. Okay, so before you vote, you need to know what this square even means. What is 3 Legendary Ash summons? Well, the first 2 you can just get in Lower Rao. You just go, you pick them up, one's in a forge, it takes a little while. One's on a ledge, you gotta go around and you gotta jump up a spirit spring. 2 are basically just gather them. Think of them, 2 is like a 4 or 5 minute fetch quest. Maybe a bit longer than that, I'm not sure, but think of it as around a 5 minute fetch quest to get 2. The third requires acquire Tialier's Concoction, which is a square in itself. Technically it's drink it, but close enough. Put Florus Axe to sleep, which is a square in itself. Kill Bale, which is a square in itself. Well, technically with summoning Egon, but you get the idea. Go back to Florus Axe. Talk to her a bunch. Finally get the third summon. Oh, and then also do the 5 minute detour to get the second Legendary Ash and the third Legendary Ash. Now you may vote. Like Legendary Summons as a combined square, too long and filler for DLC only, yeah. Telu and Divine Bird, yes. Those are the 2 that you would do for 1 or 2. Sounds rough? What? It's just do, like, 5 squares combined. What? How bad could... It's just do 5 squares combined. Yeah, it's F. Worse than Renala, better than Somber 9. Yeah, it's F. Yep. Yeah, it's genuinely horrendously long, grinds everything to a screeching halt. Put Florus Axe to sleep is a square by itself. Yep. Yeah. That's what we call leading the jury. Well, I mean, if I didn't say anything, you guys weren't even probably going to know what all is involved in it, so... Yeah. 2 or 3 DLC full armor sets. They are... Oh, no, I did put them separately. Never mind. So we'll start with just 2. Just 2 DLC armor sets. Not 3, just 2 DLC full armor sets. Wendy's 5 for 1. I would have no clue. One person voted great. You are a sick human being. Filler. Still at it. What up, Yoakum? Okay, yeah. Okay. It's filler. The slight possible interesting thing about it is you have to consider whether you need Egon's finger, because the fastest 2 to get is to kill Egon and then grab the one by Red Bear. But if you need Egon for later, you obviously can't do that, so you'd have to get Red Bear and 1 more. Could be the Oathseeker, could be more. So there's like a little bit of interest to it, but for the most part, it's a go collect some things. I think I like it a little bit better than DLC Legendary Ash, but it's in that range. 3 DLC full armor sets. All right, what do we think of 3 DLC armor sets? Kind of interesting in Season 4 as a combo play. What would they combo it with? Is it something that's gone? I kind of like armor sets as a decent filler because it gives a player an armor set even if they lose it in a race. Yeah, but you can already buy the knight set, so it's like... it saves you like a tiny bit of runes. Three turns it into a more meaningful square. Yes. It is more meaningful. It does require you to do something out of your way in order to actually acquire the 3rd DLC armor set. There's a potential that it's left by both players, and then you get to synergize it with, like, Solitary Jail Knight that I think CBD did against me in a practice match, where there was knights on the board, there was NPC bosses on the board, and there was DLC armor sets on the board, and he got a nice synergy play with it. That being said, I kind of just still feel like it's filler. Like, I'm a much higher filler, top of filler. But I genuinely just can't bring myself to be like, that's a solid square. Maybe. Maybe I could, but, like, I feel like it's kind of filler still. Better filler, but still filler. Dane or Red Bear or ADM? Dane doesn't give you a full armor set. The Red Bear has a armor set in front of it, but you were going to pick that up anyway. It's kind of synergy. Or ADM. How would ADM synergize with armor sets? He doesn't give an armor set. I'm not sure. Solitary Jail Knight was the combo. Yeah, makes sense, makes sense. Synergy, not quite combo. Okay. Yeah, it's got some. It's top of filler. It's not my favorite, but I think it works. 2 Blessings of Marika as opposed to 3 Blessings of Marika. We'll start with 2. 2 Blessings of Marika. What do we think of 2 Blessings of Marika? It kind of gives an armor set if you go to the waterfall, no? Yeah, it's just... it takes long enough, it's probably not the play you're actually going to do. Map progress, yeah. Find Rush Square, not as good as Turtle Talisman, yeah. Gotta head to bed, but good luck with the rest of the list, gang. Thank you. We say good. To me, it's again, like, it's a high filler. I'd say for me, 2 Blessings is, like, too good, loses you too little progress to go for. So, like, I want my rush squares to lose me a little bit more progress. Because Blessings of Marika, let's say that you lose the square, you're right at Fort of Reprimand anyway, and you still get to get the Fort of Reprimand Grace. You don't even have to give it up, you're just, like, right next to it. And you got 2 extra Skidoo, which is just genuinely, like, a pretty good play. So, like, It feels too efficient for me as a rush square. It feels like one where you're kind of a fool to give it up because it just gives you other positive benefits for it. The only slight caveat to that is it does kind of force you to do the gravestone skip if you want to contest it, which does lose you some progress towards 3-path cross. But I still feel like it's maybe just slightly too powerful of a rush square that I don't want my rush squares this powerful. So it's got some interest, but it's more powerful than DLC armor set, so I almost want to put it below. All right, 3 Blessings of America. Can you get more armor set 2 right there if there's Invader for 3? Yes, you can do that. 3 Blessings of America. Unlimited power. Is it just the Church by the Start and 2 Tree Sentinels? Church by the Start, 1 next to Fort of Reprimand, and 2 Tree Sentinels. So if you want to get 3 Blessings of America, you have to kill a Tree Sentinel. We say good. And I'm torn on this one. Because it kind of reads... where is it? Ah, well, whatever. It kind of reads, kill one of the Tree Sentinel duo. And then, afterwards, go collect some stuff. So, there it is. Kill the Tree Sentinel duo. It kind of is this, again. Which, you can argue, oh, no, then that's synergy with that. And it is. But I don't know. I don't hate it. I almost want to love it, but it just feels too close to just saying kill the Tree Sentinel duo, because there's not enough it feels like one that should have options, but there is no option. The option is you kill at least one of the Tree Sentinel duo. That's it. That's what you have to do. And then you either kill the other one and collect 1 blessing, or you kill one of them and collect 2 blessings. Gaia's Progress, yeah. Technically kill 1 and leave for this, no? Yes. Which is, mildly interesting, but not, overly interesting. So... I think I'm okay with putting it solid. Above Larval Tears. But I'm not, putting it high solid. It's weird because I almost want it... I'd be okay if it was removed, funny enough, but, then I think that makes it... I think that makes it filler for me, you know? I'd be okay if it was removed. I don't have a feeling of, I want this to stay. I don't hate it. It's got some interesting stuff to it, but I genuinely would not care if it was removed. I'd be like, okay, cool. 2 painting rewards. 2 painting rewards. What do you think of 2 painting rewards? Oh, poll didn't start. Hold on. Did it? No, it doesn't look like it did. No. Why poll no start? There we go. There is a poll? Oh. Well, whatever. 2 painting rewards. Do it again, I guess. I made you vote twice, and you better vote the same as you did the first time. Are you ranking squares based on gameplay, how fun they are to watch, or both? A bit of both, with, I would say, more of an emphasis on gameplay. Not gameplay fun, oh, I'd love to do this, but how does it work with the board? How does it make for interesting strategies on the board? Does it make for interesting gameplay on the board? Okay, with 90% of the votes, we all agree okay. And yeah, totally, completely okay. Like here. Yeah, just like perfectly okay. Perfectly fine. Adequate. It's run around a lot and collect some stuff. It does require Dragonland access, so like there's that, but like you'd probably have it at some point anyway. It's totally fine. 3 bosses with Knight in the name. 3 bosses with Knight in the name. I changed my mind. No! Oh, the hoofing you have to do is a commitment, yeah. Maybe try to rank within category at the end, as there might be changes. Yep, we could shift things around at the end a little bit, perhaps. Top tier, these name squares are so good for synergies. I think I agree with the voters. I think it's solid. I'm not putting top tier. Mostly because it's a little too obvious which bosses with Knight in the name to go for. It's always Edred. It's always Geru. And then it's decide on Rolana or Solitary Jail, depending on the synergies on the board. It's a little too set in stone, which doesn't make it a bad square, but it makes it a solid square that I think I like about that much. How many Night bosses are there? Just 4? There's also Death Knights, technically. There's synergy potential with Death Knights. There's... So that makes 6. I guess there's 6. I can't think of another one. Night of Solitary Jail. Yep, that's one of the original 4. Oh, Putrescent Knight. That would almost never happen, but I guess there is also Putrescent Knight. All right, 3 perfumer bottles. Different from 4 perfumer bottles, but 3 perfumer bottles. Okay, 7, that's some potential choice. Potential. But realistically, it rarely plays out too much differently. Does this count round table spawn? No. These are in the DLC, picking them up from specific spots. Good. Yeah. Yeah. It's a collect. It takes some time. It's kind of just a bit of running, but like gets you down to the coast. But when I look at these, I'm like, it's kind of just one of these. I feel like it's filler. High filler, but filler. Yeah. I feel like it's fine. We know you love your perfume bottles. That's the thing, is I don't. I hated going for that in the in the game. I was like, wow, that's a horrible square, rush square, but it's like the only thing I could do. All right. 4 perfumer bottles. Now, the key with 4 is that 3 are fairly easy to pick up, and the 4th one, you either have to go all the way to Lamenter, or you have to go all the way into the woods, the spooky woods towards Midra. So 3 are easy to collect, and the 4th one, that's why it's a separate square, the 4th one takes quite a bit longer. Makes it a serious choice. One of them passed away. Okay, great, and bad are all tied at 2. I feel like we've gotten a little tired. The polls are going off the rails. That's funny. 3-way tie. Yeah. I feel like it's a filler. Better than those. Better than those. It's around... To me, it's around painting rewards. It's a lot of walking. It's a lot of walking, a lot of going. I like the idea of there is choice of either go into the woods or go to Lamenter. But Lamenter is so much closer if you don't happen to have synergy with either one that, like, it feels like not a big choice most of the time, and, like, going all the way to the Lamenter jail just to pick something up feels kind of bad. I don't hate it, but I don't love it. Boss after inflicting 3 or 4 status effects. I didn't separate them, but 3 or 4 status effects. Also adds, I don't think as many people voted. Oh, that's probably it. 3 or 4 status effects. What do we think? Synergy being the deciding factor is what I like about it. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think synergy being a deciding factor is a cool idea. I just don't like ones that are just like a ton of running to eventually collect. AKA make Dane suffer. Or usually dread, but... Alright, we say good. Personally, I kind of hate it. But not because I actually think it's a bad square. It stresses me out that, like, if I mess up my greases, I'm just screwed. But I do think it is a low solid. I do think it's somewhere there. I do think it's a low solid. I think it's a deserving square. I personally don't like it, and I could absolutely see somebody else having it high solid. I don't think I'd ever put it A, but I think it is somewhere in solid. Best insult, low solid. It's a genuine competition. Kind of. If there was more reasons to do it on something other than E-Dread, and sometimes there are. I think sometimes it can be up here if there's like, oh my god, one person's going for it on Hippo and the other person's going for it on ADM because one of them is trying to get into Shadowkeep with the synergy and one of them's trying to get into Southside with the synergy. I think there are absolutely matches where it's A. But I think in a lot of matches, it's not. I think in a lot of matches, it's filler. It's like a random thing that you do to E-Dread to get a square. And, like, it's kind of uninteresting in that case. So, I'm happy to leave it solid. 4 hefty pots. 4 hefty pots. On mobile doesn't give you the option. Actually, not about easy or hard. Assume greases still makes it a skill square then. Yeah, it's just I don't know. I'm not in general a big fan of anything that's like, oh, you messed it up? Die then. You now have no money. You now have no way to get back in the game. Lose. Death be upon you. I'm just not a fan of like ones that can like, you mess it up and it's like a disastrous crash and you don't get to try again. That's what I'm not a huge fan of. Because I think it's a lot of the fun of like a game like Elden Ring is, oh, I lost? Okay, do it again. Oh, let me go back in and try again. And I think ones where it's like, you don't get to try again don't make me happy. Okay, we say, for 4 hefty pots. Yeah. It's okay. But also, it's kind of solid. It's not the most flashy to watch, and I can definitely see why you guys would vote it as filler, but like, it's like the 4 of each pot. It's a little less interesting because it's not the communication, but there is... This is also 4 or 5. I didn't say that, but it's 4 or 5. But there's genuine decisions to be made about which hefty pot you go for. Like, If it's 5, sometimes it feels like, oh man, I'm gonna need to go into Onza's jail to get enough early. But other times it's like, no, actually I can wait it out. I can get the one that's in Shadow Keep. Oh, and then it's like, it's all along the way and it's efficient. Sometimes you can synergize it with pot throwing trolls because the pot throwing troll gives a hefty pot. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I like, sue me, I like it. I like hefty pots. I think hefty pots is good. The routing is interesting, yeah. I think the routing is interesting enough for the 4th and 5th pots. 3 would be like a ridiculous rush square that I think would be bad, but 4 or 5 I think is good. 7 unique incantations. What do we think of DLC 7 unique incantations? I think it's 6, 7, or 8 unique incantations. Also be fixed by making the greases cheaper. Would that make it a better square? Maybe. Maybe. Do people rush this? Pots, I mean. Not like hard rush, but like, yes. Blanks rushed it in a match. He took the branch that lets you keep your runes on death, went in, grabbed the 4th pot, died on purpose, and got ported out of the jail, and it was pretty neat. It was pretty nifty. Okay, bad, and terrible for 7 unique incantations. I think you guys are wrong. Isn't 7 too much? No. There's 4 that you can get in Rao on the way to Romina that are somewhat interesting to pick up. There's 2 that you can get right at Morth Ruins that are not too bad. So there's like 7 that you can just, or sorry, 6 that you can just get. There's a 7th on the way up to Mesmer. So it's a little bit of showing like various places of progress. Each of the pickups doesn't take overly long. The total routing for it isn't that bad. It is go pick up a bunch of things, but they're all like on the way to things, so it feels more like making progress than something like legendary Ash summons, which is just go out of your way to pick up this thing that's way over there. So it also has synergy with Hippo. If you wanted to do front side of Shadow Keep, that just gets you an incantation right there. A lot of times it forces you to do one of the Fire Knights, so it's got synergy with the Fire Knight square. I think this one's solid. A little lower than Hefty Pots, but I think it's solid. It's incants, not source. Hey, you guys got it confused just like I did. You guys got it confused just like I did. Sorceries is different than incantations. I read it correctly this time. Speaking of, next is acquire 9 or 7 or 8 unique sorceries. What do you guys think about sorceries? This time it's sorceries. Mitch is still streaming? Yeah, we've got a long tier list to do, and we have a lot of squares left. I don't think we're even halfway through the DLC squares. No, we're not even close to halfway through. Look at how little red there is. Oh, God. Oh, God. Not a magic user. This one's terrible. You guys have heard me rant on this one before. This one's an F. Not as bad as Somber 9, probably. But the key here that makes it a bad square is just the word unique. If the word unique was removed, it's a fine square. Or if the weapon randomizer was removed, it's a fine square. It's like a filler. Maybe it's a solid. It's kind of, I think it's worse than incantations. Incantations is more unique in the places that you pick them up. This is buy 6 from Ymir, and then maybe turn in a finger, and then buy more from Ymir, and you're done. Like, it's not interesting. Even if it were not F, it's still probably just a low filler. But because of the unique requirement and the randomizer randomly creating duplicates that can screw you over, it's an F. It's get this out of here. Biggest drama of the season. Yep. It's a drama creator for nothing interesting. It's not a good square, it's just a fine square that causes problems. So that makes it a bad square. So NPT still won the title. That's true. That's true. Maybe it was a butterfly effect. Maybe if it was not for that one instance, maybe he wouldn't have won the title. Kill Ancient Dragon Man boss. What do we think of Kill Ancient Dragon Man boss? The Ancient Dragon Man. Great rush square? Oh, very effective rush square for sure. Very effective rush square. Real butterfly effect if Mitch didn't beat NPT to Rolana. Actually true. He wouldn't have practiced it for hours and hours on end. Although that didn't even end up coming up in the finals like at all, I don't think. Good? Yes. Yes, I agree with good. Yes. It's like one that I would want to be up here. Like, genuinely, it's like a cool, like, oh, you get to go, you do Ancient Dragon Man boss and all this. But, like, it's a little too much like, yeah, but I was gonna do it anyway. Which is somewhat of what makes it interesting. Like, oh, I'm gonna rush it instead of doing it a bit later after setup. But, like, I mean, I was just gonna go there anyway. Like, oh no, the fight is gonna take 30 seconds longer, and I get a square out of it by doing it early. Like, it's just a little bit on the too powerful side. A little bit on the too powerful side. Other than that, I like it, but it's just a little bit on the too powerful side of, like, you were going to do it anyway. I do like that it shows your progress towards southern area to dragons, but still, I don't like when rush squares are too powerful. 3 DLC Ashes of War. It's a shame the ADM katana check basically doesn't matter. It can sometimes. Sometimes it matters. But you have to have a weapon set up by the time you check it, so it's a bit weird. It's interesting because of the information it gives your opponent. Yes, that is one of the things that can make it interesting, yes. It's too simple to go higher. Yeah, it's simply powerful. It's not interestingly powerful to do ADM. It is simply powerful. It's powerful because it's just a good thing to go do. Okay, we say. Yeah, I agree. Okay. It's okay. There's some choices, there's some synergies, potential with certain areas, but, like, I don't know, it's just not that fun to go get. It's like around the DLC armor sets level. It's definitely better than Legendary Ash Summon, though. Maybe like there. Alright, base game boss in the DLC. Unless there's nothing behind ADM, but that's rare. Yeah, I mean, even then, it's just not that bad to be like, go kill 1 NPC boss. It's like, oh, sure. There's a square that's kill 3 NPC bosses, and that's often done fairly early. So going and killing 1 of them is still just going to be powerful. AKA Tree Sentinel or Mariga. I think those are the only 2 people would reasonably do. Like, technically there's Deathrite Bird, but no. Technically there's Falling Star Beast, but that's just after Tree Sentinel. I think there's 1 more, but I can't remember. It's pretty much always Tree Sentinel or Mariga. Great or good? Yeah. It's good. It's good. The fact that it's got some option to it while still being like a do this thing. I want to put top of solid. The choice is what makes it. Even though it's only 2, technically having a choice where both feel very viable in many games, I think makes it quite good. All right. Bail while summoning Egon. The Cinema Square. Can Cinema carry the vote? Cinema. So choice when you go for it. Yeah, there are some situations where you don't rush ADM for sure, but in the situations where you do, he's a little too powerful. You guys said great. And you are wrong. It's solid. As far as late game squares go, it's somewhat interesting. There is a bit of an extra component to it. It synergizes with the Egon square. It synergizes with Drake's Dragons. It makes you often want to do particularly the double Drakes. The problem is the double Drakes are garbage, and the Bale fight itself, the bouncing fire is really annoying. So, like, it consists of 2 fights that I don't like, but otherwise it's a pretty good late game square. If the Dueling Drakes was a better fight, and if Bale's fire didn't, like, bounce and Bale didn't, like, do some Bale shenanigans, it could absolutely be up here. Like, the concept of it is really good, but the fights themselves make me want to just be like, yeah. Also, Egon speech. The cinema is there. The cinema makes me almost wanna, but, like, no. I don't like the fights enough to put it up there. Never seen this one become a race. Yeah, it's hard for that one to be a race. It did in Fast 52, which was DLC only. It wasn't 2v2, but it is cinema. Audience perspective, yeah, it's definitely up there. Just glad it ain't have Egon kill Bale. Yeah. One of each. Bear, lion, hippo is our next one. Bear, lion, hippo. Bear, lion, hippo. Apart from the things I have to do for the square, it's a good square. Yeah. Kinda not like the combined counterpart. I'd say better than I agree with the voters that said good. I like it. Synergy. Even if there's no synergy, it's not the longest square in the game, but it's clearly not something that you would just, like, rush or, like, go for. There's not really, like, an interesting decision. I almost wish the hippo didn't have to be a boss. But if you just said you could do a non-boss bear, that would be super lame. But, like, having to do specifically golden hippo, specifically lion, and technically you have a choice on red bear, and technically you have a choice on lion, but, like, it's always going to be the same 3, makes it less interesting than it could have been. Because I think it could have been here. I don't think it's a staple like this one is, but I think it could have been here if there were more options, but it ends up always the same. But I still think it's solid. I still think it's solid. Yeah. That's DLC only. I don't like this square in the duo format. I still do. I still think, like, often one of these 3 will be good for something else. Even if the only something else that is good for is Hippo gets you access to Shadowkeep, it provides a reason to go front side of Shadowkeep for the synergy of this square, and I like reasons to go front side because 90% of games both players go backside of Shadowkeep, so I still like it. I still think it's good. All right, 3 hanging pot bell bearings. I think this one is 2 or 3. Yes, 2 or 3, although they play pretty similar. This is the Rush version, DLC only, 2 or 3 hanging pot bell bearings. Not non-merchant, so you can't get it from Egon. Hanging pot bell bearings. Trudge pots. What people would definitely choose Deathblight Lion voluntarily. Oh yeah, definitely. I think I would rather, if I was at Romina and could go to Deathblight Dancing Lion, I think I would rather kill Mesmer and Romina to burn the Sealing Tree to go to Enir Ilim to do the skip to the other Dancing Lion before I would consider Deathblight Dancing Lion. Okay? Yeah, totally okay. Totally filler. It's a rush square. It's not too powerful. It does take some time, but it's just not like an interesting version of it. I like it better than 4 perfume bottles. Honestly, I think I like it more than 3 perfume bottles. But less than 3 DLC full armor sets. Like, it feels more right than perfumer bottles to me. Perfumer bottles, something about it feels just, like, slightly off. Alright, kill a Black Knight boss. Sorry, Edred. You're going down. Just filler Lamau. Wish we saw the skip this season. Yeah, part of the reason we didn't see it is because Dom made a ruling where if you mess it up and die, you don't get to take the Stake of America, so you'd have to go all the way back to the start and do the entire skip again. So it just made it so unnecessarily risky that, like, if you ever went for it and it didn't work out, you were just like, oh, well, I'm screwed then. You just could lose an entire game based on a risky skip that, by the way, is FPS dependent. It depends on how far your jump is. And, like, nobody wanted to deal with that. Whereas if you were just allowed to use the Stake of America if you fall and die because it's slower, I think we maybe would have seen it once. All right. Black Knight boss, we say okay or bad. And I agree. Okay or bad. I don't know that I'd necessarily change it. So I'm okay with low, okay. Still over Mog with 50k. Less than imbued keys. Yeah, I feel like it fits right there. Low filler. It's just like you're bullying Edred anyway. It's like, why are we making this a square? Hasn't he seen enough bullying when he always gets the status effects? When, as we're gonna see, he always gets the +0 weapon. Hasn't he already taken enough beatings? Too much of a time lost to be an enjoyable square. Yeah. All right. Blow a finger. Another one I suggested in the same round of square addings that that Domo did. Blow a finger. Justice for Death Knight. S tier for the meme, B tier for real. A staple? Alright. Here's where I'm gonna blow your mind. It's actually an S tier for the square, because I suggested it. But a B tier for the name, because it doesn't fit with the naming convention of the rest of the squares. But I genuinely think this is actually a really good square. Maybe I'm definitely biased. I'm definitely biased putting it in A. It should just be high B. But, like, it's such a good way of showing progress, not showing with 100% certainty exactly where your progress is. It's the only, maybe not the only, but like one of the only good squares that shows progress towards Metter, which is an otherwise tough square to get a read on when your opponent might be going for it. It's got synergy with either backside or with the dragon place. Like I do think it actually is a good square. That has a lot of, like, not mind games, but like, well, I know he blew a finger, but which one? It's very good meme. Yes. Even though you hardly know her. Blow finger is good because it can have synergy with different squares because of 2 finger locations. Yeah. Like there is genuine, legitimate choice in it. A lot of them feel like there's choice, but there isn't really that much choice. I have absolutely seen this be used on either one, and both are very viable. So, yeah, cool. Cool one. Balls! In front of Castellensis. DLC balls! Yo, helped Dust. Thank you for the sub. Welcome to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Percent raw input percent indeed. Hella rush. Another meme. Yep. So you could have done a couple of different things, and so shows progress, but not perfect information are interesting. Exactly. We say, okay. Yeah. Like, a little bit too powerful on this Black Knight sort of thing, but it gets the bonus of being called balls, and also gets the bonus of I like the Eternal Sleep Grease strat that I found. So I'm gonna put it here. I'm gonna put it there. Yeah. Makes sense to me. It really is just kind of a filler square, but it's a filler square that I like a little bit. Burn the Ceiling Tree. What do we think of Burn the Ceiling Tree? Eternal Grease strat. Yeah, Eternal Sleep Grease. You can, with 2 hits on Bowls, you can get him to go to sleep, and you can hit him as he's falling down, and it won't immediately wake him up. And you can keep hitting him while he's down, and he'll eventually wake up, and then, like, slowly start rising. So you can get just a ton of hits in on him by just using 1 drawstring Eternal Sleep Grease. So it's a fun one. Burn the Ceiling Tree, anyway. Burn the Ceiling Tree. Just realized you weren't subbed. Ah, good. I agree. Good. Solid. Shows your progress towards Consort and Enir Ilim. Requires some stuff to be done late-ish game, but not like mega late. Obvious synergy with any sort of remembrance squares. Somewhere around here. All right. Clear 2 catacombs. 2 catacombs. I don't think the whole startup. There we go. Now it did. It's Trudge. It makes you guh. I was not a fan of Burn the Tree. You do it either because you have later Consort, or else it's just out of the way and so long. It's not that long. I don't think it's that long. I don't think Burn the Tree is that long. I think there are situations where you would burn the tree just to burn the tree. And in fact, I did that in our match against Itzarino. I burned the tree just to burn the tree as a square. I had some synergy with Remembrances because I was trying to do them hitless. Failed. But yeah. Okay, yeah. 2 Catacombs is okay. If you have to do 2 Death Knights, it feels really long. If you get to have synergy with Jory, then that's great, but you kind of just got lucky that there was Jory on the board. If there isn't, it feels like a kind of a bad square. If there is, it feels like a fine square. So it's like really low filler, I think. Yeah, it feels like 2 jails, but like worse. All right, Chief Bloodfiend. What do we think of Chief Bloodfiend? Isn't Jory quicker than a catacomb in lower row usually? I don't actually know. It might be. In which case, I feel like it makes it even worse then. If it's like you're always going to do the exact same 2 catacombs regardless of what synergy you do or don't have. Maybe I even want to put 2 catacombs in bad then. If there's no reason that you would ever do anything other than the 2, then okay or good? Yeah, I agree. Okay or good. I think I like it a bit better than 3 status. It's somewhere in there. I'll be honest, I keep having to put Memory of Grace with 50,000 at the bottom of Filler, because I just know it's a bad square. It's just gonna go there. That's where it's gonna live. It's just, yeah. I think 2 Catacombs can stay bottom of filler. Alright, kill Consort Radon. The epitome of the end game for the DLC. Is there ever a situation where you would go for a chief with a +0? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Like, +0 takes so long, and, like, Chief Bloodfiend is, like, pretty scary, and there's a lot of times where bleed will just build up on you, and you're like, that's okay, because I can kill him faster, then I'll get bled too much. But, like, if you have a +0, you're like, uh-oh, this is a problem. Chief Bloodfiend, Turret Tally, Omen Baron, and Bell Bearings is just way too much potential for one random area of the map. It is a lot for a random area. I do agree it's kind of a random area, but I do like there being good synergy. Great. You know, for once, I simply have to agree. I just have to. I don't want to. I want to say, well, he's a really long square, and squares that are so long simply can't be good squares because you just never do them to the very end. But like, it's Consort. It just has to be. It just has to be. It just has to be up there. And like, it has enough synergy with enough things that there are many games where it doesn't feel like it is actually a bad decision. Like the game, like it's like one where somebody knows they have priority. So even though it's gonna be the final square, even though it's gonna be the 13th square, you go for it as your 13th square over other possible 13th squares because you know you have priority on it. It actually makes for an interesting cat and mouse, like what happened with me and CBD in the semifinal, or the 3rd place match. Okay, 2 unique Curseblade Assassins. This could also be 3. 2 or 3 unique Curseblade Assassins. Works basically the same way because there's 2 in Morth and 1 at the very start. So whether you have to do 2 or 3, you're killing the same ones. The races for Consort are awesome, yeah. Boards do kinda need late squares, yeah. They don't need late squares. I think an oops all mid-game squares would actually be quite fun because I think mid-game squares are generally the best squares, but if you're gonna have a late-game square, that's one of the ones to have. Alright. 2 or 3 Curseblade Assassins. Okay, yeah, it's okay. It's decent. It's worse than Balls, but I like it better than Blessings of America because I still feel like Blessings of America is just a little too overpowered. It's like somewhere in that range of like filler, but like okay filler, decent filler. Kill Dryleaf Dane in the duel. Dane in the duel. We see PCR at like 1 hour 20. It's not that crazy, yeah. You don't kill him in the duel, though? Unplayable. That's true, actually. It should say, defeat Dryleaf Dane in the duel. Because you don't actually kill him. Okay to good? I'm putting him okay. I don't like him as much as Bulls. But he's, like, in that same vein of, like, a fast kill that you can get. And, you know, you're happy to have this as a filler. It's nothing extraordinary, but it's, yeah. It works. The main reason is lower than Bulls is because he's an NPC, and NPCs suck. So, yep, that's about it. Deathrite Bird. Kill the Deathrite Bird. If it was defeat, then Dane can't be used for statuses. Why not? Oh boy. Oh, the Deathrite bird. Oh boy. Okay. Yeah, we're in agreement. Okay. It's a fine filler square. It works. It's a bit of an annoying fight. It's just kind of over there, wherever, you know. It's got synergy with Lamenter. It's got synergy potentially with anything in the coast. If you wanted to go through ADM first, go to Charos, then do the skip down. I do like the skip. So having Deathrite Bird gives you more reason to do the skip. But I don't know. It feels very painting rewards to me. Feels that same tier. I don't hate it. Don't love it. Can you access it without ADM? Because the status square says kill a boss. Oh. I mean, look. Every square should say defeat rather than kill, because none of them care about the killing. It cares about the winning the boss fight aspect. Like, if in the story you don't technically kill something, but like you win the boss fight, that's all that the squares really count for. So it should just say defeat, but oh well. Yeah. All right. Death Mask Helms. The Death Mask Helm, Winged Serpent Helm, and Salz's Hood. This requires you to drain the water so that you can access the one that's near Skadutri Avatar. This requires you to go up towards Mesmer for the one that's got the Fire Spear Pokey. And this requires you to go somewhat towards Romina for the Rain of Fire guy. And you have to kill all three of those. It should say fell. Do you fell Dryleaf Dane in the duel? Is that accurate? Good? I agree. It's good. It's solid. Maybe around Bear Lion Hippo level. It's progress in multiple ways in Shadowkeep. A slight gripe is that it's another like semi-forced backside Shadowkeep, because you have to drain the water in order to get there. But it feels like a good amount of work to do for a square that gets you access to a lot of places you would want to be anyway. But the active killings that you have to do feel worthy. So, yeah, I'd say solid. Kill a Death Knight. A lot of parkour. Does someone in chat remember why he dislikes killing both Radahn's base game plus DLC as a square? Yes, I do. I think I'm in chat. It's because this is a DLC square that says it's a combined square. That's a DLC square. Star Scourge Radahn is going to be done 30 minutes before Consort is. So it's the thing that makes combined squares interesting is strategizing with your partner about when you're like both gonna go for it, like how you're gonna both make progress, how you're gonna, you know, pivot off for each other and like things like that. But this is going to be the last square done for the DLC person, and the base game player is gonna already have been done with it, so it's just a fake combined square. It's so ridiculously lopsided that I don't think it has any business being a combined square. Anyway, a Death Knight. Great. Although we didn't get a lot of votes. Probably because I wasn't talking about it the whole time. Death Knight. Honestly, for me, is filler. It's way better than 2 Catacombs. But at least it's not an NPC, so I guess maybe slightly above Dane. For explaining makes sense. Yeah. The better version of Clear 2 Catacombs. Yes, which isn't saying much because it's like I think if I had my way, I think Kill a Death Knight would be gone and Clear 2 Catacombs would be gone, and instead they'd be replaced with a new square that's Clear 1 Catacomb, because that way if you were to just do it, you would do a Death Knight anyway, and so it still can have the same synergy with night bosses. It still can have, you know, all the stuff that a Death Knight does, but give you the option of doing Jory and getting the synergy down to Midra. Maybe Midra doesn't need more synergy, but like I feel like he could use some, because I feel like we didn't get to see Midra this season. It just felt so like rare. We got to see one that was you know, kill the Matting Hand, and like that was about it. I mean, I did kill Midra once. And I think we had one other Midra, but like it just felt rare because it's hard to make work as not a final square. That is one catacomb, but not Jory, yeah. Did you? No comment. Kill a demi-human swordsman. There's choice here. You can do Ons, or you can do the one near Mariga. What do we think? Demi-human swordsman. I didn't get to see you kill Midra. Trust me, though. Trust me. Trust. Hey, how am I? I'm doing good. Just simply trust me. You guys can trust me, right? You guys can trust me. That's why I think it should be D, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, I could see Death Knight and or Catacombs going to D. They're both not great. You know what? And in fact, I'm just going to put 2 Catacombs in D, and I'm going to move Death Knight down here. There. Take that. I think there is still a significant difference between these two. Maybe just above Black Knight Boss. That's a bot, most likely. Most likely, but you know, imagine it's not. Good, I agree. Demi-Human Swordsman, it's got enough choice that I put it solid. Like, it's got synergy potentially with jails. It's got synergy potentially with demi-human bosses, the combined square. I think I quite like it as much as Turtle Talisman. I think it's somewhere in there. Maybe actually around there. But I think it's solid. I think I like it. Just enough choice to make it interesting. 2 Dragon Hearts. Which the Dragon Hearts you can get from the Ghost Flame Dragons, the Drakes, or the Worms, but not the Ancient Dragon. And I think not from Bale, although I'm not sure how Bale would ever end up as what you would do for this. Doing a Bingus tier list. Yep, every square we are rating on how good the square is as a square. Not how much you would want to do it. Not like, this is a great rush square. Just like, does it make bingo more interesting? Good. It's a little fillery, but it gives you enough options and enough synergies on stuff. I'm happy to call it solid. Honestly, actually, I think I kind of like it better than Bale with Egon. Now that I'm looking at things around it, it's actually like there. It's actually like solid. A lot of dragons in here. I'd say this one is alright. Can have synergy. Yeah. Do Ghost from Dragons count towards Drake, Dragon, etc.? Yes, they count as a dragon. They are a Drake or Dragon boss. They give a Dragon Heart. And they count as a dragon, not a Drake, for Worm, Drake, Dragon, Ancient Dragon. Alright, Drain the Water. Did you guys win bronze? I missed the matches. We did win bronze. Ancient Dragon Man without the hyphen on the square SMH. True. How could he do this? I got up early for work and I had no idea you streamed this late. Good morning / night. Yo, thank you. I mean, usually we don't. We're up a little late because we're trying to finish the tier list. This is probably another hour's worth. We're probably an hour out from finishing, but we can finish tonight. Classic Drain the Water. Good. This has all the makings of a filler. It's a rush square. It's a good rush square. It's a synergistic, good, powerful. You drain the water and you're ahead into Shadowkeep and you win the next square and you snowball it all into a huge advantage. And yet there's just something about it that makes me put it in solid. Like, it's absolutely, like, definition of filler in all ways, and yet I can't help but love it. I can't help but love it. Just, it just... The, like, bold announcement of this is exactly where I am in going into backside of Shadowkeep. I don't know. I'm just gonna keep it low solid. 3 dragons or Drake bosses. It's a good rush square. It's too good of a rush square. It's like a square that should be bad. But it feels so good. Threat of platforming makes it fun. I mean, draining the water, you don't really need platforming. Alright, this is for 3 dragons or drakes. 3 dragons or drakes. Redundant to dragon hearts. That's a good point. It is redundant to dragon hearts. Because every dragon or drake gives a dragon heart, but so does the worm. It's like minorly different. But you've actually convinced me. I think these both get demoted to filler with each other, where either one individually would be solid, but the two of them existing push each other down to filler because they're just a little too redundant, a little too close. And it's not like you can't have things that have synergy or that can do each other, but like it's literally like do 2/3 of this square and you get this square like on the exact direct path. Like it just feels too much together. All right. Dupe a remembrance. DLC specific. Dupe a DLC specific remembrance. Do you think it's too much of a time sink considering that the second one before Egon doesn't count as a boss? I mean, you do 2 drakes and 1 dragon for that one. Or you can do 1 drake, skip the dual drakes, and then do 2 ghost flame dragons. Is there a Dragon Hearts combined square? That'd be cool. I do think that would be cool, but no, there is not. Duper Remembrance is bad. It's a little bit too much win more. I agree, actually. I almost wanted to disagree, but it's... I think Mog is getting pushed down. I think Duper Remembrance is a little too much win more. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes you are only killing Rolana just to dupe, and I think in those situations it's fine. But in a situation where there's a kill Rolana square and a dupe square, it's just like, oh cool, 2 squares for 1. It's just like a little too much. It's just a little too much. And like, synergy sometimes can, like, synergy and win more sometimes can be somewhat synonymous. This one's just a little too, like, directly. It's a little too directly, oh, I win the first square, I win the second square too, period. Maybe not necessarily the literal first, because it might be, you know, slightly after that you guys go for Rolana, but yeah, just a little too much. Kill the giant hand in the Finger Ruins Dio. The giant hand. Big funny hand. Combined is fun, but the DLC only isn't great. Yeah, I think the combined is just strictly better than the DLC only. It's not much of a time sink, as is the case with Activate Godric's Great Rune. Yeah, yeah. Love your Sekiro content, Mr. Mitch. Yo, thank you, Exiled. Did this one show up this season? I don't remember it showing up a single time. A split of great and okay. Not good. Great or okay. And I understand exactly why. Because viewer perspective, funny hand. Gameplay perspective, meh, it's kind of dumb. It's got a lot of synergy with a place that maybe doesn't need more synergy. Like, this, I think the point of it got replaced and better with Blow a Finger. And you don't have to fight the annoying giant hand that just isn't fun to fight. So this one to me, I honestly, I'm gonna put it in bad. I don't really like it. Twitch has voting. There is a poll. Yes, there is a poll feature for Twitch that we're using. It's good because it makes you do something you normally don't get to. Yeah, but it's something you don't do because nobody wants to do it. Because it's bad. It does announce your progress in the upper area, but so does Tree Sentinel Duo, which is more fun. So does Falling Star Beast, which is more fun. So does Blow a Finger, although then you've got a little trickery. And so does Golden Braid. Do we really need Golden Braid, Tree Sentinel Duo, Falling Star Beast, Blow a Finger, and Giant Hand? No. And if one of those has to go, it's Giant Hand for sure. That's easily the one that goes. So that to me is I would probably... I don't want to put it F because it's not that bad, but I would get rid of it just because I feel like it's just not good there anymore. Blow a Finger is a better version of the hand. Simple as that. Yep. It's superfluous, yes. Speaking of, acquire the Golden Braid. What do we think of acquire the Golden Braid? Finger and Braid are the true redundancies in Hinterland, yeah. Above the hand, I guess. Well, I kind of just talked about how it's, yeah, above the hand. To kill the hand without getting hit. Oh no. Good and okay. And I kind of agree. I'm pretty okay with it. I'm pretty okay with it. I do like that it's got some synergies. You know, a little bit of too much, as we described, on the Giant Hand. But if you get rid of Giant Hand, I think it's got around the right amount of synergy. Shows progress. It's solid. It's low solid. It's not high solid. It's not my favorite, you know, thing to do. It's not. But like, it's low solid. America's Village. Yes, that's the one. I think Braid is best on boards that also have Kill the DLC Horse Duo. Yeah, although sometimes that can be too much synergy, again, with Blow a Finger as well. But, yeah, it's fine. It's solid. Alright, full Grave Bird Armor set. This requires you to get into Enir Ilim to get the final piece. Then you have to go around near Egon to get one. You have to go by the Ghost Flame Dragon to get one. And you have to go partially into Lower Raoud to get one. So, it's get near Leda, and then pick up a bunch of stuff. Have I placed 2 Dancing Lions yet? Yes. Right here. Right here. Bad. At least there's an incant there in the village. Oh, yeah. Great, we say, for the full Gravebird armor set. Sorry to disappoint. I don't really like this square. Not to the point where I'd maybe call it bad, but like I'd put it low filler. The reason I'd put it low filler is because I think, to me, it's... Like, some people were saying, oh, Burn the Ceiling Tree takes so long, right? You gotta... Oh, it's so late. Like, you're gonna do all this stuff. Like, you only do that if there's Radon on the board. And it's like... Okay, well, this is Burn the Ceiling Tree, which I like. Run most of the way through, which is like, okay, that's not so interesting, but it's fine. Pick up something, sure. And then, like, go back and, like, run all the way over here, then warp back, run all the way over here, then warp back, run all the way over here. It just feels like filler at the, like, the literal definition of filler at the end of a match. It's a super late game thing where you just run around gathering stuff. Like, and we already have enough synergy with Enir Illim. Like, I'd rather just kill Leda at that point. Like, and I don't want to kill Leda. I hate fighting Leda and friends, but, like, I'd rather just go kill Leda than run around collecting a bunch of stuff at the end of a game. It feels semi-anticlimactic. So I don't love it. Never realized there were so many possible squares. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot. There's a whole lot, and including all these base game ones that I don't play base games, so I don't even know how to rate them. Surprised it's not lower? I was considering putting it lower, but I do feel like it's just filler. It's maybe a little redundant. I could maybe put it... You know what? I'll put it bad. I'll put it bad with the finger hand. It's a little redundant. I think the board would be a little better off if it was gone. Death Knight and Black Knight boss, I don't necessarily think the board would be better if they're gone. I just think they're, like, uninteresting. I do kind of think the board would be better with full Gravebird armor set gone. So yeah, I'm going to put it there. If it just said acquire the Gravebird helm, I think is the one in Enir Illim, I think it goes up to at least filler. And probably reasonably high filler. I just don't like the run around collect stuff after. Alright, Remembrance Hitless. Do a joint episode with Aggie to rank the base game squares. Maybe I send him my list and go, hey, fill in the base game squares. Gaius Square, yeah. Great. It's pretty great. It's pretty great. It's a little unfortunate that it almost always turns into Gaius. But in theory, there are other options if we just get good enough. I think if you give it another season or two, I think people will be doing at least 3 bosses in the DLC hitless. Eventually, it'll be like, oh, whichever of these has synergy on the board is the one I will do hitless. People are already doing Mesmer hitless, except for me, because I suck. I think some people could do Romina hitless. I don't know if we're ever going to get a Rolana hitless. That one might be a little stretch. But I could maybe also see Dancing Lion hitless being viable. Not sure if there's anyone else, but it's almost like it has that win more problem of the DLC dupe, but you're rewarded with winning more by the fact that you have to be good enough to do it hitless, and then you deserve it. Then it's all right, you know, that's on you. You deserve it. Lion hitless happened from blanks in Season 4. Was it early or was it, like, he was well set up? Because if you're well set up, it's honestly not that bad to do. You just kind of, like, try to skip through his second phase. But if you're not that well set up, it can be a little awkward. If he gets into the frost phase, it's like, you can just get splash damaged. Well, sleep while you were reviewing the Monkey Business, Itzarino matches, and I just woke up for work. Holy tier list. It's a long one. It's a real long one. Kind of early, I believe. Awesome, then. Dang, nice. I almost practiced for it, but didn't end up doing it. All right, Egon's Furled Finger. DLC, Egon's only. Or another way to read this is Kill the Dueling Drakes. And then, like, technically you talk a little bit after, but it's basically do the Dueling Drakes. My favorite square. It does have synergies with all the dragon stuff that we mentioned. Worm, Drake, Dragon, Ancient Dragon. Good. I want to be like, no. The fight sucks so much, this is a filler square, actually. Because the Dueling Drakes are a bad fight. And they are. But you guys are totally right. It would honestly be a high solid. Like, the synergy on it is good. The idea of it is good. It's got the Bale stuff. It's a, you know, difficult-ish, but, like, not too long fight. It feels like you can bring them down fairly fast. Like, it's just that Dueling Drake still just sucks. So, under Demi-Human Swordsman. Ah, that's still too high. Actually, I kind of like solo Egons better than Egons and Vares, because as I mentioned, that's a little lopsided. But less than Double Dupe. Double Dupe, I think, needs to go higher. I think we keep talking up how we like Double Dupe, even though it's a bit of a win more, because it requires both base and DLC to do something. I think Double Dupe needs to move back up towards the top of solid. I don't think it is better than the duo square of it. I think it is just because I feel like the Vares part, I don't know, feels kind of bad for the base game player. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. I feel like the base game players don't like the Vares part, and it feels like it just takes forever that I'm, like, sitting there like, okay, I got my finger. You almost done with Vares? Oh, yeah, no, I only have, like, 3 more parts of the quest left. Okay. I don't know. I feel like the duo one is just a little bit worse. Not significantly worse, but a little bit worse. All right, 3 unique NPC invaders. This is almost always going to be the Ancient Dragon Man invader, not boss. This is almost always going to be Queeline, and then almost always going to be Moor. It's almost always Ancient Dragon Man, Queeline, and Moor. It would be... Sometimes it's Leda. Right? If you're yeah, sometimes it's Leda. But it's very often those 3. Very cute today. Oh, thank you, I guess. Ancient Dragon Man, take me by the hand, take me to the land. Beat up the nerd square. Yeah. Great, we say. Great. If there were more options, I could see it great. I feel like it gets so, like, fake options, like you're almost always doing the same thing, that I want to put it a little lower. I want to put it just in solid. It's solid, though. Yeah, the NPC invaders, it's NPCs, which also gives it a debuff. It's NPCs, so I'm going to put it even a little lower because I don't like fighting NPCs, but it's very solid. It's got a little synergy, potentially. Armor sets synergy, Give an Iris synergy. So, yeah. Kill Lamenter boss. Lamenter. Horn scent possible? Oh, by Romina. That would be really late to get that square, but possible. Alright, a Lamenter boss. Gotta go all the way over to the jail, gotta go through the jail, then gotta kill the Lamenter. Great! Nah. You guys just like bad squares because you like when we don't like bad squares. That being said, It's not the worst square. It's only bad because it's a bad boss. It's a bad NPC boss. Worse than Dane. But as far as how it actually works with the, like, board, it usually works out pretty fine. It's just the boss itself sucks. I could see it being solid, but it's Lamenter. Lamenter does not deserve to go in the solid tier. You lost the race for the NPC invaders because of that synergy, though, when you went for Bellarat Queenline. Yes. Yes, I did. I think that's right. Still won that game, though, so. Alright, 3 larval tiers. What do we think of 3 larval tiers? 10-hour long stream. 10 hours so far. We're kind of close to reaching the end of our tier list. I think. I hope. Are we even? We might not be. We might have like an hour or 2 left. 3 is Trudge. It's always 3. This one isn't even a variable one. Good. No, it's filler. It's 2 Blessings of Marika filler. It's like identical to 2 Blessings of Marika. It's just too powerful of a rush. It's just one that, like, you go for almost every time. Maybe it's a little bit better than 2 Blessings of Marika, because it's a little bit less powerful. You don't get the free skidoo, and it does take more time out. But I don't think it's as good as 3 DLC armor sets. No strong feelings on the tiers? Yeah, and it's like a super solved square as well. It's one that, like, both players will both grab the tiers and press the mark button at the same time, and whoever, like, you know, is 0.1 seconds ahead gets it. So, it's like, it was interesting, and now it's kind of so solved that it's become filler. Reach level 85. This could also be reach level 80. Maybe also reach level 90? I don't remember. Maybe it's just 80 or 85. Players don't like it, but they have to do it. Yeah. 3 larval tiers sucks. Yeah. But it's not... I don't, like, hate it, but I don't... Yeah, it does a little bit suck. Reach level 85, though. Reach level 85. So you gotta go collect a bunch of runes in order to get to level 85. Great. I don't know that I'd go all the way with great. But I do like it. I think I'd probably put it like here. It can technically be done in a lot of different ways, synergy with 1,000 different things, but it's like realistically, you really want to do like Mesmer and maybe Romina as well. You could do like Hippo into Mesmer, but then you probably also need like Red Bear or something, or Rolana or something. And depends on if it's 80 or 85, but like it's one of those to keep track of, and it's one of those that you get to play around a bit by like, oh, I get to get the gold scarab, and I'm gonna do the gold horn tender and things like that. So I think it's pretty interesting. Go for another like 90 minutes. I'll be done cleaning your kitchen. That'd be great. I hope not. I kind of just want to go to bed and finish tomorrow, but like I don't know if this is gonna save, but like I'm really tired. Has great potential for synergy. Yeah. Loger. That's our next one. Loger. What do we think of Loger? Loger the Beast Claw. I've already got in my mind exactly where he should go. I think he is the pure definition of one of these categories. Let's see if you agree. Yep. We agree. Okay, he's the pure definition of a filler. Like, yeah, he's there. He exists. Sure. You don't rush him. You don't save him for last. He has no synergy ever for anything. Pure filler. The most genuine filler you could ever have. Kind of funny for an early game incident. Yeah, I guess so. I guess. All right, Matting Hand NPC. The one that Tom was unstoppable at in the finals. Jory Rush. All right, what do we think of the Matting Hand NPC? Watching ADF try to find him was pretty funny. Was that last season? Okay, yeah, no, I agree. Filler. Better than Loger. Because at least, like, there's, like, a reason that it's kind of interesting to go there. Maybe better than, like, Black Knight and Death Knight, because they're just vibing. But not a, it's a random NPC to kill. Okay, whatever. Pure filler, for sure. Not much needs to be said. Demi-Human Mariga. All right, what do we think? The old Demi-Human Mariga. She is a base game boss in the DLC. You know, there is potential synergy there. She is one of the demi-human bosses for the combined squares. Good. I agree. Solid. Enough, enough synergy with things like a demi-human swordsman that it makes it feel like even though she's pretty out of the way, she feels like something that you could do. She feels like something that doesn't feel horrible to go way out of your way and kill. It feels like if there's enough synergy, you can go for her early and you feel fine. And if there's not enough synergy, you can wait till after you've killed ADM and you can do the skip to her and then she feels fine. It feels like there's always a point in the game where she feels pretty good to do. So I would say it's solid for sure. Metter. I hardly know her. A katana check? True. Metter. I do hardly know her. Depends on how you feel about getting to Cerulean Coast, yeah. Which was a little harder, can be removed. Yeah. It could be. But I don't think it should be. I think Metter is filler. I don't think Metter's bad. I understand she does take a very long time to get to, but I think Metter should stay as filler. Even like okay-ish filler. Whereas, spoiler alert, Ymir, which is just Metter with extra steps, can go. And Yolan and Anna, which is just Metter with a lot of extra steps, can really go. Like, I don't think we need this. I think Metter is the at least interesting boss part, and we're fine to stop there. We don't have to keep going after Metter. It's already been a huge quest line and go over here and go over there and do all of these things. We don't need more. I think we can keep Metter and we can get rid of these two and I'll be happier for it. Yolan and Anna's potential F tier, honestly. Yeah, I mean, it's close. I think it is worse than 2 Dancing Lion. Smithing Stone plus 16 is getting moved to F. I can't abide it. I'll put Yolan and Anna the lowest of D. Like, there's like technically the littlest bit of like, well, it's got synergy with Give an Iris of Grace, but like, no. Yolan and Anna was good in DLC only. Yeah, when there was enough DLC squares on a board that you could maybe see Metter and Ymir and Yolan and Anna, and like it felt like, oh wow, now this long thing has enough synergy that it's worth going for. Like, maybe I could see that, but like, on its own, you see that on a board and you're just like, oh, no, oh god. So I don't like it. A lot more extra steps after Metter. Yeah, and as I said, I'm not a fan of do something interesting, then do a bunch of boring busy work after. You know? If you do boring busy work to get to the interesting thing, at least you get to end on the interesting thing, and that's when you pop the square, you get to, bam, mark it. But I don't like do the interesting thing and then do busy work after as much. That's why I don't like the Gravebird armor set. Do an interesting thing of like burn the ceiling tree and get most of the way to Leda and then go gather a bunch of stuff. It's like, okay, all right. Season board, gotta force opponent to that, yeah. The 30 int and 30 face squares made more sense when players didn't have graces placed everywhere around the map. Yeah, even then, I'm not the biggest fan of squares that are like traps. Oh, if you do this, you might lose because you have bad stats now. I'm just not a big fan of that. But yeah. All right, Mog with 300,000 runes. And as a reminder, we put Mog with 50,000 runes in the base game into bad. Late game squares should mostly be about great fights. Yeah. I think trap squares are important to the back and forth of the game. Why? Why I feel like good squares that players both want to get are important to the back and forth of the game. Not squares that both players kind of don't want to get, but like I guess it's a square and so I guess I should get it. I feel like the interesting part is the racing to do things as opposed to the like, you can take it. Have we done Gaius's pants? Because that feels a bit like what Mitch described. We have not yet. But you guys said it's okay. Memory of Grace with 300,000 runes. It's okay. I actually think it's pretty good. Yes. Either high filler or low solid. Which is surprising, because I think in the base game one, it's a trap square. But in the DLC, there's so many runes to go around. It's actually, like, kind of a good square. It almost reads, kill a boss. Your pick. Because Red Bear can give enough for this. Hippo can give enough for this. Rolana can give enough for this. Obviously, Mesmer gives more than enough for this. Romina gives more than enough. Gaius gives more than enough. Like, there's so many bosses that can do this, and you can't do it without getting a boss like you can in the base game. At least not as far as I know. That I think I'm going to bump this up into the solid category. Around Chief Bloodfiend level. I actually think it's a pretty good square. Because of the way that it does require you to kill a boss, and the way that it does not cripple you. It's not really a trap square. I mean, it's not a great like it's like a semi-trap square because it's basically you gain choice, you get to choose which boss you kill at the downside of losing the reward of whatever boss you kill. So I think it is interesting. Streaming for 10 hours, holy 10 and a half now. Also, 300,000 DLC is not that big of a deal. Yeah. Whereas the Memory of Grace with 50,000 runes has two problems in the base game. One, it's too easy to get. You can literally just run over, pick up a single 50,000 rune, pop it in Mog immediately. And the second is, it is too much of a trap square because there's not enough other runes to make it up. You get the one for free that just gets you the square, and then after that, you're, like, struggling. So... whereas neither of those is a problem in the DLC. You have to kill a boss, so there's something interesting to do, and it doesn't cripple you afterwards. The 30 stat squares should make much more of a difference in the DLC. Would make much more of a difference in the DLC than Mog with X runes. Oh yeah, would make a lot more. Unless it was Faith, in which case I'm getting 30 Faith anyway to get my Golden Vow Flame Grant Me Strength, so... strats. 2 nameless mausoleums. 2 nameless mausoleums. What do you think about 2 nameless mausoleums? Five head. Probably could get this without a boss. You'd have to do so much collecting. Yeah, I can think of a way to do it, but you wouldn't even have your starting runes. You'd have to give up your starting runes. 2 NPC fights. It's okay. Yep. Definition of filler. More interesting than like Loger, which is just like a guy. Maybe around the Lamenter, Dryleaf Dane area. I mean, at least it's 2 of them, and there's technically choices, but... you would literally never do Red Bear for this. I mean, okay, maybe, like, there's some really wacky, wow, Red Bear synergy, actually. But, like, you would 99% never choose Red Bear for this. And, like, 90% never choose Rakshasa for this. It's almost always going to be Knight of the Solitary Jail and Dancer. And they both just suck to fight, so... you know what, I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there. I almost wanted to move it down. S tier could be Rakshasa. Alright, 3 NPC bosses. 3 NPC bosses. Great synergy with 2 nameless mausoleums right there. I'm just saying. Loger is just a guy, the guy in question. He's a stander. What's the stats on base game players who won the 50,000 Mog square? I honestly feel like they usually have performed better in their games. If that is true, it can't be that much of a trap. I don't know. You'd have to look through it yourself. I don't know that there's stats for that. And that would be cool if we did have stats like that. Filler IMO. Yeah, filler. But, like, much better filler than Nameless Mausoleums, because there's more choices. Like, better than Dane for sure, because Dane can be one of them, but doesn't have to be, so it gives you a little more choice. Although you'd almost always use Dane. I feel like somewhere in here. I feel like it's actually, like, decent filler. Gets you just enough synergy, just enough choice that it feels a little more interesting. Whereas the Nameless Mausoleums are so restrictive to, like, you only get to do these ones that I don't like it as much. Honestly, maybe Nameless Mausoleums goes down even a little more. Boss using a perfume bottle only. Perfume bottle only. Only the perfume bottle. Like NPC bosses, because I feel like they're wild cards. Yeah, but they're wild cards in a bad way. Like, I think if you're wanting to have, like, a serious competition, I feel like... Here's a thing that'll just randomly kill you sometimes. And other times, it'll just stand still and wait for you to kill it, and it'll just die and do nothing. It's, like, not great. You guys say okay? And what else did people vote? Oh, some goods and some greats. Wow. Too bad you're all wrong. It's bad. Yeah, I don't know, somewhere in there. The reason it's bad is because it's like fake choice. It like kind of advertises itself as like, oh, you could technically do this on any boss you want, but like it just always ends up being Dane. Like I tried in practice to make an ADM strat work with it, and like in solo practice it was working, and then I tried to do it in an actual like 2v2 practice, and like there just wasn't time, and it just fakes you out as thinking like, this is an interesting square with interesting possibilities that I can really think about how I can make a perfume bottle only kill work. And it basically just reads, hey, you know that kill Dryleaf Dane square? What if it was just 10 times more annoying? And that's all it is. It's just this square, which is already filler, but worse and more annoying. Perfume shouldn't be this bad. Bottle should hit hard and deal little poise. I know. They should do damage. I don't know why they do no damage. Or E-Dread. E-Dread was horrendous. We tried practicing E-Dread. It was horrendous. ADM kind of worked. The problem is ADM is just like too far. It just takes too long. Wish Grand Pooh Bear had been able to get the fire perfume to kill Skadootree. Would have been legendary. Like how Godric is the punching bag for so many remembrance boss squares. Yeah. I mean, I guess, like, at least it's not E-Dread. At least the perfume bottle isn't used on E-Dread like all the other ones. But, like, it's just really ridiculously annoying for nothing actually interesting on the board. So, I think it's just a bad square. A boss with a +0 weapon. What do we think about a boss with a +0 weapon? Somewhat similar to the perfume. It's like use a bad thing. How's the super overtime going? It's going. 10.5 hours of going. We're getting so close. Look, we've only got 3 lines left. We're so close. We can make it. All right, boss with a +0. Boss with a +0. Speaking of E-Dread. Okay. It's okay. You got still some greats and some goods, and you're still just wrong. It's better than perfume bottle, but like I still don't really think it's that interesting. It's again, here's a filler thing, but let's make it slower and more annoying. And not really challenging, because you just pick something that can stunlock E-Dread anyway, and then it just comes down to like, do you know how to skip enough riposts or whatever? And like, it's a skill check. It is a skill check, but like, I don't know. I just don't find it to be an interesting or fun skill check to watch somebody loop E-Dread, but this time instead of looping E-Dread for 30 seconds to a minute, now you loop E-Dread for 2 to 3 minutes, and it's like, okay, you know, I could see it being called filler, but like, I feel like I'd rather have it gone than have it stay. Like, I don't mind Black Knight boss existing. I kind of mind +0 existing. What if it's looping E-Dread Ray Cinema? All right, Rolana, Twin Moon Knight. How good is Rolana? Mr. Commentary on this square in the final match. Do you think Adef lost it because he took viscerals? Nope. We specifically went over it. We analyzed it. Adef, if he took all viscerals, won that square by like 30 seconds. Maybe more. The reason Adef lost that square was he kept trying to not take viscerals, and so he kept making Edred stand up, which kept making Edred do things that gave him hyper armor. So Edred kept losing 8F 10 seconds at a time, where he would run away, get his posture back, and do the flippy flippy. 8F should have taken more viscerals, and his mistake was not taking them, given that he didn't know the specific best way to loop Edred is to do an uncharged R2. All right, so you guys say great on Rolana. And, like, you're right. You're right. I hate that you're right, but you're right. Because, like, I don't like Rolana. I personally don't like Rolana. But, like, she's that right nice middle ground of not, like, a true rush, but rushy enough that it's often a race. I hate to see her on the board, but she does make for interesting competitions. Perfect early game skill check, yeah. She works. She works. I don't want to say too much because I don't want to glaze her, because I still don't like fighting her. I still think she is a bad boss. But she's kind of just positioned perfectly for a bingo. So, that's all I can say. A lot of synergy, not much of a trek, yeah. Alright. Upgrade a remembrance weapon to max. Quite literally in the middle of the map. Can't there be a complete 2 caves for DLC? The ADM and Bloodfiend cave. ADM's spot is called Dragon Pit. It's not called Cave. And the Bloodfiend cave, I think, is called a cave. I think there's only officially 1 cave. Even though it is a cave with ADM, I think it's called the Dragon Pit. How good is this square? Okay. You guys are not a fan of Remembrance Weapon to max. Nope, you're wrong. It's good. Alright, so it is good because... You know how we said, DLC dupe is kind of bad because you just get it for free? Well, once you kill a Remembrance boss, you also have to collect the Somber 10 stone by killing another dragon, so it gets synergy with dragons. Then you have to go trade in your Remembrance and actually upgrade it, so there's more interesting things to do after killing the Remembrance boss. It is a bit of a win more, but it's a win more in a way where if your opponent knows that you got... Let's say your opponent sees you mark Rolana first, they can go somewhere else instead of trying to upgrade their Remembrance weapon, and it still takes you enough time upgrading that it's not just going to cause a strict win more, because your opponent can go get something else in the meantime. It takes long enough that your opponent isn't just out of it. So I probably put it somewhere around here. No Gaia's spear thing. Okay, that's a bug with the randomizer, but I guess that's fair. But, like, if you're going for Gaius, you're too slow on this. You're going to lose it almost every time to a Rolana rusher. Maybe not almost every time, but there's a lot of times that you're going to lose the upgrade or remembrance to max to the Rolana rusher. Because if you rush Rolana, sure, you get a remembrance weapon that needs a Somber Stone, but that's okay. You can do Rolana and the dragon before somebody can get to Gaius and all that. IDK how the randomizer works. Gaius's lance just isn't randomized for some reason. Sometimes you can switch the remembrance weapon afterwards. Yep, so it's like a somewhat interesting-ish weapon check. Like, I like it. I think it's good. Granted, yes, the bug with the randomizer does suck, but I think it's good. Remembrance boss with remembrance weapon. Speaking of the other remembrance thing. Remembrance boss with remembrance weapon. You're still ranking these? That's right. We're still here. I like Remembrance to Max when people actually go and use it. It's usually when there's Gaius on the board and people use his lance.
Hydrate.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't hate doing that either. Good, we say. Perhaps we've changed tone after what I said about the previous square. But, like, yeah, it's definitely good. Remembrance, I think is a really fun one. It's a solid one that you're, like... It feels very similar to upgrade a Remembrance weapon to max for me, because both of them require you to kill one Remembrance boss, then a second one. Remembrance weapon to max is definitely the faster of the two, by a lot. But Remembrance with a Remembrance, I think is the more interesting of the two, because you have to decide on a second Remembrance. The only thing... The reason I'm going to put this a little lower... Not a lot lower, but a little lower, is only because the randomizer could give you something that's unusable. Either because the stats are too high and you can't get enough stats to wield it, or it's a bow, and it's Radahn's great bow, and you're like, well, I can't... how am I supposed to kill something with Radahn's great bow? I think the randomizer... honestly even kind of pushes it down here, unfortunately, because otherwise I quite like it, but I feel like it kind of pushes it down here only because the randomizer can really screw you over. Otherwise, I think it actually might be higher than upgrade a Remembrance weapon to max, but the randomizer can totally screw you over. It's not enough to make it only filler. It's still solid, but it's solid with a chance of being not just filter, but bad if the randomizer screws you over. That's my opinion. All right, Rolling Giant Lightning Ram. The Rolling Giant Lightning Ram. Romina Mesmer combo for that is always great. Yes, true. The snuts. Great. Because you like to see us suffer. No, it's genuinely bad. Like, I will 100% abide the ram with ram, because it's funny enough. You using the rolling ram is what makes it funny. And I like watching people do that, and it's funny, and I laugh. And I watch this, and I'm just like, okay. All right. Okay. Cool. Can we hit it now? No. Okay. It's so much fun to watch, though. I don't think it is. I really don't think it's fun to watch. I just sit there like, oh boy, here we go again. Like this one, I'm like, yeah, get those Rams. Oh, they're running away. Is he gonna get? I have fun with it. And this one, I don't. This one, I watch and I'm like, okay. And playing, completely awful. Hate this one playing. It's like an F playing, but because I know some people think it's a bit funny to watch, I'll leave it D, even though I don't think it's fun or funny to watch. But, like, it could be F. Like, it's not. I don't like it. Match last night was so good. It would have been so much better to watch Monkey Business vs. Frog Car Spin for the finals, but either way, the match was intense. It was indeed. Yeah, I wish we'd been in the finals, but unfortunately we had one bad set. All it takes is one bad set, and you can't even get first or second. CBD Awakening, that second ram was hilarious though. Okay, but that was a one-time thing. That's like being like, oh yeah, you know, Putrescent Knight is a good square because that one time a skeleton, you know, rolled into them on the way up and knocked them off an edge. It's like, well, that's not really what makes a good square. That's not... It's not a good square because, like, something weird and unexpected happened one time. Romina. What do you think about Romina? Always fun to say, at least. Romina. Speaking of knocking off the ledge, I just saw how Aggie lost the run for the French challenge. Yeah, with Radagon. Yeah, I watched that live. That was rough. Good, totally. Romina's very fun. It's just a boss. You have to show like your progress. It's not like just a free go and get it. Is that crazy? I might be crazy. Am I? Because it's like pretty basic. It's just Romina. But like, I like, I know she's just another remembrance, but like, I don't know. I feel like she feels like Rolana to me, of just like, I feel like there's just something good about Romina. Like, she takes enough commitment to get there, and yet she still feels like a really good boss and square to go for. It feels like she's another great option for a lot of the, like, get a remembrance weapon to upgrade it to max, for like the kill a remembrance boss with a remembrance weapon. She just feels more enabling of synergies and her area than others. I maybe I'm crazy, but I'm gonna leave her there. It's great because of the number of races it causes. I feel like it is an often like race causer. Or at least both people, like, start heading in that direction, and then one person gets it, and the other person has to, like, pivot out. But it just feels like it just always, like, in some way culminates some sort of action. Maybe not quite as much as Rolana does, but I also like her better than Rolana, so. Skidoo Tree Avatar. And moveset is so satisfying, and the boss design is gorgeous. Yeah, she's way better as a speedrun boss than as a casual boss. Casually, she's awful. Speedrunning, quite fun. Skidoo Tree Avatar. Big ol' sunflower. What do we think of the big ol' sunflower? Okay, yep. Yep, filler. Let's put it right next to Fire Giant and Skidoo Tree, but a little higher, because I feel like Fire Giant is kind of annoying to do. I mean, like, it feels like combined squares should get the bump. Like, they should go higher, because it's Skidoo Tree Avatar and some, so that should be better. But, like, I feel like sometimes they're just... It's like, you're combining two things that are meh. What do you want from me? It's meh. Kill the sleep pot troll. The sleep pot troll. We're not making it through this particularly quickly, I just realized. I think it's been 20 minutes and we got through half of one of the three. Besides Aggie, who can we see next for the Sekiro Bingo? Josh. Yo, Josh Areno. Definitely said he wants to. Disagree on casual runs. I might be a masochist, though. Then it's not a casual run anymore. You're doing it again. So now you've entered the realm of challenge runs. It's just your challenge run might be just doing it kind of for the second time. Chris, I went through the VODs to check the season stats for Mog with 50k and 30 stat dump. I think it is inconclusive whether or not it is a trap square. The winning team, the 50k Mog square, did lose 2 out of 3 games, but also won more base squares in 2 out of 3 games. As for the 30 stat dump, the team who won that square won 2 out of 3 games and 1 more base game squares in 2 out of 3 games. Okay. Sleep Pot Troll, we say, is okay. I would say more solid. I'd say around Chief Bloodfiend level. Like, it's like very easy, so it's one that you totally can rush without being too set up, but is far enough out of the way that you don't really want to just rush it unless there's synergy, but it enables some synergy with PK, it enables some synergy with Mariga, it enables some synergy with rolling giant lightning ram, or if you don't want to do that, you can make sure to go through ADM first, and then you'll get to the Sleep Pot Troll much faster, but you can't do it as early because you need to get set up for ADM. So I think it's got enough interesting stuff to it that even though it's just like a boring Sleep Pot Troll, whatever, who cares, filler, I think it's got enough interest to the situation of how you would get to it that I think it's going to go into solid. Did you ask Seki? I have not. Haven't talked to Seki in forever. Oh, too small sample size to say anything for sure, though. Yeah. All right. 3 DLC Spirit Ashes. This one is tough to like make a definite plan for. You always would get the one at Fort of Reprimand. That one's just free. And then the 2 most common other than that are probably the one up in the rafters on the way to Mesmer or Gaius, and the one on the way to Romina. There's like a Scorpion Ashes, but there's like several other potential options. You guys said okay, and honestly, I kind of feel okay. I feel high okay. Better than a lot of these. Maybe low solid. But I'm going to put it, I think, highest filler. Because it doesn't excite me. It is just go collect some stuff. It's just go collect stuff that you have some options for. There's no, like, set, you must go collect these exact ones. It technically can have synergy with jails, because Ons drops a Spirit Ash, and so does Libirith. It's technically got a bunch of places that are synergies, but, like, it hurts my brain too much. There's like 15 potential options, and you'll need 3 of them, and like none of them are good rushes, so you have to try to remember all 15. So I don't love it, but it's more interesting than it might seem. It might be solid. All right. 4 DLC talismans. Or 3, or 5. I put them all the same because they all kind of work out the same. We'll be doing the French challenge. Hopefully, if I have time. Feels too rushable for jails. Yeah, it would be hard to use jails as synergy for DLC Spirit Ashes, but you could. I've seen it. CBD tried to use it in our match. He did Ons for the Spirit Ash when he was in there to collect the Jar Helm. Good, we say, for DLC Spirit Talismans. No. It would be good, but it's too powerful. It's too powerful, so it's gonna go right here with Blessings of Marika. In fact, I think it's a little worse than Blessings of Marika, because I think it's even more powerful. The Blessings of Marika, you don't give up a lot. Well, maybe it's not quite. Yeah, it's right here. It's somewhere the same. It's too powerful of a rush that, like, you kind of just have to go for it. Unless there are two incredibly powerful rushes, if this is the only incredibly powerful rush, both players kind of just have to go for it. Like, it gets you Blade of Mercy for free, and the time that it takes away from what you're doing, away from your main path that you're running, is just too small. So it's just, like, always worth it. And I don't like squares that are just, like, always worth it. I almost want to, I don't think I quite want to put it bad, but, like, it's, yeah, it's down there. Drink Tialier's concoction. Blade of Mercy is, like, top 5 in the game. Yeah, Blade of Mercy is incredibly good. It does encourage getting Blade of Mercy, and I do love getting Blade of Mercy, so... Slept, showered, had your morning coffee, and I'm still on. Yep, almost 11 hours. Is Strike significantly worse in DLC? No, there's a lot of places that Strike is really good. Between okay and bad, you guys have figured out the key here. It's a little bit too much of a rush. I feel like it's a lot less powerful than like DLC Talismans or Blessings of America, so I feel like it's more okay. Yeah, so I'd put it closer up towards solid. I think it's fine. Use a transformation. Using a transformation. This one does have options. You can do the painting, or you can do Lementer. But you have to do either a painting or Lementer to acquire the transformation, and then you've got to use it. As you said it, considering the runtime and the current time, I can only imagine what Mitch's sleep schedule looks like. What sleep schedule? This one's great. You guys said good. It's pretty good. The only thing I don't like about it is that both of the options are a little annoying. Lamenter, obviously annoying. And the painting, kind of annoying run as well. So neither of the individual options do I love, but together as an either-or option, it makes for an interesting dynamic and an interesting choice. A good mid-game square, mid-late-ish square. Yeah, solid. DLC Tree Sentinel Duo. Oh, I don't think my poll started. Try again. Did it start? Maybe it started and I just don't get to see it. If you're done cleaning the kitchen now, I can finish stream. Okay. Why do you have a few base game squares ranked, but none of the rest? Because it's only the ones that I actually had an opinion on, which was mostly the ones that I thought were bad, right? Like, the ones that I have seen people do and I think are bad, and then a few that I've seen people do and I'm like, okay, those are kind of funny. I'll give them the those are kind of funny. Like, and Remembrance Boss hit list, that's just a staple. Too much Hinterlands point is still valid. Yes. Okay, there we go. Tree Sentinel Duo is what we're voting on. Tree Sentinel Duo. How do we like that Tree Sentinel Duo? Okay. Wrong. It's good. It's solid. Of all the Hinterland synergy, this is the one that I like the most. It's the Tree Sentinel Duo. You get to kill it. It's got direct synergy with the combined Tree Sentinel duos. Maybe which is too much. But, like, I don't think it's as good as the combined. But like I like it a good bit. If there was one Hinterlands one that got to stay, it'd be this one. It'd be this one over Golden Braid, which Golden Braid I still think is pretty good, and I'm okay with having these two as Synergy and Hinterlands. I think that's fine, as well as Blow a Finger, which is like an either-or, which is a great square. And then I'm okay with just getting rid of the Giant Hand, and I think that leaves fine enough Hinterland Synergy. As long as you don't have all of them, as long as you get rid of this one, I think they're fine. Mr. Streamer, can I get my I voted sticker after this? Well, only if you voted in every single poll, so you better vote in every single one. Blink twice if you are not AI. I'm sorry, I am AI, so I can't really. I don't know the terms for AI. Well, I'll just say my programming hasn't figured out how to blink yet. Alright, 3 ulcerated tree spirits in the DLC. Actively failing captcha. I knew it. Chat can only be wrong so often before it becomes the fault of the streamer, IMO. Nah. I mean, I hope you guys realize the votes oftentimes aren't really going to matter. I'm going to... this is my list. I'm going to put them where I want. Aside from sometimes where you guys bring up very good points. And I'm like, that is a good point. Okay, yeah, pure filler. Pure filler. Nobody would be sad if it was gone. But nobody's too mad about it being here either. Pure filler. Pure filler. Somewhere there. Around a little bit better than the Deathrite Bird, probably. Pure filler, the ulcerated tree spirits. Verdigris Discus. You have a choice, or are there only 3? There's only 3 that you would ever do. Technically, there's ones like in Belurat, but then you have to go get a key, and then you have to come back to open the thing to go down, and that just takes longer than killing the other 3. Hi, Scumnut. I don't, that's not me, though. 7 a.m. and Mitch is still alive. Love your dedication. Yo, thank you. Good. We like the Verdigris Discus. I feel like it might be high filler for me. It's like a rush. It's like a solid rush. It's like not too powerful of a rush, but it's kind of an uninteresting rush, I feel like. I feel like to me it's kind of filler. Like I wouldn't be sad to see it gone. I'd be like, "Oh, okay." All right, we're down to 2 lines left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So 28 left. If each of them takes us a minute, then we can be done in like half an hour, which is still way too long. Put Florisax to sleep. All right, we gotta get this going at a brisk pace. Put Florisax to sleep. Only if you voted here, chat doesn't have strong feelings about it. Yeah, or we're all sleepy. One or the other. Which part of DLC is my favorite area? I don't know. Cerulean Coast, maybe? Awake, but at what cost? Good, and we're in 100% agreement that put Florisax to sleep is good. Yeah, I think it's the better version of Drink Tialier's concoction. Requires a little more map progress and lets your opponent know that you have that map progress. Little less of a pure rush. But it's not, like, way better than Tialier's, so it's somewhere down here. Yeah, somewhere there. Moving on. Clear 2 forges. What do we think about Clear 2 forges? Sleepy Joe. They're like squares that can be locked out by other squares. I don't like squares that can be locked out by other squares. I think they're a little too prescriptive. If you can lock yourself out, then you have to do things in a particular order in order to not lock yourself out, and both players know that, and both players have to not lock themselves out. So it's kind of like one square is off limits until the other square is claimed, which is a little silly. Okay, yeah, I think this is a pretty good definition of a filler. I think it's like a decent filler. Let's say somewhere in there. It's a decent filler, but it's definitely filler. You would not be sad to see it gone. Kill a furnace golem. Long trek. Some of these did not appear in official matches at all. I forgot about Forges and Verdigris. Yeah, I know. Some of them just didn't appear. It was wild. Kill a furnace golem. Usually people just take the risk and claim the early square and lock themselves out. They shouldn't. They did. I don't think people did that this season. It's a really bad idea to do that. Like, there were a couple times that people locked themselves out, but I think it was more on accident than, like, on purpose. Because doing that on purpose generally is a really, really bad strategy. Good. You guys agree. I thought you guys were going to say okay, and I was going to be like, no, actually, I like Furnace Golem. Because you get the option to do the pots or to fight it normally, and it gives you a reason to use the deflecting hard tier, which is the most amazing thing in the game that I kept forgetting to use. So, better than Florus Axe. Better than Use of Transformation, I think. Somewhere in here. I like it. Commander Gaius's pants. Sekiro. Yes. No, this is Elden Ring Bingo, if that's what you're wondering. Elden Ring Bingo square tier list. Gaius's pants. And you guys say, great. I think it could be great. And it's kind of funny that it's Gaius's pants. But it has a little bit of that okay, I'm done with the real part of the square. Gaius was the real part of the square. Now let me do the little cleanup of let me go get the pants by doing the wolf righty lady. I still like it. It's still a high solid. But I don't know. I might like it better if it was just Gaius. I might just like that better. I don't know. It's somewhat interesting, but it's not like overly interesting. Clear 2 jails. 2 jails. This is a 24-hour tier list stream. Hopefully not. I'm hoping we're done by 11 and a half hours. Clear 2 jails. His wife got his paints. Was adding a deflect tier related square considered? No, because you already get it from the Furnace Golem. Everyone does that Furnace Golem, so. Because it allows both players to finish the boss when racing. And then only one player gets the mark. I don't know that I find that interesting, but okay. Yep, okay. It's kind of too long for its own good. It's not overly interesting. You almost never do Lamenter unless Lamenter is its own square of synergy, and Lamenter sucks. But it's fine. It's fine. It's like here, maybe. Alright, kill the golden hippo. I look like Gotham Chess. That's a compliment. Gotham Chess is a good-looking guy. We're in danger of messing up the YouTube VOD. That's right, we have to finish before 12 hours, otherwise the YouTube VOD is cooked. Good. Yeah, no, I agree. Golden Hippo's good. I'd say like a solid good. I like it a good amount. It feels like the ADM where it's like, well, you were just gonna go through ADM anyway, but you weren't necessarily gonna go through Golden Hippo anyway because you might have instead gone through Backside. So it's like something that is a great progress to get, but is not forced progress, whereas ADM literally is the only way to get to a lot of things. So I feel like Golden Hippo is the better version of ADM. Heal the Wounded Kindred of Rot is our next one. Heal the Wounded Kindred of Rot. Of Golden Hippo as a rush, yeah. As an EU watcher, I have to say, thanks. You got me through your entire workday with this mammoth stream. Let's go. Golden Hippo has good info, is a junction, and possess a choice of routes. Yeah. Also ties in with a lot of squares. Yeah, so it's a really good one. And we say okay for Heal the Wounded Kindred. I feel like it's... I wouldn't be sad if it went. But I like it. It is technically just like collecting, but it's like you do the collecting first, then you do the healing after, so it feels more interesting than like kill a boss first, then go collect after. So like it's a high filler for me. If it was gone, I'd be like, okay, but killed 2 hippos. The thing that won Tom and Bree the match, in addition to the other ones. Go sleep watching Mitch, wake up watching Mitch. Crazy. Thank God I went to sleep. I'd have died if I tried staying up for this. It's been a long one. Bro, putting in work. We're getting there. We're going. Its downside is that you can be locked out of it. Yeah, that is a good downside to mention. Good. Yeah, I think Hippos is definitely a solid. Not quite of Kill the Golden Hippo because it does very often go down to Jory. But there are technically other options, which makes it interesting. I think I like it around as much as Mariga. Feels pretty good to do, and does have some options, but not maybe as much as you'd think. Iris of Grace and Iris of Occultation. They might as well be the same square, so we'll rank them together. Iris of Grace and Iris of Occultation. I love the variability of the square, but it's also kind of boring, yeah. Chad would watch Mitch Riz 24/7. That way you can always hang out with the stream. Yeah, that is an option that you have. Are they equally easy to get? Enough. They're equal enough. The Iris of Occultation you get at the Fort of Reprimand. You have to kill the Omen Killer. Whereas the Iris of Grace you get in Shadow Keep. In the room with all the pot guys. The naked pot guys. So technically Iris of Grace is a little bit further in. But because you already have to go backside anyway in order to get to the room with Queeline, it's not that much farther from where you already would go. So Iris of Grace maybe takes like 30 seconds longer than Iris of Occultation, all things considered. Pretty close. Good, we say. And yes, I agree. They like often come up and they often make things that are interesting. It's got a lot of good synergy. I think I like it close to as much as Hippos and Demi-Human Swordsman. Maybe just barely under. All right, kill Jory! Jory! Bingo Club eliminated this square and replaced it with give an iris to an NPC. I feel that says a lot about how we feel about that square. Yeah, that's fair. I'm treating them as they are rather than as that version, but yes, combining them, I think, yeah, that would be fine. That probably is just better. Give an iris, and then you can decide on the iris that gives you the better synergy for the board that you have at your disposal. That's a good point. Great, we say. Jory, because everybody loves Jory. It's honestly, though, it's honestly a pretty good square, even though Jory sucks. But it's honestly a pretty good square. Maybe around, like, ADM level. Has often good synergy. The only thing holding it back is the fact that it's Jory. 2 or 3 Kindred cookbooks. I put them as the same. 2 or 3 Kindred cookbooks. Tom ranks Jory Square S plus probably, or he ranks it F, but has a sick mind. We're still streaming. This vote was sponsored by Nuclear Pasta Tom. What's your favorite Spirit Ash? Dean. Hawk Dean. Probably, I don't know. Okay. Yeah. Pretty rushable. It doesn't feel like super overpowered, but it's pretty powerful. Around Tialier's concoction.
Oh, you have to share this.
Oh. I have to share this? Question mark? Do I? Marquis, thank you for the sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Alright, we're almost down to 1 line left. We're almost there. Leda and her companions. What do we think of Leda and her companions? Whoever said Loger is filler, I'm ready to fight them. Oh, well, that was me. I said Loger. Loger is the pure definition of filler. What do you mean? Loger is the most filler to ever filler. It's just, oh. Okay. Good and okay for Leda and her companions. I hate that I have to agree with you. Because, like, she's good for the board, even if it sucks to have to fight her. I mean, like, I'm really good at fighting her. Like you guys saw in that game, I'm really good at fighting her, so it's not even a problem. It's just she's stupid. But, like, what she does for the board is, like, honestly up here on the consort level. Because, I mean, it's, like, similar, but it's, like, it is slightly before, and, like, it does feel different enough. Like, what she does for the board could be up here. But it's Leda and friends, so she goes down here. I love the Loger fight. He's got hands. What? You love the...
I can see it as clear as day. The coming of our dynasty. Mitchwin.
What? Freddy Burn, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Okay, acquire a Leda rune, which if you did not know is a little quest line that you have to do. You have to talk to Hornsent, talk to Leda, tell Leda to distrust the Hornsent, but then go and help the Hornsent to fend off Leda to get her rune. You do this in the Shadow Keep after, like, the hippo or slightly backwards from the backside. It always had to be a square. It did just have to be. Good, we say. Yeah, it's pretty good. I feel like I almost never end up going for it, and I feel like it always kind of pays off for me to let my opponent go for it, but, like, I feel like it's a good thing for the board. That, like, Chief Blood Fiend level of, like, yeah. it's definitely got an option. It's definitely something that you can go for, but you don't have to go for it. It doesn't feel like you automatically win or automatically lose if you go for it. So, yeah, solid spot. Mesmer. Foe of my beloved people. In vengeance for the flames, my blade I wield. Where pole? Right there. Well, on my screen, it's right there. You just might be over there. Or somewhere. Generally in that direction. Staple, 11 out of 10, no notes. Yeah, I do love me a Mesmer. I'm not even gonna lie. It's just a remembrance. He's just a random guy. He's just a remembrance guy. But I can't. What are you gonna do it? What are you gonna do? He's just a guy. Midra. Peak. Peak. Sounds drunk. Drunk on tired. So. But we've made it down to one line left. We're almost there. Not even gonna NGL. Great. No. Actually, his spot on the board is just way too far. Too much running. Too much running. Oftentimes not enough synergy. The fight is absolutely peak, but like he can't make it there. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It is what it is. There's just too much running. Visit 5 Mikola crosses. This can be 4, 5, or 6 Mikola crosses. I just put them all together as one. Aging untouchable tack. I feel like in any other streamer's chat, Midra would be voted as much worse. Very potentially. Tough when there's only so many squares involved with Midra, potentially, and most of the time they aren't on the board along with it. Yeah. Great. 5 Mikola crosses, great. Nope. Yeah, right there. F. Horrible. The very epitome of too powerful of a rush square. The very epitome. Not quite the Somber 9 level. But you lose 0.0 seconds going for it. It's a square that you don't have to make any decisions to go for. There's no risk. You're not like, oh, if I go for this and my opponent goes for something else, I could lose too much time and then I'm not gonna... No. You're both running in the exact same direction anyway. You might as well just touch the cross as you're walking through and lose 0 seconds and get a free square out of it. It is too powerful. It is too efficient. It is... 6, technically, you could argue 6 is somewhat inefficient. You have to go over to more, and like that one's a little fair. But 4 or 5 are both too efficient. Especially 4, but even 5, you just go grab an extra skidoo. It hardly takes any time. It's a skidoo that Tom literally grabbed when there was the level up your skidoo on the board. Because it's just a fast, efficient skidoo to do anyway, and you just get a square. So, need to mention that 4 is a terrible variance, as 4 is 0 time loss. 5, 6, you lose at least some time. Yeah, but you lose still so little time, it's still like you would just always go for it, with 5 at least. 6, maybe is low filler. 6 I probably would still put in bad, but 4 and 5 I think are both F. It could work as a much higher number since there are some interesting hidden crosses. 6 to 8 could be a cool square. Maybe. I could maybe see it. Yeah. But 4 and 5 are just too low. Like, actually bad. Actually terrible. Alright. Moonrathil, Carrion Knight. Beastbud argued for 10. I could see 10. I'd have to... Like, I don't know where 10 are, but, like, we could figure it out if needed. I could see 10. I could totally see 10. 4 is bad. I feel like the others, you need to go for one of the more inconvenient ones, which does affect the other rush squares. 5, not really. Like, the one that you go for is just pretty close. 6, though, yes. 6 does get inconvenient. Okay, Moonrathil, yeah, okay. Pure filler. He's like Loger, but like a little better than Loger because Loger's really annoying and Moonrathil's also really annoying, but like a little bit less. They're 1A, 1B on filler Prime and filler Omega. All right, more armor set. Moonrathil is 10 out of 10 no notes. Love how this NPC can genuinely mess you up with her high poise. Do you just... Are you... Moonrathil's better than Black Knight boss? Fight me. Yeah, fine. They're all prime filler. I don't care. Okay, more armor set. Okay. Yeah, I'd say okay. Like, on the higher end of okay. Takes a bit of time. There's an option of whether to fight him or to make him sad. A possible downside to it is that you're just, like, not allowed to do this if you want to get Kindred cookbooks still, or heal the wounded Kindred, because it will just lock you out. Even if he's just sad, it's still all the Kindreds just disappear. So it's, yeah, I'm not a big fan of that. I'm not a big fan of like you have to do these squares in a certain order or you get locked out, but yeah, it's fine. It's filler. Perfumed Oil of Rana. Hello, how long have you been making this tier list? Hours. There's so many squares. It has taken hours. It's a good thing I don't know all the base game squares, or this would have taken even longer. We're kind of interesting, albeit miserable, if you had a square to make more happy. That would be pretty miserable. I wouldn't like that. Boring square, filler at best for the Perfumed Oil of Rana. Oh, people say terrible for this one. I don't really see how it would be terrible. It's like... It's a quote-unquote rush square that's out of your way enough. Has potential synergy. It is just go pick it up, which isn't, like, super interesting. But I also don't think it's, like, super bad. I wouldn't put it bad. I think it's filler. I think it's filler that's better than bad NPC fights and stuff. I think it goes right there. Putrescent Knight. Rana is a good alternative rush. I don't know that it's a good alternative rush, but it's a possible alternative rush. Putrescent Knight. There's pot throwing troll kind of a little more out of the way. Yeah, I like pot throwing troll. Feels like it has a little bit better synergy, but yeah, similar vein to pot throwing troll. Where did I put pot throwing troll? Did I put pot throwing troll up here because I like it? Sleep Pot Troll. There I did. I put maybe Sleep Pot Troll's a little high. Sleep Pot Troll maybe is just a little high, but it's fine. Okay, Putrescent Knight. Good. Yeah, good. Not my favorite thing of all time, but good. Just a solid, here's a remembrance boss fight. Little far out of the way, like Midra, but not quite as good as Midra, so let's say here. Queeline in Belurat specifically. Not give the Iris, not go all the way to give the Iris, but just kill the specific Queeline in specifically Belurat. All Membies are good at worst. We put Matter as okay instead of good. Because Matter is just, you hardly even know her, you know? PK and Saint Trina redundant. This is just Y square. Seriously though, why is this a square? The Queeline in Belurat square? I don't really know why it's specifically the one in Belurat. But, like, I don't hate it. I feel like it's like a high filler. Like, if it went and it was just the Iris, I'd be like, that makes sense. But I just don't hate it. I don't really know why, though, it isn't either Queeline. Just kill a Queeline. Like, I don't know why it's the one in Belurat. Like, what makes it more interesting to do the one in Belurat? I guess just because it's further out of your way than the one in the church? For a Belurat synergy? Forces Belurat synergy? I guess? I don't know. I'm not a fan of restricting options without a good reason, so I'll leave it in filler. I think it could have been solid otherwise. Red Bear. Any Red Bear. Any of the three. The bear, or the not bear. So much stuff funnels players to Skidoo Altus. Yeah, that is true. Well, the carryover from DLC only makes more sense there. Maybe. Just to promote Belurat. Okay. Yeah, I guess I get it. I guess it, yeah. Good. Yeah, I like Red Bear. It's like kind of filler, but it's like a filler that I kind of like, so. Somewhere in there. Alright. Level 5, Revered Ash. Level 5, Revered Ash. Red Bear's filler? Yeah, but like, good filler. Good enough filler that I'll put it in solid. You can just tell by the squares how Upper and Lower Rao are both trash areas. Upper Rao with, like, Romina? Nah, that place is fine. It's just Lower Rao that sucks. Ash, hella filler. It's pretty filler. It's pretty filler. I do like the way that it's got some Belurat synergy. And you have to kind of remember where these things are. But... excuse me. It's pretty filler. It's maybe like Kier filler. Okay. Level 10 Skidoo. Level 10 Skidoo. I think I've got a pretty idea of where I think I'm going to put this thing. What's the range for Skidoo? 9, 10, 11. Analyzing the games, filling in gaps in knowledge with his own assumptions, and making wrong conclusions. Completely off. Just go watch each team's stream to know what was really going on. You talking about the analysis we did earlier? But yeah, absolutely. Watch each team's stream, absolutely, if you want to hear their own perspective. Wouldn't miss 10 Skidoo if it was gone, but it's alright. Yeah, it's filler. I don't think it's good enough. I think it's higher filler, but I would not be sad if it was gone. That's for sure. Somewhere like there. Acquire the Scorpion Stew. All right, the Scorpion Stew. So have to do the Dancing Lion in Ballarat, then have to go talk to the lady with the mask on, then quit out, then talk to her again, and then you get the stew. This one can be locked out. Yes, this one can also be locked out if you kill Mesmer. Yeah, it's okay. But it's like real low okay. Like you know what? I'm actually gonna put it even in bad. I think that it has nothing that makes me more excited about this than about One Dancing Lion. Like, if One Dancing Lion didn't exist, maybe it would work its way up to filler. It still wouldn't be as good as One Dancing Lion, but like it'd be okay. But One Dancing Lion has the benefit of choice, which I think is good personally. And then in addition to the benefit of choice, it ends on the interesting bit. You kill the lion, you mark the square. I don't love ones where you do an interesting bit and then you do some talking afterwards, some shenanigans afterwards of like, okay, I'll just go talk to the lady now, I guess. So I would be happier if it was gone than if it stayed. Ancient Dragon Senesax. Not gonna lie, Domo should have every participant do this to see what may need changing between seasons. I mean, this is too much work to force on everyone. I'm having fun doing this, but like, imagine telling every player to do this. This would be wild. Senesax. Ancient Dragon Senesax. It's not that long to do after the lion. I know it's not that long, so like, why do it at all? Why not just have it be the lion? Good and great. I mean, there's no way I'd ever give this great. Are you kidding me? It's Senesax. Absolutely not. But I can give it a low solid. It is oftentimes interesting for the board state, even if it's Senesax, so it sucks to do at all. It is usually interesting for the board state. And finally, our very last one. Senesax is Z tier. Senesax as a boss is Z tier. As a square, it's B. It actually can make for a lot of interesting scenarios. Have Saint Trina talk to you. Bingo Square tier list is for some reason very funny to me. Yeah. It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. It's, again, I like PK, and PK, then do extra stuff afterwards is, like, weird to me. So, like, I don't hate it as much as the NPCs, but it's, like, somewhere there. The other thing that's weird to me about, like, having basically two squares, one that reads kill the boss, one that reads kill the boss, and then do a bit of nothing afterwards, is if those two don't appear on the same board, then the have Saint Trina talk to you is in all ways worse than PK. In my opinion, it's not that it's like terrible. It's just like I think just kill PK and mark the square is just better. And if they do both appear on the board, then it's not just synergy, right? Synergy is like, oh, I can achieve part of this square while also achieving part of this square, and you can kind of like combine some progress. This is just direct 2-for-1. Kill PK, get 2 squares. And I think that like I don't want to something to just be worth 2 points, right? I'm okay with there being like the synergy of like, oh, I kill PK and it's a boss with a knight in the name, so I get to advance this. But I don't like kill PK, mark 2 squares. For killing PK, where there was nothing, no other part of it, no other, oh, you needed to PK, but you also needed to do other remembrance. Like, it's just one objective, get 2 squares. So I might say I'm more happy with it gone than with it there. In fact, I'm going to do that. I'm just going to say I'm more happy with it gone than with it there. I'm moving it to bad. There. This I think, is my full tier list. Because I'm okay with there being other stuff that has synergy with PK. You know, some sort of, like, Velvet St. Trina sword before there was a weapon randomizer, I think was a good, like, show your progress towards PK type thing. And you could theoretically grab that and then pivot out. But I think the talk to St. Trina is just too much. PK is square on its own. It is, yes. It's right here. Kill Putrescent Knight. Under B, solid. We're never finishing under 12 hours. We finished under 12 hours. We finished right now, under 12 hours. And then I think I can download this, and then it'll give me an image of the whole thing, I think. Let me see if that works. Download image. Open. Oh boy, here it is. My image. S. Staples of Bingo. Kill a Remembrance boss hitless. One of each bear, lion, bird. Kill 3 Remembrance bosses hitless. The reason that the base game one is better than the DLC one is because I feel like it's a much more well-balanced set of bosses for it. I feel like it's something that someone who is learning can do. Whereas the DLC Remembrance bosses hitless can just be some bull sometimes. That it's just like you'll get hit and they'll be like, what did I do wrong? And you're like, well, you didn't really do anything wrong, but technically, like, if this exact situation where you're exactly this far and the boss is looking in this direction, it's actually going to hit you earlier, and like there's just like too much specificity in the DLC bosses, whereas in the base game bosses, it's just like play well and get it. So that's why I think there's that. Yeah, these are all the ones that I think are just make for some great competition. Just good, solid squares that you would not want to see gone. Very cool stuff. These are just your solid squares. Honestly, some of these maybe could move up to A. I maybe put too many in solid. A lot of these up here I do quite like. Up to like Tree Sentinel Duo, all theoretically could maybe move up to A, but whatever, they're in solid. But yeah, these are just all the generic solid ones. These are all the filler ones that are fine. If they were all gone, nobody would notice, but at the same time, nobody's calling to get them removed either. They're just there. These are all the ones that are bad that I think the board would be better off if they were changed or maybe just removed. Some of them, at least. And then these are the ones that I think are irredeemable. They need a big change or they just need to be gone. And there it is. And these are all the ones that are for the base game, and I don't play the base game, so I don't know how to rank these. But there they are. Hooray! We did it. Why is Renala F? It's after she summons 4 spirits. That has no reason to be there. Remove or change them, please. It's not remove. Renala by herself can stay. Change it. This is a holdover from when the square said she needs to do all 4 summons, which was stupid. We all agreed was stupid. It got changed, and we were like, oh, thank goodness, it's just going to be kill Renala. And then it's after she summons 4 spirits. Wait around for her to do 4 spirits for no reason. Oh. Why am I waiting? Why am I just waiting here? There's no other one that says, kill a boss after waiting for them to do enough attacks. It's stupid. Change it. Renala is good. After she summons 4 spirits is stupid. It makes the square harder? No, it doesn't. It makes the square boring and longer. No. You could just, like, you can RNG where she just doesn't do summons. She can just not do summons. I've seen her literally do 0 summons, for like a minute. Or you could get them all at the same time. It just makes it random. It makes it slow. It makes it boring. It makes it uninteresting. It is just a square that needs to be changed. Not removed, but changed. Surviving the spirits and range onslaught is harder. I mean, I guess, but not in a fun or interesting way. Like, does any other square say, wait, do nothing for a while, get bored, don't hit the enemy? Like, I really feel like the only reason this even says that is because of what it used to say, which was bad and we all agreed was bad, but at least had like a reason to say, oh, all 4 summons so you get to see all the phases the boss can do or whatever. But like, there's just no reason for this. It only exists because it used to exist. It's existing off of inertia. It has no reason to exist of its own. It is just a holdover from an old square that got changed. And there's no reason to just keep a holdover from something that we all agreed was bad. IMO. I think it is in no way enhances the square. I think it is purely worse for having after she summons 4 spirits by a lot. To the point where I put it in F. I originally put it in D, and then I thought about it more, and I was like, no, it needs a change. Like, I think it is bad as it exists, and it could be good. Domo will never remove that square. It's a staple in his eyes. I don't care if it's a staple in his eyes. It's a bad square. It's strictly F. Strictly F. This is my opinion. He can put it S tier in his personal tier list if he wants. It is strictly a bad square, IMO. Strictly a bad square that could be a good square. Because just if it was Renala on its own, that'd be a solid, right? Everyone's like, yeah, kill Renala. And you could make something else that's interesting. I've suggested kill Renala after parrying one of her spells. You have to find Carrion Retaliation or Golden... Is it Golden Retaliation? Golden Parry? Or Tops's Barrier? Right? And then you actually are interacting with her magic, and it's like, whoa, new gameplay element to it. You have to learn the parry timing of her spells or whatever. I think that could actually be an interesting way to interact with Renala instead of not interact with Renala. Sit around and wait. So, yeah. Sorry if you already explained, why do you dislike the kill remembrance with X-only squares? It's because of the weapon randomizer, mostly. I just think they don't work great with the weapon randomizer. You either get a random colossal armament that's a really good weapon that you are going to use anyway, and this is a free square, and you're like, okay, free square. I don't have to even do anything. Or you get randomized a colossal that's really bad, and it's, it's like, oh, well, this is kind of annoying, which I guess is the point of the squares, to use a bad weapon. But more so than that, it's the way they interact with each other. I put them as a group into bad, because if there's more than one of these on the board, it just gets really awkward and weird. And if there's more than 2 of them on the board, like, what are you even supposed to do? If there's Godric while summoning Nefelilu, Sorcery only, Incant only, Bow only, Dagger Claw Fist only, and Colossal Armament only, you basically, even between the 2 teams, one of those isn't getting completed. I think, like, having that much that's kind of locking each other out technically isn't. Technically, you could go do, like, Moose or something with Incants or whatever, but, like, it just gets really awkward. I just don't like that as a unit. Like, if you just got rid of, like, 2 of them or something, if you just got rid of, like, Nefelilu and maybe, like, Incant and Sorcerer or something, I don't know. Pick your whatevers. Maybe it's fine. Maybe they go back to being, like, filler. I don't think that I'd ever put them in solid without the weapon randomizer gone, because I think what makes a solid one is one that you can plan around, and picking up a random weapon and hoping it's good isn't a great plan around, personally. So I still think at best they're filler, but I think they could be filler if the interaction between them and the weapon randomizer was changed. We've had Killer Nala Ash of War only in a different bingo format. Was that with a weapon randomizer or not? With a weapon randomizer, I feel like that feels kind of bad because you're just really preying on a good Ash of War on your random weapon. Does the bingo list account for not including too many of them? I don't think so, currently. It has the ability to, but I don't think it does currently. Could combine into Incant or Sorcery only? Maybe. Maybe combine those. Get rid of Godric while summoning Nefelilu. Maybe that's enough that you're like, okay, that kind of works. I don't know. It's just, yeah, I think it's just like a maybe could use a change. That's why they're here. I think there's some sort of change that could happen that could make them better. Could be made into a single square with a randomized weapon category. Yeah, that could work. That could work. You could also take these into a single square with a randomized stat. Or even Incant Source Bows. Ooh. Rare days when you go to bed after watching Mitch and wake up to Mitch. Yep. Okay, but yeah. I did go through all of this, so if you want to see my full reasoning, you can always go back and watch the entire VOD. It's many hours long, but I believe in you. You can find the square you want to know about as we end up ending it here. At that point, you should be able to find something every game. Hopefully. I mean, I don't know. If I was a base game player, I would hate those squares for different reasons, because I feel like they wouldn't be particularly fun, but that's a different thing entirely. I think those squares are fine in 1v1, but getting 3 of them in this format and taking 3 out of 9 squares of base game is something that probably shouldn't happen. Yeah,